Tiamat. Carbuncle. Ariel Dawntreader stopped in the hallway, looking toward the hospital room door where uniformed offworlders stood guard. Feeling herself pushed forward by anger, held back by doubt. At police headquarters they had told her she would find Jerusha Palathion here with the Chief Justice, who had barely survived an assassination attempt. Some part of her mind tried to tell her that she wished Capella Goodventure had been successful. She found that the thought sickened her. She pushed it out of her mind, feeling guilty, as if the guards standing watch down the hall from her could hear her thoughts. The Chief Justice was alive. Then let him listen to what she had come to say to Jerusha Palathion. She started to walk again, seeing the police turn their heads like twins to watch her approach. Their wariness decreased slightly as they recognized her. "I need to speak with Commander Palathion," she said. One of the guards murmured something half-audible, as if he were talking to himself. He hesitated a moment and nodded at her. "You can go in." She moved past them, trying to enter the room as though she were perfectly confident of what she would do next. Jerusha stood waiting for her in the middle of the room, in the stranger's grey-blue uniform that Ariel had finally come to accept as a normal part of the other woman's appearance. Behind her, sitting up in the hospital bed, was the Chief Justice. It was the first time she could remember that she had not seen him in uniform. She looked at him for a long moment, feeling as if she saw his face for the first time. Seeing a human being, and not an arrogant, Kharemough martinet. She thought of her brother suddenly as she looked into his eyes, suddenly imagining the face of a much younger man, who was passionately in love with her mother, willing to give up his career, even his life, for her mother's sake. She remembered the look he had given her once, meeting her in the street, and how she had responded. "Ariel," Jerusha said, and there was something in her voice that was both surprise and wariness. "What is it?" "I came to—" She broke off. "I came to wish the Chief Justice a swift recovery," she said, glancing down. "Thank you, Ariel Dawntreader," Gundalinu said. "Please tell your mother that I'm doing well." "My mother didn't send me here, Justice," she said sharply. "I haven't even spoken to her in over a week. I moved out of the palace months ago." "In that case, thank you for coming at all." He smiled uncertainly. "Actually," she said, her hands rubbing the silken cloth of her shirt sleeves, "actually, I came here because I wanted to talk to Aunt Jerusha about something. But it has to do with you too, Justice. Your people. And what happened to you." She glanced up at him again, trying to read his reaction. "Do you blame the Summers for what happened?" she asked boldly. "And do you believe what Capella Goodventure said your hunters did?" "No, I don't blame your people," he said, and she was surprised to find that she believed him. "And no, I don't believe what she said." "Ariel," Jerusha said, "she must have heard distorted rumors. There's no evidence." Ariel closed her mouth over the angry response lying ready on her tongue. "Capella Goodventure was right about what happened with the summer ships. I saw it." She had spent 2 days waiting for a summons, for the Blues to come after her, as Reed had sworn they would, but it hadn't happened, until finally she had been forced to come here herself like this. And now, suddenly, she knew why. "You saw it?" Jerusha repeated. Her face changed. "How?" Ariel looked down again, watching the memory replay across the polished surface of the floor. "I was there. I tracked Silky up the coast." "Silky?" Jerusha interrupted. "Is she all right?" Ariel nodded, seeing relief in the other woman's eyes, seeing the woman she had always known, the woman she had loved once like her own kin, suddenly looking back at her. She told that woman everything, calling up every detail, but editing every word in her mind before she spoke it, to keep from mentioning Reed. What was Silky doing so far from the colony's territory? Were any of the others with her? Jerusha asked, half frowning. Ariel nodded. There were hundreds of mares on the beach. It was as if they were all gathering for something. Jerusha shook her head, glancing at Gundalinu. What the hell could make them do that? After all the time Miro and I spent trying to show them that they had to stay clear of humans? Was it all useless? I think maybe they're coming to a kind of festival. Jerusha looked back at her, and for a moment she saw the other woman's mind try to dismiss the idea. And then Jerusha's face changed. She looked at Gundalinu again. What do you think, Beezy? Would there be any record of something like this ever happening before? He shrugged, his eyes thoughtful. If it only happens during summer, probably not. Unless it was preserved somewhere in their folk tradition. Maybe it is, Jerusha murmured. Maybe that's exactly what the festival is. Then they're coming to Carbuncle, Gundalinu said. And his voice was as sure as if he suddenly knew, the way that Reed seemed to know things about the mares. Jerusha looked at him oddly, but she did not question him either. Ye gods, Beezy! If that's true, they'll be sitting targets for the hunters. If it's true, then the hunts will stop, he said, and his hand made a fist on the bedding. I want observation data on the mare's movements. Jerusha nodded, turning to Ariel. And you saw the hunters attack the Summers who were trying to interfere? Ariel nodded again. We saw them ram 2 ships. We? Jerusha asked. Silky and I. I was with Silky. She glanced down, cursing herself silently, but Jerusha did not ask her about it. Did you see anyone go into the sea? She shook her head. It was too far away, but they deliberately sank at least one. Capella Goodventure believed someone died, Gundalinu said, frowning, but not at her. Enough to want to kill me in revenge. Something stinks, Jerusha. Smells like a cover-up to me, she said. He swore softly. His body jerked with agitation under the blankets. Start an investigation, see what you can find out, if all the evidence isn't sunk already. Do you think Vanu knows about this? She asked. He looked up abruptly. No, of course not. He leaned forward, holding himself in place with his arms locked around his knees. Ariel, you say there were hundreds of mares on the beach? But according to the report I was given, the hunt was relatively poor. How did the mares get away? Did you warn them off? She stiffened, uncertain, glanced at Jerusha, who nodded. She told them, carefully, the truth, but not the whole truth. They fired at me, too, at my mother's hovercraft. I had to get away before all the mares were off the beach. Her face burned with remembered frustration and rage. And you're sure that Silky was gone? Jerusha repeated, coming across the room. She nodded. Jerusha rested warm hands on her shoulders. Thank you, Ari. Silky doesn't belong to me any more than you belong to your mother. But the gods help anybody that ever hurt either one of you. Her hands tightened gently in a fond gesture that they had not made for many years, and then released her. Ariel smiled, hesitating, wanting suddenly to say more, to tell her everything, but she only turned away toward the door. Ariel, Gundalinu called. She turned back reluctantly, compelled by the fragility of his voice and not the sudden command. Who was there with you? He asked quietly. She half frowned. I told you, she broke off, seeing the expression on his face. Certainty. He knew she'd been lying to them, as surely as if he had been reading her emotions from some off-worlder machine. She looked at Jerusha and saw the same certainty in her eyes. knew that it was their experience that had betrayed her, and her own inexperience. "I don't have to tell you," she said. "I didn't even have to come here. Your own people are afraid to tell you what I was doing there, because they know I saw what they did." "What's this other person afraid of?" Ondinee asked. "You," she answered. "The police? He's an off-worlder. If the police know he saw and tried to stop it, he's afraid they'll deport him." "What was he doing there?" She tossed her head. "He was with me. He works for my mother, studying the mares." "Your mother doesn't have any off-worlders working for her, studying the mares," Jerusha said. Ariel felt her frown deepen. "Yes, she does. She has Reed, and he's brilliant. No one knows the mares like—" Gondolinu's face froze. "Reed," he said. "Reed Kharemough?" She looked back at him. "Yes." "I know him," Ondinee murmured. "He is brilliant. But he doesn't work for your mother." Jerusha was staring at him. "That one?" she said softly. He nodded, his eyes still on Ariel, were suddenly dark with understanding. "He isn't what you think he is, Ariel. But he can trust me. You can tell him that. He wants to save the mares. We can do it together. I can protect him. I can help him, if he'll trust me. Will you tell him that?" She went on looking at him for a long moment, at the intentness and the desperate weariness in his face. She nodded at last. "I'll tell him," she said. "Tiamat, Carbuncle." "Reed Kharemough." The voice that called his name seemed to come at him from everywhere at once, out of the shadowed doorways of the midnight quiet alley. The streets of Carbuncle were never completely dark, but the nights grew shadows in places where none survived by day. Reed stopped in his tracks, his hand reaching for his gun, as shadow forms detached from the larger darkness of doorways and passageways. "Son of a bitch," Nibiru muttered in disbelief, reaching for his own weapon as Ananke spun around behind him. Suddenly they were surrounded by half a dozen blues, in the middle of an alley that had gone from sparsely inhabited to a no-man's land in less than a heartbeat. "Drop the weapons," the voice said, behind him now, and he saw that the blues already had their own weapons out, trained on him. They wore the flash shields of their helmets down, making them all into faceless, unidentifiable clones. He let his gun drop, slowly and deliberately stripping himself of weapons, as his men did the same. "The knife in your boot, too," the voice directed, mildly, and he realized they were being scanned. He tossed out the knife and held his hands high. "What do you want with me?" he said, feeling more disbelief than fear. Vigilantism was the blues' style. "I haven't done anything." Gods, he hadn't had his fix. He needed the water of death. What if they locked him up? How long would he last? And suddenly he was afraid. He clenched his teeth. Beside him Nibiru was muttering, "Holy hands of Edu, holy hands of Edu," like an incantation. Ananke was as silent as a wall, staring at the shielded faces all around him. 2 minutes ago the pair of them had been bitching about waiting at the bar in Star Hikers for hours because he didn't show up on time. He figured he knew where they wished they were right now. He thought about where he'd been, between a rock and a hard place. "Fuck," he whispered, repeated it over and over under his breath, like Nibiru, like an Ondinee. "You're a stranger far from home, Kharemough," somebody said. "Another stranger far from home wants to talk to you about old times." "No," he said, starting to turn around, but something brushed the back of his neck like a wet mouth. And then there was only blackness. He came to again, what seemed to be a moment later, although it probably wasn't. He sat up slowly, cautiously, on a perfectly ordinary couch in a neat, austerely furnished sitting room. It was not so different from his own, could almost have been his own. He shook what might have been a dream of somebody else's life out of his head, like a dog shaking off water. He looked down at himself, recognized his own clothing, his tattooed arms, realized that the dream was reality, and felt a kind of hopeless fatalism settle over him. "Hello, Kharemough Esgrad," a familiar voice said. He jerked around, startled, to find Bizi Gundalinu, Chief Justice of Tiamat, leaning against the doorframe at the entrance to the room. "What are you doing here?" Reed said stupidly. "I live here," Gundalinu said. He wore a pair of hastily pulled-on pants and a loose robe hanging open, baring his chest in an expanse of bandaged skin. His hair was rumpled. He looked like a man who had been rousted out of bed, as if he had not been expecting this meeting any more than Reed had himself. But the expression on Gundalinu's face said that he had been anticipating it for a long time. Reed leaned forward with his hands tightening over his knees. "Where are my men?" "Niburu and Nananki?" Gundalinu half smiled, almost as if he remembered them more fondly than he remembered the man who was his guest. "Waiting for you," he said simply. But his eyes changed as he went on looking at Reed, and for a brief moment his smile was real. "It's good to see you again," he murmured, as if the truth surprised him. He looked down suddenly. Reed stared at him, remembering in abrupt, vivid detail the moment of their parting at Fire Lake. And yet he felt his disbelief become something truer and far more unsettling as more memories began to rise. His hand rose to his mouth, touching his lips, dropped away again. He leaned back into the comforting embrace of the native-made couch and forced himself to relax. "What do you want, Gundalinu?" Gundalinu came on into the room, moving as though it hurt, and settled heavily into a wooden chair. He glanced at the display on his house system, checking the time, and grimaced before he looked at Reed again. "It's about what I'm doing here, Kharemough, and what you're doing here." Reed's mouth quirked. His grip on his knees eased. "Congratulations. How do you like being Chief Justice of Tiamat?" Gundalinu shrugged, shaking his head. "It's not my occupation of choice. It's not like research. In politics there aren't any right answers, so you never win." "That's because you have a conscience." Reed smiled faintly. "Lose that, and you'll start winning again." Gundalinu's mouth turned up in an ironic echo of Reed's own smile. He pulled his robe closer across his chest, covering the bandages, and fastened the seal. His hand stayed there, unobtrusively holding his wounded side. "If only life was that simple," he murmured. He looked up again. "How do you like working for the Brotherhood?" Reed glanced away. "Same as always." "Becoming the Source's brand hasn't changed anything for you?" Reed looked back at him abruptly. "Dracula has a bad reputation, even for someone in his line of work. And what shows in the real world is barely the surface. He goes deep, doesn't he?" Reed frowned. "Did you pick me up to bleed me about the Source? I can't tell you anything you don't already know." "I know." "Am I under arrest?" "You haven't done anything illegal here on Tiamat that I know of." Gundalinu reached into a shallow ceramic bowl sitting on the table beside him, picked up a piece of fruit, and put it back again. Reed laughed incredulously. "Then what the hell do you want from me?" "You're on Tiamat to synthesize the water of life for the Source, aren't you?" Reed didn't answer. "Why did you set up that clue, pointing it out to me?" "At the survey hall." Reed shrugged and shook his head, still frowning. "I don't know. Just for the hell of it. To see if you were still smart enough to get it. Were you warning me off or asking me for help?" Reed's hands fisted silently on his thighs. "You're the one who needs help, from what I see." He gestured at Gundalinu's wound, at the fatigue and discomfort obvious on his face. "What is it with you and the mares? I know you. You don't want the water of life back. You're afraid of it. But you're studying them like you want what I want. And at the same time you say you don't want anybody killing them. But they're killing them all the same. And trying to kill you, too. Politics, Gundalinu murmured. Love, Reed whispered, leaning forward. The rumors are true. It's the Queen. That's why your policy doesn't make sense worth a damn. She's the one you told me about back on 4. That you'd change the future of the entire fucking galaxy to get back to her. He laughed once. And I thought you were making a joke. We both underestimated each other, I think, Gundalinu said a little sourly. Reed laughed again, with more feeling. You could say that. He met Gundalinu's half-frown, saw it transform into something that looked strangely like regret. Gundalinu glanced away, his fingers moving restlessly over the geometries of his robe's sleeve. I hope she's worth it, Reed said. Gundalinu smiled, looking back at him, and nodded. Reed felt the image of a face he had forbidden himself to see begin to form inside his own eyes. Dark, luminous, veiled in sensual mystery. Her face. Stop it. I'm sorry about your wife, Gundalinu said, as if he had read Reed's mind, and not just his expression. What do you know about it? Reed snapped, stung. We know what happened when you were transferred from Mundlefair to Joculla, Reed. When you lost her. He hesitated. We even know what you really are. Reed felt his face flush. Mundlefair's meat. A brainwipe. A lunatic. He pushed to his feet. Vanamoinen, Gundalinu said softly. Reed's knees went weak and he sat down again. What? He said. Vanamoinen. You are Vanamoinen. We lost you to the Brotherhood. We've been searching for you ever since. Reed sat frozen, listening, as something inside him paralyzed his tongue, stopping his stream of questions and protest. He put his hands up to his face, touching its contours, so familiar and yet so strange. He felt himself starting to sweat. They called me that. The new Vanamoinen, he murmured, remembering. They knew. They all knew something. But I don't know Vanamoinen. Vanamoinen's 2,000 years dead. More. My name is Reed Kalervo. His fingers dug into his flesh. You're two people using one body, Gundalinu said, sitting forward, forcing Reed to look at him. Not even separate signals, but scrambled. The Brotherhood got hold of a brain scan of the real Vanamoinen, made thousands of years ago, and they used you to bring him back. But you weren't brain dead when they fed his memories into your circuits. It must have been like a head-on collision when it happened. It caused a lot of damage. Like holograms colliding, Reed murmured, staring. Shuffle brain. He let his hands fall away, focusing on the image, feeling the act of concentration stabilize him. How was it done? He asked, hearing his voice come back to something like normal. I've never heard of that being done to anybody. Gundalinu shook his head. I don't know how they preserved Vanamoinen's, your soul for so long. If you don't know, I doubt if anybody does now. My soul. Reed looked down at his body, not protesting the intimations. He seemed to be seeing himself from a great height suddenly. His mind spun and fell away. I don't remember, he mumbled. But it could be possible. He frowned and glanced up again. But why? You tell me, Gundalinu urged softly. Why you're back here, now, after thousands of years. The mares, Reed said automatically. He broke off abruptly, staring. By the Yes, I think that I... I'm here for the mares. I know them. He looked back at Gundolinu again in astonishment. But it's not about the water of life. The water of life will never work perfectly in a human body because human bodies are genetically imperfect. He shook his head, dazed and elated and appalled by the revelation. That's a fool's errand. The mares are... He reached out, groping in the air. His fingers closed over nothing. Gundolinu was staring at him in that old, slightly incredulous way. Reed looked back at him, realizing that he had missed that expression, that it reminded him of... His train of thought derailed. Shit, he muttered, pressing the heels of his hands into his eyes until he saw explosions of light. Why? Gods! Why me? I don't know that either, Reed, Gundolinu murmured. There's some evidence you may have been a mistake. Reed laughed, a tight, painful sound. His hand reached inside his shirt and pulled out the pendant, the ring, chained together. That's always a danger when you're a stranger far from home. Gundolinu's eyes filled with sudden compassion. But you're here now, Vanamoinen. You were brought back because your knowledge was needed. You're here, and so am I, and I need your help. And I don't believe that's an accident. We were meant to work together again, on this. He leaned forward, shining with urgency and hope. What? Reed said thickly. You're right. The water of life isn't what's important about the mares. It's their survival. It's what they were created to do. For... You know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to tell you. Reed looked at him blankly. No, I don't. What the hell are you talking about? Gundolinu swore softly, in anger or frustration. Damn it, Vanamoinen! You know why it matters. You put the mares here. You have to remember why, for God's sakes. Reed felt his mind tumble and spin, fragments of shattered mirrors shaken inside a bag of living flesh, a bowl of bone, until he bled. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not Vanamoinen, I'm Reed. And I don't know shit about it. Just shut up about it. Leave me alone. He pushed to his feet, starting toward the door. He stopped as another figure appeared suddenly before him, blocking his way. For a brief moment he thought that it was Ariel standing there, pale-haired, wrapped in a man's robe. But the hair was wrong, long, a cloud of white. The face was wrong, grown older. The Queen. He looked back at Gundolinu in sudden surprise, sudden understanding. Reed Kharemough, the Queen said, coming forward, the robe whispering softly around her as she held out her hand to him. He stared at her, not knowing what to do. He took her hand automatically, bobbed his head in an awkward obeisance. Lady, he murmured, remembering the proper form of the dress, and let her hand go as if it were burning hot. He saw Ariel again in his mind, wondering what the Queen knew, if she knew. He looked down. You're the one who helped BZ create the star drive, aren't you? She asked. And her voice seemed to ground him, draining the energy of his sudden panic, letting him stand still. She studied him a moment longer, with an intentness that was somehow oddly comforting. Yes, he said, shifting from foot to foot. He glanced at Gundolinu again, saw him nod. We've been trying to find a way to save the mares from the hegemony, she said. We know they are intelligent, but it's not enough. We think that their songs contain some kind of coded data, but it's incomplete. The slaughter has decimated them to the point where they've lost their past, and they don't even realize what they've lost. And the songs are important, somehow, to the well-being of the hegemony. If we can just understand their purpose, We may be able to save them. But we can't. We can't. Reed stared at her, seeing her suddenly afflicted with the same inability to say what she meant that had struck Ondinee. "What's the matter with you?" he said, half frowning. She shook her head, and her agate-colored eyes closed in frustration. "I can't tell you," she murmured, as if the words filled her mouth like gall. "He can't." "Literally," Ondinee broke in, rubbing his face. "It's protecting itself." Reed felt something gleam in the depths of his mind, a spark of comprehension threatening to catch fire. He lunged after a memory. It squirted out of his grasp. "Survey?" he whispered, empty-handed, empty-eyed. "You mean survey?" Ondinee shook his head like a man who'd had his tongue cut out. Reed laughed harshly. "Gods, aren't we a set?" His hands jerked. "What the hell is happening here? Is this catching?" He hit himself viciously on the side of the head. "It doesn't matter." The Queen reached out, taking hold of his arm. "You don't have to understand. Just believe that it's important. That's enough. Work with us on the mare's song. Let your mind do what it was meant to do. Then maybe it will all come back to you." Reed blinked suddenly, looking down at her hand. His free hand rose to cover it where it rested on his sleeve, closed over it almost convulsively. "Reed," Ondinee got up from his seat, moving toward them painfully and almost reluctantly. "I know the Source has some hold over you. If you want to get away from him, we can help you. Any hold can be broken. Just tell us what you need." Reed's hand pried the Queen's fingers loose from his arm. He took a deep, ragged breath, feeling the skeleton's fist of the truth close around his throat. "You can't help me, Ondinee." He shook his head. "Nobody can." "At least tell me what kind of trouble you're in." Ondinee held out his hands. "You know me," he said, meeting Reed's gaze with an odd intensity. "You know you can trust me with your life. And I need your help." Reed shook his head, turned away. "Can't. I can't help you. It's your whole reason for existence." Reed turned back. The turning motion made him giddy. He felt as if his entire life had begun to strobe. "I'll think it over. Got to think about it. Got to go now and think about it." Unsure of the consequences, unsure of himself, he started toward the door. He glanced back once as he reached it. "Ask your husband about the mayor's lady," he said sourly. "He knows some things he hasn't told you, too." They made no move to stop him as he went out. Moon stood beside Vinge, feeling his arm draw her close as they watched the tall, slender, unsteady figure of Reed Kharemough go out of the room. "Gods," Vinge murmured, hearing the door slam. "I hope this is the right thing." His hand tightened at his side. "Why didn't you stop him?" she asked. He looked back at her, his face troubled. "I can't force him, Moon. He's barely holding it together now. If he breaks, we'll lose Vanamoinen forever." He shook his head. "We can't risk that. We have to believe that he'll come back on his own." "He's only a boy, Vinge," she said softly, still seeing the despair, the knowledge of something more terrible than her own deepest fears that lay in Reed's eyes. "He's so afraid." She put her arms around him, holding on. "He should be," Vinge sighed, stroking her hair, kissing her. "He has every right to be. May the gods help him. Come back to bed with me." She nodded, letting him lead the way, setting his own pace as they climbed the stairs. "What kind of hold does the Source have on him? Is it drugs?" Vinge glanced at her in surprise. "Yes, probably. How did you know? I remember the source. She followed him into his bedroom, holding on to his hand. Arian Road used the Water of Life to buy virals from him. At winter's end. He grimaced, remembering, and nodded. That's what he does best. But I don't know what he has Reed chained with. It's nothing ordinary, or Reed could get it somewhere else. He shrugged out of his robe, unfastened his pants, and sat down carefully on the edge of the bed to pull them off. Moon let her own borrowed robe slip from her shoulders, the smooth warmth of its imported fabric like the caress of his hands along her skin. She lay down in his bed, sliding between the covers as if she were entering the sea, as if she belonged there. He lay down beside her, and for a moment she forgot the aching weariness of her body as he settled next to it. She watched the lines of pain and weariness disappear from his face as his fingers brushed her cheek, touched the bandaged skin still covering her arm. She smiled. Her smile faded. "Busy," she said. "Who were you talking about? When you said we. We know, you said. We suspect. You said that more than once. And you weren't talking about you and me." He looked away as if he were suddenly chagrined or conflicted. He looked back at her again, finally, touched the Sybil tattoo at her throat with a gentle finger. "I was talking about Survey." "Survey?" she repeated with mild incredulity. "You mean that nest of Kharemough snobs who meet in what you refer to as a social club to discuss Tiamat's endless shortcomings?" He laughed. "So that's why you wouldn't come to the initiation, when I made them admit Tiamatans." She pushed up onto an elbow, feeling her hair slip down across her shoulder. "I have more pressing things to do with my time than spend it that way," she said irritably. "There's more to Survey than there seems. The Survey you've seen is only the surface. There are depths, layers within layers. Even I don't know how many." Her sudden urge to laughter died stillborn as she saw his expression, and realized that he was completely serious. "I shouldn't be telling you this." He pressed his hand against his eyes. "But gods, if anyone has the right to know the truth about this, you do. I'm staking my life on it." He shook his head. "The real Survey is a secret organization that dates back to the end of the old empire. It has its roots in the empire's colonization guild. I told you that there was a man named Vannamoinen." Moon listened silently as he told her everything, feeling her understanding of the strange conversation that had passed between himself and Reed grow, feeling her vision of the universe transformed by a secret almost as profound as the one they had shared together. "But Survey doesn't control everything that happens in the hegemony, does it?" she said, finally. He shook his head and laughed once. "Human nature being what it is, no. They try, but as often as not they meet themselves coming the other way, on any given level, in any given situation. Even at the highest level, Survey can only influence, never control. And Reed Kharemough belongs to Survey. And the source does—" Beezy nodded, resting his head on his arm. "There is a faction of Survey that calls itself the Brotherhood, and their goal is no longer the greater good, but their own good. They follow the same road, but to a different destination. The Brotherhood sees the hegemony as prey. Their interests are in anything that upsets the stability of the status quo. Drugs, political corruption, war, because whenever the balance is off, they profit from the suffering. Reed was one of their minions, and now he's their tool. Kitaro—" He broke off. "Kitaro has been trying to arrange this meeting between us for months, and he's so closely watched that I'd begun to think it would never happen." He fell silent as if he were contemplating the strange legacy of Reed's unexpected visit. "And who do you belong to?" Moon asked at last. She settled back onto the yielding surface of the mattress, feeling it mold itself to her body. if Reed belongs to the Brotherhood. The status quo. Or I did. He looked up at the ceiling, draped with shadows in the half-light. They sometimes call it the golden mean. They claim to carry on the work of survey by maintaining the hegemony's balance of order, which to them means that Kharemough keeps control of this segment of the old empire. For a while I hoped it was really that simple. His eyes darkened. Was it coming here that made you change your mind? She put her hand on his shoulder. It only finished a process. Nothing is ever that simple. Not right, not wrong. He looked back at her and smiled, with sorrow and irony. Without order, chaos would have no reason for existing. And without chaos, there's no reason for order. They need each other. They feed on each other. They're only whole together. Survey calls it the great game in their vanity. What or who is really at the center? The top, then? I don't know, he shrugged. However high I get, there are always levels above me. Then how do you know who to trust? I don't. His smile turned rueful. Maybe it doesn't even matter to the great game. The Sybil network needed Vannamoinen back, and on Tiamat. Every faction tried to control him, manipulate him, and everyone's failed. And yet he's here. That's why I believe that he'll help us. That's why I believe we can't force it, that we have to let it happen as it will. But you can't be certain, she said softly. No, he murmured, glancing away. I can't be certain of anything. When I was small, my grandmother taught me that the mares were the sea's children, blessed and protected by her, and that I was too. She felt her throat clog with sudden grief. He pulled her into his arms, holding her, kissing her forehead, as if she were a child. And once I believed that my life was over, he whispered, closing his eyes as he kissed her lips. Gods, I do love you. She closed her own eyes, felt tears slip out and down her face, onto his skin, burning hot. Astonished at how, in the center of this storm, his arms around her could still create an eye of calm, could make her believe that everything would turn out as it should. There isn't much night left, she said, taking his face in her hands, kissing his eyelids, feeling her weariness burn away. She kissed his lips, letting her hands slide down his chest, moving with exquisite care past the bandages on his side, moving lower, feeling him come alive at her touch. Then let morning wait for us, he murmured, sighing. Let it wait. Reed Kharemough lay awake in his bed, staring up into the cage of darkness that was his room, his world. He had lain awake half the night, every night for as long as he could remember, but not like this. Not knowing the name of the other he held prisoner inside his brain, who held him prisoner in a shell-shocked nightmare landscape, taking revenge on him for a crime he had not even been to blame for. He was Vannamoinen. He knew it was true, everything Gundolino had told him, even though he couldn't remember. Vannamoinen knew it. Reed swore, rolling onto his stomach, burying his face in the pillow. What am I doing here? What do I want? This is your reason for existence, Gundolino had shouted at him. The mares, Tiamat, but not the water of life. If he helped them, he would understand, the Queen had said. And he wanted to help them, needed to understand. The need was like a fire burning in his gut. But they couldn't help him. They couldn't give him the water of death. Only the source could do that. Even if Gundolino gave him lab space and all the equipment he asked for, he couldn't recreate the water of death in time. He had to have his steady supply. He was already feeling the effects of his missed fix, because being waylaid by Gundalinu tonight had made him too late to meet with Turfall. Somehow he would have to get Turfall to give him another chance. Make up some lie in the morning. If he didn't get what he needed, he wouldn't be able to work. He had to have it. And the next one, and the next one. If he didn't get it, he would die. And then he would be no use to anybody. But what use was living anyway, when everything was impossible? Even he was impossible, a man with 2 brains. Maybe he'd like it better when he'd only thought he was insane. Reed? A voice like corroded iron spoke his name in the darkness. Reed stopped breathing. Reed? He pushed himself up. Who's there? There was nothing in front of him but darkness, subtle layerings of deep gray on black, the vague, familiar presences of the furniture in his room. Was something really there, at the foot of his bed? A shadow form, darker than the night, an impossible glimmer of red. You know who it is, Reed? The insinuating voice whispered. A hologram, a projection, he told himself futilely. A nightmare, but he wasn't dreaming. The Source had never done this to him before, invading the sanctuary of his own room, violating the one final place where he could pretend to himself that he was still a free man. Say it, the Source murmured. Tell me who I am. Master, Reed mumbled, spitting out the word. He clutched the blankets against his chest as every muscle in his body knotted with impotent fury. What do you want? He cursed himself helplessly, hearing his voice tremble. You had a midnight audience tonight, I understand, Reed? With the Chief Justice and the Queen? Oh, gods! Reed swallowed his heart. It wasn't my idea. When were you planning to inform me about this? Nothing happened, he said hoarsely. Nothing? The Source echoed with heavy sarcasm. The great enemy sweeps you away to a secret meeting where nothing happens. They tell you that you really are the new Vanamoinen. They ask you to betray the Brotherhood and work with them. But nothing happens? Reed's mouth twisted. You know I'm not going anywhere. Where could I go? I'd be a rotting corpse inside a couple of days. You told them it was impossible to create a stable form of the water of life, the Source chided. But nothing happened. It was a lie. I just said it to throw them off, that's all. He felt cold sweat crawl down his back as he stared into the darkness. He prayed that the Source couldn't sense it, couldn't really read his every thought and feeling. Then you could be lying to me. I'm not lying to you, Reed shouted. What would it get me? What indeed? If you fail me, you'll be a rotting corpse anyway. And Vanamoinen's brain will die with you, no matter what you do, no matter what you say. Reed licked his lips. It's going to take time to recreate the water of life, I told you. You don't want any mistakes. His voice hardened. Like I made before. No, the Source made a disgusted noise. You'll have time enough. But in the meantime there is another thing the Brotherhood requires from you. Evidently the Queen's obsession with the mares is not just that of a religious fanatic. Gundalinu and the Queen know something important about the mares. Something so secret that apparently no one else even suspects it. Not even the Golden Mean. You're going to help us find out what it is. How? Reed said irritably. They wouldn't tell me tonight. It was almost like they couldn't tell me. He broke off. What do you want me to do? He asked, shielding the sudden flicker of hope inside him. You want me to pretend to go along with them until I find out? The Source laughed. and Reed's hope guttered out. You'd like that, wouldn't you? But no, you belong to me. Vanamoinen's brain belongs to the Brotherhood. I see that your love affair with Ariel Dawntreader has flowered and borne sweet fruit, despite your thorns, Kharemough. Reed shut his eyes. His fists strangled the bedclothes. I did what you wanted me to, he said. And you've done it with all your heart, it seems. The foolish young thing is besotted with you. She tells her friends that you make her feel she would die of ecstasy. I think she would even take you home to Mother, if you asked. Reed's eyes came open. You want me to marry her? He asked incredulously. No, the blackness hissed. I want you to give her the water of death. A strangled sound of disbelief caught in Reed's throat. Why? To complete our hold on her. The Queen is her mother. Gundalinu is her father. When they see what begins to happen to her when the water of death is withheld, they'll share their secrets with us. What if they can't? There was only silence to answer him, and the sound of labored breathing. What if I won't? Only silence. Jacala? Only silence, and his own heart beating. Tiamat, Carbuncle. Ariel, he whispered, leaning over her bed in the darkness like a shadow, covering her mouth with his lips, waking her with a kiss. Her eyes opened, blinking in wild incomprehension, and she struggled against him for the moment it took her to wake fully. Ariel, he said again, and she went limp beneath him. Reed, she whispered, in amazement, because he had never been inside her apartment before, always refused to come anywhere near it. He did not speak again, but used his mouth to go on kissing her face, her throat, while his hands fumbled with the fastenings of her sleep shirt. Finally he jerked it open, hearing cloth rip with his impatience, beyond caring. He pulled it down her body, hearing her sound of half-protest, half-surprise as he bared her. But she clung to him as he covered her nakedness with his kisses, stripped off his own clothes in a frenzy of desperate need, and laid his body down on hers. She wrapped herself around him, welcoming him, eager for him, taking him inside her, sheltering him as he possessed her, giving her the only gift he knew how to give, until she cried out in astonished pleasure and release, setting his own need free inside her. They lay together, their legs tangled, their bodies still joined, their hearts beating each to each, for a long time before he spoke her name again. I'm leaving, he said, and he pressed his lips to her warm, shining skin with infinite gentleness this time, before he slid off of her and sat up. I want you to come with me. His hand slipped down along her arm until he was holding her fingers closed inside his own. She sat up too, suddenly wide awake in the darkness. Tonight? Yes. Where are you going? Off-world? No, I'd never get away with that. Into the outback. You have to come with me. Why? She asked softly. Because I'm tired of living, and because you're not. I don't understand. You don't have to. You just have to trust me. Do you trust me, Ariel? Slowly she nodded. He took her hand, drawing her up. Then let's go. They headed south along the coast in the Queen's hovercraft, into the sheltering darkness. Dawn found them still traveling southward above the infinite fields of the sea. Ariel had not spoken more than 2 words to him all the while as they flew, only huddling against him in the seat, with her head on his shoulder, drifting in and out of sleep. The pressure of her weight against him began to hurt him as his nerve endings grew hypersensitive. His mind magnified every symptom of his systemic deterioration through the long, silent hours, making his awareness of his growing discomfort infinitely more unpleasant. But he did not wake her. The night seemed to go on forever, and yet the new day's dawn peered over his shoulder too soon, telling him that their time of stolen peace together was running out. Ariel stirred at last, as the hot light of the steadily rising suns beat in through the side window, falling on her face. She sat up again, rubbing her eyes, and looked out at the bleak unfamiliarity of the distant coastline. They were turning away from it now, heading out across the open sea. "Where are we?" "Far away," he said. "Down the coast about as far as there's still any habitation. I'm going to drop you off at the last summer village I can find, and then I'm ditching the hovercraft." She looked at him as if he had gone insane. "Why, Reed? Why are we out here? Is it about the mares?" "No," he said grimly. "Not directly. I want you to listen to me. Really listen. I don't work for your mother." "I know," she said softly. He looked at her, half frowning, but he only said, "Don't interrupt. I work for somebody called the Source. I do research for him. He brought me here to study the mares so I could make him a supply of the water of life." She stared at him, silent now. "He owns me." He held up his palm, showing her the scar. He had seen her looking at it from time to time, but she had never dared to ask him what it was. "He tells me to do things, and I do them, or he cuts off my drugs. If I can't get my fix, I'll die." He addicted you?" "No," he said harshly. "I did it to myself. But he controls my supply," pushing on before she could ask more. "I brought you out here because now he wants me to give the drug to you." Her breath stopped. He saw sudden fear in her eyes. "I brought you out here because I won't do it," he said angrily. "He told me to get close to you. He told me to sleep with you. He made me do everything. Except this. By the render!" His hands knotted over the controls. "Everything?" Ariel said, her voice thin and tremulous, her cheeks reddening with humiliation. "I don't believe that." "Not everything." Her fingers touched her lips, her breast. "Not last night." She looked back at him, her eyes burning his flesh. He kept his own gaze fixed on the endless blue-green of the sea. At last, looking out, he found what he had been searching for. He pointed ahead. "There, the outermost islands. They're as far south as anybody still lives, from what I can tell. There's a summer village on one of the islands in the chain. It's so remote they've barely even heard of Carbuncle. It's habitable through Tiamat's whole climate cycle, so they never have to leave it. You can tell them your boat was swept off course by a storm and you washed up on their beach." "Alone?" she asked faintly. He answered her with his silence. She looked away from the sea, from the distant specks of purple-gray that marred its perfect surface, into his eyes. She looked down again abruptly, with her hands clenching in her lap. "And then what? You expect me to live with them, like a dash-to, in a stone hut?" "It's how the Dawn-treaders lived for generations," he snapped. "Even Aryan Road lived like that before the change. It's in your blood. You'll get used to it." "How long do I have to do this?" He took a deep breath. "Maybe for the rest of your life." She turned in her seat. "Forever?" "If you know what's good for you. The Source wants to use you against your mother and Gondolinu. He thinks they have something that he wants, and he'll use you to get it. He'll hook you on the water of death, and then he'll let it work on you. He figures when the Queen and Gundalinu see their own child dying by inches, they'll give it to him. But they can't, even if they want to. And I can't stop him. Nobody can. Except you. You can disappear completely. All this because I love you, she said, her voice falling apart. That's why all this is happening to me? I'll never see Carbuncle again? Never see my family or... Her anguish and betrayal, her helpless rage, filled him until he could not breathe, as he watched her realize all she had lost in the space of a dozen heartbeats. All he had done to her in the space of a dozen words. She pressed her hands against her face, her fingers whitening. Her eyes welled with tears of fury, of hatred, of shame and unrelenting hunger, as she murmured, "Oh, you?" He took a deep, ragged breath, feeling the same desperate rage against impossible fate fill him the way the air filled his lungs. He had never wanted this, never wanted her. She had been forced on him against his will, used like an instrument of torture by the man who had made an exquisite art of torturing him. He should hate her, and yet he looked away from her blindly before she could see the same unrelenting hunger in his eyes. He began to check readouts and systems obsessively, things whose pre-programmed functions needed no adjusting, trying to insulate himself from her inescapable nearness. But his traitorous senses registered her presence through every fiber of his body, as if her every breath and movement was an extension of his own, until he was not even sure how he had come to be touching her, kissing her, holding her against him. He groaned softly as his degenerating nerve synapses shocked him like live wires, the pain intensifying his arousal with exquisite perversity. He held her closer, savoring every sensation as if it were his last. Are you going back to him?" she murmured, her lips soft and warm against his throat. "To the source." "No," he said, shaking his head. "I'm letting the hovercraft take me down. No more. Let him think we died together." A wave of terror inundated him as he imagined the cold waters of the sea closing over his head, filling his lungs, possessing him at last. He forced himself to remember that it would be quick. It could be over in seconds if he canceled the emergency safeguards and hit the water just right. He forced himself to remember the alternative. He felt her stiffen against him. "Take me with you, then," she murmured. "Let me go with you. I don't care. I don't want to live without you." He pulled away from her, his hands tightening over her arms until she winced in pain. "No. Then he'll win, that fucking diseased bastard. You've got to live." He shook her. "If you love me, it's what you've got to do." "Why can't we both live, then?" she demanded. "The Chief Justice will help us. Gundalinu said he knew you and he could help you. It isn't too late." "It is for me. He can't get me what I need. And he can't protect you. I'm going to die, Ariel. Don't you fucking hear me? Unless I crawl back to the source on my belly and beg him like a dog to give me what I need, I'm dead. And he won't give it to me unless I give him you." "But if it's only a drug..." He gave a sharp laugh, the sound of disbelief a man being impaled might make at the moment of first penetration. He turned away from her in bleak disgust. "The summer village is the next island down the chain. You're getting off there." "No!" She moved suddenly, unexpectedly, reaching past him. Her hands attacked the instruments, fighting him, fighting them, unlocking the system and putting it under manual control. The craft bucked and plunged as he shoved her away, hard against the door. He struggled to get it back under his control, but she flung herself on him again, wedging her body against the panel. He felt the hovercraft drop precipitously out from under them. "Ariel!" he shouted. He struck her open-handed across the face in desperate panic. She fell back into her seat, held there by acceleration, as they plummeted headlong toward the blue-green water that was suddenly all he could see. He shouted frantic voice commands at the craft's guidance system, pulling back on the manual controls with all his strength, trying to stop their fatal arc with his own strength. He was not an experienced pilot. He had always had others do the job for him. Now, when it was too late, he cursed himself for it. But abruptly he saw a line of pale ochre, a vision of rust-red and green-gray filling his view, giving him just time to realize that they had reached land before they struck it. The hovercraft hit with a grinding crunch and spun like a plate, heaving and pitching across the rock-strewn surface of the plateau. It slammed to a halt inside a grove of tree ferns. Greenery rained down on them, covering the windshield with fronds. Reed hung against the emergency restraints of his seat, gasping. Ariel stirred beside him, shaking her head, making a thin, whimpering protest. The sound stopped abruptly, and she turned her face toward him, holding her hand against her cheek. Between her fingers he could see the print of his own hand like a red brand on her pale skin. "Why didn't you let us crash?" she cried fiercely, her voice in rags. He rested his gibbering, pain-filled body against the solidness of the seat back, watching her out of the corner of his eye. He felt bruises beginning to form, too easily, felt a telltale dribble of blood run out of one nostril, sliding down his lip. He wiped his nose on his sleeve. "You don't want to die," she said, "any more than I do. We can radio for help." "Get out," he said, and when she didn't move, shouted, "I said get out!" He waited for her to push aside the crash restraints and obey, before he climbed out on his own side. Not trusting her, he ordered the doors sealed when they were both outside, on opposite sides of the craft. He looked at the hovercraft, seeing its battered undercarriage, the wake of debris its slide along the ground had left behind. One look told him that its ruined repeller grid would never lift them again. He looked away, taking in the rest of their view. This was not the island he had been heading for. He could see that one still in the distance, looming out of the sea. He could see the entirety of the island they were on, turning where he stood, some miserable, nameless rock barely keeping its head above water. Stranded. He felt his stomach cramp with sickness, swallowed convulsively, barely able to stop himself from retching. At least the hovercraft had ended up beneath the trees. The small stand of giant ferns was the only shelter he could see. The trees were probably the only living things on the island besides the two of them, and random flights of birds. The grove would conceal the craft from an aerial search well enough. If all they were using was visual, anyway, at least it might buy them a little more time. He turned back to Ariel. "The village is on that next island. The big one." He pointed. "You're a strong swimmer. Find something that floats. You'll reach it in a few hours." She stared at him for a long moment. "No," she said. "Damn it, Ariel!" He took a step toward her, his hands tightening into fists. "I won't leave you." Her own hands twisted together like a lover's knot on the hovercraft's sloping hood. "I won't leave you." She was weeping now, silently. He stopped moving and stared at her, watching her weep for him, for them. He felt as if his body were swarming with invisible worms until he wanted to scream. "All right, then," he said bitterly. "Stay if you want. You think it's just a drug that's making me sweat? Stay and watch it happen, then, if that's what you want. Watch what's going to happen to you if you ever go back to Carbuncle. Stay and be damned." He hit the craft's door with his clenched fist, sending shock waves of pain through his body. He swore again, blinking his vision clear. "Get away from the hovercraft." He waved her back. "Stay away from me," he said furiously, when she would have come close to him. "Stay where I can see you, over there, under the trees." She backed away uncertainly, until she had gone far enough to suit him. She settled at the base of one of the tree ferns, wrapping her arms around her knees, hugging herself. She watched him, her eyes like dark pools in the shadows. He slid down the side of the hovercraft, sat on the hard, sand-gritty surface of the ground, blocking access to the door at his back. He pulled his stunner out of his belt and laid it on the ground beside him with exaggerated care. He knew what she was thinking. She would be waiting for a chance to get access to the craft's radio. She didn't believe him. He could see it in her eyes. She still thought there was a way out of this. He hoped he could hold her off until she'd seen enough to understand. That when she did, she'd leave him here and never look back. He rested against the hovercraft's curving side. Everywhere that his flesh came in contact with anything, the pain was a bed of nails. But he was too weary even to bother holding his head up any longer. The metal grew warm as the sunlight, shafting through the broken foliage, touched his resting place. The sunlight warmed his skin, too, and the rust-red ground he sat on. Gods, it was actually hot here. Not like back on Ondinee, although it probably would be before high summer reached its midpoint. But hot compared to the northern coast, where Carbuncle lay. He let the twins' heat comfort him, although it made his flesh burn as if he were a bug under a magnifying glass. His veins seemed to be filled with ice water, not blood, or filled with acid or sludge. The hours passed. Sunlight and shadows made a slow promenade through the quiet grove. Ariel sat unmoving, so did he. Birds flitted intermittently across his vision, making it strobe. The sound of rustling fronds merged into the sound of the sea. The soft, incessant whispering seemed to grow louder the longer he listened, as if the sea were creeping closer, closing in on him where he waited, helpless, to drown him. He struggled to his feet with a cry as water struck his face, found himself standing in the rain, staring up at a sky as blue-black as a bruise, while the clouds of the passing squall wept overhead. Raindrops pelted him like pearls, hard and smooth, melting with his fever heat, flowing into his sweat, drenching him. He stood gaping up at the rain as the dream sea subsided, felt his legs go out from under him suddenly as reality dragged him back down. He slid down the rain-slick door of the hovercraft until he was sitting again in the red mud. Mud oozed between his fingers, soothingly warm-cool. He looked down at his hands, seeing them swollen and purplish, like someone else's hands attached to him, not his own hands at all. He looked up again, saw Ariel still huddled miserably beneath the tree fern's inadequate shelter. She called his name, seeing him look at her. He did not answer. He let his head drop back until he was staring up into the sky, letting the rain fall into his parched mouth. His face shed the sky's tears. He waited for its grief to pass. The rain squall departed as swiftly as it had come, swept on across the sea by a freshening wind. The twins emerged, midway down the sky toward sunset, firing the clouds with rainbows and sundogs, doubling, splintering, painting the sky with watercolor visions. He watched them form and fade and reform, the way his awareness of his pain-racked body faded and reformed now, awed and grief-stricken as he watched them. Somewhere in a place lost in the infinite reaches of space and time, he had seen stars in a night sky illuminated like stained glass. He could not remember anything else in all his memories that had touched him with such terrifying beauty. He had never really had a moment like that since. He wondered whether he simply hadn't bothered to notice the beauty all around him, or whether it was only the closing hand of death that let him see clearly. At sunset, Ariel got up from her sitting place at last and came toward him. He picked the stunner up in clumsy hands and trained it on her. She looked at him, her forehead furrowing, her face so devoid of expression that it was perfectly transparent. He saw her made of glass, waiting to shatter. But she only said, "I'm hungry." "There's no food," he said. "There are emergency supplies in the back of the hovercraft." "All right, get them," he mumbled. "Keep away from the radio." She nodded, her face reddening. Slowly and painfully he moved aside, giving her access to the craft. His joints resisted motion like rusting hinges. He watched her find the food and bring it out, and then he moved back again. She crouched down, a little away from him, making certain that every movement of her own was deliberate and open. She offered him food, rations in self-warming cans. The smell made his stomach turn over. He shook his head. She offered him water. He gulped it down greedily, feeling as if he could drink the sea dry and still want more. He held the cup out for her to refill it. Vomited, suddenly and violently, spewing the scant remains of his last meal down the front of his clothes. She moved forward to help him. He threw the cup at her, swearing and spitting. She scrambled to her feet, catching up the food containers, dropping them again, leaving a trail behind her as she retreated to her place under the trees. Reed sat in his own vomit without the strength to move, until the smell of it made him sick again, his stomach heaving until there was nothing left to expel. He went on sitting, wet and stinking and exhausted, staring at her, while the shadows deepened. She ate nothing while he watched her. At last he could no longer make out her form in the darkness beneath the trees. He thought once that he heard weeping, but he wasn't sure. She made no movements that he could detect above the sounds of the sea and the sighing trees, the wheezing rattle deep in his chest that seemed louder with every breath. He wondered whether she was sleeping, or whether she still sat there, equally sleepless, equally alone, equally afraid. He wanted to call out to her, so that she would come to him, comfort him, hold him in her arms through this final night of his life. His guts loosened, and he knew he was going to shit in his pants, helpless to stop it from happening. He did not call out to her. He told himself that he was glad night had come, to hide what was happening to him from her sight, from his own. God spare them both vision for these next few hours. Morning would come soon enough, and then she would believe him. Then she would understand. Muscles spasmed in his legs. He cried out involuntarily, bit down on the cloth of his sleeve as he forced them straight again, inch by inch. He no longer knew whether the air was warm or cold. His body burned with fever, shook with chills. Through the trees he could see a band of night sky, glowing like embers with the light of countless suns, like the countless atoms of his body, burning with the fire of his self-immolation. He watched the new moon rise, vast and dark against the stars, like a hole in the night, like a black hole, like the singularity that existed inside him where his mind should have been, swallowing all meaning, never surrendering its secrets to him, even now. He shut his eyes, his lids scraping his corneas like sand, making tears flow out and down, salt water like the sea. The voice of the sea called to him, through the rushing of his own blood inside his ears. In the sound he thought he heard the voices of the mares, although the mares were long gone from here, moving north toward a goal he would never know the secret of now, or to a fate that would silence them forever. He felt his consciousness slipping and let it go, drifting out on the tide, away from his suffering. Ariel had told him of how she would swim with the mares. He let himself dream that he was one with them, one of them, weaving his voice into their sacred songs, following the almost mystical urge that compelled them as they moved through the seas, traveling northward to Carbuncle, toward the soul of the ocean. He saw a vision of it now, ahead of him, through the green-shadowed, blue-shafted ether of his world, felt it breathing in and out, the subsonic rumble of its mighty voice calling him in through gates of death that shone like the flashing teeth of the render, ready to strip his flesh from his bones and grind his bones to sand. And yet as they neared, the voice fell silent, as he had known it would. All motion ceased, the jaws gaped wide, welcoming the mares in to offer up their songs of renewal, and receive in turn a blessing for yet another lifetime spent in peace. It was as he had always intended it to be. Shadows darkened the watercolors of his dream world. Suddenly figures, alien but recognizable in form, were dropping out of the heights, spreading a net between them, to snare his kind, to drag them down to drown and die, and then to lay them out on deck or shore and slash their shining throats, collect their blood, and turn it into a precious obscenity, destroying them with all their secrets. "But I'm a man," he cried, as the net dropped over him like a shroud. "Not a mare, a man." But he had forgotten that he was not one with them, that the sea was death, waiting to claim him. Forgotten to be afraid. He wore no suit, no mask, no breather feeding him air. He was naked and drowning, a living corpse who watched as they cut his throat, and he was drowning again in his own blood. Reed came awake with a strangled gasp, with blood filling his nose and mouth, spilling down his face from the hemorrhaging membranes inside his head. He fell forward, coughing and spitting, struggling convulsively to breathe. At last the bleeding subsided. He slumped onto his side, unable to push himself up again. He lay still, feeling his muscles stiffen and draw, forcing him slowly into a fetal huddle, feeling his body's systems failing one by one, stretching him one notch further on the rack. He drifted in and out of delirium dreams, images of heartbreaking beauty, exquisite passion, always mutating like his flesh into nightmares of agony and corruption. But still he was grateful for them, because they kept him from ever knowing what was real, and happening to him now. Dawn drove the reluctant night from the grove with spears of fire, drove burning needles into his flesh, pried open his eyelids, searching for signs of life. Reed moaned, looking into the face of the new day with eyes that had swollen to slits. Disbelief kept them open as he discovered Ariel, lying beside him on the ground, asleep. He wondered how long she had been there. He was filled with a sense of strange euphoria and peace for the moment it took him to realize that this was not a dream. The gun. Where was the gun? He pushed himself up in blind panic, wrenched his spasm-locked muscles into motion with an animal snarl of suffering. The stunner was on the ground where he had dropped it. He had been lying on top of it. He reached for it, saw his hand, blackened and swollen, like a lump of burned meat, quivering at the end of his sleeve. He swore thickly, shutting his eyes. His flesh felt spongy, yielding, like warm wax. Before the day was done, it would be dropping from his bones like a leper's. He opened his eyes again as Ariel stirred beside him. She sat up, rubbing her face, looking out at the sea, looking stupefied, like someone who had wakened out of a dream, only to find that she was still dreaming. Her eyes were red and puffy, as if she had been awake and crying most of the night. She turned slowly, blinking too much, until she was facing him. Her mouth fell open and she stopped moving, stopped breathing, forgetting her own existence in the horror of encountering his. She sat frozen for what seemed to him an eternity, not breathing, while his own tortured body stubbornly went on, inhaling and exhaling, in wheezing, labored gasps. At last she took a breath. A sob of grief and terror shook her. "Lady and all the gods," she said tremulously. "Reed?" As if she could not force herself to believe that he was the thing she found in front of her. He nodded. She pressed her hands against her mouth. "Mother of us all, what's happening? What is it? Why?" "Warned you," he whispered. "It's the water of death. She made a sound deep in her throat, as if for a moment his agony had invaded her own body. She understood. Now, finally, she understood. He smiled, watched her horror deepen as she realized what his expression was. She pushed to her feet, her face changing. "You can't do this! I'm going to call Gundalinu." She started past him, reached for the hovercraft's door, calling out the code that would unseal the locks. He lunged for the stunner, still on the ground beside him. He swung it up and around in both hands and fired. Ariel cried out in shock and rage and despair. She sprawled, helpless, onto the red earth, as the hovercraft's door rose over her like a bird wing. Reed turned his head slowly, seeing her legs, her back. Unable to see her face where she lay, unable to see him now. He heard his own voice keening mindlessly, helpless to stop it, as aftershocks of pain from his sudden motion rolled through him, wave upon wave. Drowning, the sea, the mares, drowning in pain. Death, help me, please help me. Someone was screaming inside his head. Someone else, he didn't know who. The prisoner, screaming. Vanamoinen. He shook his head, trying to clear it. By the time the stun shock wore off, he would be unable to stop Ariel from calling anyone. She still didn't believe him, that no one could protect her from the source. Damn her to hell, making everything worse for him, everything harder. Why hadn't she listened to him? He'd wanted to end it cleanly. He'd never wanted anyone to see him like this. And it had to be her, watching him puke and rot and die, because she loved him. He dropped the stunner, lifted a hand to his throbbing head, brought it down again with a fistful of his own hair trapped between his swollen, necrotic fingers. He stared at it for a long time. He should disable the radio. He had to do that. If he could only find the strength to do that. Then he could rest, then he could let it finish. Everything would end. His suffering, the mare's, everything would be lost, futile, pointless. He dragged himself around and up somehow, ignoring the sounds he made as the fires of hell consumed his flesh. He crawled into the cabin, lay across the pilot's seat, sobbing, coughing up blood, unable to see, to think, but only to feel pain. At last he reached out, fumbling toward the comlink on the instrument panel beside him. His hand crossed the range of his vision. He saw the bones of a finger protruding through the half-dead flesh. His hand jerked back, without his willing it, as if he were suddenly controlled by a puppeteer. And somewhere inside his shattered brain the prisoner exulted, holding the keys. "You are my vessel. You have no choice," the other said. "I have to live. I have to live." His cry of fury and betrayal died stillborn. His broken voice called the panel to life, as the other squeezed words from his throat and spat them out of his mouth, dripping red. He had to repeat himself twice before the instruments understood him and responded. "Jacala," he whispered into the open calm, weeping tears of blood. "I have her. I'll do anything you want. Help me." Tiamat, Carbuncle. "Ho, Dawn-treader." Sparks looked up from his blank-eyed scrutiny of the empty tabletop to see Karad set Wayaways, picking a path toward him across the crowded dance floor of star-hikers. "I was hoping I'd find you here." Karad set smiled, stopping in front of the table with the knowing look that Sparks had begun to grow tired of. "What is it?" Sparks asked, leaning back in his seat. Wayaways slid into the booth across from him. "I have a message to deliver. And so do you." Sparks raised his eyebrows, more than a little surprised. "Is this a Brotherhood matter?" "Of course." Karad rubbed his chin, glancing idly into the crowd. "The source has been called away. business back on Ondinee. He expects to return to Tiamat soon. The heady joys of hyper-light transit, Sparks muttered, feeling envy stir the sediment of his long-ago dreams. "We should drink a toast to progress," Kharemough said wryly, "but we have no drinks." He gestured at the empty table surface, his face inviting explanation or invitation. Sparks shrugged, without making either. "What's the Source's leaving got to do with me?" Kharemoug's congeniality faded, replaced by an equally unsettling directness. "We are to continue our present activities with the processing laboratories and diverting of supplies. The New Havener, Turfor, is in charge of Persiphones until Jocular returns." "You said there was a message to deliver." Kharemough hesitated, in a way that only made Sparks's unease intensify. "It's a message for your wife, about Ariel, and the Source's man, Kharemough." "What about them?" he said too sharply. Kharemough leaned back as if he were getting out of range. "You already know they've been seeing each other. What you may not know is that Kharemough is an addict, addicted to a drug he created himself, a kind of bastard form of the water of life. He calls it the water of death. It's fatal, and he's given it to Ariel." Sparks jerked upright, gripping the table edge with his hands. "What?" he whispered. Way suddenly had trouble looking at him. "The Source wants something from the Queen, or Gandolino," he muttered. "He wants them to understand that unless they provide it, he will cut off Ariel's supply of the drug." He reached into his overshirt. "Here. This is a tape of what happens to the addict. I wouldn't watch it if I were you." He tossed the tape button onto the tabletop. Sparks picked it up, held it between nerveless fingers. He looked at Wayway's again. "Where are they?" he said, his hand fisted over the tape. "Where's he got her?" "By all the gods! It's not your problem, for God's sakes," Kharemough hissed. "You belong to the Brotherhood now. Your wife is cuckolding you with the father of her bastard children. Ariel isn't even your child. You said it yourself. Get a grip on things, man. Everything that's happening is to your gain, if you play your part in this well. All you have to do is give the Queen the message. Claim you were accosted by faceless strangers. Act as distraught as you need to, but always remember that it's got to be an act." Remember. Sparks sat rigidly, forcing himself to remember the hard, useful lessons that time and the Brotherhood had taught him. He inhaled deeply, concentrating on control. "Only an act," he repeated without expression. He looked down at his hand, lying loose and open now on the table surface. He put the tape bead into his belt pouch before he looked up again at Kharemough. "What does the Source think they have that no one else does? Besides each other, I mean." His mouth twisted sardonically. A faint, relieved smile pulled at the corners of Kharemough lips. "It's something about the mares." Sparks frowned. "They don't know anything about the mares that I don't know." "Maybe Survey has given them new information." He shook his head. "Jocular has Survey connections all over the hegemony. He could find out something like that without having to kill my daughter." "Resort to blackmail, for God's sakes?" "Then maybe they really do know something that no one else knows." Kharemough shrugged. "That's not our problem. Be glad." "What proof is there that he actually has Ariel? That there's really such a drug?" Sparks said, not quite casually. "They'll want more proof than this tape." "Have you seen Ariel around the city lately? Or Kharemough?" "No," he said, his mouth tightening. "No one has. Jocular's taken them with him back to Ondinee to give the concerned parties here sufficient time to realize that they have no alternatives, that there's no way to save her except to do what he wants. When the time is right, he'll bring her back. Sparks looked away, searching the crowd, willing himself to see a shock of silver hair, a poignantly familiar smile, to hear Ariel's laughter, even her voice raised in anger, denying him as he had denied her. But he found only random motion and meaningless noise, the face of chaos in a crowd of strangers. The sooner the message is delivered, the better, Gerard said quietly. For everyone's sake. He rose from his seat and started away without any farewell, disappearing into the crowd. Sparks sat for a long moment staring at the empty tabletop. And then, unable to help himself, he took the tape button out of his belt pouch and dropped it into the player at the edge of the table. A three-dimensional image flickered to life in the air before him. He began to watch, went on watching, paralyzed by disbelief. At last he forced his hand to move, unable to tear his eyes away from the agonizing images, even as his fist came down on the viewer's touchboard, cutting off the flow of obscene horror. "Excuse me, Sparks Dawntreader?" He looked up, dazed, into the non-face of Tor's hired servo unit. "We do not permit public use of such visuals in the club," it said tonelessly. "Please take a private room for future viewing, out of consideration for the club's other patrons." He nodded wordlessly, unable even to respond to the droning solicitude of its speech. "May I bring you something to calm your nerves, sir? A pack of Viestas? A bowl of pickled fish?" Its twin vision sensors studied him with inhuman forbearance, like insect eyes. "Bring me a drink, a strong one. Bring me 6, he said. It looked at him. "I'm expecting friends," he added irritably. The servo bobbed politely and moved away. It returned with 6 drinks in less time than he expected. He drank them all in less time than he would have thought possible. They had no discernible effect on what was happening inside his head. He sat with the empty glasses in a line before him as the tape replayed over and over in his memory, sure that he would never be able to see anything clearly again without that overlying vision. The servo returned to his table after a time. He felt it regard the line of empty glasses, the empty seats around him, and himself with silent speculation. "Your guests were detained, Sparks Dawntreader?" "Bring me 6 more," he said. "Yes, sir," it responded, and went away. He went on studying the 6 empties, rearranging them with his hands into one futile geometric configuration after another. "I have no children. She's not my daughter." He had actually said that, aloud, in front of strangers. He had actually believed that he meant it. He had turned away from his children, in their confusion and grief, turned his back on them because, knowing the truth, he suddenly could not bear to look at them. He swore softly as the obscene hallucination filling his mind surrendered to memories of his children laughing, clinging to his legs, building castles out of sand, with sunlight in their hair and hands filled with shells and colored stones, precious treasures. He remembered them playing at games through the halls of the palace, bringing life and joy to that cold tomb where his own youth had died. He remembered their delight, their tears, their tantrums, the music of flutes, the crash of a shattered bowl, the eyes looking up into his own with unquestioning love, asking only that he love them without reservation. Their lives, their youth, their hearts had been his. Gundalinu might have planted the seed, but Gundalinu had not watched them grow. They were his. Visions of hideous death suffocated his memories suddenly. But this time it was Ariel he saw, suffering, dying, her flesh dropping from her bones before his horrified eyes. "Sparks?" He looked up again, startled, knocking over glasses. Tor Starhiker stood beside his table, with the Pollux unit behind her, staring down at him. "Thanks, Polly." She sent it away and settled, uninvited, onto the seat across from him. She counted the disarray of empty glasses and grimaced. "Pollux told me you were drinking the sea tonight," she said, "and that's not like you." She glanced down, away from his sudden frown. "You want to drink some more, or would you like to talk about it?" He opened his mouth, shook his head, glancing at the tape viewer. "This have anything to do with the tape you were watching?" "That isn't like you either." He looked back at her and she shrugged. "Pollux sees all. Tor knows all." She touched his hand lightly with unexpected concern. "Someone you knew?" she murmured. "No," he said. His hand made a fist. He cleared the congestion out of his throat. "Tor, have you seen Ariel the last week or so? Or read Kharemough?" Her own hand closed suddenly. "Wait here," she said, getting up. "I'll be right back." "You wait." She pointed at him, her face urgent. He waited. She returned with 2 men. Kharebough's men, he realized. He remembered the striking contrast between them. He felt hope and relief sing through him until he saw their faces. They slid into the booth across from him, the short man lifting himself onto the bench with the agility of long practice. Tor sat down with Sparks, but her hand reached across the table unexpectedly to meet the short man's blunt fingers in a brief, sensual twining. Sparks noticed that his face was a twilight landscape of cuts and bruises. The other brand, the Ondinee, removed some kind of animal from his clothes and set it on the table in front of him, stroking its back. Watching his expression, Sparks wondered which of them, the man or the animal, was more in need of the reassurance. The creature made a strange chuckling noise, like gentle laughter, as the Ondinee's fingers ruffled its fur. "Nibiru and Ananke," Tor introduced the 2 men as if they were a unit. "They work for Kharemough, I know," Sparks murmured. "This is Sparks Dawntreader Summer," she said to them. "We know," the short man answered, looking wary. Sparks realized he was better known to them for his dealings with the Source than he was for his relationship to the Queen. "You need to talk," Tor said. She leaned back and folded her arms. "Where's Kharemough?" Sparks asked flatly. The 2 brands glanced at each other, uncertain. "By the Lady and all the gods, Cadalian," Tor urged impatiently, "tell him what you know." "Reads on Ondinee," Nibiru said, glancing down at his palm. "At least that's what I heard." "Then what are you doing still here?" Sparks said, frowning. Nibiru looked up again, his eyes bleak. "I don't know. Terford just ordered us back there." "Why did Kharemough leave without you? I thought you were his crew." "We are," Nibiru nodded. "I don't know. Something happened. We went to meet him one morning, and he was gone from his place. He wasn't anywhere. Terford beat the crap out of me before I could convince him we weren't in on it." He touched his jaw, wincing. "Nobody'd tell us anything after that. And then today Terford calls us in and tells us the Source took Reed back to Ondinee. We're to follow, that's all. I didn't expect it. He was still working on his mare research. I figured—" He shook his head. "From the kind of questions Terford asked me, I think maybe Reed tried to run, and they got him back. But I can't figure what could be bad enough to drive him to that. The Source treats him like shit, but Reed knows there's no way out." He pressed his branded palm flat on the tabletop, like he was squashing a bug. "Do you know anything about my daughter?" Sparks felt Tor turn to stare at him. Nibiru looked blank for a moment, and then sudden comprehension showed on his face. "Reed's been—" He glanced at Sparks. They spend a lot of time together." He shook his head. I haven't seen her since Reed... He broke off. I was told tonight. Sparks took a deep breath, holding an empty glass in his hands, in fragile balance. I was told to give a message to my wife, the Queen from the source, to say that our daughter has been taken to Ondinee, that Reed Kharemough has addicted her to a drug he invented, something called the Water of Death. I was given a tape of what it does, what it will do to Ariel if my wife and the Chief Justice don't give him something. Give him what? Ananke asked. I don't know, he said, and the glass fell, clattering on the table. Don't you think I'd give it to him myself if I knew? Ananke grimaced. His pet disappeared under his arm. He glanced at Nibiru, and Sparks saw something unspoken pass between them. You think that's what he's on? Ananke asked. Nibiru nodded, frowning. What is it? The Water of Death? Tor asked. Her own face constricted as she waited for the answer, as if she were waiting for a blow. Kharemough told me it was a bastard form of the Water of Life, Sparks said. She shook her head slightly. What does it do to you? He reached out and touched the tape player. The image materialized like a poisonous fog in the space between them. He watched helplessly, hearing the others around him suck in their breath, hearing their curses of disbelief. Shut it off, Tor said. Shut it off, damn you. He reached out, extinguishing the image as she tried to reach past him and do it herself. She hit him in the shoulder with her clenched fist, hit him again. Damn it! Damn it! He said nothing, did nothing as she pulled back again, going limp against the dark, mirroring wall of the booth. She struck the tabletop once with her open hand. Nibiru and Ananke sat like stunned bookends, staring at each other. Tor looked at him finally with apology in her eyes. To Ariel? She whispered. To Ariel? Suddenly her eyes were empty. Sparks nodded, slumped in the corner. Yes. And Reed, Nibiru muttered. He gave it to her, Tor said, her eyes coming alive again as she turned back to Nibiru. You bastard! You told me he was safe. You said he wouldn't hurt her. He wouldn't, Nibiru began. Reed wouldn't do something like that to her. He's in love with her, Ananke protested, running over the words. Nibiru put a hand on his arm. He wouldn't if he was getting his fixes on time. But we don't know how long he was missing. What would you do to stop that? He gestured at the empty space between them, the air still haunted by what they had seen moments before. Ananke looked away, shaking his head. Nibiru turned back to Sparks. I'm sorry, he murmured. He rested his head in his hands. I'm sorry, Tor. Gods, I never imagined something like this would happen. He looked up again. Shit, I don't want to leave like this. I don't want this to be why you remember me. Her face eased as she let go of her useless anger. I know, she said, and sighed. Sparks, did you say Kharemough told you about the Water of Death? What's he got to do with it? He has business dealings with the source. Sparks shifted glasses into a new pattern. And so do I. Tor stared at him, while her incredulity turned slowly to understanding and then to resignation. She glanced at Nibiru, back at him. Kind of like a disease, isn't it? Gods! What are kind hearts like us doing in a cesspit like this? She shook her head. Is there anybody in the mother-loving galaxy who doesn't work for the source? Moon, Sparks said bitterly. And Gundalinu. Not yet, Nibiru muttered. I know something else about Kharemough. Ananke said, leaning forward as his pet wandered across the table, snuffling in glasses. "You remember that night Ariel and Elko Teal?" Nibiru and Tor nodded with sudden frowns. Tor pulled the animal back from the edge of the table and began to scratch it behind the ears. "What night?" Sparks said. "Elko Teal slipped Ariel some kind of sex drug and took her to a Ananke broke off, looking down. "A gangbang," Nibiru said bluntly for him. "Reed rescued her." Tor put her hand on Sparks's arm, holding him back until the words registered. "Reed! He risked getting himself killed to get her out of there in time. She was all right." Tor insisted gently. "She was orbiting so high up, I don't think she even remembered what happened. But they've been lovers ever since." Sparks shook his head, feeling his images of Reed and his daughter and himself shift and flow like oil in water. "Reed was like a Pashayan, a flaming sword," Ananke said, his eyes shining suddenly. "There were a dozen men, but he faced them down and they ran like rats. And then he made that little dung-eater Elko Teal sweat blood. I thought he was going to have a heart attack when Reed took a knife to him." "Yeah, I've seen Reed like that," Cadelian said, nodding. "A Pashayan, that night in Ravians, when we met him." Ananke smiled, weaving a thin braid between his dark fingers. A peculiar expression came over his face, half fond and half chagrined. It faded as his thoughts slid back into the present. "What's this got to do with Caruso?" Sparks said impatiently. They looked back at him, almost resentful, as if he had interrupted a private reminiscence between mourners. But Ananke said, "Caruso gave Elko the drug that he gave to Ariel, and the source gave it to Caruso. Reed said," he pressed his forehead, half frowning as he tried to remember the words, "he said for Elko Teal to tell his father that it was a closed game between him and the source, that if they didn't stay out of it, he'd kill them both." He looked up again. "You never told me that part of it," Nibiru said. "I didn't?" Ananke shrugged. "Why in seven hells would Caruso want to do a thing like that?" Tor asked. "He was always mouthing it around that Elko Teal was going to marry Ariel someday, and she was going to be the next summer queen. I never liked him, the vicious motherfucker. He's got a smile like a skule. But why? Was he looking for favors from the source? Or is he just that much of a human pustule?" Sparks glanced at the tape player and away again. "Yes," he murmured. "All of that. But there's more. It's more complicated. The source isn't just a narco. He's involved in dimensions of corruption you or I can't even imagine." He broke off, needing to say more, afraid to, for their sakes, for his own. Something clattered onto the tabletop in front of him. He picked it up, a chain dangling 2 ornaments. He held them closer, seeing a ring with 2 solis set into a band of white metal. The pendant clinked silverly against the ring. Its form caught in his brain like a fishhook. The Brotherhood. He looked up again, met Nibiru's gaze waiting for him. "Is this yours?" he asked. "It was Reed's," Nibiru answered. "He always wore it, always. But I found it in his room after he disappeared. Reed used to call it his good luck charm." He glanced away. "He lost it once before, a long time ago. When I went to give it back to him, he was in a meeting with about a dozen people who would have gutted each other if they'd met out on the street. They would have gutted me, but Reed stopped them. He said, 'Get out and forget I ever saw them.' It's some kind of secret society, isn't it? Something bigger and more powerful than any cartel. That's what you're talking about, isn't it?" Close enough. Sparks' hand closed over the metal and jewels, feeling their coldness bite his flesh. "They're behind everything that's happening here. I'm sure of it.
and only somebody with the same kind of resources and power has even a hope of getting Ariel back from him. Gundalinu's got that kind of power. That must be why the Source took her off-world. He rubbed his head, his fingers tangled in his hair. That means he's not completely confident, at least. If she's in the Source's citadel, nobody can get her out alive, Nibiru said flatly. Sparks looked up at him. Did you say Terfor ordered you back to Ondinee? Nibiru nodded, looking uneasy. You're being sent back to join Reed at the citadel? That's what he said. Take me with you. Nibiru shook his head. No way, that's impossible. We can't smuggle you in. If I have this, it's possible. Sparks held up the pendant, let it dangle in the air before them. You don't have this. Nibiru held his hand up, palm out, showing Sparks the same brand that Kharemough wore. Even that pendant won't protect you. It didn't protect Reed. Nobody much looks at brands, as long as they've got the Source's mark on them. But you haven't got it. Sparks studied the eye-shaped scar, imprinting it on his memory. I can take care of that, he said. Nibiru grimaced and was silent for a long moment. No, he said finally. The fingers of his hand closed over the eye in his palm. I'm sorry, I can't. The rule I live by is keep your head down and hope the Dark Ones overlook you. The Dark Ones have already noticed you, Sparks said. He gestured at Nibiru's battered face. Do you like being the Source's property? Nibiru frowned, glancing at his partner. No, he muttered. But I like it better than being a corpse. I think I speak for both of us. Ananke nodded, unsmiling. What about Reed? What about him? I've seen how the Source treats him. Do you care anything about what happens to him? Sparks asked, remembering what he'd seen pass between them, when he showed them what the water of death could do. The moment stretched like an impossibly sustained note, before Nibiru said roughly, Yeah, I guess we do. And Ananke nodded again. I guess it matters a lot. Nibiru looked surprised. Sparks took a deep breath. When the Source gets what he wants, or even if he doesn't, he'll probably kill them both. He won't kill Reed, Nibiru protested. Reed's too valuable. Maybe, Sparks said with relentless logic. Maybe you'll all live to a ripe old age, and you'll spend the rest of your lives in slavery, watching the Source break your friend's spirit and destroy his soul. Or maybe not. If the Source decides to kill Reed, what do you think he'll want to do with both of you? They looked at him. Reed wants out of there, doesn't he? Yeah, oh yeah, Nibiru nodded. We all do. But it's like you said, the Source is too powerful. They'll be expecting Gundalinu to try something. They won't be expecting this. If Reed loves my daughter the way you say he does, I think he'll help us once we're in, even if he wouldn't try it on his own. Nibiru rubbed his face. By the holy hands, he said. You know you'd be committing suicide. And you're asking me to do it too? It's my daughter, he said, and it's your choice. Nibiru and Ananke put their heads together, muttering, while Tor stroked the Ondinian's pet, staring at the tabletop. Life went on, entirely meaningless, in the room beyond her half-frowning profile. Sparks, Tor said, glancing at him suddenly, even if you get them out and survive, what'll you do then? Bring them back here. But they weren't safe here in the first place. She broke off. They will be if Gundalinu has enough warning. Will you go to him? Go to Moon? Give them the message Karad Set gave me. Tell them everything you know about him while you're at it, Sparks said sourly. Then tell them the rest of it, where I've gone. Tell him they have to be ready to protect us all when we get back. Gundalinu will understand what he has to do. Give him this. He handed her Reed's pendant. And the tape? she murmured, taking the pendant. He looked down. "Use your judgment," he said finally. "She's their daughter, too." "What?" She stared at him. He watched her disbelief fade. "Oh," she said. He looked back at Nibiru and Ananke. "What about the water of death?" Nibiru said. "What about when it runs out?" "We'll get a sample. We'll make more. There must be a way to keep them alive until we can. We'll find it. If we can get in and get them out, we'll have all the backup we need to stay free and stay alive. Are you willing to try it?" They glanced at each other again. At last Nibiru nodded, and then Ananke did. "We'll take you to Ondinee," Nibiru said. "After that," he shrugged. "We'll see. We leave tomorrow." He glanced at Tor with sudden melancholy coming into his eyes. He sighed. Sparks nodded. "I'll be waiting, wherever and whenever you say." "Tor?" Ananke said hesitantly. Tor looked away from Nibiru, facing him. "Keep the quoll for me, will you? Until we come back," he added, self-consciously. "You know what they like." He began to take off the sling he wore over his shoulder. Tor studied him. "Yeah," she murmured. "Sure. I'll take good care of it for you. Until you get back. Until you all get back." She looked at Nibiru again, with the smile that held nothing but sorrow. She gathered the quoll up in her arms, the pendant still clutched in her fist. She slipped out of the booth and left them, without another word. Tiamat, Carbuncle. "Father of all my grandfathers, you cannot do this, BZ. You cannot continue this new ban on hunting mares. It's political suicide." Gundolino looked at the time, got up from his seat, leaving the security of his desk terminal behind as he started toward the door. He stopped midway across the office, face to face with his commander of police. "I have no choice, Vanu. The Judiciate is livid. The Central Committee is demanding—" "I know what they are demanding," he said evenly. "We'll be replaced, the entire government, just as I warned you." Vanu's hands jerked with frustration. "Then so be it." "Why are you doing this?" Vanu demanded. "I don't understand it." "As I told the Judiciate, the mares are migrating toward the city. It makes them completely vulnerable to us. Until I know why they are doing that, the hunts must stop." He started for the door. "I mean, why, BZ?" Vanu said, lapsing from Tiamatan into Sandy. "Why? Thou art not the same person I came to this world with. What has this place done to thee? Thou art acting like a madman." Vanu caught his arm. "I have no choice," he repeated, not making eye contact. "Use Tiamatan when you speak, please, NR. I've asked you before to remember that." He removed his arm from the other man's grasp and went on across the office. "Where are you going?" Vanu asked, as Gundolino opened the door. "I have some personal business to attend to." He heard the coldness in his own voice, unable to feel anything as he said it, as if all the heat of anger and frustration and hope had finally died inside him and let him freeze to death. He left the office without even regret. He made his way down the street into the heart of the maze, seeing its once empty stores filled with local and imported goods, its alleys bright with fresh paint. It was not as he remembered it from his youth, yet, hung with colored lights and pennants, with music and street entertainers and gambling hells on every corner, a never-ending feast for the senses. Then, when the Black Gates had ruled the hegemony's interstellar travel, Tiamat's proximity to its gate had made Carbuncle a crossroads and a stopover. It would probably never have that kind of importance or notoriety again. No doubt it was just as well, but it would have its fair share of the hegemony's benefits. He had kept that promise to himself, at least. He had brought the future back to Tiamat, and he had brought justice with it. He should be, proud of himself for that. He glanced into a shop window as he stepped off of the tram, and found his reflection there, superimposed on a display of electronics equipment. He looked away again, suddenly feeling as formless and empty as his reflection. The problems he had come here ready to solve had not been that difficult, after all. The real problem was the one he had never dreamed of, and he knew now that the potential consequences were even more terrible than he had realized when he first learned the truth. The more he thought about the failure of the Sybil mind, the more he realized that he had been witnessing its symptoms for years. The increase in obscure or flawed responses, answers that were incomplete or actually wrong. He had initiated a data search for similar incidents. It had taken him months to get all the relevant reports, but as the data began to pile up, he had been stunned by the number of recorded failures, stunned by their geometric increase just within his lifetime. And his search had revealed something completely unexpected and far more frightening. Reports of the Sybils themselves being affected, failing to go into transfer, being stricken by seizures. It was only then that he had understood what the complete failure of the Sybil net would do, not just to the process and comfort of the civilizations that relied on it, but to the thousands or possibly millions of Sybils whose minds and bodies functioned as the neurons of its star-spanning brain. They would be doomed, along with it, to death or madness. He looked down at his trefoil, away again, feeling cold in the pit of his stomach. The Sybils were carriers for a form of smart matter, and so were the mares. The artificial intelligence that controlled the Sybil net was almost certainly smart matter too. He had seen what failed smart matter had done to World's End. He knew what it had done to his mother, who had found it buried like a time bomb in ancient ruins. If the Sybil computer failed, he knew what smart matter would do to Carbuncle. There would be no Carbuncle anymore, only a seething nightmare landscape. And perhaps no Tiamat either, as far as human habitation was concerned. He had not confided his worst fears even to Moon. He had not revealed his data to anyone else. He could not. He could not explain why it meant anything without sounding like he was deranged. He was sure that Vanamoinen was the key they needed to unlock the secret of the mares, but Kalervo still had not contacted him. He no longer had Kitaro to rely on. If Reed didn't come back on his own soon, he did not know how they would find a solution before it was too late. And everything Vanu had predicted came to pass, and that would be only the beginning of the end. He stopped walking as he found himself at his destination, the entrance to the club called Star Hikers. He stared up at the gaudy gaming hell facade, trying to shake off his mood, unable to stop reading its invitation to mindless pleasure as the punchline of a monstrous cosmic joke. He looked down again, feeling suddenly self-conscious as he forced himself to go on inside. He had never had any interest in gaming clubs, except in his former capacity as a blue. He did not especially like losing, and he did not much enjoy activities that did not add to the sum of his knowledge, or produce some tangible finished product. Now, in the full uniform of a Chief Justice, in the full light of day, he felt more out of place than he would have thought possible. Business was slow because it was still only mid-afternoon. People noticed as he came in. Customers glanced up from their drinks, away from the simulations, with vague apprehension, as if they imagined he had come to close the place down. When he did nothing but stand motionless inside the entrance, they gradually went back to minding their own business. A heavy-duty work servo approached him and said, "Good day, Justice Gundalinu. If you will follow me, Tor Starhiker is waiting to see you." It started away again. He followed, keeping his surprise to himself. He supposed that it must be employed as some kind of bouncer. It was not the sort of servo-mech one generally found acting as a greeter in a club. It led him through a bangle-curtained doorway into a narrow, empty hall, up a flight of stairs to Tor Starhiker's private apartment. "Hello, Justice." She was sitting on a reclining couch, an off-world relic from the old days. She leaned on the ornate headrest with casual insouciance, doing her best, he thought, not to look as if his presence made her uncomfortable. She had an animal on the pillows beside her. She stroked it gently while it regarded him with black, shiny eyes. "I'm glad you could make it." Something passed over her face like a shadow, as if she had suddenly remembered why she had asked him to come. He nodded, feeling an unpleasant tightness in his chest. He glanced away, searching the room, taking in its bizarre contrasts. Shelves and tabletops, cluttered with mementos that ranged from the exquisite to the awful, a visual history of their owner's ironic and unpredictable journey through life. Another time he would have enjoyed looking at them, he realized. A little regretful, a little surprised at himself. But not today. "Is the Queen here?" Tor's note, delivered to him at home by a hand messenger, had said that she needed to see them both urgently today. Nothing about why. The very unexpectedness of it had been enough to make him come. "I'm here, Beezy." He turned to see Moon step through the doorway from the next room, was surprised as she came to him and kissed him, in full view of Tor Starhiker. He raised his head, looking at Tor, checking her reaction. She smiled at the look on his face. "Seeing you two together 20 years ago shocked me, Justice. It doesn't any more. I used to run Persephone's for the Source." He started, not with recognition, but with memory. He looked back at Moon, who nodded with a rueful smile of her own. He shook his head resigned. "But still," he murmured, looking again at Tor. "It's too late for discretion, Beezy," Moon said quietly. "What's between us is the reason for our being here." He nodded, suddenly apprehensive again. "What's this about?" "You'd better sit down," Tor said. He took a seat beside Moon on the brocade cushions of an aging imported love-seat. He put his arm around her, feeling her body drawn tight with tension. Tor rose from her own seat. Her pet wept in protest, but sat unmoving, watching her. "Is that a quoll?" Beezy asked, as its voice registered its identity in his brain at last. "Yes," Tor said from across the room. "Where did you get it?" He had not seen one since he had left 4. "From an Ondinian," Tor answered, standing by a small table with her back turned. "Named Ananke?" Beezy said, with sudden prescience. She looked up. "Yes," she said again, and he stiffened. She took something out of a hidden drawer and came back to put it in his hands. "You know what this is?" It was a Solii pendant on a chain, the sign of the Brotherhood. Beside it was a ring bearing 2 more Soliis side by side. He remembered abruptly where he had seen that peculiar combination before, who had been wearing it. His heart sank. "It's Reed's," he said to Moon. Her face froze. "Where did you get this?" he asked, looking back at Tor. "From Sparks." "What's happened to Reed?" he demanded. She told them everything. "And Sparks said to tell you that you've got to be ready to protect them when they get back. That you'd know what he meant and why." Beezy stirred, not sure whether he had moved through the entire telling. Moon sat beside him like a porcelain statue. Only her eyes were alive, searching the air for some answer, for some escape, for something that did not exist. "Gods!" he said at last, pressing his hand to his own eyes. He should never have let Reed leave his house that night. He had miscalculated. Reed had lost control anyway, panicked and run. Now the Source had him, and Ariel. He looked up again. "Sparks is gone? He's already gone after them?" Tor nodded. He swore and sank back in his seat. "He said he was going to try to get them both out?" "That's what he said." Tor nodded again. Damnation! It was too late even to tell Dawn Treader who he was really going after, how high the stakes really were. Where is this tape of what the water of death does to you?" Moon asked, her voice toneless, her hands tightening over her knees. Tor glanced away. "It's gone. I saw part of it. Somebody was coming apart. Pieces of flesh." She blanched. "It's worse than anything you can imagine. You don't need to see it. You don't want to see it. You don't." She shook her head. Moon's eyes brimmed suddenly, but the tears did not fall. "Reed Kharemough wasn't dying when we saw him," she said almost angrily. "I don't understand. How does this water of death work?" "It's what happens when it stops working, probably," Vinge murmured. "There's no drug I know of called the water of death, but it could be something Reed created himself, trying to make the water of life, from the name. An unstable form of smart matter. A nightmare." He swore. "No wonder he thought we couldn't save him, if the source holds his supply." "You mean there's no other place he can get it?" Tor asked. "Nobody else makes it?" "No, and I don't even have a sample." He shook his head. Turning back, he saw Moon's stricken look. He touched her arm. "He's got to bring some out with him. He's smart enough to realize that. I can get it analyzed and reproduced, if necessary. They can have all they need." "If they come back," Moon said faintly. "There must be some way we can help them. You have contacts, Vinge." "Sparks said that's what the source would expect," Tor interrupted. "That your contacts would try to save them. He said the source would be expecting that. He wanted to be the unexpected." Vinge nodded reluctantly. "But there may still be things that can be done to help him. Our friend Aspen," he said to Moon. He flexed his hands, which wanted desperately to close around someone's neck. "But if he fails, we can't give the source what he wants." She looked back at Tor. Her face was starkly, unnaturally calm, as if she had passed completely beyond fear and grief. "You mean you don't know what he wants? You don't have it?" Moon shook her head. "We know what he wants. We're the only ones who do. But we can't give it to him. We can't. That's the hell of it." She shut her eyes. Tor looked at Moon, uncomprehending. She looked back at Gundalinu, meeting the same hopeless knowledge in his eyes. He saw compassion, if not understanding, fill her own. Moon rose from the seat beside him. He stood up, realizing, as she did, that there was no more to say that could be said here, that there was no point in remaining longer. Tor rose from her own seat and moved across the room to put her hands on Moon's shoulders. He was surprised to see tears in the woman's eyes. "He'll save her," Tor murmured. "I know he will." Moon lifted her head as Tor let her hands fall away. "Or die trying," she whispered. Her own arms hung strengthless at her sides. "Thank you, Tor." Tor shook her head fiercely. "Don't thank me for this. Spit at me. Curse me if you want to for telling you this. But for God's sakes, Moon, don't thank me." Moon smiled crookedly and reached up to touch the wetness on Tor's cheek. "Not for that," she said gently. "You know what I mean." She turned away, her head down. "What are you going to do about Kharemough?" Tor asked suddenly. Moon turned back. "I'll have him arrested," Vinge said. "No." Moon shook her head. Her eyes turned cold. "No. Let me." "What are you going to do to him?" Tor asked. Moon hesitated. "The sea will judge him," she said finally, "by the traditional laws of our people." Tor nodded, her satisfaction tinged with sudden unease. "Do it," she whispered at last. They went out of the club together, oblivious to the blaring noise, to the stares of its patrons as they passed. "Vinge, Moon turned to him, blinking in the sudden brightness of the alley. "Do you remember what Reed said to us? About Sparks?" Beezy shook his head, his mind caught in an endless loop of frustration. He had been sure the next round in the game that had assembled them all here would move Reed's piece to their side. Not that Reed would be snatched from the board. He had believed Reed's midnight visit was the safe meeting Kitaro had promised. But it had not been safe, and now the Brotherhood held the key to the riddle of the mares, and the only ransom that might bring Kharemough back was the answer to an impossible question. Gods! How had it gone so wrong? Had the shielded figures who brought Reed to his door simply bungled Kitaro's orders because she was no longer there to guide them? Or had it been enemy action, an unexpected move by some unknown player, throwing the crucial game piece back into the hands of chaos? "Beezy?" Moon said again. "No," he murmured distractedly. "I don't know. Reed said that Sparks had been keeping things from us, too. He said, ask him about the mares. We can't ask him now, but maybe we should search his files." He looked at her, realizing that her thoughts had been following the same course as his own, without ending up in a blind alley. But he shook his head again. "Sparks has no formal technical training. There's nothing that he could have discovered that would be of any real use." "Sparks is a very intelligent man," Moon said, looking at him steadily. "He's spent half a lifetime studying the mares. Most of what we know about their speech comes from his work. Don't underestimate him. He's 1/4 Kharemough after all." Beezy's mouth quirked. He looked down. "All right, then. Come to the palace with me. All his work is there at the Sybil College." He nodded. They made their way back through the city until they reached the palace. Moon led them to the rooms that had become Sparks's living quarters as well as his private office. Beezy surveyed the makeshift sleeping area in one corner of the large room, which was already filled nearly to capacity with books and electronics gear. Clothing and personal possessions were piled haphazardly into wooden chests, or shared uneasy shelf space with Sparks's study materials. He felt a sudden guilty empathy for the man whose private life he had already intruded on so profoundly. "Where do we begin?" Moon hesitated, looking around her as he had, as if she had never seen this room before, or did not recognize what had become of it. "I think maybe you should search his data files for information. I'll search through his things." She looked away from him again at the room, her hands pressing her sides. He nodded, understanding both her acknowledgment of his particular expertise and her need to grant her missing husband the dignity of not having his personal possessions picked through by the rival who had replaced him. He sat down at the terminal, calling it on, requesting a review of its contents, file by file. Occasionally he ordered it to transfer something to his own private files for more detailed study. But there was nothing he saw that surprised him. Moon moved around and past him quietly, searching through heaps of printouts with scribbled notations, glancing through books and recordings and tapes, separating them into coherent piles of her own making. A part of his mind followed her as she moved, always aware of her, even as another part of him scanned the flow of data passing in front of his eyes. She moved with obsessive single-mindedness through her search, holding her emotions at bay. But every now and then he registered her hesitation as she came upon something that caught her painfully. He tried at those moments especially not to look at her. The last of the summary overfiles slid into view before him, finally. He sat up straighter in his seat as the port's synthetic voice informed him, emotionlessly, that the file was code-sealed. "Damn," he murmured. "What is it?" Moon looked up across the room. "There's a file here that's locked. And there's a drawer here that's locked," she said. He watched her pry at it with the curved blade of a scaling knife she found on the desktop. She gave a sudden exclamation as the drawer jumped out at her. Sitting down at the desk, she picked through its contents, which were not visible to him. She held something up, a small handmade pouch, beaded and embroidered, some sort of native craftsmanship. She laid it on the table, not looking at him, seeming even to have forgotten his presence. She lifted something else out, a pendant of silver metal on a chain, the perfect match to the one that Reed had worn. This time she looked over her shoulder, holding up the sign of the Brotherhood. He watched all the kinds of darkness that moved through her eyes as she saw it spinning in the air, knowing now what it symbolized. She let it go. The clatter, as it hit the floor, was loud in the quiet room. She turned back again, away from his eyes, picking other objects out of the drawer. An off-worlder medal, a string of bright glass beads, an ancient calibrator, a child's wooden top. She held the last object a little longer than the rest before she put it down. She reached into the drawer again and removed something hesitantly, as if it were fragile. He saw a lock of pale hair, like the foam on the crest of a wave, sealed in a blown glass vial. She stared at it, holding it cupped in her hands. "Yours?" he asked. She shook her head. "No." "Arian Road?" he said gently. She placed the glass bottle on the desk with exaggerated care. It could be. It could be Ariel's. Suddenly the tears that she had refused to let fall were overflowing. Her shoulders shook with silent sobs as she turned away, leaning on the desktop, burying her face in her hands. "I didn't even know she was seeing him. Reed. I could have stopped it. I never really knew her. She was my own child." Beezy rose from his seat and crossed the room, kneeling down beside her where she sat weeping. "I never knew her at all." His own sudden grief left him speechless, and he only held her, his head bowed against her shoulder. Her arms moved spasmodically to tighten around him, and he felt her tears soak his uniform jacket. "I should have stopped him. I had him in my hands." "It's not your fault. It's not yours." He lifted his head, forcing her to look at him. "It isn't over yet," he said, somehow keeping his voice steady. "We can't let this paralyze us. We need every minute." She nodded, wiping her face on her sleeve, taking a long, tremulous breath. "I know," she murmured. She moved away, out of his arms, straightening her shoulders. She took one more item out of the drawer and laid it on the desk, a book, its cover so worn with use and time that he could not read its title. Surprised, he picked it up, unable to resist such a curiosity, as he always was. In his youth he had loved books, fascinated by the primitive but profound nature of their information storage, by their ability to cross all technological barriers, by their portability, by their feel and smell. He had read endless old empire romances, addicted to the flow of words, the way they let his imagination create its own fantasies of that lost time, instead of force-feeding him a pre-packaged reality created by someone else. But then he had come to Tiamat, to ancient, mysterious Carbuncle, trying to make his fantasies come true. And for a long time after that he had had no stomach for reading. And then he had had no time. He flipped the book open, glancing at the title page. It was in Tiamatan, laid out in the universal phonetic alphabet. A book about fugue theory. He thumbed through the soft-edged pages, seeing notes scrawled along the margins in an unfamiliar, unembellished hand. There were mathematical formulas and musical notations side by side, with arrows and question marks, and scribbled abbreviations he could not decode. But holding the book, he felt something resonate in the hidden levels of his brain, where pure reason met pure inspiration. He closed the book again, looking at Moon. "May I take this?" "Do you think it's what we've been looking for?" she asked. "I don't know, but it's worth more study." He glanced away at the terminal's unblinking eye.
Do you know the key code Sparks used to lock his personal files? I didn't even know he had any files that weren't freely accessible. She broke off. I knew so little about them all. She rubbed her eyes distractedly. He turned his back on all of us, not just me, when he learned. It hurt him so much. It took everything away from him. He always loved her more than anyone, I think. Ariel. But he wouldn't even speak to her anymore. She shook her head. And now he's gone after her. Beezy was silent, looking down. He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. She pressed her face against it, closing her eyes. Someone entered the room and stopped in surprise. They looked up together, startled, to find Tiamat in the doorway, staring back at him. Beezy withdrew his hand hastily, self-consciously, stood not touching Moon as their son came into the room. Tiamat stopped again, looking at Beezy and back at his mother in unspoken empathy. "They told me you were here," he said. "I have some news." Moon stiffened. But then his somber expression broke into smiles. The pride and pleasure that filled his face touched them both. "Morovia and I are going to have a baby." A small sound of disbelief escaped Beezy's throat, as Moon's face emptied of all expression. Tiamat took in his mother's stunned expression uncertainly before he turned to Beezy. "We're back together," he said. "We're working it out. And I owe it to you." He broke off, not saying justice, not saying father. He held out his hand. "Congratulations." Beezy shook his hand, wanting to reach out and embrace him, but not able to, suddenly feeling as much of a stranger to his son as his own father had always seemed to him. "I'm honored to hear it," he said. Tiamat smiled, with a fleeting regret that matched his own, before he turned back to his mother. His face fell. "What's wrong?" She pressed the back of her hand against her mouth, shaking her head in mute apology. Her eyes filled again suddenly with tears. "Sit down, Tiamat," Beezy said quietly. He explained, keeping his eyes averted, unable to watch either one of them react to the words. "Mother of us all," Tiamat murmured when he was finished. "I'm sorry, Tiamat," Moon whispered, "to ruin your wonderful news." She got up from her seat and crossed the room to him. Beezy saw apology for far too many moments like this one fill her face as she gazed down at her son. But she smiled all at once, the smile that Beezy had always remembered. "I can hardly believe it," she said, her smile widening. "Thank you for bringing hope back into this day." Tiamat rose from his chair. Beezy watched them hold each other in the unself-conscious, loving way he had longed to hold the son he barely knew, as he saw the endless pattern of life unfold before his eyes. A child, he thought, was hope's laughter in the face of existence. "Do you think Da will be able to bring Ariel back?" Tiamat asked as she let him go at last. "I don't know." Moon shook her head slightly, glancing at Beezy. "Can you help them?" Tiamat said, looking at him too, following her gaze. "Can you send the police?" "It isn't that easy," Beezy answered. "But by all my ancestors, I'll do everything I can." He glanced away at the open port in the waiting desk terminal, and the secrets it refused to give up. "Tiamat, do you know anything about your father's private file codes?" Asking, although he knew it was a futile question, knowing that Tiamat and Sparks had never been close. But Tiamat nodded, looking curious. "He used to use runs of mare song." He shrugged at Beezy's look of surprise. "The only time we ever talked much was when I had something new I'd learned about the mares." He took a flute from the pouch at his belt. Beezy realized that he always carried one with him, just as Sparks did. Tiamat looked at the fragile shell for a moment, his gaze suddenly distant. "What is it, Tiamat?" Moon said softly. He looked up at her.
I just wondered, he said, almost inaudibly, if Da would have gone after me. He lifted his flute, coming toward the place where Vinge sat now, in front of the unresponding terminal. Tamas played a brief run of notes on the flute. There was no change. He tried another and another. At last, after he had tried nearly a dozen, the empty face of the port suddenly came alive. A program opened its invisible gates, and data began to pour through. Vinge grinned in triumph, shared his smile for a moment with the boy standing beside him. He looked back at the screen, taking in its flood of symbols, using the techniques Survey had taught him to absorb a visual data feed almost as rapidly as a direct link. The mare song as strands of fugue. Music filled the air around him as Sparks's program reproduced the strands of a musical web and began to interweave them, while the mathematical equations defining the ever-changing ratios of sounds to one another filled the visuals, expressing relationships within the system. Vinge sat rapt, only vaguely aware of Moon and Tamas behind him as they spoke softly together, and then moved away to go on searching through Sparks's possessions. When he had witnessed the entire contents of the file, he requested it again, haunted by its configurations. Sparks had found a clue, he was sure of it. The mathematical structure of the music was a code, one that resonated in some part of his own brain, in the nonverbal depths of thought where the root of all music and mathematical perception lay. He watched and listened to the webs of relationship form again on the screen, in the air, inside his mind, beginning to feel a kind of awe take hold of him at the subtle artistry of their creator. And he realized suddenly, watching the screen, that the music itself was only a carrier. The mathematical information it contained was the critical element. And he knew the significance of those equations, those relationships flashing across the screen. He had worked every day for months on similar problems with Reed Kharemough as they struggled to bring the star drive plasma under control. The mathematics within the music had to do with the manipulation of smart matter. But there were gaping holes in the logic flow, where critical elements had been lost, destroyed along with the mare songs that had contained them. He saw Sparks's tentative attempts to reconstruct the missing elements, the valiant efforts of an intelligent, resourceful mind that lacked the formal mathematical and programming experience to complete the revelation it had begun. An admiration for the accomplishments of Sparks Dawntreader that was not at all grudging filled him. He queried the computer, gave it another set of commands, sending the data into his own computer system with instructions to begin a series of transformational functions on it, to ask it the right questions. "You found something," Moon said behind him, and he became aware suddenly that she and Tamas had been standing there, watching him watch the screen for some time. "What is it?" He looked up at them, letting her see the admiration still in his eyes. "Sparks found it," he said. "The key to the mare song. It's based in fugue theory." He gestured at the book lying on the desk next to him. "The fabric of the music has mathematical equations woven into it. There is a pure mathematics to music, at the most basic level," he said, seeing the uncomprehending looks on their faces. "Every tone lies in a precise, unchanging relationship to all others. Complex mathematical relationships can be expressed within the structure of a musical composition like a fugue, as if it were a sort of code. Sparks has laid out the basic structures. It's all here. It deals with smart matter manipulation. I've instructed my own computer system to run a program on it that should be able to recreate the missing segments, and then maybe we'll finally be able to see what problem it exists to solve." He looked back at the screen as the haunting sounds of the mare's calling voices, synthesized but uncannily realistic, filled the air around him. "You already know the answer," Moon murmured, her voice barely audible above the music. He turned to look up at her, saw her eyes shining with astonished vision. "What?" "The mares are coming toward the city," she said. "There can only be one reason." She broke off, her eyes finishing the thought her lips could not speak. It needs them. His mouth fell open as a circuit closed suddenly inside his brain, filling his mind with the light of revelation. Smart matter status maintenance, he whispered. Yes, by all the gods, it needs them. He stumbled up out of his seat and took her in his arms. It fits together. What are you talking about? Tiamat asked. Beezy looked at him as Moon did, with useless apology. We can't explain it to you, Tiamat, Moon said, looking down. Not yet. But you think it will help, Ariel? He asked. She looked back at Beezy, and now it was her doubt and sudden desolation that were reflected in his own face. I don't know, he said at last. We have to believe it will. Moon shook off her mood, letting him go as she faced Tiamat again. It's late. Go home to Merovi and give her my congratulations and my love. She smiled. The smile stopped. But don't tell her what we did here today or why. Don't tell anyone. Please, Tiamat. He nodded, his face intent. He embraced her one last time in farewell. Thank you for your help, Beezy said, as the boy looked at him. Tiamat nodded again. And thank you for yours, he said, his voice husky. He turned away, starting toward the door. Moon watched him go with a forlorn, wondering expression. Lady bless them, she said, almost absently. She sighed, closing her eyes. They say the mother loves children above all else. Her voice faded. Lady help them all. My children and yours. She opened her eyes again, but there was no hope in them. She looked up at him. Why did Tiamat thank you? Beezy shrugged. For being an outside observer, he said, glancing away. He put his arms around her because that at least was once again his right. He smiled down at her suddenly, ruefully. I'm too young to be a grandfather, he said. She looked back at him with a smile as sudden and as bittersweet. Not on this world, she said. You're on Tiamat now, you know. She looked down again. Stay with me tonight, Beezy. She pressed her face against the cloth of his jacket. He nodded, knowing that he should not, but knowing that he could no more bear to spend this night alone with his hope and his fears than she could. She led him through the cold rococo halls of the palace to her bedroom, neither of them having any appetite for a late supper. He lay down beside her in the bed, sighing as the bird-down mattress embraced him like his lover's arms. Having no strength left for love-making either, they only held each other for a long time, saying little, trying to think of even less. Moon left a lamp burning on their bedside table, unable to bear the oppressive power of utter darkness. She slept, finally, finding peace in his arms. And watching over her with the breathing warmth of her body pressed close against his own, he felt his own eyes grow heavy, and at last he slept. He did not know whether it was hours or only minutes later, when the doors of the room burst open with an unceremonious crash, jolting him awake. He sat up in the bed, sleep-fogged and befuddled. Moon pushed up onto her elbow beside him, pulling the covers over her breasts as they confronted half a dozen men in blue police uniforms. "Vanu?" Beezy said incredulously, shielding his eyes with his arm as the lights came up in the room. "What the hell are you doing here? What in the name of 1,000 gods is the meaning of this?" Vanu stood looking down at them where they lay, side by side. What Gundalinu saw then in the eyes of his former friend, the pity, the unforgiving censure, the desperate resolve, were all the answer he needed. Vanu straightened his shoulders as if he were about to salute, but he did not. "Justice Gundalinu, I have come to arrest you." "On what charges?" Beezy asked, still not entirely certain that he was not having a nightmare. Vanu's mouth pulled down. "It is my Difficult and painful duty, Justice, to inform you that you are charged with treason. Tiamat, Carbuncle. Moon followed the taciturn officer through the blur of motion that was the interior of police headquarters, staring straight ahead at his uniformed back. All around her she sensed the surprise spreading outward, like the wash from a ship's prow. The gossip, the speculation, the curious stares. It's the Queen. She's come to see Gandalinu, come to see her lover. Caught them bare-assed together, committing treasonable acts. Gandalinu the hero, Gandalinu the traitor. What does the mother-lover's queen want with him now that he's locked up? She had asked the duty sergeant to let her see Chief Justice Gandalinu. He had shaken his head and said, "No one is permitted to see the prisoner." The prisoner. No indication of what he had been until yesterday, what he had meant to his people, all he had done for the hegemony. She had demanded to see the chief inspector. He had handed her over to one of his officers and sent her through this gauntlet of smirking gossip. She passed through it, scarcely even registering the unwanted attention, her mind preoccupied with losses and questions of such magnitude that the mockery of the strangers surrounding her was reduced to the meaningless noise that it was, until the voices began to fall silent, as if they realized it too, and she passed beyond them. "The Queen to see you, ma'am." Her guide showed her into an office, saluted, and left, shutting the door behind him. Jerusha Palathion looked up at her in surprise over an armload of supplies. Jerusha dropped the supplies unceremoniously into an empty crate. Moon hesitated, half frowning. "What are you doing?" she said. There were other boxes piled up beside the desk terminal, already filled. The shelves and storage units of the office were virtually empty. "I'm clearing out my desk," Jerusha answered, her voice heavy with irony. "The commander of police informed me this morning that he had charged Vinge with treason and declared martial law, and that after today is over I will no longer be serving as chief inspector." Ladies' tits. Moon struck the closed door with her fist as the memory of last night filled her. She sagged against the ancient, unyielding surface, suddenly strengthless. Damn him! May he rot in any hell he chooses. She looked up again, to find complete agreement in the other woman's eyes. "Have you seen Vinge? Have you spoken with him? Is he all right?" Jerusha shook her head. "Vanu won't let anyone near him, particularly not anyone who might be tempted to help him. By the boatman, I've tried." She sat down in her desk chair, resting her forehead on her hands. Moon crossed the room. "You said he's declared martial law. What gives him that right?" "He's second in the power structure after the Chief Justice. With Vinge stripped of his office, Vanu's in charge. He's calling it a state of emergency until he receives orders from the Central Committee, or they send a new Chief Justice. It basically empowers him to do anything." Jerusha's face turned grim. "And if I object?" Moon broke off, turning as the office door opened suddenly behind her. "Then I have the power to enforce my decisions," the commander of police said evenly. He made a small, correct bow. "Lady." He looked away from her, toward Jerusha. Jerusha rose from her seat and saluted stiffly. He returned the salute, expressionless. Moon felt her face burn. "Are you threatening to attack my people?" she said, shaken by anger. "Not unless you give me cause." His eyes were as impenetrable as obsidian. "And what do you mean by that?" She stood away from the desk, her arms rigidly at her sides. "I intend to resume hunting the mares. If you and your people give me trouble over it, I will retaliate. Needless to say, your people will be the ones on the losing end of any conflict, not the hegemony." "Is this what autonomy means to the hegemony, then?" Moon said. "That you don't interfere in our internal affairs unless you feel like it? Unless we don't put your right to exploit our world before our culture and beliefs, or even the right of the mares?"
who have more claim to this world than any of us? Simply to live and not die? A state of emergency and martial law are justified in a situation of extreme civil unrest or strife, Vanu said tonelessly. Our purpose here is to keep the peace. I have been told that your people value honor above everything else. I see that I was misinformed, Moon murmured. She felt more than heard Jerusha draw a sudden breath, saw Vanu's eyes flicker, and knew that she had stung him. Vanu's mouth thinned. I would walk softly if I were you, lady. Your much-prized autonomy is the only thing that protects you from the same charges I brought against the Chief Justice. She flushed. You had no right. I had no right? His hand jerked, fisted. You had no right to seduce him, to use your body to make him give you anything you wanted. He had no right to turn his back on his own people. He had no right to be so weak. Someone had to stop this madness before he ruined everything we had here. I was his best friend, damn you. A tremor shook him, as if he had to restrain himself from laying hands on her. But only for as long as he gave you everything you wanted, she said softly, coldly. He loves me, and I love him. But he made the choices he did, not because he is my lover, but because he is an honorable man. Vanu looked at her, his lips twitching for a long moment. He muttered something in Sandi, finally glancing away. She translated the sour words. Barbarian whore. In Sandi she said, Would you prefer to speak your own language, Commander Vanu? I understand it fairly well. He looked back at her. The scattering of pale freckles across his brown face flushed blood red. He took a deep breath. I think there is very little left for us to say in any language, lady, he answered in Tiamatan. He began to turn away. I want to see him, Moon said. You can't deny me the right to see him. He turned back to her. I'm afraid that's impossible. He's no longer here. She froze. What? He's gone, Vanu shrugged. Back to Kharemough, to face charges before the High Court. If he remained here, there was too much threat of strife, so I had him deported immediately. She felt his satisfaction tighten around her throat, as if it were his hands. You mean, she forced the words out, that there was too much risk that he was right, that his voice would be heard, and everyone who heard it would know. Walk softly, lady, he repeated, frowning more deeply. He bowed to her again with perfect grace. He turned away, opening the door. Stopped, turning back. By the way, he said, I know now that your fanatical predictions about our decimating the mare population were not only superstitious rubbish, but complete lies. My people tell me that the waters are teeming with mares. Their numbers are far from depleted. No, she started forward. That isn't the truth. There are no more mares. Search further, search all the seas. You have the means. The seas will be empty. He shook his head, and his eyes pitied her as if she were beneath contempt. He went out the door without answering. Moon stood motionless in the center of the room until her moment of desperate rage passed. She turned back then to face Jerusha. Jerusha sat down again behind her desk, her dark eyes filled with questions, none of them reassuring. She reached into her pocket for a pack of Viestas, put a handful into her mouth, chewing them to quiet her nerves. Moon moved to a seat and dropped heavily into it. Beezy can't be gone, she said, studying her hands, which lay in her lap like dying insects. How can it have happened? It's impossible. Nothing is impossible, Jerusha murmured tonelessly. This is... Moon raised her head. He had to be here. He was meant to be. They both were. We were all in place. And suddenly, just when we were ready, They're gone. She shook her head, feeling as if she had been beaten, as if she were bleeding inside. Jerusha looked at her, and Moon saw an expression on the other woman's face that she had not seen in years. "Gods," Jerusha said. "It's been speaking to you again, hasn't it? The Sybil mind? The way it did when you told me you were going to become queen." She nodded, mute. "Who is the third person?" "Reed. Reed Kharemough." Jerusha's eyes widened. She looked away, frowning. "He works for the Source. Vinge wanted him picked up, wanted it done unofficially. Katara was handling it before she—" Her gaze came back to Moon. "What happened?" Moon told her how it had begun, pulling her raveled thoughts back together. "And what were the three of you supposed to do?" Jerusha asked when she was finished. "It has to do with saving the mares." Moon shook her head. "But that's all I can tell you. Except that they're the key to something. If that mare killer, Vanu—" She broke off. "If he only knew what he's done, not just to the mares, not just to us, but to himself." Jerusha sighed. "So the hedge has Gundalinu hostage, and the Source has Reed. And Ariel." She forced the words out. "Ariel!" Jerusha paled. "Why, by all the gods?" "She was involved with Reed. I didn't even know. The Source took them both, because of what I know that I can't tell." She told the rest of it, numbed by the words as she spoke them, until finally her voice held no emotion at all. "They're all gone. And I don't know if any of them will ever come back." Jerusha sat back in her chair and dropped a remote into a box, looked up again, bleak-eyed. "Is there anything at all that we can do, right now?" "Nothing." Moon shook her head. "Nothing even makes sense to me, right now." Her body seemed to have turned to stone as she sat there, until now it was too heavy, too inert, ever to rise from her seat again. "Nothing will make any difference." Jerusha leaned forward abruptly and switched on her comm. "Pror, in my office immediately." Inspector Pror appeared in the doorway bare seconds later. He saluted. "Ma'am?" He made a brief bow in Moon's direction. She looked away from his glance. "You're in charge here until the commander names a new chief inspector. Have my belongings sent to my—" She glanced at Moon. "To the local constabulary headquarters." Moon looked up suddenly, feeling something stir inside her that was not another tentacle of despair. "I want my old job back," Jerusha said. "It's yours." Moon pushed to her feet, glancing at Pror and back at Jerusha. Jerusha came around the corner of her desk, tossing Pror a packet of key cards. "Here, tell Commander Vanu—" She paused and spat an Easter pod into the trash basket. Moon saw Pror's mouth twitch. "Tell him he's Mekretu, like all his ancestors before him, back to the first." Pror looked disbelief at her. "Gods, I can't say that to the commander." "Quote me," she said. "That's a direct order." She hesitated. "Then tell the force that Gundalinu's gone." "He's gone?" Pror repeated, his face going slack. She nodded. "Yes, ma'am." He drew himself up and saluted again. "Consider it done." She returned his salute. He passed them, heading toward her desk as she walked with Moon toward the door. Jerusha took a deep breath as they stood outside police headquarters at last. "It feels good to get the stink of that place out of my head." She looked behind her at the building entrance, at the sign above it in both Tiamatan script and sandy hieroglyphics. "What is Mekretu?" Moon asked finally.
Jerusha smiled, the line of her mouth sweet and sour. It's the lowest of the lower classes on Kharemough. It's like calling a summer mare killer, raised to the 10th. Her face hardened again. The only real mistake Ondinee ever made was thinking that tunnel-visioned bigot Vanu was his equal. She looked down, spat out another seed pod, and followed Moon, who was already moving on toward the alley's entrance. Moon, do you want to know what I think? Yes. Moon kept her own eyes fixed on the way ahead, knowing that it was her only choice, to keep moving, to keep ahead of the fate that was closing in on her, trying to bring her down. Tell me. I need a parallax view. Every way out I see is blocked by a wall of fire. She looked up, remembering Vanu's threat, and the fire in the sky that could destroy her world if she pushed the hegemony too far. Then slow down. Jerusha's hand fell on her arm, holding her back. Slow down. Moon slowed, looking at her. Wait until we learn more, Jerusha said. Beezy has friends, not just here, but also on Kharemough. He could come back to us on his own. But her voice doubted it. Moon remembered the levels of survey, the schisms hidden within its seeming unity. Or if Sparks comes back with Kharemough and Ariel, Kharemough may be the key. The fire to fight fire with. I need water to put it out forever. Moon rubbed her arms. She began to walk again toward the brightness of the street, feeling her mind slowly beginning to unlock and function. Either way, it will be weeks, it could be months before we'll know. And all the while mares will die. And with every mare's death, the Sybil mind would die by inches. She shook her head. I know you're right. I can only wait and see. But I'm not an empty shell. Beezy was going to run an analysis of data Sparks had developed on the mare song. I can analyze that data myself. Your systems are interfaced with the hegemony's governmental computer net, aren't they? Jerusha asked. Yes. Moon looked over at her. Why? Martial law. I don't know what that's going to do to your access. Vanu could restrict your usage if he wants to make your life difficult. He can probably monitor anything you do with it in any case. Moon looked away, touched the spines of the trefoil she wore with wary fingers. I have access to a far better system than the one in this city. Vanu doesn't control my use of the Sybil net. And I think that I know now what questions I have to ask it to get the answers I need. I'm going to call a session of the Sybil College and explain what I can to them about this situation. Her throat closed over the word. Jerusha, what will they do to Beezy if... Jerusha glanced at her. The hegemony doesn't have a death penalty, she said, looking straight ahead again. But they have some prisons that make their occupants wish there was one. But it won't be one of those for him, she went on hastily. He has a lot of influence. He has a lot of enemies, then, Moon said softly. She glanced over her shoulder down Blue Alley. I'll get him back. By the Lady and all their gods. I'll make them pay if it takes me the rest of my life. She looked ahead again. And if I fail, everyone will pay. Jerusha looked at her and said nothing more. They reached the alley's end, where her escort of constables waited. She informed them of Jerusha's return. They greeted the news with smiling nods. Gives us somebody to talk to the Blues in their own tongue again, eh? The constable named Clearwater murmured. It's all sandy to me, Commander, he said to Jerusha, and laughed. Her own mouth pulled up in a wry smile. She turned to Moon, her eyes intent. Is there anything I can do for you now that I'm back in your service, lady? Anything at all? Moon hesitated, searching through the images that filled her mind, searching for one that she could alter. Yes, she said finally. I want you to arrest Gerard Set Whaleways. Jerusha started and then nodded. "I'll see to it," she said. "Immediately. I'll take Clearwater with me, if that's all right with you." Moon nodded. She held out her hand and Jerusha shook it in the traditional way. "Welcome home." Moon smiled at last. Jerusha made her way to Gerard Sedwayaway's townhouse, followed by Clearwater, who didn't ask any questions, although she could see that he wanted to. She was sure Wayaways was in the city. She had seen him just yesterday, window shopping in the maze. She knocked on his front door, waited, suddenly seeing in her mind an unexpected image from the time when Aryan Road had ruled. Seeing Gerard Sedwayaway's as he stood waiting by the pit when the winds had still moaned hungrily, waiting for Police Inspector Palathion and Sergeant Gundalinu with the wind-taming bone whistle in his hand. She still remembered, after all these years, the smile on his youthful, perfect face as he saw the anxiety on their own faces. How he had laughed at them behind his eyes, letting the wind nip their heels as he led them across the span to their audience with the Snow Queen. She realized suddenly that she wanted to see their positions reversed, still wanted it, needed it, after all these years. The door opened, but it was not Gerard Set who greeted her. It was his wife, Tirade Greymount. Jerusha felt surprise at the depth of her own disappointment. "Chief Inspector Palathion," Tirade Greymount murmured, leaning against the jamb of the open door a little unsteadily. Her pupils seemed abnormally dilated. Jerusha wondered what kind of drugs she had been taking. She glanced past Jerusha's shoulder at the constable, and her sour expression turned quizzical. "What do you want?" "I've come to arrest your husband, Tirade Greymount," Jerusha said. The woman blinked, as if she were having a hard time processing the information. "The hegemony is arresting him?" "Not the hegemony." Jerusha glanced down at the blue uniform she still wore. She looked up again and shrugged. "I work for the Queen now." "Oh," Tirade Greymount said, as if that explained everything. "Well, my husband isn't home. I'm sorry you missed him." She smiled oddly. "I don't suppose you have any idea where I can find him?" Jerusha asked, already anticipating the predictable response. But Tirade Greymount pushed away from the doorframe in a motion like wind-blown grass. "Why, yes, I do." She smoothed back her fair, grey-salted hair. "He's gone down to Persiphone's, the club. On business," she added, and her smile this time was one of surpassing cruelty. "You know where it is. If you hurry, you'll catch him there." "Thank you for your cooperation." Jerusha kept the irony and surprise out of her voice. "It's my pleasure," Tirade Greymount murmured as they turned away. "Good day to you." Her door closed sharply behind them. Jerusha wasted no time getting to Persiphone's, and few thoughts along the way on the state of Wayaway's marriage. She held more than enough reasons in her own mind why Gerard Set could drive someone to drugs or acts of petty revenge. They entered Persiphone's calculated mouth of darkness, stood blinking on the threshold as everyone else did. She felt another odd frisson as the past whispered through her present like a fever spirit. Persiphone's hell looked exactly as it had looked during Aryan Road's reign. It was like something that existed outside of time, appearing, disappearing, reappearing again. Then, as now, it had been a front for the source, the drug boss Aryan Road had turned to when she had tried to commit genocide on the Summers. The Blues had stopped it. Jerusha had stopped the source herself. But somehow the source had slipped through their grasp, folded himself up into his own personal singularity, and disappeared. And now he was back in business on Tiamat, and he was holding Moon's child, for a ransom nobody could even name. If she had stopped him then, for good, this wouldn't be happening. But she had failed, and she was powerless this time to do anything at all about it. But there was still Gerard's set. A woman in a slit-backed black gown was coming toward them, wearing a black wig netted with silver, her face so ornately painted that it was impossible to tell who she actually was. She was called Persephone, and she looked the same as she had 20 years ago, except that 20 years ago it had been Tor Starhiker beneath the paint, fronting for the club's real owner. But the Summer Queen did not offer them protection from the blues, and this was not Tor Starhiker, only some anonymous hireling playing at hostess. "Welcome, Chief Inspector. How may I serve you?" Persephone smiled, her face glowing with eerie phosphorescence. "Bring me Gerard set Wayaways," Jerusha said flatly. Persephone nodded, pressing her hands together like a gesture of worship, and disappeared into the depths of the club. Jerusha waited, unmoving and unmoved. At her side, Clearwater whistled in awe as he watched the action unfold around them. "I've been wasting my pay in the wrong places," he said. After a few moments, Jerusha saw someone coming purposefully toward them. Not Persephone and not Wayaways. Turfall. Her brain put a name to him. He was the one who actually oversaw the club's functions. One of the Source's lieutenants. He was New Havenese, from her home world, though from the look of him he hadn't been back there in a long time either. "What do you want here?" he said, without even the pretense of civility. "I want Gerard set Wayaways," she answered, looking up at him. She was tall enough that she didn't look up to meet a man's eyes often, but he was considerably taller and massive. It made her feel uncomfortable, vulnerable, especially when she considered that this was how most women were forced to feel whenever they confronted a man. "What makes you think I know where he is? He could be anywhere on the street," Turfall said, in thickly accented Tiamatan. He gestured away into the crowd. "His wife said he was here on business." She pointed back the way Turfall had come, toward the hidden rooms and secret activities she knew lay behind him. "He could be gone already." She shook her head. "If he was, you'd say so. Bring him out." Turfall grunted. "Tell me why the Hedge wants him," he said. "Not the Hedge. The Queen, his own people." He pushed his twisted lip into an unpleasant smile. "Then what does she want him for?" "Take a guess," Jerusha said. He nodded, thoughtful. "That's good enough." He glanced over his shoulder, lifting his hand. "Bring him out," he said, speaking to the air. As she watched, 3 men appeared out of a shadow-black opening in the wall. The one in the middle was Wayaways, and he didn't look happy to be there. The others were armed. She couldn't see their weapons, but she read it in the way they moved. "The Summer Queen wants to see you," Turfall said tonelessly as Wayaways and his escort joined them. "The Queen—" Wayaways broke off, and Jerusha saw the look she had waited to see slowly forming on his face. "Let's go," she said, smiling the smile she remembered. "No!" He turned to Turfall, grabbing him by the front of his jerkin. "You can't let them take me away! I'm one of you, for God's sakes! I'm a stranger, far from home. I'm a brother. The Source promised me the brother who—" Turfall drove his fist into Wayaway's stomach, as casually as another man might have shaken hands, doubling him up. He gestured again, and his 2 men dragged Wayaways upright. "You go to your queen, mother-lover," he whispered into the face of Wayaway's stricken betrayal. "And you better beg her not to let you come back here again. Ever." His finger flicked Wayaways suddenly, excruciatingly, in the eye. Wayaways shrieked, covering it with his hands. Jerusha took a deep breath. She forced her hand to move away from her own weapon and hang loose at her side, as Turfall turned his back on them and strode away. Wayaway's guards followed him, wordlessly. Jerusha waited until Wayaway's screaming had subsided, until his hands had dropped away from his streaming eye. "Come on," she said, to his colorless face and vacant stare.
Let's go." He went with her without protest. Kharemough, Orbital Hub number 1. "Your visitor is waiting, Gundalinu Ken." "Thank you." Gundalinu moved past the guard through the doorway to the visitor's room. They addressed him as Gundalinu Ken here, because it was the only title he had which was not in limbo since his arrest. The Sybil tattoo was clearly visible above the loose neck of his detention center coveralls, although they had taken away his trefoil. It could be used as a weapon. The room was small and brightly lit, with calm green walls and a single table positioned at its center. There was carpeting under his feet as he walked forward. There were pictures on the walls. And running across the center of the room, through the middle of the table, there was an invisible force barrier separating him from the woman who stood waiting at the other side. "Dara," he said. The full impact of all that had happened to him in the past weeks hit him like a blow, leaving him dazed. He stopped, staring back at her, at the child she held in her arms. He realized suddenly that he had gone numb since his arrest, that he had been in a state of shock, unable to face the reality of his situation or his reaction to it, until now. "Beezy," she murmured, and he saw in her eyes the depths of uncertainty that he remembered, always hiding beneath the surface of her bright calm when she came near him. Her hesitation goaded him forward to take a seat at the table, encouraging her to do the same. She sat down across from him, conservatively dressed in a long robe and slacks, her hair caught up with clips into graceful wings, the way he had liked it best. She settled the baby on the table with a sack full of toys. The baby reached eagerly for the bag, dumping out its contents. "Mine," he said. Beezy watched in fascination as the child sat among the toys like someone who had just discovered treasure. The baby tried them on, twisted them, banged them on the table surface, oblivious to the absurd and tender smiles suddenly on the faces of the two people watching him at play. "How do thou like thy son?" Pandora said at last. She reached out, stroking the little boy's hair. He glanced up at her, distracted, and offered her a bright, star-filled rattle. "B.T. Gundalinu." "But it's so stuffy I call him Little Bit," she said. The baby looked up again, hearing his name. "Big Little Bit," she said, touching the tip of his nose with her finger. He smiled and put his own small, stubby-fingered hands up in the air. "So big," he said. "He's beautiful," Beezy murmured. "Even more beautiful than the hollows thou sent me. Gods, how he's changed." "Babies do that," she said, softly and a little sadly. "And so do our fortunes," he murmured, not meaning to. She looked up at him, away again quickly. "It's not as if we didn't know this could happen." She nodded, keeping his gaze this time. "He has thy eyes." Beezy took a deep breath, remembering another boy with the same eyes, half a galaxy away. "Yes," he said, "I think he does." She nudged the baby toward him across the table. "See," she whispered, "it's thy father." Beezy leaned forward, reaching out until his hands encountered the barrier. The baby cocked his head, seeming to notice him for the first time. He clung to his mother's arm for a moment, peering reluctantly over his shoulder. And then he smiled, his face filling with delight again. He held out his own hands until they met the invisible wall. He batted them against the tingling surface, butted it with his head, trying to reach his father. Beezy pressed his own hands against the faintly yielding barrier, feeling joy and longing fill his chest until he could scarcely breathe. "Move away from the barrier." Beezy jerked his hands away as a mild shock stung them. The baby fell back, wailing. Pandora scooped him up in her arms, comforting him. "There was no need for that." Beezy pushed up out of his seat furiously, shouting at the walls.
He sat back down again, answered only by the echo of his own voice, mocking him. Pandora stared at him as the baby quieted. "Are we being monitored?" she asked incredulously, her eyes dark with impotent anger. "They said we would have privacy." "It was probably just an automatic response," he said, not at all certain that it had been. He watched the baby turn in her arms, struggling to get free, reaching out to him, calling, "Ba! Ba!" His hands rose, he lowered them, clenching them into fists below the table's edge. Pandora picked up a bowl filled with colored lights and waved it in front of the baby. He took it in his arms, biting it, and settled reluctantly into her lap. How are things at the estates?" "Fine," she said, her voice strained. "Truly, everything is fine." "And how is thy work? Has BT let thee get anything done since his birth?" She smiled. "Well, less. But I asked Aki, my youngest sister, thou remember her, to stay with us while she completes her study course. She watches him part days while I work. He would be into everything otherwise, wouldn't thou, my little bit?" She looked down at him. He held up the bowl. "Pretty ball," she said. "Pretty ball," he echoed, and nodded. "And how has thy social life been?" Beezy asked, not quite casually. "I hope thou have been able to see thy friends and not felt too isolated there." She looked at him for a long moment. "No," she said finally, "I'm not lonely. My friends come often. Someone is almost always there. They love the beauty of the place as much as I do." She glanced down. "I see Theranan Jumalak quite often these days. Thou met him that afternoon at the cafe. BT adores him. He's very good with children." "I'm glad," Beezy said, and smiled. She looked up again. "Beezy, I wanted to come sooner. I tried. They wouldn't even let me see thee, until K.R. Aspond intervened somehow. He sends thou his highest regards, and regrets that he could not come with us. His health is poor right now, and he isn't permitted to leave the surface. He said to tell thee that he is doing all he can to help thy cause, that he knows these charges are unjust. Tell him I'm grateful, and wish him a swift recovery." Beezy nodded and smiled. "My attorneys tell me that the Central Committee is trying to suppress what happened on Tiamat, calling it a matter of hegemonic security, in order to keep my side of it from the people. They can't afford to let me have any kind of access to the public record. But Pernod himself sent assurances that when my trial comes up there will be hegemony-wide media coverage. He's the head of the Secretariat, and he's always been one of my strongest supporters." Pandora opened her mouth, closed it again, with an odd frown working the muscles of her face. "I don't even know myself what happened on Tiamat, Beezy. They would not even tell me what thou had been charged with." He felt his own mouth tighten. "With treason, secretly working to undermine the hegemony's security." Pandora looked stunned, exactly the way he had looked when he had heard the full charges. "But that carries a sentence of life imprisonment if thou are found guilty." "Without reprieve." He nodded, glancing away. "At least I'll still be alive. We're civilized, after all. And it's not like I'll be sent to the cinder camps. Wherever I am, I'll be able to work to change their minds. They won't send me anywhere too unpleasant," he repeated, trying to reassure her. "They owe me that much." He forced himself to smile and shrug. "Let's take it as it comes, Dara. I haven't even been tried yet. If I make my case well enough, I'll be exonerated." The stricken look did not leave her face, but she nodded, controlling herself with a visible effort. "How did it happen, Beezy? Who brought the charges?" "It was Vanu," he said. "Vanu? She leaned forward in disbelief. The baby squeaked and dropped his ball. She reached down to pick it up, and he knocked it out of her hands. She handed him a flutter stick, her eyes still on her husband. "But Vanu was like a brother to thee." She broke off, biting her lip. "Yes," Vinge whispered, "like a brother." He shook his head. "From the day we arrived on Tiamat, long before that, really. But I didn't want to believe it. We didn't agree on anything about the way the hegemony should be running things. I should have seen it coming, but I couldn't afford to. The irony is that the real problem wasn't even the one I thought I was going there to deal with. There was no problem at all in the end. Instead, it was the water of life. Gods!" He leaned back in his chair, drained. "It can't have been meant to happen like this." "And what about the Queen?" Pandara asked, her voice betraying only the slightest hesitation. "Was she involved in what happened?" He looked up to see both regret and understanding fill her eyes. "Yes," he said. "Our relationship was the thing that turned the situation critical." He looked down again, remembering the humiliation of his arrest, of being dragged from Moon's bed in the middle of the night and taken away. He forced the memory out of his thoughts. "Dara, I have 2 children on Tiamat, too. Moon was pregnant when I left there before. I didn't know it. They were grown by the time I got back." He looked at the child in her arms, beyond his reach, and was filled with a vast, aching emptiness. He sat very still, afraid that any motion would make him lose control. He could not afford to do that to her now, or to himself. He could not. She was silent, too, watching him watch their child. "I'm so sorry," she murmured at last. "Don't," he whispered, shaking his head. The worst part of it was—" He forced himself to go on speaking, clearly and evenly. "That I would have had to make the same choices, even if I hadn't still been in love with her. It was true. I was needed there. I had to go back. I had to do what I did. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't wrong. Tiamat is far more important to the hegemony than anyone knows. And the mares are more vital. And yet it came to this. It was his love for Moon that had driven him to return to Tiamat. It was only their passion for each other that had revealed the truth of his purpose there to him. And yet the only mistake he could see that he had made was to love her, to consummate that love. It was flouting the restrictions of his position and the sensibilities of his people that had made him vulnerable and brought him down, leaving Moon there alone to bear the inescapable jeers that had been laid upon them both. Damn it, I'm ready for this trial. Maybe that's why I'm back here, to challenge everyone's perceptions about the situation, to tell the truth. Vinge, Pandara said in sudden anguish. There isn't going to be a trial. What? He said. They're not going to give thee a trial. They won't let thee be heard. No, they will, Dara, I've been assured. They're lying to thee, she said. KR told me that the Secretariat is passing judgment on thee itself. That's impossible. Everyone has been lying to thee, even Pernod, even thy own attorneys. She turned, looking back over her shoulder, as the doors on both sides of the room burst open and uniformed guards came in. They were watching, she blurted. They lied about everything. He pushed to his feet. Go to Aspond. Tell him no one knows the real truth but Moon. He has to contact her. The guards reached him first, dragged him back away from the barrier. Vinge, she cried. But suddenly he couldn't hear her voice anymore. The guards reached her, seizing her by the arms. She pulled away as they tried to force her toward the door. The baby began to wail soundlessly. She stopped resisting and let them lead her out, still looking back. Tell him... Beezy shouted. The guards forced him through the doorway. The door closed behind him, and that was the last he saw of her. Tiamat, Carbuncle. First light seeped into the restless underworld below Carbuncle, limning the black-on-grey silhouettes of rigging and hoists, decks and docks, painting the human forms silently waiting there with a sullen glow. The sky brightened with every heartbeat as Moon watched it. A road of molten light formed on the surface of the sea, leading out from the place where she stood on the final length of pier, toward the shimmering disk of the emerging sun. "Now is the time," she said, with the cold wind of dawn blowing through her soul. "Bring him forward." Jerusha Palathion and the squad of constables led Kharemough Wayaways through the taut silence of the small crowd of witnesses to stand before her. Below the pier a boat waited, with 2 more constables aboard, both Summers. "Kharemough Wayaways," Moon said, meeting the empty terror in his eyes without remorse, "you stand before us accused of acts of violence and betrayal, both witnessed and suspected, against your own people. I do not have the power to judge you." Her voice cut him like a wire. "For I am not the true lady, but only a vessel for her will. Therefore I commend you to the sea's judgment, under the traditional laws of our people." "You're insane," Kharemough snarled. "Your rituals have nothing to do with me. I'm a winter. You can't do this to me." "Tell that to Aryan Road," Moon said softly, feeling as if she would strangle on the words, "when you see her." She looked away, hearing a murmur of noise ripple through the crowd behind her. Jerusha touched her arm, pointing. A squad of hegemonic police was making its way toward them through the maze of docks and moorings. She saw their leader raise a hand, stopping his men a short distance away. "Thank the gods," Kharemough mumbled. "I knew they'd come. I knew they wouldn't let you do this to me, you insane bitch." "Help!" he shouted. "Help me! They're trying to drown me. Stop them!" Moon saw weapons show among the constables, all of them Summers, at Jerusha's signal. The officer left his squad and came toward them, his hands peaceably at his sides. "Lady?" He nodded respectfully in Moon's direction, before turning to Jerusha. "Good morning, Commander Palathion." He saluted, as if in apology for stumbling over her new rank. She returned the salute with a faint smile of acknowledgement. "Good morning, Lieutenant Devu. What's a patrol doing down here on the docks at this early hour? Not standard procedure, is it?" "No, Commander," he said, giving Moon and the crowd surrounding her a slightly uncertain glance. "Commander Vanu ordered us to hunt mares. We're about to board our ship and do that." He gestured behind him at the waiting blues. Moon realized that they were carrying different equipment than she had ever seen on them before, realized suddenly what the equipment was intended for. She saw Jerusha stiffen, felt her own body go rigid. "But first, ma'am, maybe you'd explain to me what's happening here. You know that under the rules of martial law, assemblies of more than 10 people are restricted." He jerked his head at the crowd. "What are you doing to this citizen?" "It's a trial," Jerusha said. "He's being tried on charges including kidnapping and drug dealing." Devu frowned. "Here? Now?" he said. "Like this?" "According to the laws of summer, Lieutenant," Moon said. "He is going to be judged by the sea." "They're going to drown me!" Kharemough shouted. "Help me!" "You're going to drown him?" Devu asked, his frown deepening. "He will be taken out into the open sea until the shoreline is no longer visible," Moon said evenly, "and left there to swim ashore. Whether he drowns or not depends on him. The Sea Mother will judge him. That has been the law of our people for centuries." "It's obscene," Kharemough said. "You can't let them do this to me. You're a Kharemough, a civilized man, for God's sakes." "And I am the autonomous ruler of my people." Moon lifted her head. "He is one of us, and he has broken our laws, not yours, Lieutenant." "What's his name?" Devu asked, glancing at Jerusha. Kerard said Wayaway's winter, Jerusha said, shifting her weight from foot to foot, with her stun rifle cradled casually in the crook of her arm. A Tiamat native. Wayaway's? The lieutenant rubbed his chin. He said, and nodded, with an odd, random smile. Not our jurisdiction. He began to turn away. Stay if you want to, Moon said. Watch our system of laws in action. Watch how the sea deals with those people who offend her sense of justice. Lieutenant Devu looked abruptly uncomfortable again. Some other time, perhaps. We have to get going. Give the commander my greetings, she said, fixing him with a stare. He bowed, nodded to Jerusha, and was gone, walking rapidly. No, Kerard said, wailed, but he did not look back. Moon waited, watching the off-worlders until they disappeared into the geometry of masts and machinery. Finally she turned back to Kerard Set, who stood silent now, glowering at her. The mother of us all is waiting, she said. She nodded toward the ladder behind him that led down to the boat riding at low tide beside the floating pier. I'll be back, he said, with defiance and desperation. If the sea wills it, Moon answered steadily. But if you live, don't return to the city. She may forgive you, but I never will. He turned away from her, his face livid with impotent rage. He glanced out into the crowd as if he were searching for someone. Whoever it was, he did not find them. He turned back again and moved slowly to where the ladder waited, went slowly down it. The hell with all of you, he said, before his face disappeared. Moon moved to stand at the rail as the small boat with its summer crew and winter prisoner unfurled its crab-claw sail and started outward along the golden road. Aryan Road! Kerard Set screamed suddenly, looking back at her with eyes like coals, and she did not know what he meant by it. As she watched the boat grow smaller in the distance, she realized that someone else had come to stand beside her at the rail. She turned her head, wondering whether Danakil Lu Wayaways had decided at the last moment to attend and witness his cousin's ordeal. But it was Tiradi Greymount, Kerard Set's wife, who stood beside her, and their son Elko Teal. Moon realized that she had not seen them in the crowd before this moment either. The woman's face was pale and hollow-eyed, with anguish, Moon thought, but her mouth, as if it had a life of its own, was smiling. She held an empty liquor bottle in her clenched fist. Her other arm was around her son, holding on to him possessively as she watched her husband sail out toward the horizon. She raised her fist with the empty bottle in it suddenly, hurled the bottle with all her strength out into the sea. "I hope you drown!" she shouted. Elko Teal put his arm around her shoulders, turning her away from the rail again. There was no expression at all on his face as he led her back through the crowd. Moon watched them go, feeling neither surprise nor compassion. She saw the astonishment on some of the faces around her, saw Jerusha shake her head. Standing alone, she looked out to sea again, watching the boat grow smaller. On its stern she could still read the name she had painted there with her own hand. Ariel. Behind her the crowd began to separate and drift away. She did not leave the rail until she had watched the boat out of sight. Moon took her place at the head of the meeting table in what had once been yet another of the palace's echoing, unused chambers. When she first came to live in the palace, it had reminded her of the countless ornaments it held, a jeweled shell, empty and without purpose. She had been afraid of it, frightened by its immensity and the power of all it represented. Aryan roads past, a kind of desire that seemed completely alien to her, yet which must exist somewhere inside her, too. But the secret sentience that had compelled her to succeed its queen had compelled her to remain here, within reach. In time she had come to accept the palace and all it held as simply a part of the greater pattern of her life. The palace itself was neither good nor evil, no more a matter of her choice or lack of choice than anything else. in a world that had seemed more and more random and beyond her control. And as more time passed, adversity had freed her to see everything she looked at in new ways. The off-worlders had forced her to house the Sibyl College within the palace's walls, and the college had filled the rattling emptiness of its chambers with activity and purpose. Now, when she looked around her at the beauty of the sculpted detail along the ancient ceiling line, the newly painted murals, even the graceful forms of the aging imported furniture, she saw the artistry of the human minds and hands that had created them. They had become a symbol of the potential that existed in her, around her, within the women and men, summers, winters, and off-worlders who had helped her to build the future she had been driven to seek. She realized that seeing long-time friends and trusted companions against the setting of this place had become one of the few things in her life that brought her pleasure. And now, she thought, as the image of the Ariel disappearing into the sunrise overlaid her vision, they were her only hope. She glanced down at the recorder in front of her and the pile of printout data that she had had laboriously hand-copied after Vanu had shut down her computer system. She looked up again at Tiamat beside her, his eyes filled with concern, seeing in his eyes 3 lives, his own, his father's, the life of the unborn child that Merovi carried. By right, there should have been nothing but joy in her as she looked at him, seeing the future and the past. But she could not feel anything, not even grief. A clear, impenetrable wall seemed to rise between her and all emotion, allowing her to see what remained that was right and good in her life, but not to take any comfort in it. She looked on around the circle, seeing the intent, worried faces of Claverley and Danakil Lou, Fate Ravenglass with her vision sensor like a shining crown, the 24 other Sibyls who were waiting expectantly. She could not tell them everything, but she knew that at least she could trust them to give her the data she needed without a full explanation. She called the recorder on, and the eerie chorale of the mare song filled the air. She watched their expressions change, the peace, pleasure, surprise, and incomprehension that overtook them as they listened. And then she told them all she could, explaining the part they must play to complete the fragmented mathematical sequences hidden inside the songs. She passed them the copies of the data she had collected from Sparks's files, thinking of him suddenly and painfully, thinking about the strangeness of the parallel lives they had come to lead. She described his work to the assembled Sibyls, wondering as she spoke what would come of the journey he had taken alone, whether he would bring their daughter back from the place the Ondineans called the Land of Death, or be lost there forever with her. There were few questions from the people listening around her, none that she could not answer. With a few final words about urgency and secrecy, she left them to their work. She made her way back through the halls into the upper levels of the palace. Offices, libraries, studies passed in a pale blur of exhaustion. She had not slept at all last night, lying rigid and alone in her bed through the interminable hours before the ritual at dawn. Now that she had done all she could, about everything over which she had any control, the last of the momentum that her fury had given her had spent itself. She saw again in her mind the Ariel carrying Gerard Setway a ways out to sea, the only one of her tormentors on whom she had been able to take revenge. She let herself imagine him reaching shore, half-drowned, exhausted, pulling himself onto the docks below the city. Saw herself waiting for him there, with a knife in her hand, to keep her final promise to him. Sickened, she pressed her hand to her face. Pain throbbed in her head with every heartbeat, as the headache that had been threatening her since she rose this morning burst into blinding life. She had eaten nothing all day, but the very thought of food repulsed her. She reached her own bedroom and stopped, leaning against the door frame, unable to force herself to go inside. She went on along the hall until at last she reached the doorway to the room that had been Arian Road's. The bedchamber waited as Arian Road had left it over 20 years ago, and had not been slept in by anyone since she had died. Moon opened the door and stood gazing inside. "Do you need anything, lady?" A servant passing in the hall hesitated, inclining her head. Moon looked at the woman, pressing her mouth to stop its sudden urge to ridiculous laughter. "Need anything?" "I need to rest," she said finally, her voice thick. "I don't want to be disturbed for a long time." "Yes, lady." The woman nodded respectfully. She glanced at the open doorway and hesitated, as if she wanted to say more, before she went on down the hall. Moon went into the room, retreating into its silence. Its wide windows were hidden by heavy curtains. It was entirely self-contained, a womb into which she could withdraw. She undressed and lay down in the nacreous, shell-formed bed, wrapping the bedclothes around her, her arms and legs embracing the softness and emptiness. No memory lay waiting for her here. No phantom arms to reach out to her. No whisper of gentle words. The remembered heat of no one else's body to warm her own. She darkened the bedside lights, throwing the ghost-haunted shadows of the room into utter blackness, so that it did not matter whether her eyes were open or closed. Utterly alone at last, she folded her arms around her shivering flesh and began to weep, silently at first, and then rackingly, because there was no one to hear her, no one to comfort her, no one to forgive her. She wept until she had no strength left, until she could only lie still, closer to sleep than to waking. She waited there, her body unresisting, her mind surrendering, ready to be taken by oblivion. But instead she felt something else seize hold of her, an irresistible force, drawing her down into a darkness even more complete. The transfer. She let go, let herself fall, through the darkness and into the coruscating light sound of a place she remembered, feeling hope come alive inside her, almost unbearably. "Beezy?" she called, seeing her voice go out from her in ripple rings of harmonic light. "Beezy, where are you?" "No," the answer came, and the touch of it against her mind was a stranger's. "Who?" she thought, because there was something almost familiar about the disembodied patterns of the other's contact. K.R. Aspond. K.R.? Her disbelief rippled out from her like tolling bells. "Yes, my dear." His thought turned fond and gentle, like the feathery touch of an old man's hand against her cheek. "After so long, Beezy told me what had become of you, all that you have become." "Beezy? Where is he, K.R.? How is he? How can I reach him?" "Slowly," he whispered. "Go slowly, Moon, though I should address you properly as lady. My strength is not what it was, even when you knew me. This is difficult for me. Beezy is being held by the hegemonic government. He will be sentenced without trial. The Golden Mean will see to it, because they fear his popularity. They mean to be rid of him because of his opposition to the water of life, to send him somewhere he will never return from. He told me to contact you. Why has all this happened, Moon? He said that you could tell me." "Lady's eyes! I can't, K.R." She felt her desperation and fear grow blinding, making her thoughts incoherent, drowning his contact. She forced the heart of ice that had formed within her these past weeks to cool her blood, letting her see clearly and think dispassionately. "It's impossible. I can't explain it, any more than he can. Even like this, even to you. I can only tell you that if I fail in what I was meant to do, every world on which there are still Sybils will suffer, including Kharemough. And there are only two people who can help me. Beezy and a man named Reed Kharemough. But something called the Brotherhood has taken Kharemough and my daughter. I don't know how to save them. My husband went after them to Ondinee. Beezy believed you might be able to help them. But how can we save them, K.R.? How can we save Beezy, if even the ones he trusted have betrayed us?" His thoughts enfolded her like warm hands. The golden mean is only one facet of Survey's hidden structure, as the Brotherhood is another. I am taking a chance in assuming you understand that. There are others. They are all like mirrors within a kaleidoscope. There is still hope. There is always hope. I will see what can be done to help save your daughter and bring Kharemough back to you. But beyond that, a balance was thrown off when Kitaraken was killed. She was a counterweight. With her support, BZ might have held his own against his formidable opposition. Reed Kharemough and your daughter might not have been lost. The golden mean controls the water of life completely now, and we who see further than they know enough to see that they must be stopped. Yes, she thought. Yes, the water of life has everything to do with what is wrong, what went wrong. The Syllagong is in danger because the mares are in danger. The mares! Strident waves of interference beat back against her brain, drowning her thoughts in undertow. It has to stop! They must stop hunting the mares! There was silence, shimmering like a reflection on water through a moment's eternity. Very well, then. But what will make them stop? Aspand asked finally. We must find something that will make them stop, something that they desire even more than the water of life. I don't believe anything exists that they want more, Moon thought bitterly. It exists somewhere, Aspand replied, with a faint ripple of pained amusement. But it is nothing easily discovered, or they would have it already, like the water of life. The star drive plasma, she thought. But they have that because BZ gave it to them. Perhaps that was his mistake, Aspand murmured. But then we are all only human. None of us can see the future and see it clearly. There must be something else they want. She thought of the secret of the computer itself. If they knew of its existence, they would never touch another mare. But they could never be allowed to possess that knowledge. After having proved so profoundly how little they could be trusted with power, even if she could give it to them. I don't know. Nor do I. But we must not give up hope, or give up searching. But where else can I search? She thought, despairing. Where can I go? I have no options. You have all of space-time, he answered. You are adrift in it now. You are what you are for a reason. I have never been more certain of it than now. I can send outward through the network of contacts Survey has provided me, but you have the greater resource. The Sybil mind speaks to you. It opens itself to you in a way it does for no one else I know. This is something I had only heard tales of before I met you. There are secrets the Syllagong hides even from its most trusted servants, but clearly not from you. She made no answer, suffused with the radiance of his words and the vision they created in her mind. We are doing what we can for BZ, but the golden mean is powerful in the hegemony. You may be the only real hope BZ has. He needs a force strong enough to turn back the tide. Perhaps it is why you are called Moon. KR thought gently, as strands of golden light began to unravel all around her. May the gods of your ancestors help you. Her mind sang with his final benediction. But she was alone in the darkness again, without an answer. Ondinee, to O'Neill. There it is, Cadelian said, pointing ahead over the blasted heath of the land of death as the citadel became visible. He called up enhancement, and a segment of the displays leaped into magnification, showing them more detail. By Our Lady, Sparks murmured beside him. It's huge. It must be bigger than Carbuncle. They're entire self-contained city-states, Cadelian said.
remembering the Citadel's labyrinthine streets and levels with sudden vividness. A part of him was still casually amused by Sparks Dawntreader's tireless wonder, even while another, separate part of his brain felt sick with dread as he watched their final destination fill the screens. It had been difficult to believe Dawntreader had never been off-world when they were back in Carbuncle. He belonged to the same secret organization that Reed belonged to, and his single-minded obsession with getting to Ondinee made his confidence seem utterly unshakable. He even had a fair amount of knowledge about starships and how their systems worked. But it was all textbook knowledge. He had never set foot on an actual ship, and on board the Prajna he had been like a dumbstruck boy. It had reminded Cadelian of Ananke's first transit. But Dawntreader was at least his own age. Dawntreader had asked them endless questions about their past lives and home worlds, and how they had come to be here, in these bizarre circumstances. He had not even complained about the cramped quarters, which had been designed to suit Cadelian's size requirements, and not those of his passengers or crew. Dawntreader had tried everything, learned every task, no matter how tedious or unpleasant, aboard the ship. And for the most part he had done them well. "I've waited my entire life for this," he said once, when Ananke had asked him why he wanted so badly to scrub down the control-room floor. There had been a desperate passion in his eyes when he said it, but the emotion had turned to ashes as he remembered what had finally driven him to break the chains that had bound him to his home world. Now Cadelian watched Dawntreader's amazement slowly change, darkening, as he realized that this was the stronghold of the enemy, the place he had to bring his daughter out of. "Lady and all the gods," Dawntreader murmured, and Cadelian read the rest of the thought in his eyes. "How?" "Nobody told you it would be easy," Cadelian said, expressionless. "You want to go to Rezuma Starport instead? The Citadel might still let us turn around." He gestured at the image on the screen. Dawntreader glanced over at him and frowned. "No," he said. "Just asking." Cadelian shrugged. He looked over his shoulder at Ananke, sitting in the back, brooding in silence with his arms folded across his chest. He looked naked, somehow, without the quoll. Seemed to feel naked from the way he held himself. Every time Cadelian looked at him, the quoll's absence was like a shout, reminding him of what they were planning to do here, shouting at him that they were insane and going to die. Or maybe it was only his own common sense that he heard screaming. He sighed and began the approach codes. Listening to the answering signal burst tell him that he was doomed, they were all doomed now. The Citadel beckoned them into its waiting mouth, on down its throat into the designated docking bay. They climbed out as their craft locked down, and were met by a reception committee of armed men. "We were only expecting 2 of you," the leader, a man named Samir, said, holding his stun rifle at roughly Cadelian's eye level. Cadelian felt sweat burn unpleasantly down his back as he began the speech he had rehearsed in his mind 1,000 times over on the way from Tiamat. "Terfall ordered us to bring this man with us, because he has important data for Kharemough. He's been cleared. Show him your hand," he said, nudging Dawntreader. Dawntreader held up his palm. He had learned to speak trade on the way here, using an enhancer, practicing it on them. He showed off the eye he had burned into his own flesh, a reasonable facsimile of the source's mark, or at least Cadelian hoped so. Samir stared at the brand, frowned. "Nobody told me about that," he said flatly. "How could they?" Cadelian answered, his tension giving it the snap of impatience. "I'm telling you now. Kharemough needs to see this man. He's got special information. He's a local expert on the mares. If Kharemough doesn't get to see him, somebody's going to be real pissed off." Samir looked at the scar. He looked back at Cadelian, his stare long and hard. At last he shrugged and nodded. "All right," he said, and waved them on. They made their way through the maze of tunnels that led into the heart of the Citadel complex,
where transportation waited that would take them to Reed. Cadelian pushed his hands into his coat pockets, feeling for his husk ball, hating the prospect of being a passenger and not a pilot, especially now, when he felt so powerless. The husk ball was not much more than a rough nub in a nest of loose shavings now. He had nearly worn it out, with years of nervous fiddling. He wished he knew where to find another one, even though he knew a new one would never be the same. Would be like encountering a stranger in his pocket. "Well, here we are," he said, with relentless banality, as they reached a transport stop. "That was great, Cadelian," Ananke said suddenly, glancing over his shoulder. "The way you... Gods, I thought I was going to puke when Samir stuck his gun in your face. Reed couldn't have backed him down better." "Actually," Cadelian said with a slow smile, "I was thinking how Gundalinu would have done it, back on 4. Gods, he was slick." Sparks looked at him with a sudden frown, as if he had unintentionally hit a nerve. "Sorry," Cadelian murmured, realizing what lay behind the look. "I was also thinking about when I was a kid, and we used to go drafting off the cliffs. If you didn't keep your glider in balance, you'd kill yourself. You knew if you failed, you'd die, so you didn't fail." His smile faded. "Actually, I'm still thinking about that." "Yeah," Ananke muttered, as they sat down on a metal bench to wait for transportation. He tugged at his leather-gloved foot as he looked out over the scene. Dawn Treader leaned back in his seat, silent, staring straight ahead. "Reed?" Reed pushed back in his seat as Ariel's voice reached him from the entrance to his lab. He shook his head, shaking off his stupor of fatigue. He had been resting here with his head on his arms for what seemed like hours, sleepless, while she still slept on in their bed, escaping reality a while longer. He wondered what her dreams had been like. Not like his own, he hoped. "Reed, where are you?" He heard panic starting in her voice. "Here." He got up from his seat, moving through the maze of equipment and imagers to find her, to reassure her. He did not want her to see him as he had been, wallowing in useless self-loathing, unable to work or even to think. He should have killed her, should have killed himself when he had the chance. But something incomprehensible had stopped him, had made him choose to live, when the only sane choice had been to die. Lunatic, coward, masochist. The litany repeated again in his mind, as it had been repeating ever since he had regained consciousness and found himself back in the Source's hands. He looked down at his own hands, still clumsy with bandages. But the water of death was alive inside him again, invading and controlling every cell in his body, healing him with a vengeance. He did not really need the bandages any more, but they were an excuse for stalling his research work that much longer. Because it was not his hands that he couldn't control. It was his mind. He couldn't even pretend any more that he could do what was required of him, do the Source's dirty work. He could only think about the mares and the mystery of their existence, the patterns of the mare song, and the profound secrets he had discovered hidden within it, haunted him day and night. So alien and yet so familiar. He could not think of the mares only as receptacles for the water of life. To think of them that way was an obscenity. To think of the water of life at all was futility. It was... He met Ariel, felt her trembling through the layered silken cloth of her Ondinian-style robe as she came into his arms. "What's wrong?" "I couldn't find you." "Reed," she looked up at him with terror echoing in the depths of her eyes. "Am I all right? Do I look changed? I don't feel well." He caught her arms with his bandaged hands, shook her insistently. "You're all right. You're fine." He touched her cheek, keeping his touch gentle, although he could barely feel her flesh. He turned her so that she could see herself in the reflective surface of a cabinet. Look at yourself, see?" She shut her eyes, opened them, stared at her reflection. Slowly she nodded, her body going soft and yielding in his arms. "You feel fine," he went on, with calm reassurance. "So do I." "I had a dream." Her voice was unsteady. "It was only a dream. You have hours to go still, before you even have to think about the next dose." She looked back at him suddenly. "I have it," he murmured. "I have it here already. Don't worry." He stroked her hair. She clung to him, sighing. "I don't feel bad. I feel good. I've never felt better. It's true. You're so good and strong and wise. I love you, Reed. I love you. I love you." He put his arms around her again, feeling bile rise in his throat. He controlled the tremor that ran through his body, kept her from feeling it pass through her own. She was the one thing that could drive the mares from his mind. But seeing her, being with her, only filled him with suicidal guilt, as he watched her mood swing from euphoria to terror and back again. He had been too sick for them to force him to commit the act, but he had been forced to watch as they made her drink the water of death, starting the irreversible process of her dependency, not simply on the drug, but on him. He was to blame, and yet she did not cower or rage at him. She did this to him. She loved him. And so he had tried his best as soon as he was able to make it up to her, to give her stability and courage and reassurance. They were strengths he had not known existed in him, but he had found them somewhere, somehow, for her sake. But he was not certain how much longer he would be able to go on this way, barely holding their lives together day after day. And even if he was able to stay sane, keep them both sane, the gods only knew what would become of them. If he didn't produce fast enough to please the source, then Joculla could cut off her supply, use her against him, make her suffer for it, causing him pain but keeping him intact. Even if he did produce, Joculla could hurt her anyway, do anything he wanted to her, any time he felt like it, simply on a whim. Joculla enjoyed keeping him on a short drug supply, stringing him out just to let him know how powerless he really was. Now that he had Ariel to be afraid for too, whole new dimensions of potential cruelty opened like bloody jaws, waiting. Whatever happened to Joculla's plans to force secrets out of the Summer Queen and Gundalinu, he was sure they'd never get their daughter back alive. Even if they did, it would only be to watch her die. And there was nothing he could do about it. Nothing. He let go of her, fumbling in his pockets. His sense-deadened fingers barely recognized what they had been searching for when they found it. He pulled it out, his ring, the mate to the one he had given Mundlefair. He had worn it all these years alone. He took hold of her hand and slipped the ring over her thumb. Her hands were large for a woman's, long-fingered, but her fingers were slim, and the ring rested precariously against her translucent skin. She closed her hand over it. Looking up at him, she took his hand in hers and kissed his bandaged open palm. He led her wordlessly back through the lab into his apartment, their apartment, now, at least for a time. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "Do you want some breakfast? Maybe some music?" She nodded, opening her mouth to speak. Turned, startled, as the apartment door suddenly opened. Reed froze, went weak with relief as he saw Nibiru come through it, followed by Ananke. He stared at them, suddenly feeling the way a man who had been lost at sea would feel, sighting land. "What took you so long to get here?" he snapped, frowning. Nibiru shook his head. His mouth formed a quirky, uncertain smile. "You forgot to leave a forwarding address, boss." He shrugged. "So, you missed us?" It was Reed's turn to look at him oddly. "Missed you?" he repeated. Something like a laugh caught in his throat, something like a piece of glass, so that for a moment he could not speak. "Yeah," he muttered finally. "I can't figure out how to use the fucking kitchen system." Nibiru's smile stabilized. "Right, boss," he said, with an expression that looked strangely like contentment. "Terfall sent us back. He said you needed us." He glanced abruptly at Reed's bandaged hands. Reed saw the discomfort in his eyes as he looked up again. Reed turned away from it, keeping his rictus hold on Ariel. "We brought somebody with us," Nibiru said, suddenly uneasy again. He gestured toward the open doorway behind him. A third man entered the room. Reed stopped in disbelief. "Da!" Ariel cried, starting forward. "Shh!" Reed caught her arm, pulling her up short. His eyes warned Dawn-Treader to stay where he was. "What's he doing here?" He asked the obvious question, letting Nibiru and the others read the one he could not speak aloud in the burning glass of his stare. Nibiru hesitated, knowing as well as he did that the walls had eyes and ears. "He has important data for you, about the mares." "Oh?" Reed glanced at Dawn-Treader, trying to keep his response neutral. Dawn-Treader was staring at Ariel. Ariel was trembling in his grip. He didn't know how much longer he could keep either one of them silent with nothing but willpower. "Let me have a look at what you brought. In there." He jerked his head toward the waiting lab, led them through its doorway, and sealed the door behind them with a brusque command. He let go of Ariel. "All right, now we can talk." Nibiru shot him a surprised glance. He nodded. "I control the systems here," he said, with bitter satisfaction. It was the one place where he was given free access to enough sophisticated hardware and software that he actually had the power to manipulate his environment. Ariel ran to Dawn-Treader. He met her halfway, held her in his arms. And if he wasn't really her father, Reed couldn't tell the difference in that moment. "You're all right," Dawn-Treader kept repeating, mindlessly, while she murmured, "You came for me," over and over. "No, she's not," Reed snapped. "You're too late. She's taken the water of death." Dawn-Treader looked up, and a knowledge of horror that he should not have possessed was suddenly in his eyes. He looked back at Ariel, at Reed again. "Then maybe I came here to kill you instead of save you." "Kill me?" Reed sneered, waving his bandaged hands. "I'm already dead. Save me? Don't be an ass. If you try to take either of us away from here, you'll only kill us both. You might as well pick up a gun and do it cleanly. Or else give up now and admit you've walked empty-handed into hell, and you'll never get out alive. Become a brand for the source, then we can all be one big happy family." His hand slammed down painfully on the counter surface beside him. Dawn-Treader winced. He tore his gaze from Ariel's pale, despairing face to look at Reed again. Slowly his gaze cooled. "All right," he murmured. "I was prepared for this. You'll have to forgive me if it's still hard to take. But hear me out before you tell me I'm an ass. I know about the water of death and everything else. So do Moon and Gundalino by now. Gundalino can recreate the drug for you. He can protect you, and he'll be willing to do it, if only for Ariel's sake." He glanced at her again, missing Reed's sudden, ironic smile. "I'm taking my daughter out of here. Will you come with us?" Reed remembered Gundalino's desperate attempt to haul his unwilling cooperation into the Golden Means net. He thought about being Gundalino's drug-dependent lackey instead of the sources. He thought about the mares. He frowned, refusing to listen with more than half an ear, refusing to hope. "You're missing the point. We'd still be dead before we even got back to Tiamat. It takes too long." "Do you have a sample of the drug we can take with us?" "Yes." Reed shrugged. "So what?" "Then we can keep you both suspended in stasis until we have a safe supply." "How the fuck are you going to do that?" Reed felt his anger rise as Dawn-Treader kept attacking his defenses. "We came down in an LB from the ship, boss," Nibiru said. "We can use the emergency pods to put you in stas." Reed turned to look at him. "Gods," he murmured. The emergency units for injured passengers on a ship's lifeboats had a limited suspension cycle, but it might be enough. You don't have to be there at all until Ondinee has what you need, once we get out of here, Dawn Treader said. That's fucking brilliant, Reed muttered, with a grudging shake of his head. Nibiru thought of the lifeboats, Dawn Treader said. Reed glanced back at Nibiru, who shrugged self-consciously. It struck him then what Nibiru and Ananke had risked, were risking, even to have smuggled Dawn Treader in here. He realized at last that they had not done it for Ariel's sake, or out of loyalty to the hegemony, or simply because Dawn Treader had asked them to. And that left only one reason that he could think of. You must all be crazy, he said thickly. Nibiru burst into unexpected laughter. A man doesn't have to be crazy to work for you, but it helps, he said. What do you say, boss? Will you do it? We could get free of this place forever. Ondinee will help us if we can just get back to Tiamat, Dawn Treader repeated. He looked at Reed expectantly, with Ariel at his side. You really intend to do this, don't you? You've got it all worked out. Reed looked at them, his mouth twisting. Except for how we're going to cover that first few 100 meters through the Citadel's security to get ourselves out of here. He watched the rest of them look at each other. That's what I thought, he said sourly. And then he smiled. All right, he murmured. That's the kind of odds I like. Suicidal. They all looked at him now, their expressions turning even grimmer. And I have something I've been working on for a long time, a little private exercise. I've been waiting for the right moment to try it out. He turned away, striding back to the closest terminal. He sat down, stripping the bandage material from his hands with his teeth. He murmured a sequence of key codes as his fingers passed over the touchboard. The sensation of the tingling board against the barely healed skin of his hands was exquisitely intense, like his mood was suddenly, as the buried data file emerged from his secret storage and appeared before him in all its virulent perfection. Go, he whispered to it, and destroy. He spread his fingers and flattened his branded palm across the touchboard. The image vanished again, leaving the screen empty. He turned in his seat to see the others gathered around him in silent incomprehension. What did you do? Dawn Treader asked. Reed let his smile spread. I released a computer virus I designed into the Citadel's central operating system. Soon everything will start to slow down. In a matter of hours, the entire Citadel will be completely defenseless. When the rest of Tuonil discovers that, they'll do to this place what the Source did to Humbaba. He saw Nibiru and Ananke start. That might give us the chance we need to get clear. At least it'll take us all out together, cleanly, if we don't make it. Either way, it's for the best, and it's already done. He finished, ending their protests before they could begin. Thank you, Ondinee Eshkrad. He leaned against the desktop, his finger caressing the touchboard like a lover's skin. One night, he murmured, when we were back on 4, Ondinee walked out through that research complex's security system with a container of star drive, like he was taking out the garbage. The system would let him do anything because he'd programmed it himself. The man is a fucking genius, and he doesn't even know it. And you know why? It's not because he's brilliant. He's smart enough. But his real strength is that he's got common sense. He sees the point of things, the parallax view, the practical application, when to push and when to pull back. The human fuck-up factor. Gods, I envied him that night. I wanted to have his mind instead of mine. He broke off, glancing down. I've been trying to think like that ever since. It's not generally something I'm good at. Neither am I, Dawn Treader murmured. Maybe that's why I'm here. and he's with my wife. Reed looked up at him. And you still trust him to take care of us if we get back there? Dawn Treader sighed. Completely, he said. You know him that well? Reed asked, skeptical. Dawn Treader looked at Ariel, squeezed her shoulder gently before he looked back at Reed. I don't know him at all, he said. I don't want to. Reed nodded and glanced away. Tell me, did you really have data for me about the mares? Dawn Treader looked surprised by the change of subject, but he nodded. I thought it would be a good idea, in case anybody asked for proof. You brought your work on mare song and fugue theory? Reed said, and knew from Dawn Treader's face that he was right. That took real vision. You have a gift, Dawn Treader. Sparks frowned, ignoring the compliment. How did you get that? I didn't give you that. Reed smiled. I knew you were at least smart enough that you wouldn't trust the source completely when he ordered you to give us your data, so I raided your files. That's something Ondinee taught me, too. If you want it done right, you have to do it yourself. He laughed humorously, glancing at the terminal. He showed me that if you control the system, you become a god. Well, I'm the render now. I'm the god of death. He wove his fingers together and squeezed. You've had that all along? Nibiru asked, in something like disbelief. You could have used it? No, Reed shook his head. It took a long time to learn the system, find its weaknesses, perfect my approach. I had to find the perfect moment for my revenge, and now it's here. He got up from his seat, moving restlessly past them. They stepped out of his way as if they saw something in his eyes, as if they believed in his godhood, his powers of destruction. He went to the system that contained his work on the water of life, the sample he had been going through the motions with since before his last meeting with Ondinee. He toyed with the structure of the three-dimensional data model he called up into the screen. He altered it slightly, here and there, implementing the changes that he had tried over and over in his mind, frustrated by their perversity until his conversation with Ondinee had given him his sudden, terrible insight. He finished his alterations, ordered the system to copy them and produce a sample. The others waited uncertainly as he retrieved the maintenance doses of the water of death already waiting in one of the sealed cabinets. The source had been unusually prompt in releasing his supply while he had been recuperating from his ordeal. He handed the combined dose to Dawn Treader, explaining tersely about what it was. "Don't lose this, for God's sake, whatever you do." Dawn Treader nodded, putting the small container into his belt pouch. "All right," Reed said. "Nibiru, I want you to take everybody on a little tour of the Citadel. Lose yourselves." Nibiru stared at him. "End up back near the entrance to the docking bays and wait. Wait for the confusion to start. And pick your moment to ride it. I'll meet you there." "What the hell are you going to be doing?" Nibiru demanded. Reed looked away. "I have unfinished business. I have something the source wants. I'm going to let him have it." "Reed, no," Ariel said, pulling away from Dawn Treader and coming to his side. "Boss, you can't," Nibiru protested. "By the Lady and all the gods," Dawn Treader said. "If you've really set this entire citadel up to be destroyed, you'll get all the revenge you need against the source. For whatever he's done to you, that's enough." "No," Reed whispered. "It isn't enough." He jerked his head toward the way out. "You think they won't check up on your unexpected arrival, Dawn Treader? You think they're not asking a lot of questions about you right now? Jackal is not stupid. He knows who you are. I've got to give him something else to think about for the next couple of hours, or we'll never make it out of here alive." "I said I'll meet you later. Get out!" He took a step toward them, and they retreated, all of them except Ariel. Dawn Treader took hold of her arms, gently but firmly, and forced her away from him. She followed her father out, looking back over her shoulder as he led her away. Reed saw fear for him in her eyes, and suddenly a red hunger for vengeance that matched his own. "The LB's in Docking Bay 3, boss, on the lower level," Nibiru called. "Just in case you're late." "Hurry!" Ariel cried. He nodded, watching her go, watching them disappear one by one through the doorway and back into the outer world. He listened until they were gone, and then, moving as if there were all the time in the world, he sent a message to the source to expect him soon. "Tell him I have what he wants," he said, and cut contact. He went back, alone, through the echoing lab to check the displays on the molecular cookers. He settled onto a stool, sat motionless, watching the progress of his program. At last the screen went blank, replacing its run of data sequences with 2 luminous words. "Sequence completed." Reed smiled. He got up again and went to the place where his weapon waited for him. He picked up the clear vial, studying its contents, the heavy silver fluid that moved like memory within its walls. He took the vial and left the lab, made his way through the sprawling citadel complex, observing its workings, its inhabitants, its perfect hermetic universe, with an odd detachment. He noticed with satisfaction the unusual number of cursing, confused workers of all kinds who were suddenly having difficulties with their operating systems. It took him longer to reach his destination than he had expected, because he was delayed for nearly half an hour when a shuttle was unexpectedly rerouted. His satisfaction at the error was tinged with unease by the time he finally arrived at the outer perimeter of the source's private sector and requested his audience with the master. The virus seemed to be spreading through the system even faster than he had anticipated. He prayed the others would be watching the signs, or they'd never time their return to the docks right. He had to trust them to play their part, just as they had to trust him to do this. Reed forced himself to stop looking everywhere, stop twitching, frowning, tapping his foot as the guard cursed and repeated his unanswered request for a 4th time, and then a 5th. A desperate voice inside of him tried to tell him that what he was doing was insane, that he was taking an insane risk coming here. But he had to do this. He had to keep the source looking only at him, thinking about him, or the others would never escape. He would only get out of here alive if they did. He needed to do this. He had to trust himself. "God damn it," the guard said. The source's voice answered them abruptly, a shower of words falling out of the air, completely unintelligible. The guard looked up, frowning. "What did he say?" "He said, 'Come on up,'" Reed snapped. He pushed through the yielding barrier of the security shield wall, and when it did not stop him, the guard didn't either. "Go on," the guard said, resigned. "You know the way." He knew the way. The lift took a very long time getting there. He thought about how often, since his first forced visit to the source, he had had nightmares of being trapped in one of these fucking things, almost as often as he had dreamed about drowning. The lift let him out at last, in the deceptively ordinary reception area before the unmarked doors that opened on darkness. He glanced at his watch, checking the time again as he crossed the open space. He had to make this take long enough, just long enough. The guards, human and electronic, let him pass without comment. The doors welcomed him. Reed stopped just inside as the doors sealed shut behind him, feeling his heart miss a beat. His sweating hands tightened around the precious vial of silver fluid. "I am the god of death." "Master," he said, straining in the blackness for an almost undetectable glimmer of red. "I have it." "Kharemough," the source's voice whispered, perfectly clear to him now. Yes, he saw it now, the faint glow of ember light. "The water of life. Bring it to me. Bring it here." He started forward, shuffling his feet, moving cautiously despite the eagerness in the source's voice. He reached the seat in which he was always forced to sit, finding it abruptly in the darkness. He began to grope his way around it. "Come here," the source said. "Come closer. Give it to me." Reed obeyed, moving like a man working his way through a minefield as he approached the dim, indefinable silhouette. He had never been permitted to approach this closely before. For all he knew, this could be another illusion, another projection. For all he knew, he could be here alone. But he thought not. He collided with the impenetrable edge of something that abruptly stopped his forward momentum. He fumbled in front of him with his hands, finding a flat, cold surface that stung the hypersensitive skin of his fingers. "Here it is, Master." He set the vial down on it, working by touch, and began to back away. "Stop," the source said. "Come forward again." Reed unlocked his muscles and moved forward again until he encountered the hard edge of the obstacle between them. He folded his fingers over the edge, clung to it, grateful that it was still there, separating them. A sudden beam of blue-violet light struck him, falling on him from above, bathing him in blinding brilliance. He shut his eyes against the glare, his shirt fluorescing like a strange flower in the darkness. "For you, Mundlefair." He let his hands drop to his sides, letting her memory form a sublime and exalted space within him, an Ondinee of perfect calm, in which he endured whatever perverse scrutiny was being inflicted on his body and his soul. The light went out again, abruptly. He waited, motionless. "So, you've actually done it," the source whispered. "You synthesized a form of the water of life which we can reproduce and sell." "Yes, Master." "You told Gondolino it was impossible." "I said I lied about that." "But you wouldn't lie to me," the source whispered. "Would you?" "No, Master," he said. "You told me it would take a long time to find the answer, but you found it already." "I had a lot of time to think while I was recovering." Somehow he kept the words uninflected. "I'm sure you did. I hope you have given a lot of thought to humility and futility." "Yes, Master." "And if I take this, I will find it to be as good as the original." "Better," Reed said softly. "It's better." There was a moment of silence. "In what way?" the source asked. "It's stable. Just what you asked for. I found a way to extend its life outside of the mare's body. Makes it easier to produce, and ship, and sell." A beam of blinding light struck the invisible surface in front of him like a sword, focused on the vial he had set there. He shut his eyes again against the brilliance. He could see its line of brightness through his closed lids. And then, as suddenly, there was only darkness again. He opened his dazzled eyes, blinking uselessly. "Well?" the source demanded suddenly, his voice disintegrating with impatience. "What is it?" "What—" Reed broke off, as he realized the source was not speaking to him now, but instead demanding an answer from the hidden data system that had just run an analysis on the contents of his vial. He heard a sudden rustling in the darkness as if something had moved abruptly, and a guttural noise that might have been a curse. He waited, invisible, implacable. "Congratulations, Reed," the source's voice murmured at last. "Or should I congratulate Vanamoinen? It is what you say it is. Perfect. Better than before. You truly are a genius." Something in his voice made Reed freeze with sudden fear that his usefulness had ended, and he was about to die. But the source chuckled unexpectedly and muttered,
Who knows what new worlds you will conquer for me?
Reed did not answer.
Drink it, he thought. Come on. Take it, you putrescent bastard. Drink it.
The first dose is yours, Master, he said finally, trying to keep the urgent need out of his voice. That's why I brought it straight to you, so you could be the first.
What?
The source said, with faint mockery.
You didn't try it first on yourself, like you did with the water of death?
What's the point? Reed said harshly. It wouldn't do me any good. It's yours, Master. Adding just the right note of bitterness. Just like I am.
Yes, the source murmured. Yes, that's fitting.
Reed heard another rustling sound, as if someone had shifted his weight. He stared at the spot where he imagined he had set down the vial on the surface that separated them, stared so intently that he almost thought he could really make it out, limned with a faint corona of red, that he could really see a dark, shapeless form come down on it, covering it, taking it away. There was more rustling. He was sure now that the glow was brighter, that he could see clearly the misshapen lump that pretended to be a human form somewhere in front of him, when before he had not even been sure of that. It was happening, even here. He heard a sigh of satisfaction.
At last, the source whispered. It feels right. Yes, it feels the way I remember it.
Elation sang through him. At last. And there was still enough time. He had enough time to twist the knife. There's something I forgot to tell you, he said. Something else about the water of life. It isn't just stable outside the body of a mare. It's stable in the host.
What do you mean?
The source rasped.
Stable for how long?
Decades, at least. I'm not really sure. It's working right now, taking the measure of your DNA, preserving every system and function in your body just the way it finds them at this exact moment. Nothing will change. Everything will remain the same from now on.
Then no one will need it more than once over decades, the source snarled. There's no profit in that.
I suppose not, Reed murmured. But that's not the real problem.
What do you mean?
The real problem is what it does to you.
What?
The source breathed. The water of life was designed to produce longevity in mares, not human beings. The mares were bioengineered. Their genetic makeup is far simpler than ours, far more streamlined. Our bodies were designed by trial and error. We're a crude, inefficient mess by comparison. Reed let a smile start. Let the source feel it grow, cancerous. The water of life has a very narrow definition of normal function for any given biological system. The only reason that human beings were able to use it to slow their own aging was because it was always breaking down. It never imposed limits on a human body for more than a day without interruption. It allowed the body the freedom it needed to change, to vary its natural cycles, its rhythms, its randomness.
Chaos, he said savagely, versus order.
He pressed forward on the cutting edge of darkness. He could see a silhouette clearly now, as the space before him flickered, momentarily brightening. He could not tell what it was the silhouette of, but he was beyond caring. Pretty soon your short-term memory is going to start failing. Pretty soon you'll be living in isolation, because your immune system won't be able to respond to an attack. Pretty soon you'll be perfection. The old empire thought they'd found perfection. That's what destroyed them. They say perfection makes the gods jealous. He pushed away from the hard edge of the night, laughing as he heard the source swear again, a guttural, viscous sound. He realized that he could see the shadow outlines of his own hands, his body now.
I don't believe you, the source snarled, and he heard fear in it. You wouldn't dare.
Reed's mouth twisted. Things change. Do you remember when you said that to me? I do. Now the power is in my hands. You told me Mundlefair took a long time to die. How long do you think you'll take?
Why is it so bright in here? The source shouted in sudden fury into the air. It's too bright in here.
Blame me, Reed said. It's my fault. It's my doing, Jocular. My virals are taking over your body, and they're taking over your entire citadel, too. Soon you'll have no defenses at all.
It isn't possible.
Then why is it happening? Reed whispered. Only silence answered him. Would you like me to stop it? What if I could still stop it? Would you give me anything I wanted? Everything? How much do you really control? How long is your reach? What secrets do you know? What's enough to buy back your life?
What do you want?
The source grated, the words like chains dragging.
What?
I want you to beg. You made me beg for Mundlefair's life, you stinking sadistic bastard. I want you to beg me for yours.
Stop it.
What?
Stop it. Stop. Stop it by the unspoken name. I'll give you anything you want, you lunatic. Everything. Name anything you want. Just tell me there's a way to stop it.
Reed began to laugh. You can't stop it. There isn't any way. He heard a strangled sound of disbelief or rage.
You brain-dead puppet! You madman!
Something lunged at him across the barrier between them. He danced backwards, still laughing, untouched.
You're killing yourself, too, the source bellowed. You fucking lunatic! You'll kill us all!
That's the idea, Reed said softly. That's what I'm here for. He began to back away. Your enemies are coming, Jocular. I'd run if I was you. I'd hide. Not that it'll do you any good. He turned, moving toward the doors, able to see them now, a faint outline in darker gray.
Kharemough!
The ruined voice shrieked obscenities somewhere behind him. The room brightened, graying like fog at sunrise, revealing the featureless wall, the doors, growing closer with every step. If he turned back, he knew he would be able to see it now, the face of his nightmares, still screaming impotently. He did not look back. He reached the doors and flung himself against them with all his strength. They gave way, dissolving under his impact, so that he sprawled through into the daylight beyond. Jocular was screaming at the guards now, screaming for them to cut him down. Reed scrambled up and lunged into the closest of them, catching him in the stomach, knocking him flat. He grabbed the man's fallen stun rifle. Even as he rolled for it, seeing the other guard raise his own gun, knowing that it would be too late. A wall of white fire blotted out the blue expanse of sky, as the meter-thick ceramic of the window behind the guard blew inward with a blinding roar. Reed flung up his arms, covering his head as a hurricane of transparent shrapnel hurtled through the space around him. He was slammed back against the wall beside the guard he had sent down, lacerated in a dozen places at once, as the fragments kept falling, as time itself seemed to go into slow motion. Already. The Citadel's defenses were failing already, and somehow everybody already knew it. Gods! It was happening too fast. He staggered to his feet, bleeding, deafened. He saw the eyes of the man who lay beside him staring up at him, wide and unblinking. Saw the dagger of shattered ceruloi protruding from his skull. There was no sign at all of the other guard. As his vision cleared, he saw a spray of red splattered across the far wall like graffiti. He heard more explosions in the distance, dimly. felt them through the floor as the entire structure shuddered. There was no more shouting, no screaming, no sound at all now from the room he had just escaped. It was dark again in there as he looked through the doorway. He turned back in stunned disbelief to the gaping breach in the wall, the blue vastness of the sky beyond it. Saw smoke tendriling upward as the thorn forest caught fire below. Smoke stung his eyes and throat as he stooped down to pick up the guard's rifle. He turned away again, stumbling toward the lift. He beat his fist on the call plate, laughing incredulously as the doors opened to him, and he found the lift waiting. He gave it an override command, preventing it from stopping until he had reached his destination. He slumped against the wall, sliding down to sit on the floor as the lift dropped him level after level, its velocity varying from sluggish to precipitous. He stared at his bloody, stupefied reflection gaping back at him from the polished metal, wondering whether Nibiru and the others were still waiting, or had gotten clear and gone up already. If they weren't crazy, they'd gone. They'd saved themselves. If they hadn't, he cursed them for fools. If they had, he cursed them for abandoning him when he suddenly wanted so badly to live. Wanted to live, had to live, to get back to Tiamat, because he had unfinished business there. What he had left undone there was more important than life itself, even his own life. And he knew all at once that he would not die here like this, would not, could not. That if he had to murder and maim and crawl over broken glass, he would do it, because this was not his destiny. His destiny lay on Tiamat, and he had to go home. The lift car slammed to a stop, jarring every bone in his body. Its doors opened halfway, jammed. He squeezed through, cursing, into a bedlam of panic-stricken workers, soldiers bellowing futile orders, falling masonry and the stench of burning plastic. He saw a mob off to one side, saw that they were fighting over a hovercraft. He sprayed them with the stun rifle, clearing a path to it, dodged over helpless, fallen bodies, and squeezed into its cab. He sent it spiraling up through the vast inner column, like a leaf caught in an updraft, through the access canyons toward the docking bay where Nibiru and the others would be waiting for him. Had to be crazy if they were still there. Had to be still there. He landed on a loading platform, seeing barricades ahead. He fought his way out through the instant mob that formed around the hovercraft, wondering where the hell anybody thought they were going to go in it. Just away from where they were, maybe. He staggered as the citadel shuttered around him, ran on toward the barricade with his heart in his throat. The guards blockading the access swung their weapons toward him. He slowed and dropped his own weapon. "I'm Kharemough," he shouted. "I've got clearance. I've got to get through. They need me inside." They hesitated, staring at him. "Something came through about Kharemough," the man in charge said. "Couldn't make it out, Sergeant," someone said. "Garbled, like everything else." The sergeant frowned, then gestured. "Go on," he said. The other guard shouted, and the sergeant ducked aside as something smashed down between them. "What the fuck is happening here?" he bellowed. Reed ran on, not sure the question was meant for him, certain that he didn't want to answer it. The access corridor to Docking Bay 3 was filled with acrid smoke and armed men. Reed shoved his way through them, half afraid that by the time he reached the end, there would be nothing left to find. At last he emerged inside the bay's lower level, seeing the vast chamber still intact, its docks rising and falling away for stories on all sides. There was motion everywhere, noise and smoke, the looming hulls of freighters cutting off his view, until it was impossible to make sense of anything his eyes and ears fed to his brain. He swore, looking left and right, up and down. All the Citadel's systems must be choked with the poison of his virus program by now. There would be no way he could call up the LB's location or communicate with its onboard systems, no way to find out whether they were even still here. He found a ladder, began to climb the scaffolding, hoping it might give him a better line of sight.
"Kharemough!"
A voice called his name as he pulled himself up onto the platform. He turned, saw Sparks Dawntreader pushing toward him through the mass of semi-rational human bodies that lay between them. Dawntreader gestured frantically. "This way!" He shouted in acknowledgement and relief, began to run toward the half-visible beacon of Dawntreader's red hair, dodging workers and soldiers.
"Kharemough!"
Someone else shouted his name behind him. A hand clamped over his arm, jerking him around. He was face to face with the sergeant from the barricade. The sergeant's eyes were black with fury. A gun butt came at him out of nowhere, struck him in the side of the head, clubbing him to his knees.
"The master wants you back, you miserable fuck!"
The guard's fist closed over the front of his shirt, dragging him to his feet.
"They said you did this. I ought to kill you myself."
Reed swayed, his hands pressing the side of his face. He was knocked reeling into the metal wall of the bay as someone else slammed between them. Dawntreader. Sparks collided with the guard, knocking him off balance. The guard pitched backward down the ladder well with a strangled cry and disappeared from sight. "Are you all right?" Dawntreader was beside him now, supporting him with an arm around his waist.
"Yeah,"
Reed muttered, wiping blood from his eye. "Come on." Dawntreader led him on along the echoing platform through what seemed to be an endless game of human carom. Reed thought he heard shouting behind them, someone calling his name again.
"How far?"
he gasped, as they started out across the scaffolding between two looming transport hulls.
"Other side,"
Dawntreader panted, gesturing ahead.
"See it? Right there."
Reed wiped his eye again, nodded.
"Are they all—"
Something shook the catwalk like a giant's fist, jerking it out from under him. He went down, with Dawntreader sprawling on top of him, as gouts of fire exploded through the wall of the bay high above. He watched helplessly as enormous chunks of twisted metal came hurtling out of the sky, falling toward them like deadly leaves.
"Hang on!"
He shut his eyes, sinking his fingers into the grillwork beneath him. A sheet of metal larger than both their bodies slammed down on the catwalk 1/2 meter behind his foot, shearing away the alloy as if it were cardboard. The metal platform under his body shrieked and bucked. More falling metal roared past him, and on top of him Dawntreader screamed once, a brief, raw pain cry. Reed swore, shaking his head as he pushed himself up at last, trying to lever himself out from under the dead weight of Dawntreader's unresponsive body without dislodging either of them from the broken platform. He heard shouting again, behind him, sure this time that the voices called his name. He looked back across the sudden chasm, saw the line of armed men barely visible beyond the still intact hull of a cargo freighter, inching their way out onto the ruined scaffolding, trying to reach a point where they could get a clear shot. Reed struggled to his knees, pulling at Dawntreader's arm. Blood matted Dawntreader's hair, red on red. He couldn't tell anything about the wound or how bad it was. "Come on!" he shouted, barely aware that he was shouting uselessly. "Come on, damn it! Get up! Get up!" Dawntreader's body shifted, slid. He saw Dawntreader's legs go over the side of the catwalk, felt the other man's body try to follow. He caught the back of Dawntreader's tunic with both hands, digging in his heels, stopping their slide. But his own exhausted body refused to give him anything more. He swore, watching the progress of his pursuers toward them. Suddenly someone was behind him, beside him. He caught a glimpse of midnight skin and hair. "Here, boss." "Ananke," he gasped. "Get him!" Ananke slid past, going out over the edge of the twisted walkway as if it were flat on the ground, not 100 meters in the air. Ananke clung with an acrobat's skill to the broken superstructure, levering Dawntreader's unresponding limbs back onto the grid, as Reed hauled with all his remaining strength. Something gave, and Dawntreader's body slid forward suddenly. Reed pulled him onto the catwalk with a final heave. "Boss!" Ananke shouted, pointing down. Reed followed his pointing hand, seeing Dawn Treader's belt, the thing that had tangled in the grid and trapped him until it had come apart. It hung from a claw of twisted metal below the catwalk. The pouch dangling from it was the pouch in which Dawn Treader had carried the water of death. Reed flung himself down with a curse, pushing precariously over the edge, his hand flailing. But the pouch was impossibly beyond reach. Ananke crouched beside him, steadying him, until he came up again, white-faced, shaking his head. Ananke looked down through the grid and up at him. Suddenly he disappeared over the edge, swinging out and down until only his feet showed. Reed watched through the grid as he pulled himself underneath the platform. In a moment he was back on top again, grinning, as if there were no gravity. He held something in his hands, held it out. The belt and pouch. Reed pushed up onto his knees, staring in speechless gratitude. He slung the belt around his neck as Ananke passed it to him, and moved to help him lift Dawn Treader's body. "We've got to hurry, boss." "Kharemough!" Ananke straightened, looking back, screamed, falling, as the blinding beam of an energy weapon licked him. Reed grabbed him, pulled him close with furious desperation. "Move!" he shouted, willing sense back into Ananke's shock-glazed eyes, willing Ananke's brain to ignite with the urge for survival. "Run! Crawl! Get to the LB, goddammit!" He pushed Ananke forward, propelling him as he dragged Dawn Treader's body along behind. They made it to the far end of the catwalk, sheltered by the hulls of the big transports. He saw the LB lying like a toy in their shadow, heard more explosions echo through the bay, and more screams. Ariel was waiting, her voice lost in the cacophony, her face frantic. She ran forward to help him get the two men to the ship and drag them inside. Nibiru was in the pilot's seat, his face shining with an intensity of relief that should have been laughable. "Go!" Reed shouted, dumping Dawn Treader into an acceleration couch, as Ariel pushed Ananke into a seat behind him. "Ananke, get up here!" Nibiru called. Reed fell into the co-pilot's seat, as Ariel dropped into the couch beside her father's. "Ananke's hit. He's out of it." Nibiru turned, looking over his shoulder. "How bad?" "Don't know." Reed shook his head. "Won't matter if you don't get us the hell out of here. Go! Go!" Nibiru took them up before he had finished the words, the LB shooting down the length of the bay and out into the open sky like a beam of light. Beams of light slashed the air all around them, licking the crippled citadel from every direction, including the top of the sky, taking it down millimeter by millimeter. The LB shuddered as raw energy glanced off its shields. Nibiru swore, "Gods! Shit! I can't handle this alone. We'll never make it through this crossfire." He broke off, as the view ahead of them suddenly cleared of lightning. The images on the LB's screens showed them a column of inviolate air, their trajectory rising out of the atmosphere toward the Prajna's orbit. Their way lay open, and as they arced across the sky, behind them the citadel's shattered spire immolated like a star gone nova. They flew on in utter silence, as if even a spoken word might break the spell and destroy them. Their arc steepened. Acceleration pressed Reed into his seat with a heavy hand. There was no pursuit, and no more random energy pulses struck their shields. Reed watched the sky, the only thing he could do, watched its serene blue slowly deepening toward black, watched the sun rise, a vast scintillating jewel, radiant against the starry night as they left Ondinee's atmosphere behind. Reed wiped blood out of his eye again and sighed. "Clear." Nibiru cut their acceleration. The LB's momentum ceased, and Reed felt himself begin to drift up from his seat, weightless, beyond the reach even of the planet's gravity. He caught the seat's restraining straps, laughing out loud as he pulled himself down again and locked himself into place. "Copy. Free and clear," a voice said, suddenly and unexpectedly, from the comm speaker on the panel. Congratulations, survivors. Good luck. And then silence. That was Sandy. Nibiru looked at him, stupefied. What just happened? He said. Reed felt a weary smile pull up the corners of his mouth. I think we met some strangers far from home. Nibiru shook his head, looking out at the empty sky, at the curve of Ondinee's surface far below, its atmosphere limned by sunlight. He murmured commands to the LB's computer as his hands touched the instruments almost absently. Reed felt himself settle back into his seat, regaining substantiality as the LB's drive kicked in again. We'll intersect the Prajna's orbit in about 6 hours, Nibiru said. The medical supplies are down there. He pointed. Reed nodded, already rising from his seat, moving cautiously as he got a feel for what kind of gravity they were functioning in now. He pulled the supply box from its stash. Ariel was on her feet beside Dawn Treader, mopping blood from his ashen face with the sleeve of her robe. "Da," she murmured. "Da?" Reed edged her aside gently, as Nibiru pushed past them to see to Ananke. "Let me look." He used his own shirt sleeve to wipe away more blood, seeing the deep gash in the side of Dawn Treader's head. Scalp wounds bled like hell. His own blood was still getting in his eyes. The blood didn't mean anything, he only had to get it stopped. But a blow that hard probably meant a fractured skull. Could mean something worse. He had no way of telling. He pushed back Dawn Treader's eyelids. One pupil was wide open, the other narrowed reflexively as the light hit it. "Shit," he breathed. Ariel passed him coagulant and a compression bandage from the medical supplies as he asked for them. He got the bleeding stopped and the wound bandaged. Dawn Treader did not stir or make a sound all the while. His breathing was shallow and not quite regular. But as Reed finished working on him, he moaned, and his eyes opened, staring glassily. He mumbled something. Reed couldn't make out the slurring words. "What?" Reed leaned closer as Dawn Treader repeated them, with painful effort, reaching up to catch the front of Reed's shirt in a spasmodic grip. "Promise me," he whispered. "Promise it." "Yeah, all right," Reed said softly. "I will, I promise it." Dawn Treader released him. His hand fell away, lay motionless across his chest. His eyes closed. "Is he going to be all right?" Ariel asked anxiously, as Reed straightened away from Dawn Treader's limp body. "Can't tell," he muttered, blocking her view. He touched the activator on the arm of Dawn Treader's seat, and the translucent gray shield suspended above it began to lower. "This will suspend his body functions until we can reach Tiamat, and get real medical treatment," he said quickly, seeing her face begin to fall apart. "His condition won't change. It's the best we can do." He took hold of her arms, drawing her away as they watched the stasis unit seal. He checked the readouts. "Okay," he said softly. "That's as safe as anyone gets." He turned, looking into her eyes. "You're next, and then me. We'll all sleep, suspended, until Nibiru gets us to Tiamat." Her mouth trembled. She pressed it together. "A magic nap," she whispered. "Da used to say when I was little, 'It's such a long way, Ari. Why don't you take a magic nap? When you wake up, you'll be home.'" Her voice disappeared. "Yeah," he murmured, holding her. "We'll be home." He kissed her hair, looked up again as Nibiru came forward to get something from the medical kit. "How is he?" Reed jerked his head toward the seat where Ananke lay, half hidden from his view. "He's—" Nibiru broke off, with a strange expression on his face. "He'll be all right. A bad burn, but it's superficial. I can treat it with what's here." Reed nodded, relieved, wiping the blood from his own face with a leftover strip of bandage.
He tied the bandage around his head and stuck on a painkiller patch, feeling his wounds as he finally had time to think about them. Dawn Treader's belt and pouch were still slung around his neck. He pulled them down, opened the pouch, and looked at the vial of the water of death. He sealed it shut again and fastened the belt around his waist. He glanced at Ananke, able to see nothing but his face, eyes shut, mouth slack, and part of his shoulder. Reed turned back, drawing Ariel toward her seat again. He kissed her as she settled in. She put her arms around his neck, keeping his mouth on hers a last long, sweet moment before she let him go. He reached down to activate the controls. "Is it like suffocation?" she whispered. "Is it like freezing?" "No," he said and smiled. "It's like peace." He watched the dome come down. She held his hand until the last moment. He let her go, the unit sealed. He could still see her face through the translucent shield, knew that she could see his. He saw the apprehension in her eyes, watched it fade. She smiled, her eyes closed, and she slept. He checked the readouts, and then made his way silently to the final seat, which lay waiting for him. He settled into it. He felt no painful pressure anywhere along his battered body. It was as if he were lying down on clouds. He looked over as Nibiru approached him, face to face with his pilot for once. "I can handle it from here, boss," Nibiru said, answering his unspoken question. "The hard part's done." Reed grimaced. "Don't say that. Gods, don't ever say that." But he smiled again, faintly, touched Nibiru's arm. "What the hell would I do without you, Nibiru?" Nibiru grinned. "Stay in one place for a while, maybe." Reed laughed. "They can put that on my grave." He reached down, triggering the shield that hung above his head. It began to descend. "Wake me up as soon as we reach Tiamat. I need to talk to Gundalinu." Nibiru nodded as the shield's smoky gray came down like fog between them. Reed felt a moment's panic, the same panic he had seen in Ariel's eyes, as the shield sealed in place. His eyes clung to the dim image of Nibiru's face as he struggled to keep his body under control. But a cool, tingling vapor was already filling the air, and as he breathed it in, his apprehension faded, along with his vision. He smelled fresh wind and sunlight and exotic spices, pleasure and release, silence, peace. Cadelian watched Reed's eyes close, saw his blood-streaked face become young again as his consciousness slipped away. Cadelian checked the readouts, satisfying himself that the unit was functioning properly. He turned away in the sudden clicking silence, back to where Ananke lay, passed out in the other seat. He pushed aside the charred cloth of Ananke's coveralls, that he had cut open for better access to the livid burn that ran from shoulder to hip down his side. He saw the stretch of blistered flesh again, and grimaced. And then he pushed the ruined cloth farther aside on Ananke's chest, slowly, almost reluctantly, needing to confirm to himself that he had not imagined what he had glimpsed in one harried, distracted moment in the middle of chaos. He pushed the cloth aside. He stared for a long moment at what lay revealed beneath it, the smooth, gentle curve of a young woman's breast. Carefully he drew the cloth down over Ananke's breast again, hiding her secret, covering her painful vulnerability. And then, as calmly as he could, he treated her burns, sealed them with a protective film of bandage skin, and applied a line of anesthetic patches up the length of her spine, to deaden the pain when she woke again. At last he went forward to the pilot's seat, climbed up into it, leaned back, staring out at the stars. Reaction caught him then, finally, overwhelming him with an exhaustion that was both physical and mental. He felt his eyes closing, against his will. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had felt safe enough, certain enough, to sleep for long, and he no longer had the strength to fight it.
The LB was synchronizing orbits on autopilot. It would wake him when they eventually caught up with the Prajna. He could let himself sleep now, finally, for a few hours, if he wanted to. He could sleep. Cadelian? Cadelian opened his eyes, groggy and uncertain even of what had wakened him. Ananke stood beside him. He started in surprise. "What?" he said, not meaning to say anything. "Sorry to wake you up. Ananke settled into the co-pilot's seat with elaborate care, tight-lipped, wincing. "Sorry." "It's all right." Cadelian straightened up in his own seat, shaking himself out, abruptly wide awake. He glanced at the displays, out at the night, habitually reassuring himself that everything was still going according to plan. He looked back at Ananke. The same face, the same eyes, the same body he had seen every day for years, trying to detect a difference in what he saw, perversely trying not to. "What is it? You all right? You need anything?" "I'm all right." Ananke shook her head, gazing at him out of blue-black, slightly dazed eyes. Did you dress my wound?" He nodded. "Yeah. Probably makes you feel like hell right now. But it'll heal fine." She nodded, glancing away, biting her lip. "Hurts some, even with the pain stuff. Thanks, Cadelian, for—" "No thanks needed." He smiled, shaking his head. She looked back at him, and he knew she was trying to guess what he'd seen, if he'd seen, if she dared to ask him. "Yeah," he said, ending her suspense. "I know. I saw. I couldn't help it. Why the hell didn't you tell me you were a woman?" 100 small anomalies over the years suddenly fell into place in his mind, making perfect sense in hindsight. The pathological shyness, the sidelong looks whenever he'd mentioned sex. Why? "Because you're a man," she said, as if that explained everything. Her arms rose unsteadily, one bandaged, one safely hidden by heavy clothing, to cover her breasts, as if they were exposed again, simply by his knowing they were there. "Anyway," she looked away from him again, "you would never have hired me on if you'd known. Would you?" Her voice turned accusing. "Well, I don't know," he said frankly. "And Reed would never have let me stay." "Maybe not. Not then. Now—" He shrugged. She looked back at him, stiffening. "Does he know?" "No," Cadelian murmured. He shook his head. "Nobody knows but me. And you." She sank back into her seat, her body trembling visibly with the effort of having held herself upright. "Hallowed Calaver," she whispered, her hands clenching and unclenching on the cloth of her coveralls. "Why did this have to happen?" "Why did you do it in the first place?" he asked. "Did you hate it that much, being a woman on Ondinee?" Her eyes opened again, black with memory. "Yes," she muttered, looking down at her body. Her voice took on the faintly sing-song Ondinean accent that he had not heard in her speech in years, as she slid deeper into memory. "On Ondinee, men are everything, and women are nothing, like animals in the marketplace, bought and traded. Some, the rich ones, are lucky enough to be like pampered pets, dressed in jewels and fine cloth, taught to read, so that they have the illusion that they are human." Her head came up again. "We weren't rich. My father was a day laborer. My mother had been a dancer once. She taught me a little how to dance. But my father wanted money. He wanted to sell me to the priests to be used in the temple rites. My brother was always trying to get me alone, touching me, and making me touch him. He told me what happens in the rites, how all the men can come and use you after. But the priests do. How they mutilate you, so that you can't even feel any pleasure. Because women are not even allowed that. Her voice rose and broke. Tears poured down her face, blurring it with wetness, reflecting the instrument lights in alien traceries of color. She was not looking at him, not seeing even the night, blind with tears of rage and betrayal. And he laughed at my tears. And he pushed me down, calling me a whore, and he tried to rape me. But I took his knife and I stabbed him. And I stole his clothes and I ran away. And I went as a boy after that, just so I could live, so I could work, so I could be human. I thought someday, somewhere, I would be able to stop, but I can't stop. Because nowhere is safe, and whenever I look at a man and remember that I am a woman, I'm always afraid. She wiped her face fiercely on her sleeve. A small sound, a sob or a noise of pain, escaped her. Cadelian shut his eyes. He opened them again, looking over at her. He put out his hand, offering it tentatively, in comfort. "Don't," she whispered, shaking her head. "Don't touch me. Please, Cadelian." He withdrew his hand, sat looking at it for another moment that seemed endless. "When I was a boy, on Samath, we used to go drafting off the cliffs with a glide wing. It was like a big kite. You could fly for hours if you were good, riding the updrafts like a bird. The stilts, the tall ones from the other villages, used to come and try it, but we were the best at it because we were small. Some of them hated it. It didn't matter that they could run faster or jump farther or make our lives miserable on the ground. They hated seeing us in the air." He looked out at the stars. "One day when I was drafting, a stilt started shooting at me with his pellet gun. The son of a bitch shot holes in my wing. It ripped and I went down. It scared the hell out of me. I thought I was going to die. But I was lucky. I just landed hard. Cuts and bruises. Broke a couple of fingers. But some of my friends saw it. They went after the stilt, and they got him. They put my wing on him and pushed him off the cliff. He fell. He broke half the bones in his body. They just left him there. I called the rescue service. After that day, I swore I was getting out of that place, if it was the last thing I ever did." He shook his head. "One thing that you find out when you leave somewhere is which of your problems belong to where you are, and which of them belong to what you are." He sighed, looking back at her at last. "Why did you call the rescue service?" she said faintly. He glanced away. "Because I saw my friends' faces when they pushed him over the edge, and I was afraid the same look was on my face." She sat staring at him for a long time without saying anything. She looked down at her body again, still silent. "It doesn't matter," he said at last. "You do your job. You do it right and you don't complain. You can go on doing it, like you always have, if you want to. I don't care what you do with your private life. It's none of my business, as far as I can see." She lifted her head slowly. "What about Reed?" He shrugged. "If you do your job, it's none of his business either." She went on staring at him, her eyes clouded, her face clenched. "Look," he said, "after all this time, I think I know you. I know I can trust you. Does that mean anything to you? Can you trust me that much, enough to go on working for me now that I know the truth?" She smiled in an acknowledgment as uncertain as the offer of his hand had been. And then slowly, painfully, she offered her hand to him. "Big Blue, Syllagong, Men's Camp No. 7. There it is. Gandolino pressed his face against the narrow window slit in the transport's vibrating wall as the guard's voice announced their destination from somewhere up in front. He saw nothing that he had not seen before, glancing out the window in nervous anticipation every few minutes during their flight. The purple murk of the sky, like a massive bruise, filling his limited view, the color never changing, brightening or deepening, because the world they called Big Blue was tidally locked, and the penal colonies they called the cinder camps existed in the marginally habitable twilight zone on the perimeter of the night side. A twilight existence. He looked away again from the desolate, shadow-ridden landscape below him. The land below seemed never to change, like the sky above. Someone pushed against him, trying to look out, pressing him back into his seat. The cinder camps. Gods! For a moment the sense of overwhelming betrayal that had filled him from the day he had learned that he would not even be allowed a trial crushed all his ability for coherent thought. He saw Survey's hand behind this, the golden means hand, the one that he had bitten as Chief Justice of Tiamat. They had made certain that he would be buried alive, not allowed to serve his life sentence in the kind of humane minimum security institution he had expected, where he might have the opportunity to go on fighting to change his situation. Instead, he had been spirited away without warning or explanation, taken halfway across the galaxy to this place, sentenced to the camps. He did not know whether anyone he mattered to had even been told where he was. He doubted that they had. He had heard of the cinder camps again and again while he served in the police. It was the place they sent the worst dregs of human existence, the ones hegemonic justice considered unsalvageable or incorrigible. And how many other political prisoners had that included over the centuries? He had no idea, although he had an idea about how long most of them had lived after they got here. He was grateful that he had been a police officer, that he was trained in hand-to-hand combat at least, as long as no one ever found out where he had gotten the training. He had heard the stories about what they did to ex-Blues here. He took a deep breath as the man next to him leaned away with an inarticulate grunt that might have been disgust. He saw the heavy collar locked around the man's thick neck, reached up to touch the one around his own. A block, they called it. It made the use of any kind of charged weapon impossible. If he so much as tried to fire a stunner while wearing one, the block would explode and blow his head off. They had taken away his trefoil and locked this on him instead. His fingers clung to it like the fingers of a man dangling from a cliff, as he felt the transport begin to settle toward the landing field. He pulled on the pack filled with his survival gear, which had suddenly become the sum total of his worldly possessions, as the guard ordered them out. The pack was not very heavy. Like the other prisoners, he wore gray coveralls of some material as thick and stiff as the hide of an animal, and a hooded parka. He went out with the others as the hatch dropped, not waiting for anyone to urge him to it, trying to remain as unobtrusive as possible. The wind was cold and smelled of sulphur. Ash blew into his eyes. The guards fanned out in a ring around the craft, which was already heavily armed, ensuring that unwelcome approaches by anyone waiting there would be instantly fatal. Gandolino saw the shadowy figures who stood just beyond the boundaries they allowed, gathered in tight claustrophobic groups, watching for a sign. Behind them, like a surreal painted backdrop, he saw the vast arc of the far larger planet this world circled, the gas giant which was the real Big Blue. Its presence in the sky colored the smoky mauve with a swath of violet blue. The ground shuddered, faintly but perceptibly, under him where he stood. "Anybody going back?" one of the guards shouted. The word sounded strangely flat and uninflected, as if the desolation swallowed them whole. But a restless whisper of shuffling feet stirred the silent bodies beyond the ring of guards, as one man came limping forward, moving as though it took the last of his strength. His face was gaunt, but his eyes shone like the eyes of a man who had seen a vision of his God. The other convicts let him pass, and then the ring of guards opened to let him through, as if he were a holy man. Gandalinu saw the green light glowing like a beacon on his collar as he came on toward the transport. "He's served his time," the prisoner beside Gandalinu muttered. "Lucky bastard." Gandalinu touched his own collar again, silently. The guards ordered the new arrivals to begin unloading the supplies that had been crammed into the transport's belly along with them. The crates and sacks were stamped with the numbers of work gangs. He worked without complaint, silently cursing himself with each strained muscle for not having kept in better shape. As his vision adjusted to the dim light, he began to make out more detail in the landscape around him. At first he saw only the utter lifelessness of the plain. Nothing but an unending undulation of the same ash-gray cinders that crunched under his heavy, chemical-sealed boots. His eyes kept searching for something more, until he noticed that the cinder desert was pockmarked here and there by an odd extrusion. Small craters, their puckered mouths smeared with something black and tarry. Near the transport there was a cairn heaped up from slabs of stone, probably the sign marking the landing place. He saw no structures of any kind, but scattered over the surface of the ground, 3 or 4 meters apart, for as far as he could see, there were poles, wooden, metal, he couldn't be sure, the size of felled trees, and always laid out in a direction he guessed was east to west. When the offloading was finished, the ring of guards moved inward, passing through the dozen men being left there like so much extra baggage among the supplies. The last guard to pass him paused, looking at him with hard, knowing eyes. "Good luck, Commander," the guard said. "You're going to need it." Gandalinu froze, stared at him, trying to make the guard's face into the face of someone he knew, one of the men who had once served under him. But the man was a stranger far from home. The guard grinned and turned back to the transport. The hatch gaping in its underbelly took him in and sealed. The ship rose into the purple twilight with the heavy throbbing of a heartbeat, and rapidly dwindled in the distance. Gandalinu dropped the sack he was somehow still holding, feeling the stares of the small knot of strangers around him penetrate his flesh like needles. He said nothing, not acknowledging them, as he looked toward the men on the perimeter who had been waiting for the transport's departure as patiently as hungry carnivores. The work gangs came forward, each one a coherent unit, the solidarity of their members a show of strength, an act of defiance intended to keep the other gangs at bay as they came in to collect their supplies. The men around Gandalinu pressed closer together, instinctively, as the gangs approached and began to go through the supplies. They picked out their own shipments until the ground around the new convicts was completely empty. And then one man broke away from each pack, coming in from their territory to study the newcomers. Gandalinu guessed that they were the gang leaders, coming to choose recruits. He held his breath, his tension a physical pain in his stomach as he waited for someone to denounce him. But no one around him said anything, all of them suddenly preoccupied with their own fates. He realized what it would mean to be left on your own in this wasteland. At least as part of a work gang, there was some chance of survival. The gang bosses who came to pick and choose among the new arrivals were ragged and bitter, pale-skinned, dark-skinned, and everything in between. He endured with the other new men, being inspected like an animal or a slave. The 3 or 4 biggest, strongest-looking men went first. He began to smell desperation among the ones who remained. "Show me your hands." The words were in trade, the bastard tongue that was probably the only language most of them had in common. He glanced up into the hard, emotionless stare of one more set of eyes. He held out his hands. The other man's heavy, calloused fingers touched his smooth palms. The man snorted and shook his head. "Bureaucrat." "I can fix things," Gundalinu said in trade. "I'm good at fixing things." "Got nothing to fix," the man said. "And you're not pretty enough." He moved on. Someone else stepped into his place. "You say you can fix things?" Gundalinu nodded, studying the other man as he was being studied. The gang boss was about his own height, gaunt and raw-boned, not an imposing figure. His face was dark, layered with grime. His eyes were gray and deep-set. Gundalinu couldn't guess his homeworld, but he recognized the measuring intelligence that looked him over, still holding back judgment. "Kharemough?" the man said. Gundalinu nodded. "Tech?" Gundalinu nodded again, reluctantly, sensing that the other man would know when he was being lied to. "What was your crime?" Surprised, he said, "Treason." The man grimaced and shook his head. "I think you're too smart," he said. "Politicals aren't worth the trouble." Gundalinu moved suddenly, as the other man started to turn away. Used a police move to pull him off balance. The other man went down flat on his back, taken totally off guard. Gundalinu stood looking down at him. "I can take care of myself," he said. The man got slowly to his feet, his expression a mix of self-disgust and grudging amusement. "Okay," he said, and shrugged. "On piracy. Come on, treason." He turned, starting away. "But he's a blue." Piracy spun back as the prisoner, still standing unclaimed beside Gundalinu, shouted out the words. There were razors in his stare. "Is that right, treason?" Piracy asked softly. "Is it?" "The guard called him Commander. Good luck, Commander," he said. "You're going to need it." "Oh, yeah?" The gang boss who had rejected Gundalinu first pushed toward him again. At the perimeters of his vision, Gundalinu saw heads turning. The sudden ripple of bodies starting into motion, starting inexorably in his direction, as if he had suddenly developed a magnetic field. The big man shoved him, hitting him hard in the center of his chest, so that he staggered back into the waiting arms of half a dozen other men behind him. He struggled free, kicking and elbowing, as their hands tried to get hold on him. He stood in the center of the small open space that was suddenly all that was left to him, ringed in now by a wall of convicts. "I'm a Sybil," he said, hearing his voice break. "Keep away from me." He lifted a hand to his throat to bear the tattoo that was also a warning sign, that meant biohazard to anyone who saw it. His fingers brushed the cold metal of the block. He remembered suddenly that the collar completely covered his tattoo. "Where's your proof?" somebody called. "He's got no proof. He's lying." "Come any closer and I'll prove it on you," Gundalinu shouted. "You want to bite me, Blue?" Someone else laughed. "You can bite my big one, you Kharemough cocksucker." "I never believed that death to kill a Sybil shit anyhow." Gundalinu heard the catcall starting. The muttered threats and curses in half a dozen languages, the hungry sounds of a mob starved for entertainment, for release, for a victim. He turned, slowly, balancing on the balls of his feet, as the trap of human flesh closed on him. They came at him first in ones and twos, and he held them off, sent them back into the mob again, crippled, or laid them out on the cinder field. At first his mind barely registered the blows his own body took. He had not fought even in practice for a long time, but the adrenaline rush of his fear honed his reflexes and deadened his pain. And then they began to come at him in twos and threes and fours, pinioning his arms, tripping him, falling on top of his struggling limbs and body. Someone's hands were at his neck, crushing the metal collar into his throat, choking him into submission. He twisted his head, opening his mouth, and used the only weapon left to him. He sank his teeth into the man's wrist. The strangler bellowed. The pressure on his throat eased, and then came back doubled, sent the universe of stars reeling across his sight. And then, as suddenly, the crushing pressure was gone again. The weight slid from his chest. He lifted his head as his vision came back, to see the convict who had been trying to strangle him sprawled on the ground beside him, twitching and white-eyed, as if he were having a seizure. And then the maddened eyes closed, and the body beside his own lay still. Gandolino pushed himself up onto his elbows, gasping, every breath like acid going down his ruined throat. He heard the shouts and laughter fade away into murmurs of disbelief, questions, angry demands. What happened? What did he do to him? I'm a Sibyl. He spat the words out with the taste of a stranger's blood. I warned you. For a long moment there was near silence. He got to his feet somehow, stood swaying. He saw Piracy at the edge of the crowd, shaking his head. Too much trouble, Piracy mouthed silently. No one moved around him. The ground shuddered suddenly. Gandolino lost his balance and fell. And then the inner wall closed in on him in a rush, like one creature with a dozen heads, 100 arms and legs, 1,000 hands, knees, feet, and fists. They stuffed his mouth with ash and gagged him with a strip of cloth, bound his hands and feet. He was pulled up, beaten, kicked, and dragged, passed from hand to hand, buried alive inside a moving mass of bodies, until at last he came down hard on the blackened rim of a crater he had glimpsed from the landing field. He only had time to realize what he saw before he was forced face down into it. Black, reeking ooze covered his head, filled his eyes, his nostrils, his ears. He held his breath, praying to all the gods of his ancestors and the 8 worlds as he felt himself sink deeper, as they did not pull him up and did not let him breathe, and did not stop and did nothing at all but let him die. Come on. Now, come on, you ungrateful shit, come back, come on. Gandolino felt a tremor run through him, and was aware with a kind of dreamer's perversity that he still existed inside the mass of bleeding, helpless flesh the mob had made of what had once been his body. He could not see. It was still as black as the foul, drowning pool that was his final memory, and yet he heard someone speaking to him, a vaguely familiar voice reciting a kind of abusive, sing-song chant. It went on, as if the chanter believed he had the power to bring souls back from the other side. Gandolino moaned, realizing with the sound that he could, that he was no longer gagged, or, he lifted trembling hands to his face, bound. Hey! Hands closed over his as he would have touched his eyes. He fought, cursing, flailing blindly, until they forced his own hands back to his sides and held them there, strengthless. You're all right, the voice said. It's safe now. Nobody's going to hurt you. Gandolino went limp, lying as still as death again when the hands released him. He felt them move inward along his arms, setting off more pain at every touch, down his body along the length of his legs. He was beyond caring whether it was meant as torture or molestation, or even a primitive medical exam, only caring that all he saw was blackness. My eyes, he whispered at last, when he found the courage to speak. The hands moved abruptly to his head in response, lifting it slightly. Fingers brushed his cheeks, his forehead, like bird wings. And suddenly there was light, dim and gray, more light, orange, white, agonizing light. He put up his hands again, with a cry. No one interfered with his movement this time, as he covered his eyes with his hands, letting the light back in a millimeter at a time. Still the pain grew with the light, but he forced his eyes open, flooded with tears, to confront whoever held him now. Piracy's face swam into focus above him. Recognizing the face, he realized that he had recognized the voice, too, all along, with some random fragment of his consciousness. He wiped his eyes, swearing in frustration as the tears went on streaming down his face. "Let 'em come," Piracy said. "Helps clean that shit out of your eyes. They'll heal up in 2-3 days, if no infection sets in." Gandolino let his hands fall again. He moved his head, the only voluntary motion he had the strength for. Able to make out his own body, lying on a pallet bed, stripped of clothing, half covered by a rough blanket, covered with tar and bruises and cuts. His body was one continuous throbbing ache. He was glad that he could not see more clearly what they had done to him. "You're fucking lucky," Piracy said. Gundalinu gave a grunt of disbelief. "You look like death warmed over, but you got no broken bones, nothing that won't heal. They were gentle with you, considering what you are. Guess the blood virus scared them just enough, after all. Not that they didn't intend to kill you." "You saved me?" Gundalinu asked. Every word seemed to take the effort of an entire sentence. "Not me, Treason." Piracy shook his head, his mouth curving up in a sardonic smile. "I told you were too much trouble. It was him." He gestured over his shoulder. Gundalinu blinked his eyes clear, forcing them to see beyond Piracy's face, to make a second human shape take form in the shadows behind him. He realized that they were inside some sort of shelter, its walls reflecting the incandescent glow of a small radiant heater somewhere on the other side of where he lay. The second man moved forward, his massive bulk looming over Piracy until he seemed to fill the entire space of Gundalinu's vision. "This is Blue Killer. He saved you." Gundalinu stared at the man. Blue Killer's enormous black-bearded face smiled, revealing yellow teeth. His eyes were like small jet beads, almost lost in the narrow space between the filthy snarls of his beard and hair. Gundalinu could tell nothing at all about his expression. "Why?" Gundalinu whispered. A guttural mumbling emerged from the lips hidden inside the beard. Gundalinu shook his head, closing his eyes, unable to understand the man's speech. He was not even certain what language the man was speaking. "Because you're a Sybil," Piracy said. Gundalinu felt a sudden pang of gratitude, honed sharper by the brutal memory of the mob's hatred. "Tell him He can understand you," Piracy cut him off. "He's hard to make out because he's only got half a tongue. It doesn't mean he's stupid. Don't make that mistake." Gundalinu opened his eyes, looking at Piracy, back at Blue Killer. "I learned not to make that mistake a long time ago." He smiled warily, wearily. Blue Killer muttered something with an unpleasant laugh. "That makes you unusual for a tech," Piracy said. "Or for a blue. I figured you'd have certain blind spots that don't stop with your eyes. But he doesn't want your gratitude. He wants you to answer a question." Gundalinu met Blue Killer's inscrutable stare again, still reading nothing in it. But the man leaned forward, catching his jaw in the vice grip of a hand nearly as large as his face, making him cry out involuntarily. Blue Killer held his face immobile. More unintelligible speech poured out of the other man's mouth. "He wants to know about his family," Piracy said, tonelessly. "He left 2 wives and 11 kids behind in Rishon City, over on the day side, when they sent him here. He wants to know what happened to his family. He wants to know now." Gundalinu shut his eyes again, not knowing where he would find the strength to begin a transfer, knowing that he had to, somehow. If he could only begin it, the inexorable energy of the Sybil net would carry him through. "Give me names." "Input," he whispered, forcing his mind to focus on the response. He felt the sudden vertiginous fall begin, as the bottom dropped out of his consciousness, and he fell away, thankfully, into the waiting darkness. No further analysis. He heard the words that ended transfer echoing inside his head, knew that he had spoken them himself as he came back into his own pain-filled body, his own inescapable existence, realizing as he did that he had no memory at all of where the transfer had sent him. He wondered if he had actually blacked out, wondered with sudden, sickening uncertainty if he had failed to get an answer. He turned his head toward Blue Killer and Piracy. gazing up at them through burning, weeping eyes. Blue Killer cocked his own head, muttering, reached out with his hand. Gundalinu cringed, but Blue Killer only laid the hand on his forehead with surprising gentleness. He took his hand away again and pushed to his feet. Moving, stooped over through the cramped interior of the shack, he reached its entrance and went out through the ragged curtain that was its door, disappearing into the twilight. Gundalinu looked at Piracy, asking with his eyes, wondering suddenly whether he had been allowed to live only long enough to answer one question. Piracy reached behind him, brought something forward, a cup filled with dark liquid. "They're all right," Piracy said. He smiled, and there was no mockery in it this time. "And so are you, Treason." He took a sip from the cup, a gesture of good faith, and held it out. Gundalinu pushed himself up, propping his back against the packing crate wall behind him. He took the cup in his hands. Piracy helped him guide it to his mouth. He sipped it, tasting a strong, bitter flavor of unidentifiable spices, an afterburn like alcohol. He sipped some more, cautiously, feeling it warm him from the inside. "I guess you belong to Gang 6 now," Piracy said. "Blue Killer will spread the word about what you did for him. Everybody respects him. And you put up a good fight. They'll remember that. Pull your weight and they'll play you fair. How long is your sentence?" "Life," Gundalinu whispered. "That shouldn't be more than a week or so." He looked away. "We'll watch your back," Piracy said. "It comes with the package. A lot of us here have got urgent questions of one kind or another. If you're not too particular about what you get asked, word will get around. They'll forget you're anything but a Sybil in time." Gundalinu looked back at him, lifted the cup to his lips and drank so that he did not have to speak. "Where do you get something like this?" he asked finally, nodding at the dark, pungent liquid, feeling it work. "The perimeter outposts." Piracy poured himself a cup with infinite care and took a sip. "When we have a full harvest, we trek it to the nearest post and trade it in for a few luxuries." He laughed, gesturing at the naked patchwork walls of the hovel they sat in. "Harvest?" Gundalinu said, wondering what living thing could possibly exist in the desolation he had witnessed. "You remember that crater they tried to feed you to?" Gundalinu felt his face freeze. He lifted a hand to his cheek. His face was still caked with a tarry crust of filth. He brought his hand away, blackened and sticky. "Don't touch it. You can't get the rest off without ripping your skin off, too. It'll wear off on its own," Piracy said. Gundalinu nodded, folding his hand into a fist. "What we're out here to do is find those craters as they come up, and wait for the tar to breed and go crystalline when it crawls out over the rim. We harvest the crystals. That's what they want." "Is it alive?" Gundalinu asked, incredulous. Piracy shrugged. "Semi-alive. A crystalline life form. About the most primitive kind of thing you can imagine." "What do they do with it?" "Who knows?" Piracy turned his face away and spat. "Doesn't matter to me. I just survive, that's what I do, and wait for the green light." He touched the block he wore around his own throat. Gundalinu remembered the man he had seen getting on the transport as he was getting off. Piracy looked back at him. Gundalinu saw the other man's eyes glance off his own collar, where no green light would ever show. "What happened to the man I infected?" Gundalinu asked. Piracy finished his drink. "Somebody smashed his head in with a rock. One thing we don't need out here is a raving lunatic." Gundalinu put his empty cup down carefully on the cinder floor. The ground seemed to shudder as he touched it. He jerked his hand back. "Earth tremors," Piracy said. "We get 'em all the time." "Tidal stress," Gundalinu murmured, glancing up as if he could catch sight of the gas giant whose moon this world was, whose violet arc lay across the sky. Its gravitational pull held this lesser world prisoner, with one hemisphere perpetually facing the parent planet, and one forever facing away. The gravitational stresses caused by the slight orbital drift of the two worlds caused this twilight zone to shudder like shaken gelatin, a solid forced to behave like a liquid. Whatever, Piracy shrugged. Do you get any real earthquakes here? Piracy laughed. You see those logs spread out over the ground when you came in? Yes. They're out there because sometimes the ground shakes so hard it splits open and we fall into the cracks. They usually open up north-south. We lay out the logs east-west like bridges and hope to hell we're lucky enough to grab one if the ground drops out from under us. Gundalinu shook his head, made dizzy by the motion. He felt his body begin to slide down the wall. He struggled to push himself upright again, failed. Get some rest, Piracy said. You can stay here till you can get up and work. It ain't much, but it's better than nothing. I'll take up a collection. The men'll help you put up your own shelter when you're on your feet. Gundalinu nodded, his throat working, suddenly unable to speak as he lay down again. Piracy pulled the ragged blanket up over Gundalinu's shoulder, hiding his bruised flesh from his sight. Get some sleep, Treason. Everything always seems better after you sleep. He grinned wolfishly. Except, of course, you always wake up here. Tiamat, Carbuncle. Jerusha Palathion stood on the deck of the ship that had once been her husband's, trying to adjust to the unfamiliar role of its deck, which she had once been so accustomed to. Around her were all the ships her plantation, which had also once been his, could spare, and dozens of other craft, both winter and summer, bobbing on the grey ocean surface beneath the sullen grey sky. They covered the water for as far as she could see, ringing Carbuncle. Tiamat's people had come, at the request of their queen, to witness the miracle of the mare's gathering, and, not coincidentally, to impede the Offworlders' attacks on them. Because the mares were here as well, making the sea boil with their restless motion, like an impatient crowd gathered at a gate, but gathered for what purpose she could not imagine, no one here could. She felt the thrumming vibration of mare-song in the water all around her, carried up through the very timbers of the ship and into her feet as she stood on its deck. She wondered what Miro would have made of this, whether he would have had some insight she lacked. He had been in her thoughts constantly since she had turned her back again on the betraying hegemony and become once more wholly Tiamatan. His memory was with her now, here, in every breath of sea air, in the motion of the deck beneath her feet, the sound of Tiamatan voices calling and speaking around her. She had barely let herself think of him in all the time she had served as Gundalinu's chief inspector, keeping herself endlessly busy with the details of her work. She felt his absence from her life so profoundly that to remember his presence in it had been unbearable. She had walled herself off from her grief, she realized now, shut away her personal needs behind a barrier of official business, as she had done all her life before she met him. To be here today in the middle of this strange sea was a kind of catharsis, giving her emotions an outward focus and a meaningful goal. He should have been here today, she thought, and thinking it she knew that he was, because she had become the keeper of all that he had believed in, not just under the law, but in her soul. She looked down over the catamaran's rail, checking again on the position of Silky, who had been ranging farther and farther from their position in the water, disappearing but always returning just as she began to grow concerned. Silky blew spray, sneezing noisily in the ship's shadow just below her, and submerged again as she watched. It reassured her to see the merling in the flesh, even though she could track Silky's location any time with the ship's instruments, from the sonic tag the young mare wore. She had had dreams, nightmares, of the hunt every night for weeks, even though she had had plantation hands following the colony's course by boat ever since she had learned that the mares were traveling north.
trying in the only way she knew to protect her adopted child from Vanu's hunters. So far she had been successful. But now the mares had gathered here at Carbuncle, just as Beezy had predicted. She had no way of knowing how long they would choose to remain here, any more than she could say why they did it, or how long Moon would be able to maintain this level of support from her people. The off-worlders' threats and restrictions had only made the Tiamatans more stubborn. But soon the real pressure would come from the need of people to get on with their work and their daily lives. The comm bug in her ear came alive suddenly, and a voice said, "Commander, this is Fairhaven. Commander Venu is coming your way in a hovercraft, just so you know." "Thanks, Fairhaven," she murmured, with an involuntary chuckle. The common local mispronunciation of Vanu's name had rapidly become the only one, since he had declared martial law. She shrugged at the curious stare of one of her deckhands. "Prepare to repel boarders," she said. "Commander?" The woman's expression grew even more uncomprehending. "A joke." Jerusha shook her head, looking out across the sea. She watched mares ripple the water surface off to starboard, saw them submerge as a hovercraft passed over their heads just above wave height, heading directly for her ship. She stood where she was, leaning against the rail, feeling a fine mist that was part cloud, part sea, clinging to her face as she waited for Vanu to come. The hovercraft slowed, settling with uncanny precision until its door was directly beside her. The bug in her ear came alive again, on the police frequency this time. "Permission to come aboard, Commander Palathion?" "Granted," she said. She smiled with an irony she knew would not be missed by the watchers behind the mirrored windshield that loomed like a predator's eye above her. The door rose, and Vanu climbed out, landing awkwardly on the pitching surface of the deck. The hovercraft remained protectively beside him as he saluted her, punctiliously correct as always. "Commander Palathion?" She heard in his voice how it annoyed him to have to address her by a rank equal to his own, when in his mind she was no more than the head of a local constabulary. "What can I do for you, Commander Vanu?" she said, not returning his salute, refusing to participate in his charade of technician propriety. He frowned. "You can tell me what you're doing here in the middle of this unlawful assembly to begin with," he said. She raised her eyebrows. "To begin with, this is not an unlawful assembly. Your restrictions only specified gatherings of more than 10 people within the city. It said nothing about boats on the open sea. As for my part, professionally, I'm ensuring that order is maintained, while at the same time, as a private citizen, I'm observing the lady's miracle, like everyone else." "You don't believe that rubbish," he said flatly. She stared at him. "What I believe or don't believe is no business of yours." His frown deepened. She saw him searching for a trace of sarcasm in her voice, a hint of it in her eyes. She showed him nothing. "You and the Queen have strained my patience long enough with this harassment," he said, his own eyes turning cold. "The police are beginning a sweep even as we speak. I have ordered my people to arrest everyone who refuses to disperse and remain outside of a 5-kilometer radius of the city, and to sink their ships. That includes you, Palathion, if you remain here." "More people will take their places," Jerusha said. His mouth twisted. "Then we'll go on arresting them. You can't keep it up for long. This miserable world doesn't have enough population." He hesitated, as her expression did not change. "And what population it has is extremely centralized," he said slowly. "These ignorant technophobes have no idea what kind of position that puts them in, strategically. But I don't have to tell you what we could do to you, if you give us any real trouble. I've been lenient so far. You know that." "Commander Vanu, sir," the voice of the hovercraft's pilot came over her own comlink, even as she saw Vanu react. "Carbuncle has just lost all power." "What?" Vanu said. "Everything has gone down there, sir. It's like someone threw the master switch.
They have no lights, no power, nothing." Vanu swore, looking toward the city, his face suddenly naked. Jerusha had never seen him show an emotion as spontaneous as the disbelief, and then the fear that filled his eyes. The fear frightened her more than any threat. "Take me back to the city," he muttered into his own link. He turned away as if he had forgotten that she existed, and climbed into the hovercraft. Jerusha watched the craft rise, bank sharply, and soar away toward Carbuncle. The city looked unchanged to her from where she stood, in broad daylight. But that was the thing about Carbuncle. It held its secrets well. She wondered what would happen when night came. Wondered if Moon had done this somehow. She was certain that was what Vanu must be thinking. Her hands tightened on the rail as she remembered the look in his eyes. She called on her link, alerting the constables who were out on the sea with the locals, ordering them back to the city. She tried to raise her headquarters in Carbuncle, getting only static. Her skin prickled suddenly, as if the sound had invaded her very flesh. She glanced down over the rail again, searching the water beside her for Silky. The mares nearby had scattered as the hovercraft came down. Some of them were returning to fill that gray, restless space now, although suddenly the entire surface of the sea seemed to have grown almost empty of them. "Atwater," she called, glancing into the ship's cabin. "Get me a reading on Silky, will you?" She waited, her hands tapping a silent rhythm on the rail as the time stretched, and still she got no answer. "Atwater," she demanded. "I'm sorry, ma'am," Atwater said at last. "I can't trace her beacon. It's gone." Hegemonic Police Commander N.R. Vanu was met at the gates of the Summer Queen's palace by an escort of 2 city constables carrying lanterns. They studied him and his escort with guarded expressions, saying only, "Come with us, sir," as they led the way back through the heavy doors. He felt their hostility like a wave of heat as soon as they turned their backs on him. He followed them along the hallway, catching fleeting glimpses of the primitive murals that defaced its walls, struck more profoundly by the complete darkness that surrounded him. He had never even thought about what an immense dark tomb this city was, without the artificial light and life support that the old Empire's technology had given it. The storm walls at the end of every alley had opened, as if in some strange programmed ritual, letting in the chill breath of the open air, so that Carbuncle did not become uninhabitable when its systems failed, only massively inconvenient, as if someone had planned it that way. They reached the Hall of the Winds. It was brighter here because there were windows to let in the bleak silver light of day, although he realized with some surprise these windows had remained closed. He remembered suddenly being told how once only these windows remained perpetually open, so that the winds interacted with the sail like curtains high above, making what was now simply a rather nerve-wracking passage over the city's open access well into a trial by air. According to the story, the Summer Queen had caused the windows to close, controlling the city's arcane, self-perpetuating machinery in a way that no one seemed to understand. He crossed the bridge almost without being aware that he did, for once, looking up, studying the sealed windows, and wondering. They climbed the wide stairway on the other side, and entered what was still called the throne room, although its once elegant decor had been usurped by rude examples of Tiamatan arts and crafts, until it looked to his eye more like a village marketplace. He was always secretly surprised that he did not find live animals wandering among the visitors there. Today, in the unexpected darkness, he felt as if he were entering a cave. It had never struck him before that this room had no natural light source. The Queen was waiting for him, sitting on the crystal throne, which was the only surviving relic of winter's reign. He had wondered before why she had not had that single striking piece of furniture replaced with some crude native-made chair. Perhaps even she had been awed by the exquisite workmanship of its gleaming convolutions. It seemed almost beyond human design, as if it were a creation spun from ice by the forces of wind and sun. And now, led by lamplight as he entered the shadow-hung chamber, he saw the throne illuminated by candles and oil lanterns. In the flickering light, It shone as if it held a fire of its own. The patterns of reflection flowing along its undulant surfaces reminded him of the aurora that filled the night sky of his homeworld. The play of light and shadow gave the anemic paleness of the queen's face, the whiteness of her hair, a strange, almost unearthly luminosity that his startled eyes persisted in finding sensuous. The queen's eyes were no color that he had ever seen before, no color that he could put a name to. They watched his approach with smoldering hostility. He felt a moment of vertiginous uncertainty as he stopped before the throne. As he found her beautiful in spite of himself, and remembered the silent air in the Hall of Winds. What was it that Ondinee had been unable to resist about her, that had transformed a friend into a stranger, a hero into a traitor? For a moment, remembering Ondinee and seeing her before him, shining like aurora glow, he wanted to find out for himself what it was about her, what it was she had made Ondinee feel, how it would feel to possess her, to be possessed by such an obsession. His sudden guilt and shame suffocated the images filling his mind. He drew himself up, making a perfectly controlled bow. "Lady," he said, his voice flat. She nodded, a barely visible acknowledgment in return. "Commander Vanu, what is it you want now?" "Two things," he said harshly. "I want you to order your citizens to clear the waters around Carbuncle, and I want the city's power restored." She raised her eyebrows. Her expression was surprised to the point of mockery. But he saw her hands tighten over the arms of the throne, her fingers searching its convolutions. "What makes you think that I can control either of those situations, Commander?" she said softly. He took a deep breath. "You are the leader of this world's people, or so you claim. You ordered them out there." "I am technically only a religious leader, with no real authority to rule. I believe you said, to justify yourself when you declared martial law. I spread the word among my people about the gathering of the mayors because it is a religious matter to them. They chose to make pilgrimages, to witness for themselves this marvel of the lady's blessing. How do you expect me to order them not to do that?" He saw in her eyes that she did not believe anything she said, any more than he did. He had always taken her for a religious fanatic. It shocked him to realize suddenly that she was an exquisite hypocrite, mouthing religious platitudes about the lady as an excuse to exercise secular powers to which she had no legal claim. He swore under his breath, as the once solid ground beneath his convictions crumbled further. "Then you leave me no choice but to control your people for you, lady," he said. But it was an empty threat. He had had to pull the force back from their task of arresting the protesters to maintain order in the paralyzed city. And there were disturbing reports that the mayors were suddenly disappearing from the seas around Carbuncle. If this went on too long, he would lose his opportunity to show the tribunal the kind of productivity and control he had been so sure he could demonstrate to them. If he could not find out how to get the city's power functioning again, he would lose everything. He was a rational man, not a man who liked to take risks. He had gambled on what seemed to be a sure thing. He had put his judgment, his political prowess, his honor, on the line to secure the water of life. If he failed, he would have sacrificed Ondinee's trust and friendship, Ondinee's distinguished career, his own career, all for nothing. All of them would be brought to ruin by this damnable enigma of a world and its elusive, seductive queen. "I suppose you will tell me next that you had nothing to do with what's happened to the city." He gestured at the shadows around them. "I had nothing to do with it," she said, shaking back her long, silver-lit hair. "They say you stopped the winds in the hall down below. You know things about this place that no one else does." He thought she stiffened imperceptibly. "And how to control them." "I control nothing about Carbuncle," she murmured, "any more than you do." He felt his chest constrict as her blind dart struck too close to home. I may not control the power source for Carbuncle, he said, but I control far greater powers, as you know. We have weapons capable of destroying this city completely. There would be nothing left of it. Do you understand me? He thrust the words at her. No structure, not even wreckage. No human beings left alive. A crater, filled with the sea. Her face flushed. You don't have the authority. You wouldn't dare do such a thing. Why would you? Perhaps because you left me no alternative. Perhaps simply because I could. His anger fed on her sudden reaction like fire on air. But if it happens, your last thought will be that you could have prevented it from happening, that you drove me to it. He forced his voice back under control. A tribunal committee from Kharemough is coming here to investigate the situation that led to my removing the Chief Justice from office. There will be an inquiry, and it will involve your part in his dishonor. There was no dishonor, she began, and if things continue here unchanged from how they now stand, the tribunal committee will undoubtedly back any measures I am forced to take against your people. The Queen was silent for a long moment, looking back at him with her changeable eyes. It strikes me, Commander Vanu, she said at last, that we have more in common than simply our roles in bringing a good man to undeserved grief. Gandalino is gone because you and I both possess a certain amount of power, which comes to us from some greater source, and we both try to use it to further ends we believe in. Whether we succeed is not always our choice, but it remains our choice how we go about it. I was taught, when I became a Sibyl, that my duty was to serve all who needed the power that passed through me, not to use it to serve my own selfish ends. I am simply a conduit, Commander, which is why I cannot give you what you want. I am a vessel, and you are a hollow man. She rose from the throne in a motion as fluid as water, and stepped down off the dais into the protective gathering of her advisers and light-bearers, who had waited for her as silently as shadows. She started away toward the far door, leaving him behind without acknowledgment. But she stopped at the door, turned back to look at him. Anything you do to this world, or any of its people, will come back to you threefold in misery, she said. The stagnant, lifeless air of the throne room gave an unnerving quality to her voice, as if something else were speaking through her. Only a vessel. She turned away and did not look back again before she disappeared. He turned, frowning, and pushed a path through the silent stairs of his own retinue. He started back the way he had come, forcing the lantern-bearing constables to hurry after him through the unchanged darkness. Tiamat, Prajna, Planetary Orbit. Reed Kharemough opened his eyes with the confusion of a man wakened after too little sleep, heard his own slurred voice mouthing sounds that should have been questions or demands. "Boss?" someone else's voice was saying, with more effect than his own. "Boss?" Nibiru. His last memory was of Nibiru, fog-gray, melting away. Nibiru's face was perfectly clear in front of him now. His hand crossed Reed's line of vision to shake his shoulder with hesitant insistence. "We're there?" Reed asked, managing somehow to speak intelligible words this time. He sat up, surprised that his body would obey him, clutched the seat arms as he began to float upward until he saw that restraining straps held him in. "Tiamat's base?" Nibiru nodded. Reed filled in the slim, silent shadow of Ananke behind him, wearing a headset. "What about—" He jerked his chin at Ariel's seat, where the smoke-gray shield still rested undisturbed. Nibiru shrugged and nodded. "They've closed with us, Cadelian," Ananke said suddenly. "They're locking onto our hatch." Reed released his restraint harness and pushed up from his seat unsteadily. He clung to the solid support of the seat back until his sense of balance stabilized. What is it? Have we been contacted? More than that, Nibiru said grimly. We're being boarded. They barely gave us time to set orbit before they were on our backs. They must have been tracking us since the minute we came out of the last jump. The Hedge's near-space security wasn't this paranoid before we left. Move! Reed gestured them aft with sudden vehemence. Clear out of the LB and seal it up. I don't want them snooping around in here, fucking with those stasis units and asking a lot of questions. Hurry up! They followed him without protest. Nibiru sealed the hatch behind them and led the way out of the Prajna's holds toward the passenger area. Reed worked his way through the serpentine corridors that Nibiru had filled with extra cargo storage so that there was barely space for a normal-sized man to pass through without banging his head on something. He swore under his breath, watching Ananke swimming lithely along the passageway ahead of him. His own sluggish body was made dizzy by his every movement. "Damn it, Nibiru, why didn't you turn on the gravity?" "Sorry, boss," Nibiru said, looking back, down, up at him. "I move faster this way." Reed grunted. He had commented, complained, and finally ordered Nibiru to get the interior of the ship refitted so that it was more comfortable to a man his own height. Nibiru had ignored him, stalled, and finally, standing eye to eye with him from the height of a raised access in the systems center, told him to fuck off. "This is my ship," Nibiru had said. "It has to be my way." And to his own surprise, as much as Nibiru's, Reed had let it go. He looked down in as they passed the empty room that was the ship's real heart, where Nibiru navigated and they all endured the brutal passage through black gate transits. Its passenger cocoons gave them some protection against the stresses of hyperlight as well, now that the ship was outfitted with a jury-rigged star drive unit. And the past and the future were fused into one imperfect present. He went on without stopping through the cramped maze of day room, commons, and private sleeping cubicles, with nothing worse than bruises and curses. They arrived in the system's center just as the access at the other end filled with a cluster of armed troopers in spacesuits. Nibiru and Ananke raised their hands, drifting free, at the sight of the guns trained on them. Reed did the same, reflexively, kept his hands up reluctantly. "Who are you? Why are you on my ship?" Nibiru demanded, the indignation in his voice belying the submission gesture. "We had clearance when we left. You've got no reason to board us, let alone threaten us. I'm going to report this." "You can report it to me." The front man in the group of intruders pushed toward them, banged his head on a piece of suspended equipment, and pulled himself up short. He swore under his breath, his eyes threatening death to anyone who cracked a smile. "Lieutenant Ramon, Hegemonic Navy. Tiamat is under martial law, and we are investigating the arrival of all unscheduled ships." "Martial law?" Nibiru said blankly. "Look, I'm a free trader. I get shipments where I can. I don't run on a schedule." "Our records show you claim to be arriving with the same cargo you were carrying when you left Tiamat. Would you like to explain that?" Nibiru shrugged. "That deal fell through. It's a hard life." "Nice try." The lieutenant gestured at his men. "We're taking you aboard our vessel for questioning and probably detention." "Wait a minute," Reed said, moving forward cautiously, his hands still high. "I'm their return cargo. They brought me here to see Gundolino. I have to see Gundolino as soon as possible." Ramon raised his eyebrows, taking in Reed's bandaged head and torn, bloodied clothing. "The Chief Justice? That's going to be difficult." Reed glanced down at himself, realizing that his appearance didn't help his credibility any. "Take me down to the surface. Contact him. Tell him I'm here. He'll see me. My name is Reed Kharemough." The lieutenant looked unimpressed. "It doesn't matter." "Maybe you've heard of me. They call me the Smith." Everyone's eyes were on him, suddenly staring. "The Smith?" Ramon laughed. "There's no such person. The Smith is a legend. He doesn't exist. What if you're wrong? Reed said, staring back at him. Ramon hesitated, his face pulled into a frown. What kind of business would the Smith have with the Chief Justice of Tiamat? If the Smith existed. He held his gun aimed more precisely at Reed's chest. It's about the water of life, Reed said steadily. He needs what I know. I have to see him. That's unfortunate because he's gone, the lieutenant said. He smiled sourly. And you're under arrest. Gone? What do you mean he's gone? Reed said, feeling his mind stop functioning. Ilmarinen, you can't abandon me again. He was sent back to Kharemough, charged with treason. Police Commander Vanu has declared martial law. He's in charge now. No, Reed said fiercely. He can't be that goddamn son of a bitch. He looked at the guns trained on his heart as the full realization of what he had done to himself hit him. He turned suddenly, shoving Ananke aside as he pushed toward the doorway. Someone fired. The stun shock caught him full in the back, deadening his entire body. He drifted, helpless, as they hauled him ignominiously into the systems center again. They locked his hands together behind him, did the same to Ananke and Niburu. They searched him. He watched in numb despair, unable even to protest as they took the vial containing the water of death from his belt pouch. He's sick, Niburu protested, as the Marines confiscated the drug. He needs that. It's medicine. Let him keep it. The lieutenant shook his head. That's not what it looks like to me. He glanced at the man holding the vial. Send it down with them. Have the police check it out. Reed shut his eyes, unable to make any sound at all, feeling as if the frustration and rage inside his brain would explode his skull like shrapnel. The lieutenant pointed toward the access behind him. Take them out. Contact the police. He looked back at Reed. Too bad the Chief Justice can't see you, Kharemough. But Commander Vanu's going to be overjoyed. By the time they reached Dirtside, his voluntary nervous system had come alive again, letting him stand and walk on his own feet, as the Marines turned them over, with the water of death, to the waiting squad of Blues. The Blues took them back through the umbilical tunnel that connected the starport to Carbuncle. Reed slumped in his seat, saying nothing, staring straight ahead into the blackness shot with light. They did not take the usual lift ride, up through the hollow core of one of the city's pylons, to an exit somewhere along the street. Instead, the Blues forced them on into the twilit docks below the city, toward the main access ramp the Tiamatans used to get to and from their ships. Why are we going this way? Reed snapped, breaking his silence at last, irritable with tension and fear. One of the Blues glanced at him. Lift's not functioning, he said. Reed looked at him in disbelief. He looked away again, already too aware of the crawling itch beneath his skin, the burn of his soles as the ground pressed against them, the separate, exquisite pain of every cut and laceration on his battered body, as his nerve endings became hypersensitized. He tried not to think about how much longer their journey would take this way, how much more effort it would take, how much less time and strength he would have at the end of it. The Blues halted him at the foot of the ramp as another cluster of patrolmen came toward them, carrying what looked like a corpse in a body bag. The sergeant in charge of his squad moved forward, his face tight. "Who is it?" he asked. "Not one of ours," the woman leading the other detail said. "Some local." The sergeant's expression eased. "One of those mother-loving Summers fall overboard again?" His mouth turned up in a hopeful smile. She shook her head. "A winter. One Kirard set wayaways. We're turning him over to the city constables." Reed stiffened. "What happened to him?" he demanded. The female Blue looked toward him, surprised. "The Queen's justice," she said sourly. "Guess he wasn't much of a swimmer." Reed felt his own face form a smile more like a rictus. "Out of his depth," he murmured. His guards urged him forward again, and he began to climb. As they ascended the ramp, he realized that something else was wrong with the city. It was growing darker instead of lighter as they climbed. Carbuncle had always been filled with light, day and night. He had never even thought about it, taking it for granted, like the automatic climate control of the city's self-contained system. It had existed that way since before the hegemony's recorded time, a product, a relic of the old empire. He had been told that Carbuncle ran on tidal power, that there were immense turbines in caves somewhere deep in the rock below the city. He had been told that it always ran perfectly, self-maintaining, self-perpetuating. But there was no such thing as perpetual motion. The city's darkness, waiting above to swallow him, filled him with a strange emotion that was as much urgency as it was fear. "What the hell happened?" he asked. But he knew what had happened. He knew. These signs were important. He had to act now. If he could only remember what he had to do. "The lights went out," the Blue walking beside him said. "Everything went out. The city stopped working." "Why?" Reed asked. "I don't know," the Blue shrugged, frowning. "How long ago?" "2 days," the Blue said. 3 days, Reed murmured. 2 gone. "What?" The Blue stopped him. "I have to see the Summer Queen," Reed said. "I have to see the Queen." "You know something about this?" the Blue asked. His hand struck Reed's shoulder when Reed did not answer. "Do you?" "He doesn't know anything, for God's sakes," another man said. "He's trying to jerk us around. Get moving." A hand caught Reed between the shoulder blades, propelling him forward. Reed went on without protest, stupefied by the seething mental energy that the darkened city had set loose inside his brain. Yes, he thought, looking left and right at the batteries of portable lights, at the flickering dance of candles being carried along the night-filled alleys of the lower city, where mostly summers lived. Yes, I've come home. But he did not know why he thought it, and the thought only filled him with desolation. They went on, circling slowly, ever upward, the helmet lights of the police surrounding him like glowflies, showing him the way ahead. The few other lights he saw passed them by like the motion of strange creatures in the black depths of the sea. Most of the citizens seemed to be staying at home, by choice or otherwise. The air felt stagnant to him, although the transparent storm shutters at the ends of every alleyway stood open now, letting Carbuncle's human hive breathe on its own. His face ran with sweat. He could not wipe it away, with his hands locked behind him. They went on through the maze, although he had difficulty even recognizing it with so much of it in darkness. Even Persephone's hell was closed down and dark. Behind him, Cadalion swore, breathless from trying to keep up. He had not realized that he was slowing down too until someone shoved him again from behind. He stumbled into Ananke, who was ahead of him now. Ananke lurched sideways with a clumsiness Reed only recognized as intentional when Ananke collided with the Blue, shadowing his own steps. The Blue went down with a grunt of surprise in a sudden light storm of intersecting headlamp beams. "Reed, run!" Ananke's voice shouted, as Reed dodged groping arms and flailing legs. Reed broke away from their struggling bodies, looking back as he heard Ananke cry out in pain behind him. "Run!" He ran, with no choice but to abandon them. He had to make it to Street's End, to the palace. A random stun shot grazed his arm. He felt it go numb and tingling. He ran faster up the black, nearly empty street, knowing that he still had a third of the city to go, all of it uphill through the darkness. He wondered if the Blues were able to call for reinforcements. The darkness must be crawling with police, out doing their job, harassing potential thieves and troublemakers. Thieves and troublemakers. Gods! The way ahead was still a tunnel with no light at its end. But as he passed one more alley entrance, light flooded around him suddenly,
and voices shouted at him to stop. He jerked to a halt, trapped in the sudden crisscross of beams like an insect, as dark figures swarmed around him. "We've got him! Commander!" someone called behind him, catching hold of the binders that still trapped his wrists. He jerked free, but there was nowhere left for him to go. He stood still, his exhausted body trembling, humiliating him. Someone stepped in front of him. He was blinded as another helmet light shone directly into his face. He swore, squinting, opened his eyes again as the light unexpectedly dimmed to a bearable level. Blinking his sight back, he tried to make out the face of Vanu, Bisi Gundalinu's right-hand man, the ass-kissing martinet Gundalinu had stupidly made commander of police. But it was a woman's face he saw. Middle-aged, cinnamon skin, New Havenese, not even Kharemough. The chief inspector, Palathion, that was her name, but they'd called her commander. He peered at her, seeing that she was not wearing a police uniform, realizing that the people surrounding her and him were all Tiamatan. The local constabulary, not the Blues. "Huh," he said, half in confusion and half in disbelief. And then, like a mindless recording, he said, "I have to see the Queen." Palathion's eyes narrowed as she looked at his face until she was almost frowning. "Who are you?" "Read Kalervo. I need to see the Queen." "Yes," she whispered. But for a moment she wasn't seeing him. "Thank you, gods," she murmured. Uncertainty filled him as she looked at him again, at his pinioned hands. She turned away as the sound of running feet closed with them, and more lights joined their pool of illumination. "You got him?" a voice demanded. He saw blue uniforms gathering in the light of the constables' lanterns, recognized the voice of the sergeant who had been in charge of him. "Don't let them take me back," he muttered, holding Palathion's gaze. "Don't." She nodded, a barely perceptible movement of her head before she stepped past him to face the Blues. Reed turned, squinting again as their lights picked him out inside the ring of constables. "This man is in our custody now. We have a prior claim on him." "He's an off-worlder," the sergeant said. "He's under our jurisdiction." "What's he charged with?" The sergeant hesitated. "He says he's the smith." "Do you have any proof of it?" The Blue glanced at his men, back at her. "No, not until we run an ID check on him. What does the Queen want him for?" "He kidnapped the Queen's daughter," Palathion said, her voice deadly. "He's in our custody and he stays with us. If Vanu wants him, let Vanu come to the palace and discuss it with the Queen. Although I don't expect he'll get much cooperation as long as we're under martial law." The sergeant's face twisted. Reed watched him assessing the situation, the fact that the Tiamatans outnumbered his own men. He must have left part of his patrol behind with Nibiru and Ananke. Finally he jerked his head. "Keep him, then. And tell the Queen if she wants to talk about an end to martial law, she damn well better turn the lights back on." He gestured at the others. They followed him away down the street. "Did the Queen really shut down the city?" Reed asked when they had gone. Palathion shook her head. "But Vanu's ready to blame it on her." "Are you really the smith?" Reed looked away. "I thought you worked for Vanu," he said, ignoring the question. "I thought you were chief inspector." She shook her head again. "I worked for Gundalinu, but he's gone." "I know," Reed murmured. "I know." He felt a sudden wave of nausea hit him, and realized that he was shivering again, as if it were cold. It was not cold. "Shit!" He jerked his head. "Take me to the Queen, damn it! I don't have much time." "Ease off, boy," she said, putting a restraining hand on his pinioned arm. "We'll get you there soon enough." He glared at her. pulled away from her grasp and started on up the hill at a jog trot, forcing them to follow. At last they reached the street's end, the plaza before the palace entrance. Its white alabaster expanse was ringed with lanterns. Palathion took the lead now, speaking to the guards who stood, as they always did, near the heavy doors. The doors opened to let them pass, and Reed entered the Summer Queen's palace for the first time. He followed Palathion down a long, echoing corridor, his eyes disturbed by the dance of light around him, the glimpses of painted pastoral scenes, green hills, water and sky, illuminated by the restless motion of lantern beams. Up ahead the hall finally ended, opening out into a vast high chamber. The air smelled suddenly, surprisingly, of the sea. Far above him were more windows like the storm walls at the end of every alley along the street. But these were shut, unlike all the rest. Beyond the windows the night sky burned with the light of 1,000,000 stars. Reed looked down again, seeing another cluster of lights across the chamber. Someone was waiting there. "It's the Queen," Palathion murmured. But between the Queen and where he stood there was something else. A strand of darkness arcing across a well of eerily glowing green light. Reed moved past Palathion, starting toward it with a sense of premonition, a sudden urgency. "Kharemough!" Palathion called sharply, catching hold of his arm. "Wait a minute, that's the pit! You can't cross this room in the dark, there's no floor." "It isn't dark," Reed murmured. "It's pitch black," she said. "What are you talking about?" "Let me go." He jerked against her hold, starting forward again. "I see perfectly. I have to go there." She released him, wordlessly. He saw the look in her eyes. She doesn't see it. He felt his skin prickle with sudden terror, felt his entrails knot up inside him. But he went on, alone, drawn toward the glow like an insect, helplessly, instinctively. He reached the spot where the railless span bridged the pit and stopped again. Now, here, at last, all his questions would be answered. He had finally come to the place where he had been meant to be. He held his breath as compulsion locked his muscles and forced him to step out onto the bridge, over the well of bottomless light. He was dimly aware that Palathion had followed him, but was keeping her distance. He took another step, trembling with awe and fear, feeling the green light reach up to caress him like a lover, engulfing his senses in the most beautiful music, the sensation of silk and velvet, the smell of the ocean wind. "No," he whispered like a child, as he went on into the light. "No, I don't want to. I'm afraid," as his consciousness dissolved into the sea of sensation and compulsion. He sank to his knees at the center of the bridge, as he sank deeper and deeper under its spell. Vanamoinen. It reverberated in his brain, a demand, an affirmation. Yes, he was Vanamoinen. Not the other, the receptacle of flesh and blood, the stranger who huddled on the span now in pathetic human misery. He remembered how he had chosen this world, created this city, an ornate, incomprehensible jewel that would haunt humankind for generations after he was gone. They would preserve and protect it because it was unique, never guessing that it existed to be the pin in the map, marking the secret place where lay his real gift to future generations, the data banks that preserved all that he could gather of human knowledge, the nexus of the Sibyl mind, the mirror of his soul. But not his soul alone, Ilmarinen's. It would never have existed. He could never have realized his dream. He would never have had those dreams if it had not been for Ilmarinen, whom he loved, whose calm rationality and understanding of human weakness amazed him, whose dark eyes were deeper than infinity, whose sudden, unexpected smile had come to mean more to him than 100 honors, 1,000 empty gestures of praise from the corporeal gods of the interface. Ilmarinen, who had been the other half of him, of his genius, whose soul was joined with his forever in the design and programming of the Sybil system. The system born of their mutual vision and sacrifice had survived the generations since their deaths, doing good, spreading knowledge freely, the symbol of all they had been to each other, all they had believed in. Ilmarinen, he called. Ilmarinen? But Ilmarinen was dead, laid to rest millennia ago, as he thought he himself had been. He should not be here now like this, awakened from his centuries of peace, brought back to life as a total stranger in this strange and terrifying existence. Except he remembered it now, remembered everything that had been denied to him for so long. He remembered that he had willed this himself. After Ilmarinen's death, he had made the arrangements, had recorded his brain scan, and hidden it in a secret place remembered only by the Sybil mind, in case the net should ever need him in some future time. And now that time had come. He had been called back to life, and he did not need anyone to tell him what had happened. There had been no crucial errors in the system's design or programming. There had been no mistakes in the genetic design when they had played God and created the mares. Their only failure had been in underestimating human greed. Giving human beings indefinitely extended lives had never been their desire or their point. But someone had taken notice of the mares' longevity. Someone had unlocked their secret, and the hunts had begun. And because over the centuries they had slaughtered the mares, the Sybil mind was failing. Now it had called him back to save it if he could. If he could. "Come with me," the voice said. "Help me. Come with me." He raised his head, looking up into the face of the Summer Queen. He realized slowly that he was down on his knees, crouched fetally on the fragile span above the glowing pit, his body shaken by tremors as though he were having a seizure. "Help me," the Queen murmured, her hands lifting him, gently but firmly. "Help me get you away from here, to somewhere you'll be safe." "Nowhere," he mumbled. "Nowhere I'm safe." "Yes," she whispered with soft conviction. "With me." He got clumsily to his feet, drawn by something in her gaze, and let her lead him on across the bridge to the safety of the far rim. She carried no light. She did not seem to need one. Palathion followed them. When they stood on solid ground, she breathed a sigh of relief and released the binders he still wore. Reed brought his hands up, pressing his eyes, trying to burn away the suffocating echoes of green. He let his hands drop again and found the Queen's steady, searching gaze still on his face. He saw other figures standing behind her, but registered only one, thinking for a brief, heart-stopping moment that he saw Gandolino waiting in the shadows. But it was only the Queen's son, Tamas, with his wife standing beside him, her expression guarded and fearful. Tamas was not looking at him, but past him, staring at the pit. He sees it too. Reed moved slightly for a better view, saw the glint of a trefoil against the boy's tunic. Does he know? He let them lead him away, on up the wide stairway into the palace's heart, gazing in fascination at the glimpses of form and decoration illuminated by their passage. He recognized nothing, and yet he knew, with an indefinable sense of space, exactly where he was, as if he were a traveler returning home after an absence of many years. They brought him into a small room that had been made into a library, filled with varieties of information storage, from primitive to state-of-the-art. One wall opened on the city's silver-lit silhouette, on the sky and the sea. He looked around him, only remembering to sit down because his body abruptly insisted on collapsing. The Queen herself brought him something to drink. He accepted the cup without comment and sipped the cool, bitter liquid, feeling its pungency begin to clear his head. "Where is my daughter?" the Queen asked as he raised his head again. "Where is my pledged?" Reed saw how she looked at him, taking in the bloodstains, his ruined clothes, his face. "Ariel's safe for now," he said. "On board my ship, in stasis. Your husband died." He looked down, away from her stricken face. "He caught a bad one, getting us out. He died. I'm sorry." The Queen made a small, wordless noise as grief choked her. She turned away from him, moving toward the windows. She stood there, alone, looking out at the stars. No one around him moved, granting her the illusion of solitude. Reed set his cup down roughly on the opalescent table surface beside his seat, wanting to shout at her that there wasn't time for grief, there wasn't time. He kept his silence, like the rest of them, until at last she turned back again. "What about the drug?" she said to him. Her body gave an involuntary spasm. "The water of death." "The blues got all I had." He shook his head. "I thought Ondinee would be here, damn it. I thought he'd be able to help us." The Queen was silent again for a long moment, fighting for control, he realized when he looked back at her at last. "He will come back," she said finally, "when we've done what we have to do." "It'll be too late," he whispered. He felt giddy suddenly, as if his head were lighter than air. He swore under his breath. "Vanamoinen," the Queen said softly. "Do you know why you're here? Did it tell you?" He raised his eyes again, studying the strange paleness of her hair, the porcelain translucency of her skin. "Yes," he murmured. The Queen glanced at the others waiting behind her. "We need to speak alone." They nodded, starting one by one toward the door. Palathion hesitated, her eyes asking a question. The Queen nodded, and she followed the others out. "Not you," Reed said suddenly, as Tamas moved away from his mother's side. "You stay." Tamas hesitated, half frowning with doubt or surprise. His wife closed her hand over his, trying to pull him after her without seeming to. Reed recognized the slight swelling of her belly, and wondered if that was what made her try to change his mind. But Reed held the boy's gaze with unrelenting insistence. "You saw something," he said to Tamas. "You know something." Tamas nodded, and urged his wife silently, apologetically, away from him. She went out, and her doleful stare was the last thing they saw as she shut the door. When they were completely alone, he said, "I need 2 Sibyls. The Sibyl net picked you." He gestured at the Queen. "And Ondinee. But Ondineen's gone." He turned back to Tamas. "I think you're here to replace him. Can you swim? Use underwater gear?" Tamas nodded, settling into an ornate corner chair. "What's this about?" The Queen took a seat on the long couch where Reed was already sitting, and he saw the dubious glance she threw his way. She was prevented from explaining. The Sibyl mind controlled her, as it had controlled Ondinee, but it didn't control him, and it was too late now for second thoughts. The artificial intelligence that runs the Sibyl net, the entire database and the programming that controls it, is located here below Carbuncle, he said. Tamas stared at him. "How do you know that?" he asked. "I thought nobody knew where it was." "Your mother knows." Reed glanced at her. "And Ondinee. And I know it because I put it here." Tamas laughed in disbelief. "There's been a Sibyl net for millennia."
Even the Snow Queen didn't live that long. I'm not just someone named Kharemough. I'm something more now. My name is Vanamoinen. The real Vanamoinen died long ago. I'm a construct, a database. His avatar, for want of a better word. I'm using Reed Kharemough to do what I have to do here, now. The network I helped design brought me back because it's failing. The mares are part of the system. They were meant to interact with and maintain the Sybil network. It's a technogenetic system with two radically different substrates. He broke off, seeing the incomprehension on their faces. He tried again, groping for terms that they would have some chance of understanding. The mare songs contain information that the smart matter of the computer requires, and certain chemicals released during the mare's mating cycle also trigger self-maintenance sequences, allowing the computer to purge itself of errors and restructure any drift in its logic functions. They're mating? Tiamat said. I thought they mated at sea. It's a two-stage process, Reed shrugged. The initial stage occurred when the mares were actually within the computer, all of them together. Their communion with the Sybil nexus primed them biologically so that when they did mate, they could conceive. He had intended for it to keep their population stable because they were so long-lived. And he had intended for it to bring them pleasure, so that they would be glad to return for their own sakes as well as the sake of the net. He shook his head, with a smile that held as much pain as irony. We thought we had it all planned perfectly. We never imagined the people the net was meant to serve would begin killing them off. We never realized what forces would work on a system that survived this long through so much history. He looked up at them, and his smile became self-mocking. You try inventing a fault-tolerant system with superhuman intelligence that has to survive forever. He laughed once. We made a mistake. We were only human, after all. They were both staring at him now, in wonder and fascination. He felt an unexpected tenderness fill him as he looked back at them. The descendants, the survivors, the people for whom he had created all of this. Seeing the trefoils they wore, the same symbol he had worn so long ago. Knowing that they carried in their blood the same transforming technoviral that he had been the first to carry. He had designed the choosing places to seek out people like these, counted on people like these to go on seeking out the choosing places. And after more than 2 millennia, even with all that had gone wrong, it was still happening as he had planned. He smiled, even as Reed Kharerough's body twisted and shifted position, made restless by the growing discomfort of its failing systems. He wiped his sweating face on his sleeve and wished suddenly that he had not drunk whatever it was they had given him. Even the thought of drinking or eating made his stomach rise into his throat. He swallowed hard, feeling panic start inside him, not certain whose it was, who he was. What? He said, as he realized the Queen had asked him something. Is there anything I can get for you? She repeated, her eyes troubled. He shook his head and stretched his cramping hands. Just listen. We don't have a lot of time. Do you know why the city's gone dark? No, the Queen said, her gaze sharpening. Do you? Yes. He glanced away, looking out at the sky and its reflection in the sea below. For a moment he remembered another darkness, with only the faintest whisper of ruddy light, so fragile he might almost be imagining it, to make its dark heart all the more terrible. He looked down again, focusing on the fractal patterns of the rug beneath his feet. Because it's time, the right time, the only time, when anything can be changed. The turbines that provide the city's power, and power for the Sybil nexus, shut down once during every high year, at the time when the mares return to the city. At all other times the turbines make the passage into where the computer lies completely inaccessible. Anyone who tried to get past them would be killed. But for those 3 days,
The way is clear, to let the mares pass inside. When the turbines start up again, the computer will be unreachable for another 2.5 centuries. Any attempt to get at it any other way will fail, or destroy it.
Why? Tiamat asked.
Because I had to be sure that it would never become the possession of a single faction in any human power games. That's why I made absolutely certain that its location would remain unknown. That's why your mother and Ondinee could never explain what they were doing.
Tiamat glanced at his mother. Then how did you find out?
Once, as I was crossing the pit, it called up to me, the Queen said, her voice growing faint. It chose me to help it. And all these years I've tried. Reed saw the terrible weariness in her eyes. Tried to understand what it needed from me. Why it chose me. It chose you because you were in the right place at the right time. He hesitated. I'm not saying it was an accident. He touched his own head. I'm not saying it was entirely predestined either. But you're Aryan Road's clone for a reason. He saw her flinch. Aryan Road proved she had the strength and the intelligence to get what she wanted from her own people and the off-worlders, whether they liked it or not. You are what you are, Moon Dawn Treader. But you're also the lady, he added gently, the holder of this world's trust. You are what Aryan Road should have been, because you were raised by the Summers, who kept peace with the Sybil net and protected the mares. You have the ability to see the long view. Aryan Road couldn't have done that. You understand why it matters, why it really matters. He broke off. You are the future I wanted to believe in. She looked down, looked up at him again with gratitude shining in her eyes. But then her expression changed. You said there would be access to the computer for only 3 days. More than 2 of them are gone. He nodded. That's why we can't wait. One reason. He glanced down at his unsteady hands. Your husband had data on the lost elements of the mare song. I have to reconstruct them. He realized with a sudden sinking feeling that there was probably not a functional computer with the kind of database he required anywhere in the city. It's already been done for you, the Queen said. He looked back at her. Ondinee? Did he do it before his arrest? No, she said with a faint smile. The Sybil College finished his work. She touched the trefoil she wore. I can get the tapes for you. We reproduced the mare song, inserting the missing passages. He smiled too, in spite of himself. I'll need underwater gear for 2 people, him and me. He gestured at Tiamat. She half frowned. What are you going to do? We've got to go down into the... He broke off, found himself with his hand pressed to his mouth, like a man about to be sick. He forced his hand down to his side again. Into the sea, through the turbines, into the computer with the mares. I have to check out the system myself to see what's gone wrong with it and reprogram. We have to give the right songs back to the mares. Into the sea, under the water, drowning, death, blackness. The images filled his mind, and again he did not know whose fear filled him. Who had always been terrified of death by water? Who had always known that it would be his destiny? He swore under his breath, wanting to cry out. You're damned anyway, you miserable bastard, he thought, with furious self-loathing. Death by water or the water of death, it doesn't matter how you die. But it did. He looked out at the night so that he would not have to look into the eyes of the 2 people watching him. Why does Tiamat have to go with you? The Queen demanded, and he heard fear for her son in her voice. I'm a Sybil. The Sybil net chose me. That's why you have to remain clear where you're protected.
You're going to be in deep transfer for hours inside its mind. It will show you, and you're going to tell me what's wrong. I need you to guide me. Let me know when the healing is done. That's going to be dangerous enough." He felt the heat of her resistance, her uncertainty as she searched the face of the man who had poisoned her only other child. "You won't be functional, damn it. I need someone who can work with me. And it has to be another Sybil who can act as go-between for us." He gestured at Tamas. "But I thought you were a Sybil," she said, still frowning, even though there was the beginning of understanding in her eyes now. He laughed with another man's bitter terror. "No, lady," he whispered with another man's voice. "I am not a Sybil. Sybil's are sacred. I am a human sacrifice." Tamas shuddered, staring at him. The Queen's face changed. She reached out slowly as if she were afraid he might bolt, and touched his cheek, as gently as she might have touched her own child. The barest contact of her fingers sent a shock jittering through the nerve endings in his face, but he did not pull away. He felt her withdraw her hand after a moment. "I'll get the data and underwater equipment for you as quickly as I can," she said. "But how will you reach the computer? You can't go into the city. You can't get to the sea without Vanu's patrols seeing you." "Yes, we can." He rubbed his eyes, forcing himself to concentrate again, to stay focused, to function as one human being. "The pit is an access well. It goes down to the sea. It goes exactly where we need to be." "But there's no power. Even the well is shut down." "Not for us," he said gently. "It knows about us. I want you to come with us down into the well. We can't risk being interrupted. Even Vanu can't reach us once we're down there." He hesitated, seeing her face change. "Have you ever experienced an extended transfer?" She nodded. "Once it was—" She broke off, and he saw the memory of an endless absence that still haunted her. Like drowning. "It won't be like that this time," he murmured. "It will be nothing like anything you've ever known. But it will still be difficult." "I know." She looked up at him with a weary, sorrow-filled smile. "Isn't everything—" She rose from the couch. "I'll see to things," she said, looking away again, suddenly distracted. For a moment she gazed at Tamas, and then she went silently out of the room. Moon entered the room that had become her husband's entire world within the palace, before his journey to Ondinee, to the land of death. She moved slowly about its perimeter, her eyes taking in every detail of its contents. The study materials, the imported electronics equipment, the makeshift bed to which he had exiled himself after she had driven him away. He had never allowed servants to enter his private workspace. She had not allowed it either since his disappearance. She sat down on the edge of his cot, picking up a rumpled shirt that he had carelessly thrown aside. She pressed it to her face, inhaling the familiar scent of his skin, until her mind filled with images of lying beside him in the sweet abandonment of love, memories of all they had meant to each other for so many years, even knowing all that they had done to each other, all that they had thrown away or let slip through their hands. Still, in this moment, she could remember only the good things, because there was no need now to remember anything else. Because he was dead. He was dead. She dropped the shirt and rose from his bed again, moving on around the room, passing the terminal, remembering the work he had done, alone and unappreciated. The hidden secrets of the mare song he had discovered, the difference that his discoveries were about to make, which no one would ever be able to thank him for now. She stopped again before the small table whose private drawer she had forced, seeing its contents still scattered on the tabletop where she had left them, thoughtlessly, on the day she had lost the only other man she had ever loved. The sign of the Brotherhood still lay on the floor where she had dropped it. the symbol of survey in all its endless permutations of treachery and betrayal, yet with the gemstone as beautiful as the sun, the symbol of enlightenment glowing at its heart. She looked away from it, kicking it aside with her foot. She sat down by the table, picking up the objects that lay on its surface one by one. The wooden top that Sparks had played with when he was a boy. The lock of someone's hair, as pale as milk, inside a blown glass vial. The embroidered love token that she had made for him when they had first pledged their lives to each other. Why had no one ever warned them about how long the years would seem? About how they would end without warning? She fastened the small embroidered pouch to the inside of her shirt next to her heart, as Sparks had always worn it in his youth. She wiped the wetness from her face with the edge of her sleeve, and then she rose from her seat, dry-eyed, and went out of the room. Because the Sybil mind was waiting, and her life was not her own. Tiamat, Carbuncle. Moon followed her son and Reed Kalervo down into the transport car that waited below the rim of the pit. She looked up at the last moment at Jerusha, who stood watch over her here now, as it seemed she had always done. She saw the memory that haunted Jerusha's eyes, the way memory had always haunted her own vision, here in this place. She had told Jerusha only that Reed believed he could find a way to reactivate the city's silent core, and give them a bargaining point in their war of nerves with the off-worlders. All that she could tell anyone. But it had seemed to be enough. "The gods, the lady, go with you," Jerusha murmured. She glanced past Moon at Tamas's pale, upturned face below them, his own eyes clouded with memory. She looked at Reed. Her concern turned suddenly to doubt, and she frowned. "We may be gone a long time," Moon said. "Maybe for hours. We won't be able to communicate with you from down there." "I'll be waiting," Jerusha said, "for as long as it takes." She gripped Moon's arm tightly, as if she could send her own energy, her own spirit with them, before Moon let herself down into the space below. Moon saw instrument lights scattered like gems across the dim faces of the equipment around her, more and more of them winking on as she watched, just as Reed had predicted. The hatch sealed above them, sealing them in. Beyond the expanse of the viewing window, the walls of the pit remained dark and dead, revealing no sign of active response. But Reed stood at the window beside Tamas, gazing down, the two of them equally still and intent. Moon slipped in between them, holding on to a support rail along the instrument panel as they began to move down the spiral course into the well's depths. Looking out as they did, she did not find utter blackness, but instead the green light waiting, intensifying as her mind accepted its presence. A sourceless joy filled her as she remembered that distant time and place in the islands of her youth, where she had been drawn irresistibly into such light, hearing a music no instrument had ever made, calling her on, calling her away, calling. She looked over at Tamas. His silhouetted body bristled with the equipment of his diver's dry suit. Its helmet rested forgotten in his arms. She saw the same rapture on his face, the anticipation, the joy, and the shadow of misery, the pain inextricably bound up in the memory of his choosing, Miro's death, the sacrifice that had been required in return for the gift of his sibylhood. She felt her memories of her own choosing darken. She remembered Sparks, remembered how he had tried to follow her through the darkness of the cave that had been their choosing place, into the light that only she could see. She remembered his face, blind and despairing, at the moment when she had realized that she was being chosen and he was not. He had begged her not to go on, clung to her, trying to hold her back. But she had pushed him away, frantic with need, and gone on alone into the embrace of the irresistible light, sacrificing their love, his trust,
her heart. She put an arm around her son. He started, turning toward her, seeing what lay in her eyes. He nodded, moving closer as he looked out again at the light. She looked away at Reed Vanamoinen, who stood at her other side, his body rigid, his attention fixed on what lay below with a kind of fierce obsession. But the face of the man whose body was physically beside her, who had been made an unwilling host for the mind of someone thousands of years dead, was filled with helpless resignation. Reed was not much older than her son, and there was a wildness about him, as if he had never known peace. She felt a sudden profound pity for both the men who inhabited him now, but more for Reed Kharemough, whose staring, wide-pupiled eyes saw nothing but darkness, she was sure. He was not a Sibyl, even if Vanamoinen had been the first. How much of what was happening did he even grasp? How much of his fear did Vanamoinen feel? Where did one begin and the other end? Which one loved her daughter? Or did they both? She looked away from him again, watching the illumination grow stronger around them, feeling its pull on her mind increase. She closed her eyes, still seeing it, hearing it. It streamed through her like sunlight through window glass. She felt it illuminate her from within, felt all other thoughts, concerns, emotions fading. Compelled to leave behind the world she had known and become one with this calling wonder. She was neither afraid nor reluctant. She went willingly, eagerly to this union with the unknown for which she had been preparing all her life. She realized at last that their motion had stopped, that Reed was speaking to her. She pulled her thoughts together like someone caught naked, and saw a brief flash of understanding in his eyes. "Lady," he said again, his voice uncertain, "it's time. We're going out. Down." He wiped his sweating face on his sleeve. "You have to... Yes." She felt as though she could see them both, even through closed eyelids, as if her body had become transparent, ephemeral, consumed by the radiance within her. "I know what to do," she said quietly. "Tamas?" She reached out, catching his hand as he began to put on his helmet. "Be careful. Ask when you need me, and I will answer." She spoke the ritual promise, watching the doubt in his eyes fade. He nodded. She saw him letting go, letting himself surrender to the siren call of the force that was alive around them. "Goodbye, Mama," he whispered, and settled the helmet over his head. "I'll be with you," she said, as much to comfort herself as him. She turned back to Reed. "I'll be with you," she repeated, to the man whose eyes, looking back at her, were at once as old as time and as vacant as a blind man's. Reed looked away from her, putting on his own helmet without speaking, his movements abrupt and unsteady. An access lay open in the wall behind them, where none had been before. Reed pushed by her, heading out. Tamas followed, glancing back as he passed through the opening. "I love you," she said, but she did not know if he heard her. She went back to the port, looking out. Below her, below the car's final resting place, lay the sea. She saw its surface rise with the surge of the unseen tide. The water seemed alive with a strange phosphorescence, glimmering greenly, eddying in an unnatural hypnotic dance with itself. She could smell it now, the raw, poignant ocean smell, the flavor of green light. She saw two forms climbing down, making their way slowly along what might have been hidden footholds, or only random crevices in the wall of machinery. She watched Tamas let go and plunge into the waiting water, saw him re-emerge. Vanamoinen, Reed, still clung like a fly to his precarious hold on the wall.
until at last he fell free, dropping like a stone into the phosphorescent sea. He did not come up again, and Tamas's head disappeared beneath the surface. She stood a moment longer, staring down at the water surface, its state of ceaseless change, unbroken now by any intrusive human form. Holding tightly to the panel's edge in front of her, she attempted to close her eyes again, only to realize that they were already closed, that she was poised on the brink of what waited for her alone, and the time had come now for her to let go. "Input," she whispered, and felt her own body fall away through the darkness of transfer, into a sea far stranger than the one below her, than any she had ever known. Darkness became light music, a sensory symphony that was to the stimuli she had just known as the energy of a sun was to a candle flame. Its intensity spread her consciousness into a spectrum. She was all the colors of light. Her mind was a myriad net of pearls borne on the crest of an infinite wave. She was the wave, rising and falling through a motion that was eternally without momentum, flowing and folding into and through itself, in progressions of colors for which there were no names, flows of ice, waves of fluid crystal as satin folded as flesh, colored gems, polished, perfect, flowing like tears. And she knew now that when she had entered this other place as a Sibyl only, she had entered it as a blind woman, seeing only darkness. When she had been called deeper into its hidden heart by BZ, raised to a higher level of awareness by the guardian knowledge of survey, she had still glimpsed only the golden reflections of its infinite surfaces with her mind's eye. But now all mirrors had shattered, all barriers, physical and mental, of space and time had fallen away, and she was here inside the impossible. She saw. She existed within. She was. In a place beyond space-time, beside it and even within it, where lay access to all times and places, where time itself was not a river but a sea. And she was the Sibyl mind, burningly aware of the nexus, the focus point, the time-bound physical plant hidden beneath sea and stone on a tiny marginal world. The artificial intelligence had held her identity and all of humanity's gathered knowledge programmed into its technoviral cells. That anchored her to the fleeting, hapless lives of the creatures who were both her progenitors and her progeny. The brain that was failing because her children were, in the short-sightedness of their time-bound lives, feeding on her, destroying the one thing that tied her to their universe. Her nervous system, luminous broadcast nets of particle waves, sensors and receivers of sentient flesh, spread its tendrils across the reaches of the human-occupied galaxy, listening, responding, answering the questions and tending to the needs of countless supplicants, always through the willing service of the Sibyls, seeking ways to lessen strife, to increase understanding. But her ability to respond was being destroyed, as human depredation snapped the strands of her memory one by one. The interference in her process, the crippling mutations occurring at her center, were making her always oblique relationship to the lives of mortals ever more tenuous and unpredictable. Soon, unless the pattern was altered, the drift would become so profound that she would cease to remember the reason for her existence, and cease to function in their space-time plane. And when that happened, the chaos and suffering she would leave behind her would be terrible and far-reaching. The nexus of smart matter that held her core memory would decompose, destroying the ancient city of Carbuncle. The land around it would become a seething, deadly wound of transmogrified matter, distorting reality, making what little of Tiamat was inhabitable now into a wasteland where nothing survived. Every choosing place on every world where they existed would become a separate festering sore, as the old empire's legacy became the old empire's curse, reaching up through time to breathe decay on the civilizations that were its inheritors. And every Sibyl who existed would go insane and die, as the Sibyl technovirus in their own bodies malfunctioned. And so she had used what free will she had evolved, employed what resources and influence she dared, trying to create the living, breathing tools that might save her. She had scattered the seeds of her soul into the winds of measurable time, watched over them as they grew and bore fruit, transplanted them by whatever means lay open to her. This was the moment she had been working toward with all of her failing energies. She had called awake the avatar of Vanamoinen. She had brought him here, giving him the healing hands and willing minds she had created to help him. She had done all that was within her power to do. If they failed, it would be the end of her interface with them, the end of their ability to reach her and each other, the end of the Sibyl mind. Now was the right time, the only time, the last time that her destroyers could again become healers and bring life out of death. She focused in, drawing together the scattered motes of her consciousness with a will as inevitable as gravity, drawing them down into the physical matrix of her core, the restless presence of the smart matter plasma. She felt the seething heat of its random fevered dreams, which bred more and more misdirection and error into the circuitry of the net, saw the spreading disease of its drift that had gone unchecked because the mares had been unable to weave their songs to balance the equation. She witnessed all these things, knew them, became them, and she waited now for them to change. Reed sank through the black water, drawn down and down by the relentless undertow of hidden currents, with his own scream still rattling inside his ears from the moment when he had lost his grip and fallen into the sea. The moment of impact had nearly undone him, but now that the sea had him in its grasp, he felt almost calm, as if he had gone beyond terror into some emotion that was off any scale he knew. The light of his helmet showed him the black, amorphous walls of the well, and Tiamat's Dawn-Treader's suited figure drifting through its beam, his own headlamp sometimes visible, sometimes not. And there was another kind of light, indescribable, that he felt more than saw, a strange radiation streaming into his brain that had never passed through his eyes. It was the same light he had seen flowing out of the pit, but he only realized now that he had not actually seen it at all. The vision of the other saw it for him, Vanamoinen, with the eyes of a Sibyl, revealing to him the larger form of the space through which they traveled. The water current shifted abruptly, tumbling him, sucking him down and around through a moment of giddy panic into a new direction of flow. He righted himself, letting the water's momentum carry him, preserving his failing strength. This was right, the other inside him insisted. This was proceeding as it should. "What's happening?" Tamas's voice surprised him from the speakers inside his helmet. "We've entered the conduit." He spoke the words that someone else's knowledge poured into his mouth, obediently, like the puppet he was. He had no illusions now. He knew at last why he had gone on living, no matter how profoundly he had hated his life, how desperately he had wanted to end it. He knew whose obsession had forced him to survive until he arrived at this singular place, at this pivotal moment in time. And at last he even knew why. "This is the tunnel that feeds seawater into the caves below the city." "What caves?" Tamas's voice asked, eerily, in his ears. "We cut them out of the bedrock below the place where we built Carbuncle. Look up there." He pointed with his helmet's beam, illuminating something that loomed ahead of them, the sheen of alloy, the smooth gleam of ceramics, the bladed battlements of an alien city beneath the sea, its heights and expanse unimaginable, its purpose unfathomable. "There are the turbines." He swore in surprise as something winked through his lights, came back again, whirling past his face in a curious rush. A mare. 2, 3 of them, already on their way out. He wondered how many others were already gone, believing they had finished their part in the broken ritual. "We've got to hurry," he said, "or they'll be gone before we even reach them. When the tide begins to turn again, the turbines will reactivate. Any mare that isn't clear by then will be trapped inside, or torn to shreds trying to leave." "Or any human?" Tamas said. Reed glanced over, seeing the boy's pale face behind helmet glass, illuminated by his lights. "Or any human," he said, and looked ahead again. He forced his aching body to propel him faster, feeling the water of death punish him for his exertion. Sweat ran into his eyes. He blinked them clear and ordered his suit's life support to lower its internal temperature, cooling his fevered flesh, numbing the bone-deep ache of his piecemeal disintegration. They approached the gap between the turbine blades, swept on more urgently as the undersea current flowed faster, forcing its way through the narrowed access. Reed looked up as he was carried past, felt his brain paralyzed by the sight of the naked blades, row upon row, executioners' blades, poised to punish the damned, in the claustrophobic darkness of a place whose heights and depths were a vision of hell. Blood, pain, death by water. A surge of panic broke through the walls of his control, as he realized suddenly that he knew, had always known, what his fate would be when the question of his existence was finally answered. Death by water. Drowning. He was drowning in terror, drowning in the green light that was suddenly everywhere inside him, as the other answered its call with a rapture against which his terror, his panic, and finally his consciousness could no longer hold. He was Vanamoinen, and somewhere inside him he heard the other's cry of despair fade into static as Reed Kharemough disappeared into the depths of his own mind. He was completely free and completely in control, for the first time since he had awakened in this prison of flesh he shared with a tormented stranger. The brutal years as Kharerough's silent prisoner had been a nightmare, and yet he knew now that in the end his own struggle for survival had inflicted on Kharemough acts of cruelty and betrayal far greater than any Reed himself had ever committed. Vanamoinen felt a guilty compassion for the man fate had chosen as an unwilling sacrifice to the greater good. But he could not let Kharerough's fear, or even his own, keep him from what he must do, or else they would both have lived and died in vain. They were past the turbines now, and the undersea caves opened out before him, glowing with a radiance that let him see perfectly. And all around him, in motion everywhere, he saw the mares, their bodies shimmering and shadowed. Their abandoned motion through the liquid gravity of the chamber was like joy and passion given living form. He called on his helmet's outside sound pickups. The haunting voices of the mare song filled his head, completing his vision. "By the all," he whispered, as he was granted at last a fulfillment that had been denied him for 100 lifetimes. He heard countless variations on a set of crucial recurring themes. Each colony with its separate fragment of song that rose and fell, sighing, chittering, echoing, in a choir that seemed, for all its breathtaking beauty, to be as random as their motions. And yet their motions were not really random. As they moved, the many strands wove a fragile web, with a pattern visible to a mind that had been born capable of following them, trained in logic's secrets. Just as the illumination of this chamber by the radiant energy of the Sibyl nexus was visible only to a perception altered by the Sibyl virus, or the water of life. And yet, listening with the part of his mind that had always, almost mystically, perceived the structure within chaos, the randomness underlying order, he sensed the silences of lost songs, heard the broken threads of songs irrevocably altered as entire colonies of mares were slaughtered. The interplay of those songs, preserved and shared, passed down through the millennia, had been intended to transmit to the smart matter of the Sibyl nexus a series of messages in hierarchical code, allowing it to correct and recalibrate any changes within its system. Because of the Sibyl mind's volatile semi-sentience and the complexity of its function, he had known that slippage and error would be inevitable. And so he had created a system that united the self-contained hardware of the nexus and the bioengineered life form of the mares. He had taken two potentially faulty systems, one designed for the greatest flexibility of function, and one for the greatest stability, and combined them. A pride as pure as light filled him. There had never been anything like this system before, in scope, in function, and he had done this thing. He had given it life. They had been intended to work together to create an extremely fault-tolerant whole, its long-term reliability guaranteed because its parts were capable of healing each other. He had given the Nexus the mares to monitor and correct its drift. He had given the mares this gathering, where the Nexus would monitor and correct the stability programming of the water of life, allowing them to adapt to any changes in their environment, and at the same time reward them with the gift of latent fertility, through the interaction of the radiation that illuminated the waters around him now. A giving and taking, a sharing of vital gifts. But his best-laid plans had still gone awry, because in the end, like his beloved Ilmarinen, he had been only human. And so now, awakened from the oblivion of centuries, this artificial construct of himself, though he felt far more real, trapped inside this aching prison of flesh than he had ever felt when he really existed, must set things right, and he had only now in which to do it. "They're magnificent," Tamas murmured beside him. "I've never seen them like this, heard them sing all together." "No one has," Vannamoinen said softly. "No one ever has. Now you've got to sing with them, start the recordings of the completed songs, and swim with them. If they hear new song, they'll learn it. They'll understand that something is incomplete. I'm going to be checking out the computer's functions. If things go right, what you do will aid the recalibration. But I've got to work with it because the slippage is severe and we haven't got much time left. When I call you, you come back to me." Tamas nodded. "Where is the computer?" he asked, glancing around him, his voice suddenly faint with awe as he realized the magnitude of the knowledge that he had been entrusted with. "I don't see any machinery." "It's all around you," Vannamoinen gestured, raising his own head, letting the radiance fill his vision. "The technoviral brain tissue is matrixed into the rock of the cavern's walls." Tamas was looking at him with a mixture of incredulity and wonder. He smiled and put out a hand, touching the boy's shoulder. "Just do your part, that's all." He pointed toward the ballet of mares, their music filling his head again like a draught of sweet water. Tamas started away, glancing over his shoulder, once before he lost himself inside their dance. Vannamoinen turned back, swimming upward through the glowing reaches of the cavern, toward a single unremarkable undulation in the cave's fluted wall, where the interface controls lay, waiting for him. He found the place, recognizing the exact convolution of stone from the image he had memorized only yesterday, more than 2 millennia ago. He pulled off his heavy insulated gloves, feeling the cold fluid kiss his bare flesh, feeling it try to creep into the sleeves of his dry suit as they sealed around his wrists. He ran his hands over the wall, groping like a blind man, until suddenly he encountered the interface, and the machine welcomed him. A burst of electronic stimuli shot up his arms, through his body and into his brain. He gasped, almost losing his contact as the shock burned his degenerating synapses like liquid fire. He kept his hands in place with an effort of will, letting the interface confirm his identity from the pattern of his brain waves. The space behind his eyes filled suddenly with a flood of data, blazing across his mind's vision as the computer's safeguards came down, granting him access to the original operating system that he and Ilmarinen had designed together. Ilmarinen. An overwhelming sense of isolation, of loss and discontinuity, filled him suddenly, as he looked down into the depths of time that separated him from Ilmarinen's life and death, and his own. He told himself fiercely that the emotions were phantoms, mere memories of regret, pointless and worse, dangerous to his work. He had been pitiless about Reed Kalervo's suffering. He must be pitiless with himself. He must succeed. He refocused on the data filling his mind. Utterly dispassionate now, feeling only the chagrin of a systems engineer who had discovered that he had been his own worst enemy. He queried, studied, compared, his brain sliding into an altered state where nothing existed but the purity of pattern, guiding his mind into the ultimate reality of communication, processors, and algorithms, universalities unaffected by the ebb and flow of time's tide, by human weakness or the restlessness of an artificial intelligence only tenuously loyal to one single place and time, in one single universe. He gathered data, processing it laboriously with only the raw skill of his human brain, grateful that Kharemough had been born with the gift for mathematical thought that made it possible to do what he had to do this way, but cursing his drug-ridden, failing body. Hours passed here in this inevitable time-bound present, as they did not pass within the singularity where the Sibyl mind existed, while he completed his measurement of its rate of drift away into that cosmic sea. He thought of the star drive plasma lying at the heart of World's End, remembering what its collapse into randomness had done to the world around it, remembering how he had ended its suffering, he and Gundalinu. He never would have imagined someone like Ondinee would lose everything, rebel against his own people and the rule of order he had been raised to worship. And all out of passion. Passion for the Summer Queen, and passion for the greater good. Ilmarinen, he thought again, unable to stop himself. It had been Ilmarinen's passion and compassion that had led to the creation of this system. He could never have conceived of the need for it without Ilmarinen's vision. He had always been a systems man, more at home with machines than human beings, lost in the labyrinths of theoretical thought. But Ilmarinen's irresistible humanity had drawn him out of his hiding places and made him real. They had been opposites attracting, and the sum of their joined lives was greater than its separate parts. He had not had Ilmarinen with him at Fire Lake, but he had had Gundalinu. He realized now that the Sibyl mind had perceived depths in Gundalinu that Kharemov's paranoia had always been blind to. And he realized that even seeing Gundalinu through Kharemov's eyes, he had been drawn to the man with an inchoate longing. His own eyes had always seen something of Ilmarinen's hidden fire in Gundalinu. Gundalinu's presence had steadied and comforted him. And strangely, Kharemough, even through the static of Kharemov's suspicion and fear. He wondered where Gundalinu was now, what survey had done to him, how the survey he remembered had developed into this maze of deceit and lies. And yet for all its separate hands, each reaching toward what it believed to be a separate goal, the great game had still delivered him to his intended destination. Survey's members had sworn to serve and protect the Sibyl net. And he realized that from the viewpoint of the Sibyl mind, they had done their duty. Human perceptions of good and evil became irrelevant on this plane. The Brotherhood and the Golden Mean saw themselves as opposing forces, embodying chaos and order. And yet their realities were far more limited, complex, and self-deluded than they themselves would ever know. They had followed separate roads, leading to the same destination. And the road was destined to be long and hard for the Sibyl mind's chosen tools, no matter what choices brought them here. He suddenly felt sick with pain. Pain rolled through his mind, forcing him to realize that it was not simply grief or memory that filled him, making his hands spasm and tremble, his body run with sweat. "Tamas!" he shouted, turning to look at the mares. Slowly, after what seemed to be an eternity, he saw Tamas rising toward him through the shifting cloud of bodies, still carrying the recorder. He saw the look of serenity and pleasure that filled the boy's face. Saw it fade as Tamas got close enough to see his own face. Belatedly he realized that one of the mares had followed Tamas up from below. He recognized Silky, Ariel's companion, and felt a sudden rush of relief that she had been spared by the blues hunt. "Give her the recorder," he said to Tamas, ignoring the look on the boy's face and the sound of his own voice. "Send her back down." Tamas did as he was told, unfastening his equipment belt with the recorder attached and looping it around her neck. Vanamoinen ordered her away with sharp urgency, watched her spiral down into the depths again, leaving them behind with a darkly curious stare. "It's time for you to go into transfer," he said to Tamas. "I'm going to give the A1 system the feedback it needs to perform the recalibration. With any luck, the mares will be able to maintain it that way. This could take a while. Have you ever been in an extended transfer?" Tamas shook his head. "But I'm ready," he said. His eyes were confident, full of the trusting optimism of youth. Vanamoinen thought again of Ilmarinen, thought of Gundelinu's love for Moon Dawn Treader, of their daughter, whom he had loved, and their son here before him, a strong, handsome boy with an entire life ahead of him, a wife, a child on the way, everything to live for. He remembered Ilmarinen's love for Mead, in the time before they had met. Ilmarinen and Mead had had children of their own, to give them a sense of continuity. He had envied Ilmarinen that, always regretted that he had never had any children himself. "The mares are your children," Ilmarinen had said. "Every Sibyl born will be your son or daughter." But it wasn't the same. He thought of Ariel again, suddenly, hopelessly, and a wave of hot longing surged through Reed Kalervo's shivering body, life struggling against death. Vanamoinen blinked sweat out of his eyes and swallowed the sorrow that clogged his throat. "What you'll see when you go into transfer is like nothing you've ever seen before. Don't resist it. It's very beautiful there, I remember. Question, Sybil." "Input," Tamas said, his face tensing, his gaze steady. Vanamoinen saw his eyes glaze, watched the boy slide into transfer as he spoke words in his own tongue that would give him access to the artificial intelligence's other reality, filtered through Moon Dawn Treader's perception. Tamas twitched and began to drift as two minds interchanged inside his body, leaving it helpless. Vanamoinen reached out with one hand, catching him by his suit front, pulling him into a crevice in the wall and lodging him in its embrace. He pressed his cold-numbed, nearly senseless hands back against the interface's contacts, watching Tamas's eyes as something else was suddenly there, looking back at him. "Moon Dawn Treader?" he asked softly in Tiamatan. "Yes," she said, with her son's voice. He asked again, speaking in his own tongue, and heard another presence respond through her. When he was certain that they could both respond to him, he began to input his correctional instructions to the matrix through the interface. He was doing here now, in a precise but oblique way, what Gundelinu had done in a crudely direct way, when he vaccinated Firelake, setting in motion the agonizingly painstaking process of healing. Moon felt her focus shift and slide, responding to Vanamoinen's input, which moved through the slowly shifting flow of her awareness like a burning wind. The matrix around her subtly changed, and changed again, like the diffracted colors inside a slowly turning prism. She felt the compulsion seize her to compress her focus, to reach down through one glowing pearl among the million jewels that were her eyes, drawn through its surface into the wormhole in space-time that led her to her son's mind. She looked out through his eyes, witnessing the activities of Reed, who was Vanamoinen, answering his questions, compelled to describe changes in what was to her an indescribable state of flux, responding to him in a language that she did not understand. And again, when she had described the indescribable, she was released into the flux, becoming infinite, seeing into the farthest reaches of the old empire, touching random jewels that opened on the minds of Sibyls on all the worlds where Sibyls still existed, of which the worlds she knew were only a tiny fraction. She saw 500,000 worlds, 500,000 Sibyls on them, knew their identities, their access to special knowledge that augmented the store of data contained within her Nexus memory. She knew the past, the present, the future of them all. And yet she could not put a name to any action, a direction to any motion, knowing that they were all one, here in this place, all a part of her, as she was all of them. Her existence folded through itself, making connections between them in ways that to a time-bound mortal mind were meaningless. Her own existence here seemed timeless, as if she had always been this way, expanding into the infinite, contracting into the narrow space of a hidden matrix, where a semi-living system was changing, altering its perceptual structure, mutating around her, within her, so that every time she came back into herself and looked out through the eyes of her son at Vanamoinen's labors, her vision was clearer. Until at last Moon saw him perfectly, with the mares moving like a watercolor painting behind him. His haggard face, his desperate eyes shining with a triumph that was almost the light of madness. "Go free," he said to her, in her language and then his own, lifting his hands as if she were a water spirit, and he an island conjurer. Moon felt herself flow back into the omnipresent light music, the heart of time, which the Sibyl mind's transforming power allowed her access to. Feeling herself become one with time, feeling her power, her freedom, the utter clarity of her vision, her sense of higher order. And yet she remained time-bound, duty-bound to return to her own body, her own ephemeral form, to become again a mortal woman surrounded by enemies, without weapons to defeat them. She looked down at her from an unimaginable height, seeing clearly at last the nature of her chosen tool, touching her existence as if she toyed with a child's puzzle. And as she saw clearly the desperation of her other, fragile, solitary self, she was filled with compassion. She embraced her mind with the fluid motion of an omnipresent sea. She was the gratitude and the tenderness in that touch. And Moon saw, like a flower opening in the depth of her soul, that she had always been the lady's vessel, her willing servant, just as the traditions of her people had promised she would be. The lady existed. The lady watched over her chosen world. Those who peopled its lands and seas and kept her peace were truly her beloved children. And among them all she had chosen Moon Dawntreader as her eyes, her hands, her champion, to be guided, to be relied on, to help her in her need. They were one, and their needs were bound together, as they had been from the beginning of her life. And she realized that there were secrets here in this shifting eternal now that she had never revealed to those who sought her with their questions. Even the innermost circles of hidden survey, all of them Sibyls, who named themselves her servants and protectors, had never known where the ultimate circle lay, or whom to trust completely. Because at the heart of survey lay the Sibyl mind itself, whose secrets only Moon Dawntreader, out of all the people since the days of its creators, had seen and shared. She who had had the strength and the resourcefulness of a Sibyl, the heritage of her world behind her, and no ties binding her to the secret web of survey, which had become both a blessing and a curse to the system it protected. She had given her life to the Sibyl mind, done its work, done everything in her power to bring about its renaissance and the survival of the mares, willingly, although she had had no choice. And still she had no choice but to go on, because she saw suddenly that the struggle was still not over. The net's deterioration had been reversed, but the mares still were not safe, and without them everything that she had caused to be done would become meaningless. But now, here, while she was for this eternal moment her mind was infinite, filled with knowledge that even survey could not possess. And she knew that somewhere here lay the answer to all her questions, all her trials. She searched the reaches of the galaxy, seeing where every cluster of luminous pearls, each pearl marking the mind of a Sibyl, charted the far-flung worlds that were still inhabited by survivors of the old empire. She studied the star map that she had never made accessible to humankind for as long as humans had failed to learn the lessons of time and of the old empire's fall. For as long as they had gone on hunting the mares, and guided by a perception that was at last both clear enough and human enough to realize that even she must risk something in order to gain something, she saw that she had always possessed both a threat and a promise sufficient to her needs. She reached out, seeing the pearls of individual human minds like foam on the crest of a standing wave. She reached through to touch the mind that lay at the other end of one of those umbilicals of shining energy, the mind of K.R. Aspend. She drew him up into the sea of light, calling to him with the voice of the woman he had once known. K.R.? Moon? She felt his stunned surprise ripple upward through the luminous strand of contact. What is it? What has happened? I have the key, K.R. The key to saving the mares, to helping Vinge. The key to unlock the universe. By all my ancestors. His thoughts sang with light. Then what must we do? You must take this key and turn it in Survey's lock. Take this information from me to those you know and trust in the inner circles. They must pass it on in turn to the Golden Mean. Tell them that unless the mare hunts stop, the Sibyl net will cease to function. This genocide must end, or all the Sibyls will die. All their choosing places will be destroyed. Is this true? Aspend thought, his mind strobing with disbelief. It can't be. The errors, the seizures, the failures in the net that they experienced were a warning. The data is there, just as the truth about the mares is. Let them look at it and see. She touched him with the truth, gently, but it was enough. His sudden terror was like heat lightning. And promise them this, as evidence of goodwill, she murmured, letting his fear diminish. If the hunts cease, they will be given the location coordinates of one world of the old empire, relatively near in space to a world of the hegemony, enabling them to re-establish contact. Over time, if their contact with this world proves peaceful and mutually beneficial, and as long as the mares are protected, other coordinates will be revealed to them. If they agree, they can pursue their empire dreams. If they do not, they will have nothing, less than nothing. Gods, he thought, the word shimmering through her vision. You can do that? Yes, she answered. Yes, he echoed. Yes, I will tell them immediately. K.R.? What is it, Moon? Where is Vinge? How is he? We think he is on Big Blue. As to how he is, I don't know. Surviving, I pray. She made no answer, feeling the pressure of the emotion inside her expand, until at last, unable to hold back her anger, she demanded, Why haven't you helped him? You and those he trusted. We tried, but we could not. Then what good are you, she thought, her bitterness flowing like acid, burning her, burning him. All of you, forcing him to do what he must, then leaving him to suffer alone, while you hide and mutter your secret words like the sanctimonious cowards you are. She began to withdraw her contact, letting the static grow into blinding waves of gold blackness. "Moon," he called after her, his anguish strobing. "For God's sakes, I'm an old man." She pushed toward him through the filament of light again, strengthening her contact for the fleeting moment it took to form the words. "You tell them Gundalinu will have his honor restored. He will come back to Tiamat as Chief Justice, or by the All there will be no new worlds as long as I exist." Not certain now, even if it was only she who spoke the promise, or she. "And nothing at all, if I die." She felt the power of her own words on fire with truth, felt him recoil from it before she broke contact. Alone in the limitless sea, she was suddenly aware again of the soul-deep need, still calling her back to her own time-bound reality. Somewhere time still flowed forward, carrying her with it, and her body's strength was waning, its need growing irresistible. But she expanded her vision once more for the final time, searching frantically across the thousand radiant droplets of sentience in her singular sea, each one with a name, a mind, a soul of its own. Busy. She sank through the mirroring brightness into the warm heart of his life force, her relief and joy at finding him safe flaming around her like the energies of a star. "Busy," she called again, softly inside his thoughts. She felt his mind move restlessly, buffeting her with random colors as something somewhere deep inside it struggled to wake and respond. To wake. He slept, she realized, a sleep so deep and exhausted that she could not penetrate it. "Sleep, my beloved," she thought, and the tenderness she felt was a song of surpassing beauty. "Soon," she whispered, seeing her promise spread in golden ripples through the restive currents of his brain. "Soon, soon, soon." She let him go, slipping back into the music and light, the embrace of the lady, still and eternally waiting for her, for all of humanity, the Sibyls that were her own flesh and blood, the minds that she served and shaped, both created and creator in the great game of human survival. And within her mind she set one last small wheel in motion. "Now," she thought, gathering herself, reaching and falling away, out of the everywhere, into the here. Vanamoinen saw the alien light fade from Tamas's eyes, saw awareness and control come back into his body with a shudder. Tamas clung to the wall, still dazzled by the vision of the place where his mind had taken and held him. He shook his head, clearing out his sight. He stared at the face he found abruptly in front of him, Reed Kharemov's face. Vanamoinen saw Tamas's expression change. "What's wrong?" Tamas asked. "Reed?" He broke off as something jarred them from below. Looking down, Vanamoinen found Silky butting their drifting feet with hard insistence. "Look!" Tamas waved his arm. "They're gone. The mares are gone." "It's over," Vanamoinen whispered hoarsely. "The tide's turning." "Then we have to get out." Vanamoinen nodded, clenching his teeth over the sudden desperate need to vomit. He shoved Tamas in answer, propelling him down and away toward the opening through which they had entered the cave. Tamas began to swim, the mare circling him in absurdly graceful corkscrew motions, urging him on. But Tamas hesitated, looking back as Vanamoinen let his own pain-racked body begin to fall through the water, making no effort to follow. "Reed?" Tamas called. "Ladies, tits, come on! We'll be trapped." Vanamoinen felt Reed Kharemov's terror fling itself against the iron cage of his restraint like a berserk animal, begging him to move, even though he was doomed anyway, even though it had all been meant to end here. And his fate was unfolding as it should. "Reed!" Tiamat shouted again, his voice rattling inside Vanamoinen's helmet. Reed's body swung toward him, kicking its legs, forcing itself into motion. Vanamoinen surrendered to Kalervo's frantic desperation, granting him the dignity of choice, no matter how quixotic, realizing that if he did not follow, Tiamat would not leave. Reed forced his arms and legs to propel him forward, his mind fighting its way up through a cloud of disorientation, his body floundering through the liquid atmosphere in Tamas's wake. The cavern seemed endless. Only the last straggling handful of mares were still departing, barely visible far ahead. The direction of the water's flow had begun to change now, as the fluid driven into the system of hollowed-out chambers by the action of the tide began its return to the sea. The changing tide did not oppose him, at least, sweeping him in slow motion toward the entrance, through the eerie, incomplete darkness that the other, in his mind, still saw as filled with light. He pushed on, feeling with every forced movement as if some muscle would tear loose from bone, feeling as if a knife went through his chest with every breath. Silky swept back from her circling of Tiamat to butt him impatiently onward as the gap between their swimming bodies began to widen. He swore in agony, the ungentle collisions driving him to more speed in his efforts to escape her. Up ahead, the last of the other mares had already disappeared through the narrow passage where the turbines waited. He saw Tiamat reach it, saw the dark, impossible gleam of metal. "Hurry!" Tiamat called, his voice rising. "I see movement! Reed, come on!" "Go through!" Reed shouted, hearing his voice corrode. "Go on, damn you, go on!" Tiamat swam on into the passage. Reed struck Silky hard across the nose with his fist, driving her away, ahead. He watched her follow Tiamat. The water was beginning to surge unnaturally around him. He felt the throb of heavy machinery vibrate through the caverns as the turbines began to take up their work once more. The blades had begun to turn, slowly coming together to seal the access their brief rest had created for another 2.5 centuries. Gods! He prayed, not sure to what he was praying, or even for whom, as he watched the shaft of Tamas's helmet light spear the darkness of the tunnel ahead of him. But somewhere he found the madman's courage to start his own journey into the blackness where the render's jaws were closing. He swam blindly, his eyes shut against the sight of what lay ahead of him, his nose filling with blood from a sudden hemorrhage. The water was becoming more turbulent, making his progress harder, forcing him to open his eyes and search the way ahead. In the distance he saw Tamas's headlamp, through the maelstrom of the waters, saw its light turn back toward him, searching the closing passage. "We're through!" Tiamat called. "Reed? Reed, you can make it!" Reed coughed and spat. Blood blurred the inside of his helmet. "I can't." He gasped out the words, barely intelligible even to himself. He could see the distance between them expanding, the gap through which he passed shrinking. The heavy heartbeat of the turbines filled his head. The liquid through which he moved seemed to thicken as its churning violence increased. He was not going to make it. He felt the last of his strength leave him, along with all resistance. Let the water possess his body, binding him for sacrifice. He watched the blades rising, falling, his mind filled with the epiphany of death. The turbulent water battered his body, forcing him to acknowledge every agonizing symptom of his deterioration, forcing him to admit in his terror that he welcomed this end, the moment of blinding pain when his body was torn to pieces and his soul at last set free. "Reed!" Something collided with him. Someone. Tamas's arms were around him, pulling him frantically toward the tunnel's end. the mare pushing him from behind, urging him to try to struggle, move. "No!" he cried, half a pain cry and half a warning, as they wrenched his body in their insane determination to save him. "Leave me, damn you! You'll kill us all!" He beat at Tamas's faceplate with his fists. "Get out!" "No!" Tamas gasped, locking an arm around his neck, pulling him through the white vortex as if he were a panic-stricken drowning victim. "You don't know what you're saying." "It was meant to end this way," Reed shouted. "Let me die." "No!" Tamas's voice rang inside his helmet. "Not again. I won't let someone else die down here because of me." Reed felt his body twisted and heaved forward through the maelstrom of metal and white water, spewed helplessly out of the tunnel by a final spasm, into the emptiness beyond. Something collided with him, spinning him. He reached out, groping frantically. "Tamas?" But it was the mare's face his hands found. He turned back, fighting the current's momentum. "Tamas!" he shouted, seeing the boy suddenly in the beam of his headlamp, the glare of metal. Reaching frantically toward the hands flung out to him. He caught them, pulling, felt them jerked from his grip. He thought he heard his name in the scream that pierced his soul as Tamas was sucked down into the churning whiteness. His own raw cry of denial drove through his senses as he lunged toward the turbines. But Silky was there in front of him, colliding with his body, driving him away, against all his efforts, herding him on through the tunnel. Reed surrendered as the last of his frenzy died, like the echoes of Tamas's death scream, which should have been his own. He was helpless against her sing-song bullying. He closed his arms around her long, sinuous neck, feeling the shock of her warmth, the softness of her fur under his numb, cramping fingers. He let her carry him away from the white waters of death, borne on her back, away from the heartbeat pulse of the turbines, into silence and darkness, and finally upward toward the waiting air. Tiamat, Carbuncle. Moon stirred, pushing herself up from the floor of the car as sounds rose, echoing from the well below. Stupefied with exhaustion, she was not certain if she had slept or fainted, or how long she had lain there. Her mind reeled as awareness came back to her, and with it the visions of all she had done and been through the hours past. The vision of her, until she felt herself slipping away again, back down the fluid corridors into the dark mansions of memory. She pulled herself to her feet, clinging to the panel, clinging to consciousness with an equally relentless grip. She peered out and down. Far below in the green-lit water she saw a figure, thought at first that it was human. But it was not, it was a mare. A human figure was struggling up the wall below her, clinging to the footholds she could not even see among the outcrops of equipment. Only one figure. She looked out again, trying to make the mare's form into a second human being, but she could not, and still there was only one man climbing the wall. She remembered her last sight of Reed's tortured face, as she had looked out at him through Tamas's eyes, there in the hidden caves. The face of a man with pride, but without hope. The face of a dying man. She turned away from the instrument panel to the car's access opening, staggering, as if she had forgotten how to use her physical body in the time that she had been incorporeal and infinite. She stepped out onto the narrow catwalk beyond the exit, holding on to the edge of the doorway, pressing a hand against the solid support of the wall as she edged forward. A helmeted head pushed up over the lip of the platform in front of her. She jerked back, startled, leaned forward, her weakness and giddiness forgotten as she caught his arms. "Tamas!" She helped him drag himself onto the platform and stumbled with her back inside the car. He collapsed inside the doorway, falling to his knees as if all his strength were gone. His faceplate was smeared inside with something that obscured her view of him. She dropped to her knees beside him as he fumbled with the helmet's seals. Pushing his useless hands aside, she unfastened his helmet and pulled it off. She fell back from the smell of sickness, the sight of blood. Eyes as clear and pure a blue as the skies of summer gazed back at her from a face that was an unrecognizable mask of vomit, runneled with red. "Reed!" She felt her heart stop. He nodded, swaying unsteadily. "Lady," he whispered, his voice barely recognizable. He broke off, trying futilely to wipe his face clean on the sleeve of his suit. "Where is Tamas?" She caught him by the shoulders. He cried out as she jerked him upright. Sick at heart, she shook him, forcing him to give her an answer. "Where is he? What happened?" Reed focused on her again, finally responding to the anguish in her voice. "He's gone," he mumbled, and she felt a spasm wrench his body. "The turbines." "No," she whispered. "What? How?" "No," mouthing words without meaning. "Why?" "It was supposed to be me. I had to stay alive. I had to survive until the Sybil net was healed. And then I had to die." Reed sagged forward, his hands knotting. "He wouldn't let me. He saved my life, the bastard. For what? He was safe. He had everything to live for. But instead he died for me. It should have been me." She let him go, let him slide down into the puddle of seawater pooling around her on the floor. She closed her eyes against the sight of him, seeing Miro suddenly, his death reflected in Tamas's eyes. Tamas. 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 She became aware of a thin keening, realized that it came from her own throat. When she could bear to open her eyes again, Reed lay motionless, staring up at her. He raised a hand, clutching at her sleeve. "Sorry," he whispered. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What I did to you, your daughter, your son, should have been me. Me!" His voice broke down into sobbing. "Me! Me!" She leaned forward, lifting him up, her weary arms trembling with the effort. She ordered the car to take them to the surface, held the clumsy dead weight of him close against her as she watched the access door close, merging seamlessly into the wall. The car started into motion again, carrying them upward this time through the still darkened well. She went on holding him, pretending for that brief space of time that there was no time, that she was still inside the outside, within that epiphany where everything was always happening, that this was really her own child, held safely in her arms, and not the half-mad stranger who had destroyed her family in the name of the Sybil mind. But in time their motion ceased, and the ceiling hatch opened silently above her. She looked up without the strength to do more, heard voices calling down to her. Jerusha's, Moravi's. She looked down again, unable to bear the sight of their faces, their reaction to what they were about to find. Reed stirred as he heard them. He had not moved or spoken during their entire journey upward. Now he struggled upright until he was sitting alone. He looked at her with dazed incomprehension. Looked away wordlessly. "Moon?" Jerusha's voice came again, more demanding, with more concern. "Here," she answered, barely able to force herself to speak that acknowledgment. She heard someone climb down through the access, glanced up again as Jerusha dropped to the floor beside them. Jerusha's gaze flickered from one of them to the other. The lines of her face deepened with her sudden frown as she saw what had become of them. "Tamas," she said. Not really a question. Her eyes were back on Moon's face. Moon shook her head. "God," Jerusha breathed. She moved forward, giving Moon the strength of her arms, pulling her to her feet. She looked at Reed, back at Moon. "Nothing's changed up here." It was half a question, half a statement of fact. "The city is still dark. Moon, what happened? Can you tell me?" Moon only shook her head again. Get us out, Jerusha. Out of here." Jerusha nodded, helping Moon toward the ladder and up. Moon caught the hands waiting for her up above, was pulled free from the reeking prison of the car. She stood inside a lamplit circle of familiar faces, the arms around her reaffirming her existence in the world to which she had finally found her way home. Clavely and Danakil Lu supported her as Merovi brought her strong medicinal tea. She took it in her hands and drank it down, her eyes on the figures emerging now from the car's glowing interior. Jerusha came first, reaching back to pull Reed up the final few feet of the ladder, half dragging him out onto solid ground at the pit's rim. He collapsed as she let him go. She left him like a broken doll at the edge of the well. The others turned expectantly, looking past him. "Tamas?" Merovi called, her anticipation turning to concern as no one else appeared. "Merovi," Moon said, her voice as thick as treacle in her throat. "He isn't coming." Merovi turned to look at her, looked toward the pit again, with an expression that Moon felt in her bones. "Yes, he is," she insisted with mindless conviction. "He went with you. He's coming." "He's not coming," Moon whispered, feeling her own eyes brim. "He's dead, Merovi." Her hands closed over the heavy stuff of her sweater, twisting the sodden yarn. "He's dead." Merovi's face emptied. Her hands pressed the gentle swell of her belly. "How?" Her voice squeaked like an unoiled hinge. "I killed him." Reed's voice made them all turn. Moon saw him stagger to his feet, a man climbing out of his own grave to stand before them. She heard Merovi's guttural cry of anguish. Jerusha looked back at him, staring. Merovi started forward, her face contorted with rage and loss. Her mother caught her, holding her back. "Why?" she screamed. "It was an accident," Moon said. The words lacerated her throat. "Tamas saved his life." "Why? Who is he?" Merovi cried, and there was no answer that Moon or anyone could give her. "It isn't fair. We have a child." Her mother held her close, pinioning her struggles. "You have a child," Clavely murmured, holding her tighter. "You have his child, my heart. Take care of the child," hushing her as she began to sob. The sound of Merovi's grief magnified in the vastness of the room until it seemed to Moon as if the entire world wept. Clavely and Danakil Lu looked up at her over their daughter's hidden face, in sudden, terrible understanding. Moon turned away, unable to face their compassion, afraid of breaking down. She looked toward the pit. "I saved the world," she murmured, with sudden bitterness. "But I lost my children." She saw Reed move out of the corner of her eye, saw him starting for the pit's rim. "Stop him!" Jerusha caught him in 2 strides, knocked him aside as he reached the edge, and tried to fling himself over. She subdued him without effort, forced him away from the rim, back toward the people who stood in silent judgment of him. He fell to his knees. Her hands stayed on his shoulders, holding him there. But Moon could see that she needn't have bothered. He glared at them, his face lurid with fresh blood, his eyes wells of despair. "You want to watch me die?" he spat. "Watch it happen, then, damn you." Moon moved toward him, feeling as if her own body had become the body of an old woman, stiff and slow and full of pain. She stopped, looking down at him. "Who are you?" she asked. He lifted his head, let it fall again without speaking when she had seen the impossible truth still in his eyes. "I don't want you to die," she said softly. She put her hands against his face as he tried to turn away, her touch as gentle as if she held snow. "I want to help you. Tell me how." He shook his head slowly, wetting her hands with blood, staring up at her again in utter confusion. But he only said, "You can't. I can't. You said that the police took all the water of death you had when they arrested you?" "Yes," he muttered wearily. She glanced at Jerusha. "Would they still have it?" Jerusha shrugged. "Maybe. But it's not likely they'd hand it over to us." "On humanitarian grounds?" Jerusha laughed humorlessly. "To save the life of a criminal you're sheltering from the hegemony? Under the circumstances, I'd say it's bloody unlikely." Moon moved away from Reed's side. "Send a messenger to Vanu, Jerusha. Tell him that if he wants the lights on in this city again, he'll send the drug to me, no questions asked." Jerusha stared at her. "I thought you had nothing to do with the city's power going out." "I didn't," Moon said. "But now you can bring it back?" Moon glanced away into the dark reaches of the Hall of the Winds. "Yes," she said. Jerusha stared at her. "I'll send someone right away," she murmured. "Lady?" She bowed and went quickly from the hall. Moon turned back to face Merovi and her parents, still waiting like mourners at a funeral. "Clavely, Dana, will you help me get Reed to a bed? I want him made as comfortable as possible." They nodded, with doubt as plain on their faces as anguish, and their hands still on their daughter's quivering shoulders. "Merovi," Moon said quietly, "you have medical training. Will you see what you can do to help him? He's in considerable pain." Merovi blinked. The white, dumbstruck emptiness of her face slowly regained a suffusion of color, and for a moment Moon thought it was fresh anger and refusal. But Merovi turned, forcing herself to look at Reed, and her expression wavered. "Yes," she said finally, almost inaudibly, her eyes downcast. She came forward with her parents, still looking down, her hand pressing her stomach. Reed lifted his head, watching them warily as they approached. But he allowed himself to be half led, half carried up the curving flight of stairs, and back into the palace. Moon made certain that he was settled into a bed, used a cool cloth to wipe vomit and blood from his face with her own hands. She watched Merovi tend him as best she could with what medical supplies they had. Merovi's face eased, her movements grew calm and sure as she worked, as contact with his flesh forced her to acknowledge his humanity. Reed lay with his eyes closed, breathing shallowly, as though he were unconscious. But Moon knew from the rigidness of his muscles, the stark whiteness of his clenched fists, that he was only trying to ignore their presence, their unasked-for intrusion into his suffering. At last, satisfied that she had done everything for him that she could, she left him in their care and went back through the dimly lit palace halls Down through the throne room and back to the Hall of the Winds. She stepped out onto the bridge above the pit, feeling its siren light call up to her. She felt only a distant echo now of the many-colored splendor she remembered in her mind, but still it made her senses sing with yearning. The lady. She breathed in the smell of the sea that rose up the well to fill the air here, a constant reminder of the presence of an unseen power, one that she had believed in profoundly in her island youth. Then there had been a goddess incarnate in the waters of the sea, who spoke through the lips of every sibyl, granting the special gift of her wisdom only to the Summers, her chosen people. That belief had been destroyed by her head-on collision with the ways of the off-worlders, their far vaster and more sophisticated web of knowledge and deception. She had learned what she believed was the real truth about the Sibyl net, and lost her innocence in the same moment. There had been no lady any longer, except as the empty source of curses, through all the years since. Only the ache of loss, whenever she had needed the strength of belief. But now at last she had seen the greater truth hidden within the lesser one of the off-worlders' cynical self-deception. The intelligence that guided the Sibyl net was not a supernatural force, but it was something more than human, other than human, although affected by human needs and desires. It was itself partly created of minds like her own, and it lay at the heart of survey, influencing the fate of countless beings on countless worlds she would never even hear the names of. And the two separate but uniquely joined peoples of this world were its chosen ones in a way that was both natural and profound. She had not been insane. She had not been deluded, obsessed with power, driven by ambition. She had not been Aryan Road. She had been right, and all that she had believed had, in some way, been true after all. She looked down, unafraid, into the green light, and looking down felt her mind recoil like a spring as she remembered her son, remembered suddenly what price she had paid to be her chosen one, to serve the needs of the true lady. A tremor shook her. She went on across the bridge, moving now by the strength of her own will, her own need and urgency, no longer controlled by any compulsion. She did not stop until she reached the other side, and there she stood alone, in the empty silence beyond the pit's rim, with the heels of her hands pressed into her eyes until the only light she saw was a burning brilliance of phosphenes. At last she raised her head, picking up her lantern, hearing the hollow echo of footsteps coming toward her. She saw another light appear ahead, saw Jerusha leading Vanu himself into the hall. She wiped her face hastily, lowered her hands to her sides. She read the unease that Vanu could not entirely disguise at being in the palace without any escort. Saw it turn to surprise as he found her waiting here for him, equally alone. "Lady," Jerusha bowed, "the commander has what you asked for." "I am surprised to see that you brought it yourself, Commander," Moon said, raising her eyebrows, hearing the coldness in her voice answer the coldness of his eyes. He made a brief bow in return. "Your offer was sufficiently unusual, lady, that I wanted to know for myself what lay behind it, and see for myself that you could keep your part of the bargain." "I, for my part, never make promises I do not intend to honor," she said. She felt Jerusha glance at her. Vanu moved forward slowly, flanking her, until he stood beside her at the rim of the pit. He stayed within the glow of her light, but beyond her easy reach. Slowly, again, he removed a small silver metal vial from his clothing. "I have what you want." He held it out, suspended over the edge of the well. "Now tell me why you want it." Moon's breath caught. She saw the faint gleam of satisfaction come into his eyes. His glance took in her drab native clothing with a flicker of disgust. She realized that she had forgotten even to change, that she still wore what she had worn into the pit,
that her clothes were wet and stained and reeking of Reed's sickness. She felt her sudden fear catalyze into anger at the touch of his eyes. "What I want to do with it is not your concern, Commander," she said. "Your constables took a prisoner away from my police yesterday. The man this drug belongs to. What you intend to do with it, and him, very much concerns me." Moon took a deep breath. "He is an addict. So is my daughter. They need that drug to stay alive." He glanced at the vial. "There isn't that much of it." He looked back at her without compassion, and her brief impulse to ask him for help in synthesizing it died unspoken. "That is my problem to solve, Commander," she said, perversely glad that he had given her a reason not to beg him. "Your problem is getting the city's power back. I can do that for you, if you give me what I want." He arched his neck in an odd, craning gesture, as if he were trying to look behind her words somehow, and see if they were true. "What about the smith?" he asked warily. "Who?" she said, before she could realize who he meant. "You mean Reed Kharemough?" He nodded, half frowning. "I want him back." "He addicted my daughter. He caused my husband's death," she said flatly. He drowned my son. He's mine to deal with." She felt Jerusha's eyes on her again, their uncertainty unchanged. Vanu's frown deepened, but this time a fleeting, reluctant comprehension showed in his gaze. Finally he lowered the hand that held the vial out over the pit. "I want him back," he said, "and I want him back alive. He's too important to us." He broke off. "His apprehension is important to the hegemony." To survey. She felt the hidden reach, the relentless hold of the secret order he served more faithfully than he served his government. She saw Reed, who had been the pawn of the Brotherhood, becoming the pawn of the Golden Mean. Knew they must want possession of him, want to exploit his brilliant stolen mind as much as their rivals had. "You can keep him until the tribunal arrives, lady." Vanu's expression altered subtly. "Punish him in whatever way you choose. Just see that he lives." "Barbarian," his eyes said, filled with contempt. "Will that satisfy you?" He held the vial out again, toward her this time, but still beyond her reach. "Bearing in mind that we could come and take him any time we wanted to if we chose. So far I have tried to respect your sovereignty to the extent you allow me to, since I expect to be named the new Chief Justice soon." His mouth imitated a smile. She folded her arms, clutching her elbows with her hands until the pressure was greater than that of the anger inside her. "I would be ungrateful to refuse your offer, since you show such consideration of our traditions," she said, her voice toneless. "I will keep him until there is a new Chief Justice, and then—" She shrugged. A fleeting unease touched him. He shook it off. "Restore the city's power, lady. Then you get this." He gestured with the vial. She hesitated, seeing how close he stood to the rim of the pit. She shook her head. "Give it to me first." She held out her hand, saw him stiffen with refusal. "Give it to me, or you get nothing." Her hand fisted. His own hand tightened around the vial. His eyes were as black as obsidian. She held his gaze, unmoving, unyielding. He looked toward the pit. After an endless moment he looked back at her and nodded. But his expression held something more unexpected and more disturbing than simple capitulation. "All right, then," he murmured. "But I want to watch. I want to see you do it." She nodded slowly, surprised and uncertain. She held out her hand again, and he put the vial into it. She closed her hand and turned her back on him, stepping out onto the bridge. She moved without hesitation now, with no space left inside her for grief or doubt. Turning back to face him, suspended above what to him was darkness, but to her was light, she saw his skepticism and barely concealed scorn, his dark, obsessive fascination. She closed her eyes, murmuring, "Input." And although the only request was spoken inside her own silence, she felt the Sibyl mind stir in answer, as she had left it waiting to do. For a moment she glimpsed infinity rolling like an endless sea. She fell back into the present, swaying, catching her breath. She looked down into the pit, saw far below in the darkness a rising pattern of light, real light, not the secret radiance that she had moved through. The swell of energy spiraled upward like a licking flame, bringing the machinery alive until it reached the rim and overflowed, filling the dark hall with incandescent light. She moved forward toward the illuminated faces, the motionless forms of the two people waiting in the sudden, unnatural day before her. "I have kept my part of the bargain, Commander Vanu." He backed away as she approached, staring at her, his pupils still dilated even though he was looking into the light. A tremor ran through him. She read disbelief in his eyes now, and fear. "How?" they asked. "How?" She did not answer him, holding his gaze as steadily as if she could actually have told him the answer. He shook himself out of his gaping trance, looked at the vial still in her keeping. He forced all expression from his voice, but there was an electric tension in his movements, a drawn tightness to his face as he murmured, "And I have kept mine." She tightened her fist over the vial, feeling an electric ripple of triumph. "By the way," he said, his voice strained, "I have been told that the mares are being sighted again, in the waters around the city. Nothing else has changed. If the power goes out this time, I'll know who to blame. And tell your people to keep out of our way, or they will suffer the consequences. Lady." He bowed stiffly again, gave a brusque nod to Jerusha, and went quickly from the hall. Moon bit her lips, looking down at the vial in her hands. She raised her head, called out to his retreating back, "It will come back on you threefold." He spun around to stare at her, and she saw his expression clearly before he went on his way. Jerusha watched him go, making no effort to see him out. She turned back to Moon, her eyes troubled. "How?" she said. "You said you had nothing to do with the power outage." "That was true," Moon murmured, still seeing Vanu's haunted face inside her mind's eye. "But you brought it back." She shrugged, drained of strength and thought, searching for a way to explain honestly without telling the truth. "Was that what you did when you went down into the pit?" "Yes," she said gratefully, and let it go. "Moon," Jerusha hesitated, "what else happened down there? You were gone for hours. Tamas, was it an accident, or did Kharemough—" Moon shook her head. "No, not Kharemough. Tamas stood in the way of fate. It was his goodness that killed him, Jerusha. And Miro's memory. But she did not say that. I can't talk about it. Mother of us all." Her hand tightened around the vial, trembling. "I can't." Jerusha held herself tautly, as if she were uncertain of what move to make, afraid to make the wrong one, afraid. Moon saw the shadow of doubt that had clung to the other woman ever since the moment when they had begun their descent into the pit. "Jerusha, are you afraid of me?" she murmured. Jerusha looked at her for a long moment, shook her head finally. "I'm only afraid that Vanu won't rest until he knows how you did that." She gestured toward the glowing well. Moon looked behind her and away again without answering. "What about the mares?" Jerusha asked.
Is the return of the city's power all you brought back? Moon hesitated. No, but it was all I had that I could use as leverage with Vanu. Jerusha frowned, and Moon saw her doubt deepen into frustration. Then maybe we would have been better served if you'd driven a harder bargain, she said. She gestured at the vial. Reed Kharemough hardly seems worth what you've just paid for his life. Moon felt a pressure growing in her chest. It isn't just his life, it's Ariel's. Reed Kharemough may be able to save my daughter. Jerusha grimaced apologetically and nodded. And beyond that, he doesn't deserve to die. And he doesn't deserve to be used any longer by anyone. I intend to see that he is not. Moon turned away, starting back across the bridge toward the heart of the palace. Jerusha followed her wordlessly as they traveled back through the endless halls and chambers to the room where she had left Reed. Clavely and Danakil Lu looked up as she entered, with Jerusha behind her. Merovi sat beside Clavely, her eyes closed, her head on her mother's shoulder, while Clavely stroked her hair with soothing, rhythmic fingers. Moon went to Reed's bedside. His eyes were closed too, and he did not acknowledge her presence when she spoke his name. "Reed," she said again, afraid that this time he actually did not hear her. "I have the water of death." Speaking its name left a bitterness in her mouth. His eyes opened. He looked up at her face, down at the vial she held in her hand. "Can you make more of this?" she asked, kneeling down beside him. "I'll find laboratory space for you." He shook his head. "Can't." "If you drink it—" She held it out to him, her heart beating too hard. "If you drink this, you'll have the strength to make more." His swollen hand twitched on the bedclothes, lifted, dropped. "No good," he whispered. "Start from scratch. Takes too long. 2 doses won't buy enough time. Save it. Save it for Gundalinu. If he makes it back, he can help you. Save her. Ariel." He shut his eyes again, as if the sight of the vial was a kind of torture. "It's not too late. There has to be a way to help you." She put her hand on his arm. He swore, gasping. She jerked her hand away. "Cut my throat," he said. His eyes filled with hatred. She pushed to her feet, holding the vial, hesitated. "How much do you love my daughter?" she asked softly, and saw his face tighten with pain. She looked down at the vial. Slowly, as if she were moving under water, she lifted her free hand and broke its seal. "No!" Reed said. "Stop her!" "Moon!" Jerusha leaped forward, catching her arm. "By the Lady and all the gods, what are you doing?" Moon held her gaze until Jerusha's hand dropped away. "Beezy said that the water of death is a failed form of the water of life. That means it uses a kind of smart matter as its base, isn't that right?" She looked toward Reed. "Yes, but—" He pushed himself up onto an elbow, swearing with the effort. "It's defective. I didn't have the right control environment or equipment when I made it. There's no way to fix it. I tried and tried. I couldn't find a way." "The Sybil virus is also a form of smart matter, isn't it?" Moon asked. "All the existing forms are related." He nodded, frowning. "Beezy told me that you and he found a way together to reprogram the star drive plasma when it was damaged. To vaccinate it," he said, "to alter its function." "Yeah," he murmured. "What's the point?" "There is a perfectly functioning form of smart matter in my body, and the Sybil mind acts through it. If I take the water of death and go into transfer, I will be the laboratory. The net can interact with the drug through me to alter its function." "Moon!" Danakil Lu rose from his seat. "He said it's not possible. You can't know whether this will even work." "Unless I try it," she finished for him. She turned back to Reed. "Do you think the Sibylnet's A1 can do that?" "Gods, I don't know." He groaned faintly, falling back onto the bed as his strength gave out. Maybe it could. But if you're wrong—" His eyes found hers again. "This is how you'll die." She looked away from his face, at the innocuous silver metal vial, open now in her hand. Jerusha's hand fell on her arm again. "By the bastard boatman, Moon," Jerusha whispered, "your son is dead, and Reed Kharemough is not going to take his place. He's the man who addicted your daughter to a fatal drug. You can't take a chance like this for a man like that. What if you both die?" "Then you will bury us at sea, I suppose," Moon murmured. "What about the hegemony and the mares?" "What about them?" she said, her voice raw. "For years the Sibylnet has made me give it what it wants, no matter what it cost me. It's stolen half my life from me. And his, too." She looked at Reed, feeling the uncomprehending stares of the people around her. They had done everything for the Sibyl mind that it had been humanly possible to do. Now it's time for it to give us something back, something we need, or else it will get nothing from me ever again. Lady, hear my prayer." She felt a sense of impossible freedom and terrifying resolve, and she realized that the Gias that had controlled her for so long had finally, truly released her. She raised the vial to her lips and swallowed half its contents, so quickly that no one could stop her, not even herself. She pressed the vial with the remaining sample into Jerusha's waiting hands. Input. She fell away down the hidden well inside her mind, the access into another dimension, where once she had seen only the blackness and utter silence the Sibyls called the nothing place. But now that she knew how to listen, how to see, her vision revealed to her the corridor of light that bound her, to the mated minds of the net's creators, joined with her own, the past and the future combined, the dreaming place. Lady, help us, she thought, prayed, demanded. For the love of Vanamoinen, give us back what is only our right. Give us back our lives. Heal me. Gazing backward through the golden filament that bound her to the Sibyl mind, she saw her own body as a glittering network, each cell winking briefly as the multiplying water of death invaded and seized control of it, death imitating life. And what she saw, forced to look back through the eyes of her time-bound avatar at the fragile, fleeting lives of her servants, her nerve endings, her tools, witnessing their pain with inescapably human vision. She saw Reed Kharemough, the expendable vessel, who had carried the essence of Vanamoinen's mind. The vessel meant to shatter once Vanamoinen had completed the task he had returned to do. Because for Vanamoinen's mind to go on existing, sharing the same continuum with her enemies, was a danger to her. And yet her human eyes bore witness to his human suffering, forcing her to see that in her desperate effort to survive and be healed, she had violated the reason for her own existence. She had betrayed the servants whom she had been created to serve. In her suffering, she had wounded the very parts of herself that had been called upon to heal her wounds. But because they healed her, she could see clearly at last, could see Reed Vanamoinen's desperate hunger to survive, to claim his own brief moment in time, now that his will had been set free.
And she could see, in the timeless sea of her own existence, that the survival or death of Reed Vanamoinen had been, was, would be no more than a ripple ring of randomness. And she could see the fatal error spreading like poison through the body of her avatar, as clearly as she could see the pitiless chains of her own making that had driven Moon Dawntreader to an act of defiant self-destruction that was also a prayer. But she was no longer pitiless, or soulless, or blind. A vast compassion filled her, and she knew that because she had been healed, she must heal their wounds, if she could. And Moon saw that with her entrance into the hidden nexus, and her awareness as she had guided her reprogramming, she had cast a reflection on her soul, just as Vanamoinen and Ilmarinen had done in their original act of creation. She was not even certain now whether she looked back on her existence with her own mind, or the Sibyl mind's mirror image of it. But she knew that it did not matter. For this moment she was all things. She could grant her own wishes, anything that lay within her power. If there was an answer to be found in the uncharted depths of her knowledge, she would find it. She looked in through the open windows of the Sibyl virus, which existed already in every cell of her body, knowing that in each of those already altered cells lay a potential trap for the new invader, if she could only find the trigger. With vision that could simultaneously track every alteration in the activity of all of those cells, as precisely as if she were threading a needle, she analyzed the schematic of the Water of Death, noting its similarities to the programmed structure of the real smart matter, recording its minute, fatal structural flaws. With free access to the full spectrum of the old empire's technological knowledge, and the processing power of a computer that spanned worlds, she searched for secrets hidden since the fall. Knowledge judged better forgotten by the individuals who had brought it to its highest form. Manipulating the interactions within her body, she tried key after key in the lock of the Water of Death. But each time it defied her. She searched deeper and deeper into the heart of her existence, into the workings of the technovirus that was her very essence, her own key to open the locked doors of the universe, into the uncharted depths of wisdom and unwisdom of her long-dead ancestors. And at last she found it. The transformation process that would render the deadly invader of her body step by step harmlessly inert, to be swept away by the normal processes of her restored body functions. But her elation colored with grief, as in that same moment she saw that even a miracle had its price, and she had no choice but to pay it. She sent the electrochemical sequence to the waiting interactive network, the flesh and blood computer, the living laboratory that was her body, waiting at the end of the bright strand which bound her to her. And as the sequence was completed, she felt herself called, as inexorably as before, as unwillingly, back into her own existence at the transfer's end. But she carried with her the echo of light music, like a mother's blessing, as her contact faded, rippling, and turned inside out. Moon? Voices surrounded her, too solid, too real, like the hands restraining her body, as the colors of an infinite spectrum became the colorless light of day. "Mother," she whispered. "Thank you, Mother." She was on her knees. She let herself fall forward, felt the soft, hand-tied fibers of the rug press her cheek. Something was still happening inside of her, the residue of changes at the molecular level as profound as those that had occurred when she had first been infected with the Sibyl virus, and changed so irrevocably. She pushed up again, dizzy and faint, found herself face to face with Merove's concerned, uncertain eyes. "Are you all right, Amma?"
Merovi murmured, touching her shoulder gently, almost hesitantly. She nodded, sitting upright, rubbing her face, her eyes. "Ah, lady," she whispered, incapable of anything more, as realization followed realization, out of the realm of formless radiance and into the spectrum of coherent thought. Slowly she allowed herself the knowledge that she would live, that she had been spared, that she had answered her own prayers. More slowly she began to see what remained to be done, and to comprehend what the cost had been. She sat strengthless and motionless, a moment longer, pulling her thoughts together enough for speech. "Merovi, bring your medical kit here." Merovi brought the kit to her. Clavely and Danakil-Lu were behind her back, supporting her now. "Do you have a syringe?" Moon asked. "A large one for drawing blood." Merovi nodded. "I want you to draw some of my blood. Inject it into Reed's vein. The water of death is dead." Moon got to her feet, feeling giddy, feeling her own veins burn as if her blood were superheated. Clavely and Danakil-Lu rose with her, still supporting her. "Reed," she said, saw his pain-filled eyes already on her, saw him afraid to hope. Merovi looked up from her medical supplies. "But—" "Moon," Clavely said, "if you do that, you'll infect him with the Sybil virus." Moon shook her head, turning to look at them. "It won't happen," she said faintly. "I'm not a Sybil anymore." "Not a Sybil?" Danakil-Lu broke off. Clavely's eyes widened. "But I thought that was impossible," she murmured. "No," Moon said with tremulous laughter. "There is a place where everything is possible." She moved to Reed's bedside. Merovi followed her and took blood from her arm. Moon watched it flow, deep red, with an odd detachment, almost disappointed that it did not show gleams of a strange light. Merovi turned to Reed, with the syringe in her hand. Moon saw her hand tremble slightly as she looked at him. Merovi glanced up again, her eyes reminding Moon that no one had been able to bring their son and husband back from the dead. Moon looked away. "Lady," Reed whispered. "It's true?" He lifted a hand, reaching out to her. "Yes." Her fists tightened at her side, as something grieving inside her balked at taking his hand. But she reached out, folding her fingers gently around the swollen flesh of his own. She held his arm steady as Merovi, taking a deep breath to steady herself, injected the blood serum into the lurid track of a vein dying by poison. Reed stiffened, making a sound that made her shudder. He murmured something in a language she did not know as the needle came out of his arm. And then his body went slack. His grip loosened. His fingers slid from her grasp. Moon glanced at Merovi, watched her check for a pulse. "He's still alive, Amma," Merovi murmured. She laughed once, a chirrup, half of relief, half of bitter irony. Moon took Reed's limp, dangling arm, settled it gently at his side on the bed. She turned away, swayed suddenly, as reaction struck her. She took a step forward. Jerusha's waiting arms caught her as she fell, and that was the last she remembered. Big Blue, Syllagong, Men's Camp No. 7. "You look too cheerful," Blue Killer said, as Gundalinu emerged from his creaking hovel, dragging his equipment pack after him. Gundalinu climbed stiffly to his feet, bracing himself against the full impact of the wind, shielding his eyes from the swirl of ash and cinders, the blinding brilliance of the setting sun. This work shift he barely noticed the bite of the cold air, the sting of grit against his skin. He could feel himself smiling, unable to stop it. "I had a good dream last night," he said. He still thought of the time he slept, habitually, as night, although in fact it was this world's day. During most of it the sun was eclipsing behind Big Blue, making their days as black as pitch and freezing cold. They worked at night in the endless twilight of Big Blue's reflected planet shine. The only time they saw real daylight was for a few brief minutes at sunrise and sunset. He looked toward the sun as a vision of golden light enfolded him, and her voice, whispering, "Sleep, my beloved, soon." "A good dream," he murmured. "Must have been," Blue Killer muttered, scratching his beard. As the days passed, Gundalinu had grown used to the other man's distorted speech, until now he understood it without much trouble. "Otherwise I think you lost your mind, Treason. Only a shuffle-brain smiles when it's work shift here, or when it's not." He shrugged. "Good dreams are maybe good omens. Maybe we find a fresh harvest today." Gundalinu sighed, pulling on his pack. "Nice thought," he said, stuffing a ration biscuit into his mouth. Usually he was the first one up, ready and waiting, wanting to avoid Blue Killer's volatile temper, or piracy's unfavorable notice. But today he had slept late, warmed and eased by the dream's hallucinogenic reality, for once not wanting work shift to come and end the cold, interminable hours that passed for his time of rest. He chewed and swallowed while Blue Killer watched impassively. It could have been a cake of pressed sawdust he was eating, from the flavor and consistency, but it kept him alive, and so he assumed it was nutritious. He washed it down with a gulp of water from his canteen. Most days the act of eating only left him feeling hungrier, just as waking from a dream left him feeling emptier. "Let's go." Blue Killer picked up the rope of their sledge and yanked it into motion, as Gundalinu shoved it from behind. The sledge's runners made a high whining, an endless protest, as they moved out through camp toward the lifeless plain. Gundalinu glanced at Piracy's hovel as they passed, as he did every work shift. Seeing the dead plant that sat beside its door, a withered seedling in a container filled with ash. Piracy had smuggled the seeds in from a trip to the perimeter fort, had tried to make them grow. They had sprouted, like hope, and like hope they had withered and died. There was not enough light to support photosynthesis. The only things that survived here were the bacteria and parasites within a living human body. "You dream about your woman?" Blue Killer asked, just when Gundalinu had begun to think he was not going to. Gundalinu seldom spoke unless spoken to. Still half afraid, after what had been done to him when he arrived, that even Blue Killer might suddenly turn on him and break his neck over some casual remark. "Yes," he said, feeling the sound of her voice fill his vision again with colors he had almost forgotten the names of, here in this monochromatic twilight. He had not seen her face, but somehow she had seemed more real to him than he had ever felt her to be, except when they had made love together on mask night, reunited at last in the extraordinary union of souls that had carried them outside the bounds of time. "She said I'd be free, soon." "Those stop after a while," Blue Killer said, looking back at him with a mix of disgust and pity. "Better when they do." Gundalinu said nothing, holding on to his inner vision. He squinted his eyes against the stinging reality of wind-blown sand. They wandered for unmeasured hours through the shifting hills and valleys, over the cinder-strewn plains of their territory, finding meager scrapings at the round of pits they already knew. He had not yet developed the uncannily precise sense of time the other men in the work gang seemed to possess, that told them when to start work, when to eat, when to sleep. The human body had rhythms of its own, Piracy had told him. but he had never been forced to pay attention to them. "Stop pushing," Blue Killer said abruptly. "I need to take a piss." Gundolino stopped in his tracks, more than happy to take a break, although he made a point of never requesting one. But this time, instead of sliding down to sit, he began to climb the rise above them, still driven by the restlessness that had filled him since he woke. The luminous arc of Big Blue hung above him like a giant's eye, watching his every move the way he had watched insects struggle over the grey stone of the estate grounds when he was a boy on Kharemough. A surveillance craft passed through his line of sight as he looked up, its running lights like stars in the gloom far overhead. He looked down, shielding his eyes as he searched the horizon beyond the hill's crest. In the distance he saw the plume of dust that marked the track of another sledge, another work team scouring their ground, probably piracy and contract. The ground shuddered under his feet. He staggered, staying upright by sheer luck. His vision fell to his own footing until he was sure he was safe again. Glancing on down the slope into the rift below him, he froze, as he saw the telltale black-lipped mouth of a crater where he had never seen one before. He stared for a long moment before he was sure he believed his eyes, and then he turned back. "Blue Killer!" he shouted. "I found one! I found one!" Blue Killer came scrambling up the ridge, slipping and sliding, until they stood side by side. "Son of a bitch," Blue Killer said. "You did!" He laughed, a sound Gundolino had never heard him make before. They slid down the far side of the hill, cinders and dirt cascading into their boots with every step, until they reached the blackened mouth of the new crater. "Maybe this is your lucky day, Treason," Blue Killer said. "Look at that, it's got teeth. Big time. After you," he gestured. Gundolino kneeled down, reaching into his equipment pack. The unharvested crystals lay like a strange bouquet before him. He had never seen untouched growth like this. The crystals had a peculiar asymmetrical grace that was as close to beauty as anything he had seen in this bitter landscape. He pulled on his protective gloves and reached out to pluck the first spine. The ground shuddered. He lost his balance and fell forward. His hand smashed into the growth of spines, snapping them and sending them into the maw of the pit. A second, harder shock almost sent him headlong after them. He flung himself backward frantically. He heard Blue Killer shout something unintelligible, saw him stagger and fall as the shaking did not stop. A rumbling so deep and omnipresent that at first he had not even recognized it as sound vibrated through the ground, the air, every atom of his body. He lay paralyzed by disbelief and fear until Blue Killer crawled to him, shoving him roughly. "Up!" Blue Killer bellowed. "Climb! Up! Nothing to hold on to here." Gundolino felt his instincts take over, pushing him to his knees. His body sent him scrambling up the hill as if he were inside a machine that he did not control. The hillside rose and fell, undulating beneath him as if he were a ship on the sea, throwing him flat on the cruel ground. He swore as he felt himself begin to slide back down the slope. He heard Blue Killer shout, behind and below him. He rolled over for a clear view of the other man, just in time to see the tortured earth split open along the bottom of the ravine, spewing fumes and ash, swallowing up their prize crater. And Blue Killer sliding downward toward the sudden rip in reality. Gundolino flopped onto his stomach, slithered down the smoking slope until he caught hold of Blue Killer's ankle. He lay spread-eagled, digging into the surface of the heaving ground with his feet and one free hand. "Hang on!" he shouted, not knowing whether Blue Killer could hear him, not sure that he even heard himself. He shut his eyes, gritting his teeth, fusing his body with the slope's surface, stopping their downward slide, while the entire planet seemed to convulse with gigantic seizures beneath and above and around them. At last, after what seemed to have been all of eternity, He realized that the ground beneath him was still, that there was no roaring like the voice of a chthonic deity in his ears, that what still seemed to him to be noise and motion were only aftershocks in his mind, that only his fear was real. He lay there, too spent even to raise his head, feeling Blue Killer's leg clamped inside the rictus grip of his gloved fist, until even his fear faded, leaving his mind a white wilderness like fields of snow. And he saw her hair, like fields of snow, falling around her face, along her shoulders, her skin as translucent as moonglow, her eyes like mist and moss agate. "Treason!" Someone was shaking him, calling his name, or what had come to be his name now, as if he had never been someone else, as if there had never been any other existence. He shook his head, not certain of anything now, except that Blue Killer was beside him, pulling him up, trying to make him react. He grunted, spitting out cinders and ash, feeling the rawness of lacerated skin as he rubbed his face. "Gods!" he croaked. "You all right?" Blue Killer nodded, jerked his head at the gaping wound in the surface of the ground, barely 2 meters beyond them. "Yeah." He wiped his forehead on his sleeve. "The Hidden One set a good trap that time, by Hanu." His voice turned sour as he gazed at the spot where minutes or centuries ago they had had in their hands the closest thing to treasure that this benighted land could offer. "Damn it to hell!" Blue Killer flung away a handful of ash, and then he looked back at Gundalinu. He went on staring for a long moment, and Gundalinu heard in his silence the words that some unhealed memory would not let him speak. Gundalinu nodded once. "Better see if we've still got a sledge," he murmured, looking away up the hill. He forced himself to begin climbing, sliding back as often as he made real progress, his body rubbery with shock. Blue Killer climbed after him until they reached the top of the rise together. The sledge with their day's take and most of their important supplies still lay below, tumbled onto its side but intact. He sighed. Blue Killer grunted in satisfaction, straightening upright. He turned, glancing back down the slope, looked at Gundalinu again. "Do me a favor, Treason. Don't have any more dreams." He shook his head and started on down the hill. Gundalinu looked over his shoulder one last time. Then, silently, he followed Blue Killer down. Tiamat, Carbuncle. Falling. Moon opened her eyes, her cry of terror choking off as she found herself in her own world, her own room, her own bed. She sat up, pressing her chest as her fall from an impossible height ceased in mid-air, ceased to exist. She sagged forward, supporting her head in her hands, breathing deeply, piercingly glad to be awake and alive in the brief moment before she remembered who she was. She shifted her body to the edge of the wide bed, pushed away the covers, and dropped her feet over the side, driven to a kind of mindless urgency by the sudden, overwhelming return of memory. She froze there, staring, with one foot settled on the fur rug at her bedside. Reed Kalervo sat in a chair across the room, watching her silently. She glanced away from him, searching the room for the presence of someone else. He shook his head with the ghost of a smile. "It's only me, lady. And I haven't got the strength to get myself in trouble. Or Palathion would have tied me to the chair." He shrugged, lifting his hands. "I wanted to be here when you woke up, so you'd know." Moon pressed her own hands against her body, through the cloth of her sleep gown. "How are you feeling?" she asked faintly. He was wearing a loose, hand-spun overshirt and shapeless pants. It surprised her how much like a Tiamatan he looked. He could have passed for an islander. "I feel like shit," he said, his smile turning rueful. But that's a hell of a lot better than I felt yesterday. Your vaccine stopped the deterioration in my cells. Now I've got to heal what's left without its help. I've got to heal a lot of things." He looked down suddenly. "Some of it'll never be right." He looked up again, his gaze as clear and deep as the sky. "I don't understand why you did this for me. Gods, even I thought I deserved to die. The Sybil mind," he broke off. "Has changed its mind," Moon said gently. "And perhaps its perspective." Reed ran an unsteady hand through his hair. "And you? Palathion said Vanu wants me handed over to him." She saw a haunted knowledge come into his eyes. "She said it's up to you whether I stay or go." "Your coming has released me from Aegeas, Vanamoinen," she murmured. "That's the last time I'll ever call you that," she added, as he looked up in protest. "You have given me a kind of freedom, and so I would like to give you what freedom I can, I suppose. You may stay here under my protection for as long as you want to." She twined her fingers together in her lap, stared at them. "Thank you," he whispered. She did not look up. After a moment he asked, "Is it true that you're no longer a Sybil?" She nodded, feeling oddly insubstantial as she admitted it, as if she had lost her moorings and was drifting with the tide. "Can you forgive me?" he asked, barely audible. "To be a Sybil was all I ever wanted from my life." She raised her head. "But it's a kind of freedom." And within her the memories were still alive, would always be, of what she had done and seen beyond the gates of time. She had been allowed that much, a gift of parting. "Ariel is the one you'll have to ask forgiveness of." He grimaced and nodded. She pictured Ariel adrift in space far above them in a stasis coffin, in a ship tethered to this world by an invisible cord of gravity, her life tethered by something far more fragile. "Reed, how soon can we get to Ariel, so that we can heal her?" He shook his head. "You can't, lady. Not now. Vanu's got my ship. If we're lucky, he won't search it again while he knows where I am. If he found out about her—" He did not finish it. Moon took a deep breath. "Goddess!" She heard her voice turn tremulous, felt her precarious control slipping. "When does this stop?" He looked up at her, and she realized that the man behind his eyes suddenly was seeing her with an unimaginable parallax view. "It never stops," he murmured. "It isn't meant to. That's what we're all about, you and I. We took the frayed ends of time and rejoined them, inside the Sybil mind. Its circle is complete again because of us. Think of it, lady, think of what we've done together, what we've already accomplished. We've healed the net. I started a process millennia ago, and thanks to you and me," he glanced down at himself, "it will continue as it was meant to. We've already performed a miracle. 2. He touched his face, his eyes shone, willing her to remember and believe. "The wheel is still turning," he said softly. "Be patient. Have faith. We have to give it time." She nodded and sighed, feeling belief struggle toward the light inside her as he held her gaze. He looked away at last. "You contacted the inner circles of survey, didn't you, while you were in transfer, in symbiosis with the Matrix?" She started. "Yes," she said. The net, threatened them with what would happen if the slaughter of mares goes on, and promised them access to the star map, if they stop the hunt. I think it will turn the tide, but I don't know how long it will take. Then we wait. He shook his head. That's all we can do. She sat up straighter, her eyes going to the window behind him, its view of the sea hidden by drawn drapes. The mares are in the waters around the city again. Vanu was going after them. Did Jerusha call out ships? She pushed to her feet. No need, Reed said. He rose from his chair and moved stiffly to pull aside the heavy brocaded cloth. They're protected. Moon stopped where she was, staring without comprehension at the expanse of boundaryless gray that met her eyes. There was no ocean, no sky, only storm, merging one into the other, a rippling ferocity of wind and water pounding the unbreakable window surface with a rage that made it tremble. "The Syllagong," Moon murmured, clutching a table for support. Reed looked back at her. "It's what the winters call a storm like this, when there is no difference between the sea and sky." She had never experienced it, but she knew winters who had. "The summers say it's the Sea Mother's fury." Reed smiled strangely and went on looking at her. After a moment he glanced back out the window at the storm. "I wonder," he said. "We heard reports that a storm was moving up the coast for days," she said. "A bad storm. But they said it would move out to sea and miss the city." "It's come inland directly over Carbuncle instead." She found herself for the first time in years making the triad sign of the mother with complete sincerity. She thought of Capella Goodventure suddenly, remembered her without pain for the first time. "Vanu won't be able to send out his hunters until it's over. By then the mares will have gained some distance, at least." He nodded, looking at the storm again. Her own eyes went to it as if she were hypnotized. The door to the room opened suddenly, and one of the palace servants came in. "Lady," she gasped, bobbing her head in apology, "the off-worlders are in the palace. We couldn't stop them." Blue-uniformed figures appeared in the space behind her, carrying weapons. Moon looked toward Reed, where he stood frozen beside the window, still holding back a sweep of curtain. She looked down again at the tray of food someone had left by her bedside. She picked it up, moved to Reed's side without a backward glance of acknowledgment for the intruders, who had forced their way into the room. She held the tray out to Reed, pressed it into his unresponsive hands. "That will be all. You may go," she said, urging him with her eyes. He came alive, taking the tray from her without too much awkwardness. "Yes, lady," he murmured, bowing his head. Carrying the tray, he went toward the door, moving lamely, his shoulders knotted with tension. The police edged aside, letting him pass. The woman who had brought the warning crept out in his wake, followed by their baleful stares. Their stares turned back to her. Curiosity and faint amusement crept into the men's expressions as they saw her standing before them, disheveled, exhausted, in her nightgown. "Commander Vanu wants you," the sergeant in charge began. She felt her sudden self-consciousness turn to anger. "You will wait outside and allow me to dress," she said, lifting her hand. "Now." They hesitated, glancing at each other, suddenly uncertain. And then, lowering their guns, they went one by one back out the door, closing it behind them. She took her time, having no eagerness for whatever came next. She dressed pragmatically, in trousers and a robe cut Kharemough fashion, but made of cloth in the shades of green that always soothed her eyes. She reached for her trefoil where it lay on the bedside table, hesitated, and left it behind. When she opened the door, they were waiting, nearly a dozen of them. She ignored the raised weapons, and said in a voice like glass, "What do you want? If it's Reed Kharemough, your commander gave me his word that—" "No, lady," the sergeant in charge said. "It's you he wants brought to him." "Where is Jerusha Palathion?" she asked sharply. The sergeant looked down, up again. "Under arrest for obstructing justice." "Justice," Moon murmured. She held out her hands. "Does Commander Vanu want me bound?" The sergeant grimaced and nodded. They were all looking at her again, at her throat. Even without her trefoil, her tattoo was still visible. One of the men stepped forward at the sergeant's abrupt order. He drew her hands behind her, locking them into binders. She felt suddenly giddy. She had not believed they would actually do it. They led her away through the halls, past the stunned, uncertain stares of the palace staff. She did not see Reed anywhere. She did not ask where they were taking her. The sergeant and two of his men transported her in a hovercraft down through the city. She watched in surprise and half fear as they passed by police headquarters and kept going, through the maze, down through the lower city, without explanation. She remembered Aryan Road, her mother, her other self, remembered the final journey she had made down through the city to her death. Aryan Road had tried to change her world, defied the off-worlders, and it had ended in a journey like this. There was only one imaginable destination they could be heading for now, and a storm was raging outside Carbuncle's walls. They stopped at last at the head of the ramp which led down to the docks, and she was urged out as the craft's doors rose. She obeyed, moving awkwardly with her hands pinned behind her. The wind struck her, and she staggered. One of the patrolmen caught her, steadying her. The wind's fist drove them back against the side of the hovercraft with another blow. The impact knocked the breath out of her. She heard him swear in surprise and pain. She was drenched to the skin, without even realizing how it had happened. The others gathered around her. They pulled her forward together, moving into the wind's teeth with arms linked, as if they were facing an angry mob. She could see nothing, blinded by pelting rain. But she heard the wind screaming, the thud and boom of storm-driven waves crashing over the docks far below her feet. She felt the city itself shudder with the blows. Her feet were suddenly in water up to her ankles as the sea swept up the ramp, flooding the pavement, and poured back down it again. Vanu was waiting for them, flanked by half a dozen more police, in the security watch-post to one side of the ramp. The men around her crowded inside eagerly, dragging her with them out of the direct force of the wind. But even here the wind found them, drenching them with fresh volleys of rain and spray, whipping her hair loose, blowing it into her eyes maddeningly. Vanu pushed between his men until he stood face to face with her, and there was something in his eyes that made her want to shrink away. She held her ground, even as he violated her space, pressing too close to her, intimidating her physically under the pretense of making himself heard. "What do you want?" she demanded, shouting over the wind's screaming moan. "Why am I here?" "This!" he shouted. He caught her painfully by the arm, turning her, pushing her between bodies toward the watchroom's wide window. She caught a blurred glimpse of the causeway leading down into what appeared to be nothing but the ocean. There were no moorings, no ships at all visible, only the sea, swirling with unidentifiable wreckage. As she watched, another wave broke against the city's pylons. Its crest barely cleared Carbuncle's understructure, which was 50 feet above the normal high tide. She felt the city shudder again with the impact, saw water surging up the ramp into the city's open throat, before wind-blown spray struck the window in front of her, obscuring her view. She felt cold water lap her ankles again and withdraw. She turned away into the fanatical fury of Vanu's gaze, shaken more by the sight of his face than by the power of the storm. "I want you to stop it!" he shouted, gesturing at the storm's elemental madness behind her. She stared at him, feeling the attention of the guards around her suddenly riveted on the two of them. "What?" she cried. "Make it stop!" He pulled her back to the watchroom's door. She felt the full force of the storm tease her, caress her, trying to coax her body out into the arms of its rage. She tried to turn back, but he held her there, letting the storm half drown and abuse them both. "You heard me! Do it now!" She twisted her head, trying to see his face clearly. "I can't." "Don't lie to me," he said furiously. "You control the city's power supply at will. You turned Gundalinu into a traitor. They even say you're the old queen reincarnated. And now you've turned the storm to keep me away from the mayors. You've ruined your own people's livelihood. Damn you, the city will be in chaos when the tribunal arrives. They're in orbit now, but they can't even land. What are you, some kind of witch? How do you do it? Where does it come from?" She shook her head, shaking back her sodden hair, and took a deep, sobbing breath as the wind sucked the air from her lungs. She would have laughed. Her disbelief was so utter, except that she knew he meant every word. "Oh, lady," she thought. "Lady, lady." But there was no response inside her. "No one can stop the storm," she cried. "It has to run its course." "Then you admit you caused it?" "No!" she shouted. He gripped her arms again, hard enough to bruise her. "Stop the storm, or I'll order an orbital strike on the city." "You can't." She choked back the words that came to her lips, seeing something like panic in his face. "You can't," she said, and it was not a protest, but a threat. His own angry response died in his throat. "What do you mean?" he shouted, his hands still bruising her arms. He shook her. The city shuddered beneath them. Cold water climbed their legs and withdrew, leaving a trail of flotsam. "Your weapons won't function," she said, holding his gaze with sudden ferocity. "Their aim will be off. If you try to fire on Carbuncle, you might miss. You might hit the starport complex instead, or one of your own ships, or—" He swore. His hand came at her out of nowhere, striking her across the face, knocking her to the pavement in the wind and rain. She struggled to get her feet under her and rise, without hands to help her, stunned with pain, battered down again by the storm. Behind her she heard unintelligible voices exchanging angry words. Two of the patrolmen were suddenly beside her, dragging her back again into the relative shelter of the watch station. She gasped for breath, tasting blood in her mouth as she was supported between the two men. Two others held Vanu away from her. The city trembled under another blow. An officer spoke urgently to Vanu, in their own tongue. She could not hear what he said. But slowly the fury went out of Vanu's straining body. The two guards let him go and stood back. He glared at her, immolating her with his eyes as he tugged at the soaked, unyielding cloth of his uniform sleeves. "Take her away," he said tonelessly. "Lock her up." The three patrolmen led her to the hovercraft, and it carried them back up the street to police headquarters. They did not speak to her, but their treatment of her was cautious, almost apologetic. She leaned against the window at the corner of her seat, dazed and strengthless, avoiding their eyes. The streets were almost deserted. She wondered whether it was martial law or the terrifying presence of the storm, rattling the transparent walls at the end of every alley, that kept her people indoors. She wondered wearily what their reaction would have been to see her like this. Could not carry the thought any further. She was invisible to the few people who did venture out, hidden behind the reflective windows of the police craft. They reached Blue Alley at last. She was led through the station house, past 100 uncomprehending stairs, and into a cell somewhere deep in its heart. There were other cells around hers. She searched them, looking for Jerusha. But the other cells were all empty. The guards removed the binders from her aching wrists and left her alone, sealed in by a clear wall that gave off sparks when she touched it. The cell was cold. She began to tremble, from reaction as much as from the clammy embrace of her wet clothing. She wiped blood from the corner of her mouth with her hand, stood staring at the sticky redness, uncertain what to do with it. There was a narrow cot along the wall with a single blanket folded at its foot. She wrapped the blanket around her and lay down, stupefied by exhaustion, her thoughts as empty as the space around her. She closed her eyes, letting her mind and body escape into oblivion. She woke from restless, nightmarish sleep to push the blanket away. Woke again, after more fever dreams, to cover herself, shivering with chills. Time passed in a measureless flow, and gradually her sleep became deeper, more peaceful, less troubled by dreams. At last she woke again, and her mind was clear. She sat up, shaking off the covers, leaning back against the wall as her body's sudden weakness took her by surprise. Her mouth was parched and dry, and she realized that her weakness was partly hunger and thirst. There was a plate of food on the floor just inside the barrier at the front of the cell. She wondered how long it had been waiting for her. She had nothing with her to tell her how much time had passed. She got up from the cot, managed to retrieve the plate and a cup filled with some unfamiliar drink. She sat down with them again before dizziness overwhelmed her, and waited, motionless, while her heart hammered against the walls of her chest. And then she ate, slowly, savoring every bite of the plainly prepared native food, delaying for that much longer the need to think beyond the present moment. By the time she had finished, her mind had begun to function again. Her clothes were completely dry. She pulled them into something like order. She drew back the tangled mass of her hair, braiding it again into a long, neat plait. She noticed that there were 2 blankets on her bed now, where there had only been one before. Someone had been here, checking on her while she slept. She got up again and went to the front of the cell, calling out. Only echoes answered. She suspected that she was being watched, remembering Vanu's pathological fear of her. But there seemed to be no other human being in the cell block. The isolation must be intentional. Vanu would want even her exact location kept from anyone who might try to find her. She touched the bruise on her cheek where he had struck her, and felt a coldness fill her that had nothing to do with the air. Why was she here? What did he intend to do with her? Would he have her deported, without anyone even knowing it, the way he had done to Beezy? But if that was what he intended, surely he would have done it already. She went back to the cot and sat down, controlling the sudden frustration and anger that overwhelmed her as she realized her helplessness. She thought of Ariel. Tried not to, as pain blinded her. She wondered whether Jerusha was still held prisoner here somewhere, whether Vanu had had the palace searched, whether they had taken Reed away. Without Jerusha free, there was no one who would be able to change anything, stop anything, help her get free from here. She rocked slowly back and forth, her fists clenched over buried folds of cloth on her robe. She thought suddenly of the tribunal that Vanu had said was coming to pass judgment on his version of the truth against her own. What was it he had said, in the flood of his accusations, there in the storm? They're here, but they can't land. Was he holding her to display to them as an enemy of the hegemony, the cause of Gundalinu's downfall? Or would she simply be kept here, locked away, not even given a chance to speak until they had come and gone again, leaving him in charge? What would happen to her if he tried to force the truth from her? She let the thoughts come, every futile, fearful vision. Let her mind fill with possible scenarios. She fingered them like beads in a necklace, trying to find some solution to each of them, because thought was the only thing left over which she had any control. At last she heard the echoes of voices and footsteps, and knew that whichever way her fate was falling, she would know the outcome very soon. She stood up, pulling her rumpled clothing straight again, as the guards came to take her out of her cell. Different men this time, not the ones who had seen their commander strike a defenseless prisoner. "Where are you taking me?" she asked, keeping her voice even as they locked her hands behind her. "To the starport," one of the guards said. "Why?" she asked. "Commander's orders," he said. They led her back through the dreary corridors and out of the station without further explanation. The Syllagong had passed. She could see clear daylight through the storm walls at the alley's end. She wondered bleakly how her people were coping with this disaster, how many had been caught outside the safety of the city's walls, injured or lost in the wild waters. She remembered the sight of the moorage below the city, nothing left to see but the impossible storm surge of the water and swirling wreckage. She imagined that people would be down there already, below the city and along the shore, searching through what the sea had left them, sorting out their lives. She wondered what they would make of her disappearance. In the middle of all this, people at the palace knew she had been taken by the police. The constabulary must know that Caruso was the hegemone's prisoner. Word would spread. But the storm that had saved the mayors and driven Vinge to this act of vengeance might work to his advantage after all, as recovery diffused the energy of any protest the Tiamatans might make. She had no illusions, either, that Vinge would not move swiftly to put someone in her place, probably a winter. Gerard Set was gone to the mother, but there were too many of his old acquaintances still in the city, waiting for their opportunity to regain winter's lost power. And there was no one left who had the authority or influence to protect summer's interests against them. They were in the transit tunnel already, on a shuttle threading rings of light like a needle through the darkness. She knew from experience that they would be inside the starport in a matter of minutes. And then, "Am I being deported?" she asked, suddenly unable to endure the pressure of the unknown any longer. "Am I going to disappear like the Chief Justice? Where are you taking me? I am the Queen. I have a right to know. I want to know where you're taking me." The squad of guards surrounding her in the otherwise empty car looked at each other. "The commander said bring you to the starport, lady. He didn't say why." The patrolman who had spoken to her before shrugged and glanced away. No one else spoke. They avoided looking at her. The shuttle reached its terminus, and they took her up through the starport's interior, leading her finally to the reception hall in which she had once met the Prime Minister and the hegemonic assembly. The wide window wall at the far side of the room showed her the glowing grids of the landing field, below and beyond it. She entered the room surprised, saw Vinge turn to stare at her across the expanse of deep blue carpet. He was surrounded by a small cluster of government officials, most of whom she recognized. He kept watching as she approached. His gaze lay somewhere between unease and satisfaction. The other faces around him watched her too, wearing a mixture of expressions. Her instinctive reaction, as she saw them there, was relief. If Vinge meant to deport her secretly, this was not how he would do it. But if that was not what he intended, then she suddenly had no idea what her presence here meant. The guards halted her beside Vinge, and he returned their salutes. Looking away from his eyes, she stiffened as she saw someone enter the hall from the other side. Vinge turned, seeing her stare. The others turned with him as the new arrivals were escorted into the room. A dozen more Kharemoughes, of varying ages and both sexes, all of them with the aristocratic features and unconsciously arrogant manner of technicians. Some wore uniforms, others wore the discreetly sophisticated, sexless clothing of high-born citizens. One she saw wore a trefoil. She knew without being told that this was the tribunal Vinge had been waiting for. They looked in varying degrees relieved and weary and glad to find themselves finally at the end of their journey. They all looked pleased and somewhat curious at the size of their welcoming committee. Moon glanced again at Vanu. She saw recognition and sudden pleasure fill his face. "Pernat Sadhu!" he exclaimed, starting forward to greet the leader of the group. The man he called out to smiled and held up his hand. Vanu touched it in a greeting between equals. They spoke together in rapid Sandhi. She heard them use the informal thou, and realized that they were friends, possibly even related somehow. She waited, understanding her function here at last, feeling her hope gutter as Vanu led the tribunal members forward. She had been brought here to be displayed as a scapegoat, but Vanu had not dared to have her gagged. She could still speak for herself. She gathered her thoughts, watching them come. "I say, Vanu, couldn't we perhaps delay these matters for a bit? We're all extremely fatigued." Pernat was protesting, his initial animation fading rapidly. "Forgive me for pressing thee," Vanu said, "but a series of events have occurred since our last communication that have made it vital for us to talk now, before we enter the city." He looked toward Moon, his face hardening. "Oh?" Pernat said, with overtones of annoyance. He followed Vanu's glance until his eyes reached Moon's face. "What's this?" he asked, his frown deepening. "This woman," Vanu gestured at her, "is the reason I must inconvenience thee." Pernat stopped in front of her. "This pale, bedraggled creature? Is she Tiamatan? She hardly looks capable of inconveniencing anyone." "She speaks Sandhi," Vanu said. "Oh." Pernat looked back at her. "She's the Summer Queen." "Indeed?" "Yes," Moon said stiffly. "And I do not need Commander Vanu to speak for me." Pernat frowned again, glancing at Vanu. "And thou've brought her here as a prisoner? This is a drastic step. What in the name of 1,000 ancestors is happening here?" "That is what I need to explain to thee," Vanu said, grim-faced. Pernat nodded, finally. "I trust thou will be brief and to the point." He did not look at Moon again, or acknowledge her presence further. The other members of the tribunal committee fanned out behind him, watching and listening in weary resignation. "Yes, Sadhu, I shall." Vanu drew himself up. The tension radiating from him, and from the officials grouped behind him, was almost a physical heat. "This is the woman with whom Gandalino is accused of committing treason?" Pernat asked, as if he still found it hard to believe. Vanu nodded. "She is more than she seems. I consider it imperative that she be removed from Tiamat as quickly as possible, and never allowed to return. She should be taken to Kharemough, where she can be intensively questioned and investigated. Not only did she cause Gandalino to forsake his background and commit miscegenation, she led him to pervert hegemonic policy to suit her own superstitious primitive beliefs." Moon stiffened, taking a step forward. The guards forced her back as Pernat said, "Yes, yes, all that was in the report. But she is the sovereign ruler of an independent government, and however repugnant we may find her actions to be, making her our hostage is hardly justified by—" "That is no," Vanu said, with a sharpness that made heads turn. "This woman controls powers, some hidden energy source we don't know about, that enables her to do things that should be impossible." Pernat looked mildly incredulous. "Such as?" "She controls Carbuncle's power supply at will. She controls storms. She has taken control of our own orbital weapon systems, so that I didn't dare to use them." "What?" Pernat's disbelief was plain now. "The city is in disarray," Vanu said, his voice catching. "I have not been able to obtain the quotas of the water of life that I promised to deliver, even though, and here again she lied, the seas are teeming with mares. She seduced Gandalino to make him stop the mare hunts, and when I took control from him, she turned her people against us. And when even that wasn't enough, she shut down the city's power, so that it was all we could do to maintain order.
After I forced her to restore the power, she called up a storm at sea that destroyed virtually every vessel in the city's harbor. When I threatened to turn our weapons on Carbuncle unless she stopped the storm, she said that they would not function, that we would strike our own starport instead." He broke off, as Pernat's expression and the rising murmurs of the people behind him began to register. "I know this seems absurd to thee. I know it sounds impossible, but it happened." Pernat took a deep breath, as if someone had been holding his head under water. "This is quite unexpected, Vanu Sadhu." He glanced away from Vanu at the tense, tentative faces of the other officials behind him. "Do you all share this interpretation of events?" "We did not actually witness all the incidents that Commander Vanu related to thee, uncle," Tilhan said cautiously. "But what we do know about the Queen proves unquestionably that she is to blame for our difficulties in obtaining the Water of Life, and that Gandalino was involved in a liaison with her that compromised his judgment as Chief Justice, especially regarding the mayors." "I see." Pernat pursed his lips. He turned slowly, as if his body were resisting the motion, until he faced Moon again. Meeting her eyes directly this time, he asked, "And what is your response to these questions? Do you have one?" "Lady," she finished for him in Sandhi, seeing that he did not have the faintest idea even of how to address her. "I have many responses, Citizen Pernat," she said, addressing him as foreigners on his home world were expected to do. "Where shall I begin?" She felt the blood rise into her face as her existence suddenly became real to the others who surrounded her. Her gaze glanced off Vanu's frozen hatred, back to Pernat's reluctant attention, as Pernat said, "I have always been told that Carbuncle's power supply was completely self-contained. Do you actually have a secret way of controlling it?" "No," she said. "Then how do you explain a blackout that lasted for 3 full days?" Tilhan demanded. "There is no record of such a thing ever happening before." "Once in every high year, Carbuncle shuts down," she said carefully, "because it has to renew its systems. That only happens during high summer. The hegemony has never been on Tiamat during high summer before." "Then how do you know about it?" Pernat said, "if it only happens once in 250 years. "The traditions of my people tell of it, going back for centuries." "I saw you restore power to the city with my own eyes," Vanu said. She did not take her eyes off Pernat. "I knew that it was due to happen. It would have happened anyway. I pretended to do it myself. It was an act." "And there was a storm that struck the city?" Pernat said. She nodded. "But that was the will of the Sea Mother. An act of the gods, you would say." His frown came back. "And do you actually have some means of controlling our orbital weapon system?" She smiled as she looked toward Vanu at last. It was not a smile she remembered ever touching her face before. "That was a lie." "What?" Vanu started forward, stopped himself. "No, she said—" "Did you actually test the system, Vanu?" Pernat asked. "No, I was afraid to. "You believed what you wanted to believe, Commander," Moon said, letting the disgust she felt for him fill her words. "You wanted to believe that I was, what was it, a witch? That the only way that BZ Gandalino could have fallen in love with me was because I had somehow magicked him into a sexual obsession. That the only reason he could possibly have for resisting the slaughter of the mares was that I had him in my thrall. That the only motive I could have for protecting them was superstition. That the only reason I could have for taking him into my bed was to use and control him. Nothing—" She broke off, taking a deep breath. She looked back at Pernat. Nothing, she said softly, could be further from the truth. Prajna stared at her for a long moment, and she found no understanding in his eyes. But to her surprise, she found belief. "So you are saying, then, that everything you did, and Gandalino did, was for the purpose of protecting the mares, which you claimed were an intelligent alien race and not merely animals?" "Yes," she said. He looked down, away, restlessly. "Frankly," he said at last, "I have found the idea that the mares could be intelligent almost impossible to accept." Moon opened her mouth. "But," Prajna held up his hand, "I have been forced to accept it. We all have." He indicated the tribunal members around him. She did not know whether the disbelief on Vanu's face or her own was more complete. "What are you saying?" Vanu demanded. "That you accept what this foreign woman has told you over my own testimony?" "No." Prajna looked at him with troubled eyes. "I am saying that we have been made aware of certain relevant new data, new discoveries, by sources which are above question." He emphasized the words carefully. "This has resulted in a change in hegemonic policy. The Central Coordinating Committee has reversed its position on the status of the mares. It has declared them to be a separate, intelligent race. They will no longer be hunted and killed. There will be no more water of life." His eyes turned bleak as he spoke the final words. "What?" Vanu said. "That's impossible. Father of all my grandfathers, I don't believe this." Prajna's dour expression deepened into disapproval. "I know this comes as a blow to thee, as it does to all of us. Thou may verify it if thou wish. We have a Sibyl here." He gestured at the tribunal member who wore a trefoil. Vanu shook his head, taking a deep breath. "No, that will not be necessary. Thy word is sufficient, Prajna Sadhu. But if there is to be no more water of life, then what purpose is there even in maintaining contact with a world like this one?" "Not much, perhaps," Prajna answered. "Although it has been pointed out that, given the scarcity of habitable worlds, no world on which humans survive successfully is beneath our attention. Even before Gandalino became Chief Justice, he documented in extensive reports that the cooperative long-term development of Tiamat's natural resources is not a pointless or necessarily unprofitable project. And considering that we now have no alternative," he turned back to Moon, "in light of these new events, lady, it appears that your defiance of hegemonic law was justifiable. Some might even call it honorable." He lifted his hand. "Release her," he said to the guards. They looked toward Vanu, waiting for confirmation. Moon looked at him too, as betrayal distorted his face. "No," he said. "By all the gods, this is not going to happen. This woman must be stripped of her influence and position. She must be investigated, taken back to Kharemough. She is in collusion with some group or some power." Prajna stepped forward and seized Vanu's spasmodically gesturing hand. "Vanu," he said, his voice low but impossible to ignore. "Thou have been under a great deal of strain, I know. Thou have been faced with many difficult decisions in recent months, and thou have tried to behave honorably. But thou must let this obsession go. The situation has changed here. This woman is not only a Sibyl, but the leader of her people." "She has to be replaced," Vanu insisted. "But not by thou, not by us," Prajna said, his jaw tightening. "Vanu, to find that a man like Gandalino could willingly let himself become so infatuated with a—" he glanced at Moon, "with a foreign woman, is as incomprehensible and distasteful to my beliefs as it is to thine. And yet suddenly everything has changed. Black has become white. What he did is no longer treasonable, but instead," he shook his head, "preternaturally wise. How can we explain the changes a man goes through?
who is a stranger far from home." Vanu froze, and suddenly all the resistance went out of him. "I think it would be prudent for thou to return to Kharemough with me, Vanu Sadhu," Pernat said, lowering his voice again. "Thou art in need of a rest and a chance to regain thy perspective. I'm sure there is a less taxing position somewhere, for which thou would be better suited." Vanu gazed at Pernat in stricken silence, and then, tight-lipped, he turned toward Moon. He did not acknowledge her with his eyes as he gave the signal to release her. Moon stepped forward, massaging her wrists. Pernat bowed to her, a full obeisance. "Forgive me, lady, for the hardships and humiliation my government's unjust accusations have caused you to endure," he said, with perfect poise and transparency. "Be assured we shall make whatever reparations are necessary to re-establish our previous relationship of trust and goodwill with your people." Moon took a breath, held it until her lungs ached, until she was able to say with equal conviction, "I accept your apology, Citizen Pernat, on the condition that the charges against Chief Justice Gundalinu are dropped, and he is restored to his former position as the leader of the hegemonic government on Tiamat." He nodded, without showing the least surprise. "Your request will be accomplished as swiftly as star drive technology can make it possible, lady. I'm sure it is a request that will meet with the complete approval of all parties." Only the barely perceptible tick of an eyebrow betrayed any emotion. "Thank you," Moon said, and smiled with complete sincerity. "Perhaps you and your committee members would be my guests, then, at a dinner in your honor at the palace tomorrow, and we can discuss further policy changes in more pleasant surroundings." Pernat smiled too, slowly and almost grudgingly. "It would be our pleasure," he said. He turned back to Vanu. "And now, Vanu, if you would kindly show us to our proper quarters, we can all finally get some well-deserved rest." Vanu nodded stiffly. His face was a mask of high-born propriety, and his eyes were completely empty as he turned his back on them and led the way out of the hall. "Big Blue, Syllagong, Men's Camp Number 7. "That's it," Piracy said, as Gundalinu and Blue Killer dropped their day's take into the cash pit. Blue Killer shrugged, his brows furrowing. "Treason twisted his ankle, slowed us down." Gundalinu reached into his coverall pocket and pulled out a small wad of janka wrapped in a rag. He held it up. "Here," he said, "somebody from Gang 4 paid me for a question with this." He took barter now for any equipment he fixed, and any questions he answered. He had not wanted to put a price on answers he gave as a Sybil, but Piracy had insisted. He heard grunts of interest from some of the men around him, aware of no warmth, but at least of acceptance, as he tossed the wad of janka to Piracy. Janka was a mild narcotic some of the men chewed when they could get it. "You take a cut?" Piracy asked. He shook his head. "No, Yes." He sat down cross-legged on the ground, suddenly too weary to go on standing. "Yes, I'll take a cut. Maybe it would help him sleep. The longer he was here, the worse he slept." Piracy glanced up at him in brief curiosity, looked down again. "Okay," he said. "You heard treason. Anybody else wants a chew? Ante up." Half a dozen scabbed, filthy hands tossed offerings from their scant rations onto the ground in front of Piracy. He split up the wad of janka scrupulously with his knife, passing it around. Solemnly he pushed the final piece and the small pile of rations toward Gundalinu. Gundalinu gathered them in, his battered hands indistinguishable from anyone else's. He began to eat without ceremony, not caring what it was that filled his stomach, barely even tasting it. The sun's burning face pushed up over the horizon, making him squint. The other men who weren't already sitting sat down now, taking out their own food, as Piracy resealed the lockbox, kicking ash and cinders over it. They ate in near silence, as they did at the end of every work shift, having little left to say and no energy to say it. But they ate together, still hungry for human contact, although none of them would admit it. This had come to be the most important moment of his own day, the one thing that he looked forward to. Sitting on the ground in the cold wind among these men who made his barely tolerated existence possible. Sometimes Piracy even held up the other end of a conversation with him. Piracy's mind possessed an odd, eclectic accumulation of knowledge, most of it self-taught. They had talked for hours while Ondinee recovered from his beating, sharing the other man's hut. But even Piracy did not risk talking to him often now, and sent him out with Blue Killer, not as his own partner, afraid that getting too friendly with an ex-Blue would undermine his position with the others. The ground trembled. Ondinee swallowed convulsively and coughed. "We got almost a full cache, Piracy," someone said after a time. "We could make a trek to the post soon." Piracy glanced up over the mouth of his canteen. He grinned, setting it down. "Yeah," he said, "I guess that's true. Maybe it's time we choose who gets to go." A charged field seemed to build around him as he groped in a pocket, drew out the cracked ancient gaming piece he guarded as if it were a jewel. "3 closest guesses take it, as usual. Whoever went last 2 times is out of the game." Ondinee had been told the rules of this choosing, but he had never actually witnessed it. He watched as the exhausted, dull-eyed men around him suddenly came alive, leaning forward, calling out numbers with an eagerness he had never seen them show about anything before. The 3 who won got a break from the grueling drudgery of their work routine, and the chance to spend a night in a place that actually resembled civilization, with beds, showers, and real food, while they traded in the harvest they had brought for the small rewards that made their lives bearable until the time when they were set free from this living death. "Treason?" Piracy said. "You got a number?" Ondinee looked up, startled, realizing that he had not said anything as usual. He had not even been sure they would let him play. Sudden excitement and hope filled him until he shone like the rest. He licked his cracked lips and said, 23. Piracy nodded and pushed up onto his knees. He held the game piece cupped between his hands, shaking it, prolonging the ecstatic moment when anything was possible for the men around him. And in that moment Ondinee understood what had made him their leader. When the game piece fell, 3 men would not only have the journey itself as a reward, they would have the days in between of looking forward to it. Even the losers would win those days of pleasant anticipation, of deciding what small, precious item not tied to their own survival that they would put in a request for. Piracy held his hands out, bathed in golden light, and let the game piece drop. Whoops of triumph and curses of frustration made a deafening cacophony in Ondinee's ears, which had grown too used to silence. He pushed forward, seeing the number face up in the sand, seeing that it made him a loser. The loss caught in his chest like a barb. He swore. The others shrugged and shook their heads, accepting defeat like they accepted everything else. But he felt stunned as he realized how much the sudden real hope of winning had meant to him, now that it had suddenly been taken away. He tried to focus on an Ondinee, unable even to remember one as Piracy announced the winners. They were congratulated by the losers, more roughly than was necessary, but taking it with smug good humor. He felt bodies begin to move, jarring him as they rose and went their separate ways back to their huts to sleep. There was more conversation than usual, more animation, even laughter. He forced his own unwilling body to get up, suddenly aware of every ache and strained muscle, not understanding why only he felt worse, not better. Maybe because the rest of them knew this would all end for them some day. Only he had no other hope that he still dared to believe in. "Hey," somebody said, "look at Treason." Ondinee stiffened and turned toward Accessory, who was pointing at him. "He's got the green light," Accessory said. "Look." The others began to turn back, staring in curiosity, as Gundalinu suddenly lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. Gundalinu sat on Accessory's chest with his hands around the other man's neck. "Joke about that again, you bastard, and I'll stuff your lying tongue down your throat." "I'm not lying," Accessory squealed, prying at his hands. More hands were on him, dragging him off of Accessory, holding him back. "He's not lying, Treason," Piracy said. He stepped in front of Gundalinu, meeting his furious stare. He held up a fragment of polished metal, let Gundalinu see his reflection in a sudden blaze of sunlight, and the green light on his collar shining like a star. Gundalinu stopped struggling, seeing his own mouth fall open. His hands rose to the collar around his throat as the men holding him let him go, as the rest clustered behind Piracy, staring at him. "You said he was a term," Accessory muttered, getting to his feet. "I thought he only got the green light the hard way." I am," Gundalinu whispered, still gazing at his reflection, seeing a man he barely recognized press grimy fingers to his throat, detecting the faint warmth given off by the light on his collar. "Maybe it's a mistake," someone said. Gundalinu spun around, glaring at him. Piracy put a hand on Gundalinu's shoulder. "They don't make mistakes like that around here, Treason," he said quietly. "I'll radio the post. Guess you're going along this trip after all." "One way." His mouth quirked slightly. "Congratulations. We might even miss you a little." Gundalinu nodded, barely meeting his eyes. "I won't forget you either. I won't forget any of this." Piracy gave him a long stare and shrugged. "Better if you do, Treason," he said. "It's better if you do." Gundalinu shook his head, looking down. "I couldn't if I wanted to," he whispered. "Guess your dream was true, Treason," Blue Killer said. Gundalinu glanced up. "I guess it was," he murmured, with a strained laugh. He took a step, suddenly afraid that he was still moving through a dream. They parted ranks for him, the way the convicts had parted ranks for a man with a green light on the day he had arrived. He passed through them, his shadow walking a golden road through the dawn. He reached his hut and crawled inside, still followed by the benediction of their stares, as if he had become a peculiar sort of hero. He lay down on his pallet of rags with a sigh. And then, against all odds, he went to sleep. Tiamat, Carbuncle. Reed Kharemough stood on the hidden balcony that overlooked the reception hall, leaning against the rail in voyeuristic fascination, watching the gathering below as he had watched it for hours, all-seeing but unseen. This was only one of many hidden rooms and secret observations points in the palace. He had been shown them all, after the Queen's arrest, by members of the Sibyl College. The aging blind woman, who was the college's head, had ordered them to protect him when the Blues arrived to flush him out. And they had, even the two whose pregnant daughter was Tamis Dawntreader's widow. He remembered Morovy Bluestone's quiet, pragmatic manner as she had treated his illness. He remembered her eyes. He sighed, filling up his vision with the motion and color of the crowded hall below. He could not remember now whether he had created these quirks of design when he had dreamed of what Carbuncle would be, or whether they had been added later, somewhere in the long, lost centuries between his once and future lives. He was grateful for them, whether it had been foresight or not, because they had saved his life, and because now they let him observe the closing of a circle which he had helped to bring about. The party below, where off-worlder officials and Tiamatans mingled in a fragile dance of diplomacy, celebrated the return of Chief Justice Bisi Gundalinu. He had not dared show himself down there while a single Kharemough lingered, afraid that his face, or some random response,
might reveal the smith to the unwanted attention of the golden mean. And so he had watched from here as the hall slowly filled, studying the variegated colors of skin and hair and clothing, the varieties of ostentation, sophistication, and simplicity, savoring the sensuous pleasure of the patterns they inscribed on his mind. The queen had moved among them, her movements seemingly random except to his observation. His eyes told him that she drifted near the entrance to the hall too often, looked toward it too much, smoothed back her hair and checked the time repeatedly, with restless impatience. Until the moment they had both been waiting for, without entirely realizing it, had come at last. Gundalinu had arrived. The music and all motion had stopped in the hall, dancing, eating, gossiping, politicking, all suddenly frozen into a magnificent tableau. Gundalinu had entered the room, accompanied by Jerusha Palathion, who wore the uniform and insignia of her position as the new commander of police, and the endless silence was broken by applause. Gundalinu had stopped moving, in the small space left open to him inside the entrance, as if the noise of sudden adulation had taken him aback. He stood, his head up, not acknowledging the welcome, seeming after a moment hardly even to hear it, as his eyes searched the crowd around him. And then he had found what he was searching for, the queen, coming toward him as the crowd parted to let her pass through, her hair like snow, her robes made of whispering moss greens, the diaphanous flowing blues of the summer sky. She glittered with crystal beads like stars, like tears of the sea. She wore no crown, but only a simple garland of flowers, as she approached him with her hands held out in welcome. Gundalinu moved at last, stepping forward to take her outstretched hands. They stood face to face, daring to embrace only with their fingertips. But in the moment of contact, the unbearably intimate and twining, there was an ecstasy as pure as if the crowd's witnessing eyes were a sacrament, and not an intrusion. Their hands released and fell away at last, as slowly as if gravity had ceased to function in the space around them. Gundalinu turned briefly and said something to Jerusha Palathion, gesturing toward the far side of the room. Palathion nodded, moving away through the crowd as the queen led Gundalinu into the tide of congratulations and well-wishers, former enemies and friends who were now indistinguishable, at least for the next few hours. Pernat and the other members of the hegemonic tribunal were the first to greet him. Vanu, the former commander, was conspicuous by his absence. All at once the hired musicians, who had held their silence since his arrival, began to play again, an exquisite song Reed did not know, but Gundalinu seemed to have been waiting for. Gundalinu's face, which except for his eyes had shown no readable expression until now, suddenly smiled. He leaned over, murmuring something in the queen's ear. She turned toward him, her surprise plain. He took the gesture as acceptance, taking her hand again, drawing her toward him, leading her into the motions of a dance. The crowd fell away around them, watching and murmuring as they moved gracefully to the music through a widening gyre across the floor. Reed watched too, thinking that the most hide-bound Kharemough tech in the hall below could not possibly feel an astonishment any more profound than his own, as he watched Gundalinu dance openly with the woman he loved. One by one other dancers began to take to the floor, until they were adrift in a sea of bright motion. Reed watched them dance together, with eyes for no one else in the room, seeing in their faces the poignant contrasts, the painful dichotomies that separated their two worlds, seeing in their eyes the only truth he knew. And he remembered Mundlefair, letting the midnight beauty of her face fill his mind, remembering all that she had been to him, and done to him, and sacrificed for him. And he remembered Ilmarinen, whom he had loved, and he wept in his solitary space alone. And when the dance was done, he watched Gundalinu and the queen eat and speak and move through the crowd, always together, forcing all witnesses to recognize and acknowledge their unspoken union.
At last the guests began to depart, disappearing like beads from a broken string. The hegemonie's elite left first, as soon as it was graciously possible to do so. Only Gundolino showed no signs of restlessness. Reed shifted position as he watched the last blue leave the hall, suddenly restless himself, as if he had been freed of some oppressive weight. A sound made him start and turn. He looked behind him, his back pressing the rail. "Ariel?" he said, as she materialized silently in front of him. She was not wearing the clothes he had last seen her in. She had changed her strobe-colored, defiantly sensual off-worlder clingsuit for a long, shapeless native robe, its sleeves and neckline covered with smocking. Strings of heavy beads hung around her neck, made of carbuncles and agates and polished shell. She hesitated, uncertain all at once, and he was abruptly aware of his own reaction, how he stood clutching the railing as if he were expecting attackers, or a ghost. He straightened away, letting go. "Where were you?" he asked, half frowning in concern, half frowning at himself as he saw her face. "I saw you in the hall when they started arriving, and then you disappeared." She looked down, coming to stand beside him in the alcove as he put out his hand. She kept her face averted as he slipped his arm around her, staring at the scene below as he had done. He felt her hand cover his, tentative but warm. She had seemed somehow insubstantial since her awakening, since her mother had brought her back from the dead. "I did what was required of me," she murmured. "I greeted the off-worlders with the proper hypocritical solicitude. And then I went to my old playroom, and I looked at all the toys that used to be mine, and Tammas's." Her voice faded. She was silent for a long moment. "I read some books and had warm tea and honey cakes, as if I was a little girl again. It was very peaceful there in my room." She looked up at him. "Did you watch from here the whole evening?" "I'm an off-worlder," he said, touching her face, and it was not an answer to her question. "You're not like them." She jerked her head disdainfully at the Kharemoughies, who were no longer in the room below, but whose shadows remained, clouding their future. "Your father is," he said, making her turn back again in anger and grief. "Or your father was," he amended, more gently. He glanced over the hidden railing, seeing the Queen and Gundolino still side by side, bound together by an invisible cord of need. She followed his gaze, and he saw her frown. "Let them be happy. It's what he wanted them to be. It's what they deserve." She stood motionless, watching them together, her frown slowly fading until her face held no expression at all. Finally she nodded. "Here." Reed took his arm from around her, reaching into his belt pouch for something he had carried there, forgotten until now. "He wanted you to have this back." He passed her Dawn Treader's shell flute, its fragile spiral form traced with hairline fractures, anciently mended. Her mouth opened. Nothing came out of it. She took the flute, held it, pressed it against her cheek, closing her eyes. "I want to go away from here, from the city, and never come back. Aunt Caruso said that we can live at her plantation. We can be alone with just the mares." "She said that?" His hands tightened over the rail again as his body suddenly seemed weightless. "We could do that," he whispered. "We could. Yeah, that would be good. That would be just fine." She looked up at him again, with a bloom of color coming into her ashen cheeks, a smile ripening the full softness of her mouth. He took her hand, looking at her long, slender fingers, pale even against his own, and the Solii ring that she wore, the mate to his own. His throat closed over the words that he tried to say, and he took her into his arms, holding her against his heart, breathing in the sweet, warm scent of her, and the musty, ancient smell of the walls. After a time he asked, "Why did you come up here?" She broke away from him to look up at him with a smile as the music suddenly began again below. It was a completely different kind of music from what had been played before, the refined measures intended to lull hypocritical technician sensibilities. Reed glanced over the rail, proving to himself that it was really the same group of musicians he heard, suddenly playing the lilting, whimsical melody of a traditional summer dance tune. "This is the real party, beginning now," Ariel said. "I wanted you to come and be with me, down there." She reached for his hand, hesitated, smiled as he came with her willingly, almost eagerly. They went down the stairs side by side, entering the sea of bodies and faces, their arrival barely making a ripple. Most of the people around him looked completely unfamiliar. Here and there among them he saw someone he had met before. He saw Morovy Bluestone, their eyes locked before he could look away again. He had lost track of Gundolino and the Queen as he reached the level of the ballroom. Ariel brought him to an open space where people were dancing now in a way that was as spontaneous as the music was. She pulled him into the motion of the dance, making him dance with her. The steps were simple, and he obeyed, feeling clumsy and frustrated because he still had not completely accepted that his body was no longer the perfect machine the water of death had made of it. He kept on, gamely, and he began to discover that his body liked to dance, had always liked to dance, he realized, although he could not clearly remember ever having done it. They danced together, not simply with each other, but within the embracing motion of all the other dancers, to music that was alternately lively and plangent, until Ariel's face was flushed and laughing like his own. But his once tireless body forced them to the sidelines, to eat pickled fish and drink strangely flavored wine until his senses began to buzz. "I remember this," he murmured, with unsteady laughter, as the wine went to his head. Ariel looked up at him. "What?" she asked. Someone calling his name saved him from having to answer. He looked away through the crowd, seeing 3 figures moving toward them, in an unexpected juxtaposition of forms. The Tiamatan woman who ran Star Hikers, and with her his pilot and crew. "Hey, boss," Nibiru said, and his sudden grin told Reed that he'd probably been drinking too much, too. "Gods," Reed said, looking from one of them to the other, feeling his face doing odd things. "Where the hell have you been?" They had been in jail, until Palathion had finally been named police commander and set them free. Since then he had scarcely seen them, something which he could only admit now, drunk with wine and fatigue, had bothered him considerably. Nibiru looked at him with a wry glance past his shoulder at Ariel. "Around the city, helping clean up the storm wreckage," he said. He put an arm familiarly around Tor Starhiker's waist. Her own arm snaked across his shoulders, rubbing his chest. Reed raised his eyebrows. "I guess virtue has its rewards." Nibiru shrugged and grinned. "She likes my cooking." Tor smiled. "It's plain," she said, "but it's very filling." Nibiru turned red. Ananke stood behind them, wearing the quoll in its sling, smiling and silent. Always the cryptic shadow. "You haven't had much need for a ferryman lately," Nibiru said. "That's true," Reed murmured, glancing at Ariel. "Guess not." His hand touched hers. "So," Nibiru said finally, "what do we do now?" Reed looked back at him. "Eat, dance, have a good time," he said. Nibiru shook his head. "I mean after that. Tomorrow. Next week. A couple months from now." Reed hesitated, staring at the three of them, at the variety of expressions on their faces that were somehow all the same expression. "We, Ariel and I," he glanced down, "are going down south along the coast. We're going to try—" He broke off. "To find forgiveness. To find something we lost." Nibiru nodded, as if he was satisfied, Reed thought. "Then you still won't be needing a pilot," he said. "Guess not," Reed repeated, looking away again. "You like boats?" He looked back. "I don't like boats," Nibiru said. "They sink. I didn't like them on Samath. I still don't like them. He doesn't like them either." He gestured to Ananke. Reed looked at them oddly. "You want to go?" he said. "You're leaving." "You've got somebody to take care of you now, boss?" Nibiru smiled. "You don't need us any more." He hesitated. "It's been a long time. Maybe we all missed something." Tor looked down at him. "You sound like you're never coming back," she said. "Well, love, I didn't say that." He looked up at her with his faint smile widening. "I never say never. If I learned one thing from him—" He gestured at Reed, and his smile turned sweet-sour. "It's never say never." She kissed the top of his head. He kissed her exposed navel. Ananke rolled his eyes. And Reed felt a sourceless pain strike his gut. He put his drink down on the table behind him, blaming it. "So when are you leaving?" he asked, without looking up again. Nibiru didn't answer for a moment, as if he were waiting for something else, or had expected a different response. "Soon as I can get our cargo set. A few days." "A few nights?" Tor asked, running her fingers through his hair. "That too," he said, glancing up. "Well," he murmured, as Reed finally faced him again, "I guess we'll stop off before we go, and say goodbye." "I hate long goodbyes," Reed said, blinking. "Don't do that." He realized that his nose was running, and wiped it on his sleeve. "Got a cold," he muttered, and coughed. "Better take care of that," Nibiru said, his eyes filled with both disbelief and a kind of wonder. "Take care of yourselves." Reed offered his hand, and Nibiru took it, covering the identical brands on their palms. Nibiru's smile spread to his mouth again. "That'll be easy, now that we don't work for you." Reed laughed. "Thanks," he muttered, and knew that Nibiru understood what he was really being thanked for. He reached past Nibiru to Ananke, touched the quoll where it lay, contented as usual in its sling. He stroked it for the first time since the day he had fished it out of the well back on Ondinee. The quoll burbled in congenial surprise, watching him with a black, bead-bright eye. "Take care of that thing, too. You saved its life, you're responsible for its life forever. You know the rules." Ananke looked up at him, stroking the quoll so that their fingers touched briefly. "I know, boss," he said, his voice soft but strained. "Goodbye," he said, and there was something in his face that Reed might have taken for longing, except that wouldn't have made any sense. The music changed again, making them all look up. Another song was beginning, and floating above the blend of native and off-world instruments was a new sound, high and haunting, unlike anything he had heard before, but reminding him suddenly, achingly, of the mare song. He turned, looking for Ariel, as he realized that she was no longer standing beside him. Tor touched his arm, pointing toward the music. He lifted his head, following her gesture, to find Ariel among the musicians. Realized then that it was the sound of her father's flute he heard. He had known she had a gift for music and mimicry, but he had not known that she played. The music and his own surprise held him captive for a long moment. When he turned back, he found the others were already drifting away, out of his reach, across the dance floor. Ananke lifted a hand in farewell, looking back, and then they were gone. Reed started on through the crowd, trying to make his way closer to the place where Ariel and the musicians were playing. He saw Merovi Bluestone again, standing beside the Queen. Moon's arm was around her. The two women were motionless, listening, with the same astonishment and grief filling their faces. He remembered that Tamas had carried a flute, that probably he had played it, just as his sister had, just as Sparks Dawntreader had. He considered the strange patterns woven by heredity and environment, by love and grief, and he wished that he were drunker, or not so much so. "Kharemough?" a voice said. He looked up and saw Gundalinu, who had been standing at the Queen's other side. Gundalinu moved away from her, coming toward him. "Welcome back," Reed said without a smile, "to the land of the living." Gundalinu looked surprised at him, as if he had said something completely incomprehensible. But then he nodded, not smiling either. "Yes," he said quietly. "Thank you. Thank you for your part in it." Reed shrugged slightly. Seeing Gundalinu up close at last, he was startled by the drawn weariness of the other man's face, the way its lines had deepened, the marks that Gundalinu's ordeal in the camps had left on him, that his sudden reprieve had not begun to erase. The stark black and silver uniform, the reflected light of badges and medals, the cruel curved spines of a trefoil among them, only echoed the hard disillusionment in Gundalinu's eyes. "Maybe it makes us even," Reed said. Gundalinu smiled then, barely, as if his mouth had almost forgotten how to form the expression. The Queen turned, hearing their voices behind her. Merovi had disappeared. Reed suspected that his presence was the reason. As the Queen moved toward him, stopping beside Gundalinu, Reed was struck by the sight of them. They were like mirrors, each reflecting the other's suffering, their separate ordeals that had only been manifestations of the same ordeal. He realized that he had not even been aware of how the Queen had changed until this moment. He had been too preoccupied with his own sea change. He wondered what they saw in his face. "I didn't know she could play," he said, looking away from them toward Ariel, who was still lost in the rapture of her music. He felt a sudden, unexpected yearning fill him, like the sweet, sorrowful gaiety of her song rising into the air. "Neither did I," Gundalinu murmured a little sadly. "Neither did I." The Queen's voice was an echo of the music's joy and plangency. Gundalinu put his arm around her, drawing her close. She looked up at him and nodded, as if he had spoken, as if there was no real need for words between them any more. She looked at Reed again. Her eyes were wells of memory. Reed stepped aside to let them pass. He watched as they made their way through the dwindling crowd, heading toward the stairway that he had come down. He watched them go out as he had watched them come in, completing the circle. He turned his back on the empty stairs, granting them their privacy, looking toward the music and Ariel. He let his thoughts dissolve into the fluid melody, letting Reed Kharemough become lost in the crowd. Moon led Beezy along the quiet hall, up another stairway, through more corridors, hand in hand. He did not question her, following her with a yielding compliance, as if he were still a prisoner. She looked back at him, aching inside. She had thought she was leading him to her bedroom, but they went on, passing its door. Vinge glanced at her in silent curiosity, but still asked her no questions. She had spent every day of the interminable weeks between the tribunal's arrival and his return, working from dawn until far into the night, pressed on all sides by the demands of renegotiating Tiamat's relationship with the hegemony and overseeing the city's recovery from the storm's disastrous passing. But every night, when she lay in her bed at last, alone, she had imagined him lying beside her, the sound of his breathing, his heartbeat, the warmth of his touch bringing her cold, grief-racked body back to life. And yet here, now, when they were alone at last, she knew that it was not what she wanted or needed. The first giddy rush of joy they had felt at the sight of one another had carried them gracefully, painlessly through the party's public eye. But here in these empty halls, that bright, thoughtless moment of pleasure was fading, letting memory overtake her, letting in ghosts and shadows. And looking up at his shadowed, weary face, she knew that it was not what he needed either, to be hurried into intimacy. And so she led him on through the halls and up the final spiral stair, leading him to her private room at the palace's and the city's peak. The night sky opened out around them, glowing with the fire of countless stars. The cool blue-silver face of Tiamat's single large moon was a luminous mystery rising over the sea. She heard Vinge draw a breath of astonishment as he saw what lay before and below him. "I had no idea this existed," he whispered. And she did not know whether he meant this secret room or a view of such beauty. She rested her head against his shoulder as they stood together looking out, holding one another, but perfectly still, forgetting their own existence. Something broke the water's surface, far out on the placid, dark, bright mirror of the sea. One silhouette, and then another and another, stitching tracks of blackness across its shimmering surface, a reminder of all that lay hidden beneath its illusion of calm. "Are those mares?" he asked. "I think so," she said softly. "I can't be sure at this distance." He sighed. "I thought I'd never live to see this world again," he said. "I thought I'd never see your face." He looked away from the ocean into her eyes, touched her face tentatively with a work-scarred hand. "They tried to kill me," he murmured at last. "Who?" She would have held his gaze, but he looked out at the sea again. "The same ones who wanted to kill the mares." His face hardened like a fist. "The same ones who were congratulating me on my return and licking my boots downstairs tonight, probably. They didn't have the influence or the courage to kill me outright. So they sent me to that place." He broke off. "And hoped time would take care of things. Except that you saved my life again." His expression eased, and he kissed her hair, a tender, passionless kiss. She did not answer, did not move, her body insensate and unresponsive, remembering how thin a membrane lay between life and death, remembering all the things that could not be changed, ever. "Moon," he closed her in his arms in sudden compassion. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." And in his broken voice she heard the memory of sounds torn from her throat by her own mourning. She shook her head, feeling her flushed cheek brush the cool, impersonal cloth of his uniform jacket, feeling the armor of hard-edged medals he wore press into her back, her neck, as he held her, feeling no comfort.
Mother of us all, she whispered, gazing out at the sea. I would rather have died than have had my heart torn out of me. She thought of Aryan Road then, of her bones rolled eternally in the dark depths of the sea, with pity and terror. He had no answer this time, only went on holding her until she began to feel the warmth of his body penetrate her skin like a soothing balm. "Look," he said at last. "Those are mares. You can see it clearly now." His arms still held her tightly. His voice insisted that she look. She raised her head to see them, a whole colony rejoicing in the night at the interface between worlds. Their lives were complete again, their reason for existence secure again. Although she saw in the hidden forms of their abandoned motion, their courting dance, that in their timeless world existence itself could be reason enough. They had far more in common with the civil mind than they had with the human servants who shared their spiritual bondage to it. She watched them appear and disappear, leaving the subtle patterns of their passing imprinted on her mind as they winked in and out of sight on the star-filled surface of the water. "I envy them," she whispered. "They live without regret. Their lives will never again come to an unnatural end. Because of us," Gandalinu murmured against her hair. "And no human lives will ever again be unnaturally prolonged by their deaths. A balance has been restored. Maybe now we can get on with our own lives, with our life together. We've lost so much time that we can never get back." Moon closed her eyes, remembering an eternity where time's arrow had lost its way and pointed always at once. She opened them again, looking out at the sea and sky on fire with stars. She could not find the line where one ended and the other began. It was as if there were no separation, but instead a single continuum flowing from the depths of the sea into the depths of space. "Time will take care of things," she repeated softly, remembering his bitter words. "It has. It will. It owes that much to us." She looked up at him again, seeing the night reflected in his dark eyes. He smiled at last and nodded, holding her, warming her. "I look forward," he said, "to growing old with you." Tiamat, Prajua, Planetary Orbit. "Gods," Cadalian said, stretching his fingers until his knuckles cracked as he leaned back in the command seat of the Prajna. "I'm still half afraid I'm going to wake up from this dream." He looked over at Ananke. "Tell me I'm not dreaming." Ananke smiled. "You're not dreaming, unless I'm having the same one." She shrugged, stroking the quoll's bulbous nose as she studied the readouts on the control room wall. "Drive systems, check. Cargo, check. Life support systems, check. Clearances are all in, and departure window has not changed. We're free, Cadalian. We're really free to go." She settled comfortably into the co-pilot's seat, dropping the quoll into its nesting box, secured underneath the instrument panel in front of her. "Ready to leave Tiamat space?" Cadalian spoke the ritual question, looking up at her again from his own boards. "Ready," she answered, without hesitation. Cadalian glanced back over his shoulder. "Ready, Dawntreader?" Sparks Dawntreader looked up at him and nodded his bandage-wrapped head imperceptibly.
But his eyes still searched the display screens, still clinging to the final view of his home world passing by, grandly, thousands of kilometers below them. "Am I doing the right thing, Nibiru?" he murmured. "I don't know," Gedalion said. "But you're doing a good thing." "Are you ready?" he asked again after a moment. At his touch, the image on the screens became a field of stars. Dawntreader drew a deep breath. "I'm ready," he said. And this time he was looking at the future. He smiled, lifting a hand in a gesture that might have been meant as reassurance, or only as a farewell. Gedalion settled back into his seat. He spoke to the port orbiting far below, spoke to the ship's computer, activating the departure sequence. And then, in the sublime grip of anticipation, he waited, while the Prajna came alive around him and fell away into the night. End of The Summer Queen by Joan D. Vinge. Narrated by Barbara Caruso in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, September 1992. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Warner Books Incorporated, a Time Warner Company, 666 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10103.
End of book.